Good stuff. Do the hustle. Look at Frank pulling it out there. Nicely done. Yesterday was a big day for the Astros organization. It solidified Jose Altuve as the greatest Astro ever. Had he left and wore another uniform, it would have sucked because the argument is Bagwell and Biggio, who were lifers, and Altuve. There's no argument. Jose Altuve is the greatest Astro ever. Maybe one of the greatest people to ever play sports. Not maybe. He might be the nicest, best person to ever play sports in the city of Houston.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That's true.
Yeah. And this vitriol for him, I mean, there were the cheaters, did they buy trash cans? And the stupidity of people out there is really, really amazing.
Yeah, but they don't live with it, so they don't know. But like for people in Houston, I'm a Houston lifer. My entire sports fandom has been Houston, and I mean, baseball wise, he's over Bagwell Biggio from a standpoint of just clutch postseason championships. The statistics, are going to be similar with those guys. They're all going to be in the Hall of Fame, but his personality, his demeanor, his clutch performance, his height, being able to perform like he does at an unusual size is just everything plays into the package of something that is a unicorn. I mean, he's a true unicorn in the city of Houston. And for me, I was thinking about this yesterday. I don't have one in football. I just don't. People, Earl Campbell. Yeah, I mean, he was here 5 years. I mean, I guess Earl Campbell, but to me, it's Dream and Altuve, and that's it. Those are your top two. Like, they stand alone. And Dream, it helps that he played at University of Houston, was in 3 Final Fours, won 2 championships. Altuve's won 2 championships, has been in 7 straight ALCSs, has been an MVP. Like, those two, to me, I don't have a football player. It's not, I don't think JJ quite, maybe it's because JJ, and maybe that's not fair. JJ helped the community during the flood. It was unbelievable in that. JJ has done nothing but represent the city of Houston.
Yeah, I think JJ would probably be it for football.
Probably. Well, no, he would be, but is he on that same level as the other two? He has won 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards.
Right.
He never won a championship like they did. He did go play somewhere else. So did Dream.
I know, and he was a defensive player. They won 2 games with him. That Altuve and Dream would never let that happen. Although, Dream had to after Dream became Dream, it just took off, and Altuve as well. It's different in football, though. There's 22 guys. It's a little bit different, but 8-time All-Star, 2-time World Series, 2017 MVP, Hank Aaron Award winner, 6-time Silver Slugger, 3-time AL batting champ, 2-time stolen base leader, 2,047 hits, 747 career RBIs, 1,062 runs scored, 307 lifetime batting average, 49.3 career WAR, 209 career home runs, 273 in the playoffs, 27 home runs, second all-time in the playoffs, 55 RBIs, 117 hits playoffs, and 89 runs scored playoffs, 103 postseason games played. He's the greatest. He might be the greatest second baseman ever in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, you're immediately, when you say that, that's considered hyperbole, and people want to shoot you down with players from the 1840s with like Willie Winkelmeyer, who, once milked 10 cows and then hit a home run and back-to-back, in two of the 3 back-to-back games that they had to get in because it was farming season. They had combines, and it was wheat tilling season. But for me, I mean, you can start giving me names, and that's fine. We can have the conversation. But Jose Altuve, to me, it's Dream and Jose Altuve, and then JJ is a little notch below. But those 2 guys are special, and I'm so glad he gets to end his career. It was so terrible watching Dream play in Toronto. And it was just, it doesn't change anything. It's just like Cowboy fans with Emmitt Smith, I'm sure. It's just like, ugh. I wish this wouldn't have happened. I'm so glad they were able to hang on to another player. Now the question is going to become, is Jim Crane only hanging on to players of color and Latin American players?
Okay.
That's what I saw on Twitter. That's what I saw on Twitter yesterday.
He let a couple go. Correa.
Well, that's an American player. What are you talking about?
Well,
Puerto Rico is America.
Well, Puerto Rico is
He's
America.
letting Americans go.
Okay.
That's the argument. He's letting Americans go. I'm sorry, Christian Javier. Is he from America?
Garrett Cole, George Springer.
Yeah. Americans.
Yeah.
Americans. Dallas Keuchel, American. Charlie American.
Morton. Right.
The Americans are going, and he's only hanging on to
guess what?
International players.
You know what? If they keep going to ALCSs with Hispanic players, oh well. You know what?
Some of those Americans were pretty big too, John.
Yeah, they were okay, but guess what? It continues. Did you see
Twitter told me he doesn't like
quote?
America.
Did you see his quote yesterday?
Jim Crane?
Yes.
What did he say? Get ready. This is just the beginning. Get ready for Bregman's deal next.
No.
Oh.
He said
Did he say Kyle Tucker's in the fold?
No. He said this. While I'm here, the window will never close. Okay. Well,
you can't let. I don't care what he says, John. You can't just let your best players leave and think your window's not
closing. You mean the guy that's
closing?
gone to 7 straight ALCSs?
Let's see. Yeah, let's keep doing that after.
But he keeps on bringing other guys in.
Who?
When will you admit that this guy knows what he's doing?
I don't admit that he doesn't know what he's doing. I think he's smart, but at some point this runs out on you. Unless your evaluations in the minor leagues in the minor leagues are impeccable. You can't keep doing this.
Well,
because
no,
eventually it's going to get you.
You can keep on bringing guys in. Oh, by the way, they're again another favorite in the AL this year, despite all the losses.
Who did he bring in this year?
Who did he bring in? Oh, Josh Hader.
You got a reliever. That's cool.
Well, he strengthened the strength, and but why did he? What did he have to bring in? He's got rotation that's going to be really, really, really good if they actually live up to.
For one thing,
he's got a lineup that's one of the best in baseball.
The 7 ALCSs you could cruise because you had player control most of the time. Since it's no longer player control on guys, the best players leave. That's just the truth.
Well, the best
unless they'll take a lesser deal, unless they play
but
Latin American players who take lesser deals early.
Okay, all right, let's look at it. Garrett Cole, okay, he didn't sign Garrett Cole. That's probably, and he brought back Verlander. It's probably, Garrett Cole is the only guy that you could argue he made a mistake. Or it was, did you want Carlos instead of Jeremy Pena?
No, I agree with you.
Okay, George Springer?
No, I agree. Those moves probably needed to happen. But we're coming up on moves.
Charlie Morton probably could have stayed and would have contributed for another 3 years.
The question is, can you continue to sustain this? Yes, he can get through it. Now you have less margin for error. But the question is going to be on Jim Crane, and it always has. Nothing has changed. This is the same. This Altuve signing doesn't do anything for this. It's what do you do when Bregman's gone? And
here's what he said.
Tucker's
what he said about every one of these guys is a different situation. We'll certainly visit with Bregman when the time comes. We've got Tucker for 2 more years, so we're just going to let him play and see how he does. And if he continues to struggle in the postseason these next 2 years, then you go, maybe he's not an Astro because he's not clutch like that.
That's dumb. You don't get to. That's like saying Bagwell and Biggio. You should have dealt him.
Well, no,
you should have let him walk.
Not dealt him.
Let him walk.
Well, listen. When you signed Bagwell to his big deal, it was actually just a huge waste of money.
But why not let them walk if they didn't perform in the postseason?
And by the way that he's going about this Jose Altuve thing, the last couple of years are $10 million a year. You know how smart this deal? He's front-loaded it. He gave him $50 million up front, $35 million when he's a really viable player. And when he's at the end of his career, he's just going to make $10 million a year.
I love the deal the way it is. And even if you're over, well, because it doesn't, it's better for the player to pay this money up front and then to back end it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like it.
Now, a lot of guys, though, and we've seen it in sports before, that when they're making $30 million, $35 million a year, and they go down to $10 million, they're like, well, this is no good. This contract. No. And Jose Altuve ain't going to be like that.
No, because he's taken below market value his entire career.
He absolutely
it's one of the reasons that helped you.
But that's because he's Jose Altuve, and he wants to be a lifer. And, by the way, pigs get slaughtered. Hogs get fed. Pigs get fed.
Hogs get
slaughtered.
Yeah, hogs get fed, pigs get slaughtered.
And Jose Altuve is like, you know what? This is when's enough? And he's got enough. He's got plenty. He's a kid that had one baseball, and he had to go find it.
Yeah, Carlos,
and
I saw
he's got
your
another
little.
$125 million.
What are you doing, Carlos? You've got enough too.
What, Gucci?
Yeah.
Carlos?
Yeah.
Louis Vuitton?
Oh, look at this. I've got, I'm playing baseball with a milk carton on my hand, and all of a sudden, you've got to get all this money.
Now, all of a sudden, you're paying. You're at TJ Maxx and looking for Louis Vuitton?
I'm already looking at CJ Stroud like, hey, CJ, this is already pretty good money right now.
Yeah.
When your contract's up, how about we lock in at $20 million?
No, you're right.
You can't live on $20 million.
Stop it already.
Altuve, I won't even say he's underpaid. I won't even say he took below market value. I'll say market value is a joke. All these guys should be making about $20 million.
Do you want to win or
max.
not? Do you want to win it? If you want to really win at the highest level, Astros owner Jim Crane on Jose Altuve. Altuve was here when I got here in 2011. We're the only two guys that have been here that long. Not only has he performed well, but to have him hopefully retire here is a big deal for the franchise, for him and the fans, more importantly. And it's absolutely.
All this is true. But does anything he said change? Because he told you the window will never be closed, so now you think he's getting a deal done with either Bregg or Tucker? Do you feel better about that?
I don't know that Bregman would be a great deal, if you want to know the truth.
Do you feel better?
I feel like maybe they know what they're doing. And you know what? They've let the right people go. And maybe Bregman letting Bregman go might be the right call.
Maybe, but he's still great defensively.
He is.
Great.
He plays 160 games.
And he plays all the time. He's great defensively. You know, if you could get him for 5 at 25, I would sign him in a heartbeat to that.
The only $300 million second baseman in Major League history has been taking below market deals his whole career. Well, no, this last deal was not a below market, but this next one is. I mean, Jose Altuve is making $35 million a year.
Hold on, it was below market. Look at the guaranteed money on his contract.
Yeah, no,
look
his
at
last
the length of contract
was big.
Market value would have been an 8-year deal.
Well,
he
actually does have an 8-year deal, if you want to know the truth.
No, he never had new money 8-year, a new contract. He never got an 8-year deal.
No, he's never got.
Contract.
No, he's gotten the only 5-year.
He's had to do it piece by piece by piece.
Well, right.
The fair market value is dictated by amount of guaranteed money at the signing of your single contract.
You know he's been making $35 million a year
I'm not talking about AAV. I'm talking about length of guaranteed money.
Oh, what?
That's the fair market value has been way higher.
And again, to me, that's silly because he signed a 5-year deal and now he signed another 5-year deal. That's 10 years, regardless of the fact whether he did it at once. But if he's done 10 years guaranteed.
But the difference is if something happened, there's no recourse for him. If he tore up his back or wasn't as good, these other players get their money no matter what. Tatis is paid forever.
Yeah, well,
you can't do
right.
And
except
that's guaranteed
Tatis
money.
Is actually average. His average annual value is less than Jose Altuve's.
I don't care the AAV because at the end of the day, his bank account's going to be higher than
no, it's not.
Altuve's.
No, it's not. Altuve's made way more money than him.
You said $300 million.
Yeah. He's making 14 years at $23 million. That's what Tatis's is. That's a bad deal.
It's not a bad deal when all that's guaranteed. Look how bad he's played. They still have to pay him. Well, he hasn't played. He got better last year, but look at his injuries. Look how bad he is. He gets paid. This guy could do nothing. This guy could hit 180 the rest of his career, and he's getting paid.
Jose Altuve, his career money. Jose Altuve's career contract is.
It was low for about the first half of his.
No, with
career.
2 years left on his, they signed his first extension. 2 years left of arbitration left. So they gave him money, big money, up before he needed them.
Well, you should
because you paid him. That's right. You paid that man his money.
But I don't think Jim's ever done a market value contract before. Market value means you pay length and amount together. I don't think that's been the case. I love what he's doing. Look, I don't disagree. I think Jim Crane has handled this really well. That's the ironic thing. I think he's handled it really well. But making a comment trying to get excited about the window will never be closed. It closes eventually on everybody. We've watched sports way too long, John, to sit and let an owner who doesn't have a history of paying market value deals to free agents when they come up to act like that never closes. You have to be great. Like, you can't miss with your draft picks. You can't miss with your trades. You can't afford to when guys are going away. It's easier to win with the guys that Jeff Leno put in the building when they're on, they're under club control. It's easier to do it.
Yeah, this deal puts him at 289 plus everything that he made 4 years, 12.5, 1 year 50. I mean, he's well over $300 million. Well over $300 million. So I don't know that it's not market. I don't know that Jim. To me, today is a celebration of Jose Altuve and Jim Crane doing what's right.
It's
doing what's right.
And I think Jim Jim's going to sign people when he can. I just don't think he wants to get into the 8-year contract business. Jose Altuve is a very special. Number one, I don't feel like 5 years. Maybe 1 year will be a bad deal. I just don't envision Jose falling off a cliff. I just don't. I think 3 years is still very safe for him, and 4 is probably pretty safe. 5, okay, we'll see. How old is Jose right now? He's 33 right. Wait, no. Is he? Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
He's 33 right now.
33. And 6 more years you got of him. 39.
Like
He'll be 39.
Oh, yeah, because it's 5 years on top of the other.
Lance, do you know any people beyond the person sitting to your right who celebrates owners?
That's it.
I'm asking. I'm asking Lance.
Maybe Paul Miller.
Paul
got
Miller?
good seats.
I appreciate greatness.
That's fine. But
appreciate
when you're
greatness.
having sports,
Jim Crane has brought us the most enjoyment by any owner in the history of this
he
city.
celebrates most owners, not all.
But when that's true. When you are having sports conversations about your teams and the players, do you have how great that owner is? Does that come up?
Not usually.
I didn't think so.
Yeah. You know what? I can appreciate greatness.
It's not a part of
at the ownership, the
it's
player
rare.
level, the general manager level.
I'm just
whatever the level is.
Just
Del,
pointing
at
out
the
how
producer level.
I'm just pointing out how unique.
Producer level.
At the producer
Who's
level.
the greatest producer you've ever
What
seen?
owners?
Wow.
Arte?
Probably Andrew Carlson. He produced my Roughneck stuff. He was unbelievable.
I'm just pointing out how unique the
Is
man
he gone
is.
now?
No, he's still here.
No, he's not
Still here?
He does
He's
Connor
still
and Beer.
Not yet. He's going.
Where's he going?
He's got
Is it?
plans, I'm sure. We all should. Can't just sit here. But I'm just pointing out that it's unique to have a man who was on a day where the greatest living Astro or greatest Astro of all time, period, is locked in for the rest of his career. Half the segment was about how great Jim Crane is. That's a unique perspective. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah. Well, here's the deal on that, Del. It was a combination of both. A celebration of Jose Altuve and his career, and Jim Crane keeping that man here, opening up his wallet and saying, "I know greatness."
Now
I'm
he's
gonna keep it
made
here."
up to this point. He's made 147 million over this entire career. That does not include this year's 29 million.
You know why Jim Crane has a lot of money? Because he knows about business. And you know what business we should be going
In the
through?
commercial business?
Yes. The
What would
business
you like to talk
the
about?
business of going to breaks.
What would you like to talk about, Del?
John Daspit. That's
Good.
what we'd like to talk about.
Speaking of business, if you watched any of the basketball game last night, you saw Daspit's logo on the court, and you're like, how the hell is John Daspit sponsoring something in Indiana on their court, on the Pacers court? Well, that's the magic of television. That's the magic of imposing graphics. It's incredible what they're able to do now. Now you don't even know if something's on a court, on a field, or if it's real, if it's painted on, or if it's a graphic imposed. But Daspit is aggressive now. He's aggressive with his advertising during your sporting events. He wants sports fans to see him. He understands a lot of you guys are out there working hard. A lot of blue-collar workers who are out working potentially offshore at more dangerous jobs, working for trucking companies. But if you're ever injured, and you're injured on the job, or you're injured offshore, you're injured on the water, you're injured on just the roadways, maybe you're just driving and an 18-wheeler hits you, he's going to be a guy you want on his side, because the other guys who have the crazy commercials, a lot of them just want to sign up as many people as possible, get deals done quickly, agreements, take their commission, and move on to the next one. John Daspit wants to exhaust what he can for you with his lawyers, the biggest law firm in the city of Houston for personal injury, because he believes that you're worth that. You're worth making sure that all of your medical bills are covered, all of your physical therapy, all of your surgery, and any of your time missed from work because of your injury. He believes you are completely worth that. And John Daspit's also going to fight for you for your pain and suffering. What is your pain and suffering worth? Not much to the insurance company. I can promise you that, but it's worth a lot to John Daspit and the lawyers who work for him. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
The recipe is simple. Take 1 part John because you know what you're going to get. And add like 50 parts Lance because you never know what you're going to get. Spike the spice with some Del Olaleya, and damn, it tastes like the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Why are you playing Celebration?
Because I want people to call in and tell us about their memories of Jim Crane.
No, it's
let's
not
get
memories of Jim.
So let's celebrate Jim Crane.
Jim Crane is still with us, so is Jose
It's a
Altuve. It's a celebration of Jose
Well,
Altuve
it's
today.
not. I didn't say he was
it's a
dead. I
celebration
just said let's
of
celebrate
Jose
Jim
Altuve
Crane.
and Jim Crane.
Okay, tell us. Okay, see if you guys agree with me or with Lance that he's a bum owner.
Here you go.
Okay, he hates
Who said
America.
that?
Well,
That's all, okay,
What?
He might.
He
Yeah.
hates America
Yeah,
as a
because
bum owner.
that's all he keeps is Latin players.
Well, that's what Twitter said. I brought it up. I saw that, and I'm like, this is the dumbest.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. All the Americans. And I realized a lot of Latin players will take the money early.
Well, a lot of Latin players are better.
A lot of ask me what I'd rather have. I'd rather have a lot of merengue in the locker room
Yes.
than a bunch of
Please.
Zach Bryan.
Please.
Although I like Zach Bryan.
I just watched a video of Brett Myers punking
God.
Kyle Kendrick that he thought he was traded to Japan. And
Wait, what?
Yeah, back in Philadelphia, back in the day, they punked him, and they had Charlie Manuel
hover above, rain hell
below.
This is a setup.
No, and that's all I could think of was you singing.
Hover above, rain hell
down
below.
Let's get Manny in here. He wants to celebrate.
Nice and slow. Brett Myers gonna throw that gas down around your knees, put you on your ass. Ah! I don't know how
I don't know how you
One
can
of the
play
great
that without
songs.
playing all the stuff.
One of the great
Songs of
songs.
the
I
South.
don't know how I came up with that little banger
Right.
that quick.
It was a banger.
That was a banger. To this day, it's a banger.
Put
Killing
you on
them
your
hogs.
ass.
Killing them hogs real nice and slow. All right,
Let's get Manny in here. Manny, what about I know you're a Bregman guy, but what about Altuve?
No, man. Listen, we haven't had a guy in Houston on any of the teams really have the ability to empty his gas tank in his career in Houston. Like Lance said earlier, even Dream went to Toronto, but, he was completely out of gas when he got to Toronto. So realistically, Dream was the last guy that we got to witness greatness for the entirety of his career.
Well, Bagwell and
For
Biggio.
them-
What are you talking about? Bagwell and Biggio.
Nah, Bagwell was injured late in his career. I mean, he got robbed with the shoulder, obviously.
We
And
did
then-
lose kind
What
of.
about Biggio?
Well, Bagwell's greatest season of his career was '94, and it never even
No, but
approached
Biggio,
that. Biggio would be the guy.
Biggio's the guy.
Yeah, Biggio, we could throw Biggio in the conversation where we were lucky enough to see him get to 3,000 and things like that, but he never really accomplished anything when it mattered most the way that Jose Altuve has accomplished things the way they mattered most. And that's what separates those two guys,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah,
anyway.
no.
But
Obviously, he didn't win a title. I mean, yeah. Obviously, that's
You
true.
know,
But
and I mean-
we watch Biggio empty.
I
the
mean, I
tank
think
here.
most sports fans would say, I know where you're coming from, but I think most sports fans would say, Manny's talking about guys who end up with championships.
Well, there's only two.
One,
I mean,
I'm sorry, Cynthia Cooper would like to have a word with you.
Yeah. Well, she didn't end her career here either.
Cheryl Swoops would like to have a word
Yeah.
with you.
Cheryl Swoops says a lot of words for people these days.
I know.
She's reckless with her
You know,
words.
and I'm just saying, like, Jose Altuve has been a guy that, as awesome as his regular seasons have been, he's even more fun to watch in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, he's must-watch TV come October. Everyone tunes in to see what's Jose Altuve going to do tonight. What's he going to do today in the playoffs? And it's just, man, we're lucky. And I think, as far as Jim Crane and the owner talk goes, I mean, has there been one as good as he has been since Leslie Alexander? I mean, we can talk about that too. Leslie Alexander brought us 2 NBA championships back in the mid-'90s, and we just haven't had an owner figure out how to bring in another championship since then. So, I mean, yeah, I think Jim Crane deserves his flowers and
Oh, he does.
and some of the love that,
Jim Crane is the best owner that I've seen in Houston. I think Les Alexander was excellent because, Les, I think he's excellent because he was willing to go that extra mile for anything. Jim Crane is the best owner probably because he had an understanding of how goofy. He was the first one that brought a blend of fiscal responsibility and a know-how and and a belief in an analytics-driven season. Like, he hired the right people.
So the difference is this. Les Alexander walked into the championships. Those teams were put together by Ray Patterson and Steve Patterson, and he let them go, and they walked into it. And when Les had to take over, Les had to take over, it became Barkley and Pippen and Matt Maloney, and they just couldn't get it done. He walked into championships. He walked into a team that was a championship team. Jim Crane orchestrated this entire run.
Well, Jim Crane did not orchestrate.
Jeff Looney, he hired the right people that did it.
And that's what I give him credit for. I don't want to give him credit for making the picks. That's Jeff Luhnow. But Jim Crane is the greatest owner. I mean, so I want you to understand, there are two different arguments I'm making. Will Jim Crane continue, like, his sustained excellence will make him the greatest owner that the city's ever seen. I mean, it's going to. A 7-year run is incredible. It's incredible. But to just buy Jim Crane's comment on face value that the window will never close, well, I believe Jim Crane will try to do what it takes, but I think some of what it takes is going to be making a tough decision on a player at some point, like sitting down and saying, I got to do this Kyle Tucker deal. And I don't care how he did in this year's postseason. I really don't. You don't get to the postseason without Kyle Tucker.
No.
You have no chance of getting to the postseason.
That's true.
Of either of the last 2 years.
But we ain't going back.
And I saw it with Bagwell Biggio. We already know.
We need clutch here.
Oh,
and if you ain't
but
clutch here, then you got to go.
No, you need big performances.
Then you got to go.
This guy was one of the best in Major League Baseball. You got to have that to 162.
Well, you got to.
And he's a great defensive player, too.
No, but you hold that against Bagwell and Biggio.
But this guy's already had good performances in postseasons before.
He's Kyle Biggio right now, okay?
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Then why didn't you let Bagwell Biggio walk?
What? No.
Why didn't you say they should walk?
I didn't, but because you had to hit the three. Because Uncle Drayton needed that.
And this is
crowds
crazy.
for 3,000 hits.
This is what's crazy to me. Altuve, Altuve's only 33. To say he can play 6 years, but you look at the math.
Uncle Drayton needed that.
Altuve's going to have a scrap.
Income.
Altuve's going to have a scrap to get to 3,000. It's not a given he gets to 3,000.
He's got 2,000 now.
I know.
He's got 6 years.
And this guy had like 4 or 5 straight years where he was. Oh, no, 3 straight years, I think, where he had 200 hits.
I predicted, and I'm still holding it. He's going to beat Pete Rose's. He's going to pass Pete Rose.
I don't think
that's
so.
Right.
The injuries that have started to creep up on him, that's why he may not get to 3,000. I think he ends up at about 2,800.
No, that's you doubting Jose Altuve and Jim Crane today is just.
That's not doubting him. I think he'll be great. I just
think
that he's been hurt. Jim Crane, like I said, will go down as the greatest owner in Astros history. The greatest that I've ever. Well, no, the greatest owner in sports history, the greatest that I've been a part of, easily my entire life. I just want him to stop Bagwell-lytics with relievers and start paying that same attention to position players.
Okay.
Frankly, his anti-American sentiment bothers me quite a bit.
Yeah.
I need an investigation.
Did he think Josh Hader was from Haiti? What is this like?
Yeah. Is Josh Hader? Where's he from?
Where's Montero from?
Well, John, the whole thing.
You see his hair? He ain't Latin American.
You can't go all in or people know it's obvious.
Yeah, Twitter's already figured this whole thing out.
Okay. All right.
To be fair.
Okay, Twitter.
To be fair, it wasn't Twitter. It was 2 guys.
Okay.
That I laughed at. I'm like, what? Jim Crane doesn't let American guy. Usually it's this guy's racist. I wasn't ready for this conversation
that Jim Crane's
he's racist
un-American?
against America. Yeah, I wasn't ready for Jim Crane is un-American.
Jim Crane rolls.
I wasn't ready for that sentiment. I was like, well, this is
Is Maestro Dobel American?
No, but they're becoming American.
Latin?
They've got dual citizenship now.
Maybe Jim Crane enjoys that because,
but when he goes down, does he have a place in Cabo or in Mexico somewhere?
Sure.
If the answer is yes, and I'm guessing he does.
Sure he does.
I'm guessing he does. I'll bet he's seen Maestro Dobel. I saw plenty of Maestro Dobel, the Cristalino at the Nugget when we were there. So I'm guessing it's going to be at the Nugget in Vegas too. It's definitely in Lake Charles, maybe in all of Tillman's restaurants. I don't know, but I do know this: Maestro Dobel is one of the best tequilas you're going to have. And I know the other brands. I've had other tequilas that are good tequilas, and that's fine. But Maestro Dobel, what makes them different is, number one, their price point for a premium tequila is going to be better than a lot of them that you find. And then it's the consistency of a variety of tequilas, the añejo. I just had 5-Star reach out over a glass of añejo, you and I will talk about. That's what I'm talking about. Añejo is my jam, and so is Cristalino. And what's yours? Maybe it's Reposado, or maybe you just are a margarita or a spicy margarita person. Doesn't matter. They've got you covered at Maestro Dobel. Wherever fine liquors are sold, you're going to find 11 generations of tequila makers who have put together the very best tequila you're going to experience. It's Maestro Dobel.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your daily distraction from the horrific reality of your very existence. Man, I didn't know it was that bad. But hey, it's John and Lance.
We are not going to have Randy Moss today. We were going to have Randy Moss. And as you remember, at the Golden Nugget.
You said you didn't think Randy Moss would show up.
I didn't think he'd show up. So I'm like,
I guarantee you,
he
if we
showed
wanted
up.
Randy Moss on, Randy Moss would be here.
A certain Randy Moss.
A Randy Moss would, yes.
Well, yes. Well,
My whole thing was, wait, Randy Moss, a disgusting act, a former football player. There's no way he's going to be on. That would put him on our show at 7-something in the morning. He's not doing that. And then Dell's like, no, this guy lined it up. And I realized, okay, I guess we'll see. And
do you have the email, Dell, of what they sent you?
No, I delete everything.
You deleted it
at a time.
So what was it? Randy Moss wanted to come in and what did he want to talk about?
He wanted to talk about the Super Bowl and then promote something. I don't remember. I just saw the top.
I know what he wanted
I saw
to
the headline.
promote.
I know
Horse
now,
racing.
but the headline I saw Randy Moss, and I said, okay, let me see what this guy wants to talk about. And he said, yeah, it'll come on, and then, fortunately for me, I didn't experience what Boomer Esiason experienced on live radio. I was fortunate enough to see that
Do you want to
video.
play it?
It's kind of long. I mean,
Yeah, but the beginning of it,
pretty good.
They break it down pretty
well,
quickly.
It's pretty good because
you know how a proper radio show would work. You go, hey, we're going to get to that Randy Moss thing, so I'd have the sound ready, as opposed to, hey, you want to play
right,
it?
no,
right.
proper
Well,
show with RJ would be you'd already have it ready and it would have already played.
Wow.
You know,
It would have already played.
I do find it interesting that
Wow.
you lean into the RJ thing as if I'm the person who would care about that.
Yeah.
I'm the wrong person. RJ would
Why
care
does it look like your head's getting ready to explode?
because RJ would care if you were doing that to him about me,
Yes, that's true.
but I wouldn't care. I don't care.
Yeah, that is true. Let's get some people in here first. La raza que pasó, mijo.
Deportes, gentlemen.
No, that's the
No,
wrong
we don't
show.
say that.
We don't
It's
do
the wrong
deportes.
language now.
But all of it's wrong.
Yeah. Not for Jim
Well,
Crane.
that's the reason why I'm calling, because of the language barrier you guys are talking about. Jim Crane is a smart. He's like that guy that wants to renovate his house, but then you look at the person on the right and the left. Right, the right guy has the permits. It's going to take about 3 months to 6 months to renovate everything, and the guy to the left, with a little bit of a brown tone, will tell you he'll do it for a case of beers and $20. You know, unas micheladas or some cerveza. Yeah, you know, we get everything done. Jim Crane knows what he's doing, man. He's that guy that wants the cheaper price. You know what I'm saying? So he wants that's what Jim Crane is all about, baby.
So
You
the
know?
Astros
Wait,
have not,
Altuve has take. Jordan took under.
they've not. That's how how do you think Carlos Beltran? How do you think the trash cans
No.
got started?
Now,
Órale, what is this?
Wait a minute.
Hey,
Montero.
Mira, aquí le puedo poner on a window, on a door, couple, you know, a little here, there. 2 days max, okay? No permit, no nada. No, cerveza. Es todo, amigo, okay?
you know what? And there's not a thing. I had a guy one time. He was on a job to do. I had a company doing the foundation, and this guy, he came up to me like at the end of the day one time and brought me his own homemade business card. We had written his name and numbers and everything, and he's like, and he said, "I do it for you. You know, you drywall. I do painting. Do I?" I said, "Can you do concrete?" "Oh yeah. I do concrete. Yeah. You can do driveways?" "Oh yeah. Can you do sprinkler systems?" I was all excited. Like, he goes, "Oh yeah, sprinkler system. Yeah."
Sounds like Odd Jobs Incorporated.
Everything I asked he could do, and that's when I realized, oh my God, probably none of this.
None of it.
He'll say yes.
That's what I used to
He's
do,
not
only
gonna
in
say
English.
no. Yeah, only in English. Everything. Do you do tile work? "Oh yeah, tile work. Yeah,
Yeah, tile.
yeah, I
I
do
do.
tile. I did like everything. Everything I was
I did
asking.
concrete work, chimney work.
Chimney, and I was talking to
Odd
Solis.
Jobs
I
Incorporated.
was talking to Chris Solis about who does, you know, he's got his own remodeling company, and he's had his guys with him forever. He goes, I promise you, the guy telling you he can do driveways for you cannot do driveways. He goes, he will try, and you will not like it. You build a fence? "Oh, I build a fence. Yeah. So I had a guy who, and I don't think he was going to pull permits either. I have a funny feeling permits would not have been pulled for any electrical work he did. Now, I still kept the card around
Uh-huh. You still got
because
it?
I know.
Yeah.
I know, because no matter who I call, somebody's going to have that guy doing work, and it's going to get done and get done the right way. The permit guys, yeah, take Kyle. Maybe Kyle Tucker wants to pull a bunch of permits.
And you know what? It's pretty expensive.
And guess what? It's gonna be a lot more expensive that way. And then your property taxes go up because he pulled the permit.
Mm.
No, that's the secret. A lot of people don't want to pull permits because the HCAD, they don't see it. The property value, they don't see that you put a patio in.
Reagan, he's got a horse. Have Randy Moss on talking horse race. No one cares except
Why
you.
don't we just hook those guys up?
Yes,
Reagan,
here, I'll
Swinbank,
just give
and-
you his number. You could
Yeah.
call him personally. Let's get Gilbert in here and let's talk about the Astros. And how about, hey, Gilbert, how about Jose
Yeah, get his thoughts
Altuve?
on this. Jose Altuve signed a 5-year deal, Gilbert. What are your thoughts on that?
Hello?
Hello? Gilbert, are you there?
Yeah, man. How are you today?
Good. Did you see Jose Altuve is going to be here for another 6 years?
Yeah, I'm gonna be living there when he retires.
Whoa, Gilbert, you going to be living? What? Boy,
Wait,
this is a dark call already.
Hold on. What did you say? Maybe he said he won't be living there.
No, he won't be living. He won't be living.
Hold on. Say it again, Gilbert.
By the time I could be retired, I'll be dead probably by then anyway.
Gilbert, don't talk like that.
Dark in here.
Don't talk like
Just got
that.
dark in here.
I'm gonna.
I'm
be dead
serious.
before
about
You're
you.
this
definitely
anyway.
2027.
27 is my death
That's it.
date. Yep, Gilbert predicted it 7 years ago.
10, wasn't it?
7.
2017.
It's a
So,
10-year
yeah,
run.
so-
He gives you 10 years for
I'm
it.
That's
pretty
what
That's
sure
what
he either wins the Super Bowl anyway,
Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
KC.
KC? All right. What's the score?
Yeah. Yeah, anyway,
What's the score going to be, Gilbert?
34 to 4. 34 to 20.
34
Wow.
to 20. Big
Kansas
win.
City's going to blow him out.
Wow, big win.
How's Gilbert's predictions been lately?
Good. He's been
I
great.
don't know.
He's been great, not good.
Didn't you
Great.
say the Ravens are going to beat the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
Hey, Larry, I got something to ask you.
Yeah.
Why
Lance.
know what it's about.
Yeah, the cap, the Texans cap.
Yeah,
No, I never got one. But John has still has a
a
he
program.
still has a program for you.
All right, then. Well,
All right. What about
Yeah.
that cap, though, Lance?
pretty upset about this
Lance, what
anyway.
about that? Del,
never-
did you hear about that cap?
No,
What's going on
remember
with
I
that?
never got
Del,
the cap.
Del, what's going on with that cap? Have you heard?
I never got the cap.
Yeah. Breaking news. I've heard that Lance has procured the hat.
No,
What?
Breaking news.
It was supposed to be a surprise,
Ah.
but you put me on the spot, so I have to let the news be broken. Gilbert, the next time you see Lance, he'll have a division title hat for you, and that program that John still has.
Yeah, the next time you see me though.
Mhm.
Yeah,
so
the next time.
I
Yeah.
can't go to your house. So it's the next time you see me.
Right. He'll come out. He'll come here.
He doesn't seem in great condition right now. I don't know if he is. He just said he's gonna die.
Well, he did say that.
Gilbert, I don't believe you. Like
Gilbert,
that.
why do you think you're going to die before then?
I don't want to live that long. I don't even want to live that long anyway,
He's
You don't-
tired of living.
He's
No, that's not what he
That's
said.
what he just said.
That's what he just said. I don't want to live that long. Okay. Yikes.
All right,
This is-
then. Well, talk to you later,
all right,
then,
Gilbert.
gentlemen.
Boy, Gilbert's
Is
having
Gilbert depressed?
a dark time.
It doesn't sound like
Sounds
it.
like the 80s again for
Sounds
Gilbert.
like he's suppressed.
Yeah, does sound like that. That's a shame.
Man, I'm gonna have to like order a hat and have it.
You better give him
delivered
his
there.
hat.
You are.
And just have it delivered there, just because I want him to
Yeah, because
Not be-
he's dying.
not be bad,
apparently.
not be upset about it. But at the
I mean,
same
this
time,
is something that's
I just
consuming
know-
the last years of his
no,
life.
but at the same time, I already know it's just like a baby shower. Like there should be a whole Amazon list. You know what? If Gilbert would put together an Amazon list of stuff he wants, and our listeners had a chance to just get it to him
He'd
and send
just
it to
want
him,
more after that.
I know he would. But they'd feel good about themselves for a while
for a
until they
while.
found out that he did.
Well, I felt good about, when we raised all that money for him and brought it to his house. And then he was just like,
Why
you
would-
thght that was a finish line.
Why?
wasn't
I
even,
thought that was a finish
Why did you
line.
think
This
you
is
were
an
done?
ultra marathon.
Why did
John.
you think you were done?
we hadn't even handed the first baton off on that one.
I know.
Okay.
This is an ultra marathon that lasts like 3 days.
You just popped the tap.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. Hey, 713-780-3776. Give us the date that you think you'll die.
no.
713.
Talk about Jose Altuve and Jim Crane. It's a
Celebration of Jim Crane
of
and Jose
owner
Altuve.
and second baseman, right?
Right. I'd like to also celebrate some defense. Okay. The
Well,
Cougs defense
okay.
and the Rockets defense.
Oh,
Oh well, we
the Rockets
what
defense.
defense?
Right? Let's do that. 2. But, Jay, we'll get you in on the other side. Anybody else wants to talk about Jose Altuve or whatever, you're more than welcome to do that. We got some CJ sound as well we got to get to. Right now, though, I'm talking about Home Bank, community bank since 1908. 1908, Home Bank started. Business and personal banking solutions for any need. You do not stick around for 115 years unless you're really, really good. And Home Bank is really, really good. They got locations here in the Houston area, River Oaks, Sugar Land, Gulf Freeway, Baybrook, Friendswood. Now, you've got, so what's going on with your money right now? Is your money making money for you? Because your money can make money right now. How about if you can tie your money up for 7 months, just $2,500, you can get 5.15% back on a 7-month CD. You want a little bit longer? How about 14-month CD? You get 4.75% back. These rates are impressive. These are something that you need to think about. Put more than $2,500 if you have it in, and let that money grow for you as opposed to just sitting in your account. Don't miss this great opportunity. Home Bank, home24bank.com. Home24bank.com for more information, or stop by one of those locations. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Your morning continues on its steep trail towards greatness. And these are your Sherpas, keeping you on the straight and narrow. John and Lance, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, for those of you conspiracy theorists about Jim Crane and being un-American, Danny made a pretty good point. Jim Crane signed Lance McCullers Jr. as reparations. That is true. He had to give America some money. Of all the guys he picked to pay, Lance McCullers, all the guys that he let walk, and he gave 75 or 85 million to Lance McCullers. Holy crap! No wonder he doesn't pay any Americans.
It's yeah.
The sleeping bag. He's like, no, Americans are too lazy. Americans don't want to work.
Yeah, it's been it was funny to see that online. Jim's paying non-American. Lance McCullers is American.
Yeah. So just looking over Kyle Tucker just for a second. Wow, his numbers are and we listen, we give it to other players when they don't perform up to what they perform in the regular season when it comes crunch time. And Kyle Tucker's living up to that right now. He's got a career 237, 704 OPS in the postseason, 852 OPS in the regular season. 340, 272, 345, 507 slugging. He's not even close to what he is in the postseason. He's not even close to what he is in the regular season.
That is to me one of the damning things. Like that's the argument against Lamar Jackson is when you look at his
we talk about that
regular season versus postseason. Now Kyle Tucker has No, he has one championship.
One championship.
He has one championship. Multiple appearances in World Series. And part of 7 ALC champion. I guess part of 5.
During that run,
but
2021 he was really good.
He'll have some series that he plays well.
2022 when they won it, he was 779 OPS in the ALDS, 466
World
against
Series.
the Yankees.
Oh, really? And what about World Series?
And 804 in the World Series.
I'll take 804.
190 batting average in the World Series.
That's the thing, though. I remember, so Lamar gets hammered because if you do one thing in the regular season,
he had 2 homers in that World Series.
but you falter in the postseason, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's the Bagwell Biggio scenario, right? Great regular season players, but the numbers in the postseason are what fans remember. And so Lamar's trying to get over that hump. Kyle Tucker has the shield of
we won one
World Series and you won one. You had home runs in it. He has the shield of that. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's been an issue. Jeff Van Gundy's the one that brought to our attention. Tracy McGrady got killed because he couldn't get through into the second round. But if you look at his performances, he was even better in the postseason than he was in the regular season.
I'm not saying that Kyle Tucker is James Harden. But, James Harden has some numbers, too, in the postseason. It's just when it came to crunch time, in the biggest moments, elimination, James is real. Kyle Tucker is not that. But Kyle Tucker is not the same guy in the postseason that he is in the regular season.
No.
He's just not.
No, he's not. But I also think that in 162 games, what you do in the postseason, what you do in the regular season is extraordinarily important to get there. The Astros got there by the skin of their teeth, and they needed help. And Kyle Tucker is a big part of being able to get into World Series.
Look, John ain't tricking me. I know what he's doing. When the inevitable happens and Kyle Tucker's playing someplace else, he just laying the groundwork. See?
Did you get bullet points on this?
I did not get bullet points.
John,
all
you
I'm
ain't
saying,
fooling me.
I don't believe Kyle Tucker's going to be an Astro
in
2 years. He's not going to be an Astro.
Would it help keep the window open if he was?
See, American players too, just like the real world, they want more money, and you know what? They're not going to do the same amount of work that the Latin players are going to do.
Do they?
Okay.
Oh, I don't like where this is going. I mean, when Art
they don't want to do those jobs
like
moving runners.
When La Raza calls in, hey, it's the caller doing it. That's cool. But when John dives in, it's not. No.
Listen.
Who's more likely to take? Who's more likely to have a plate appearance with plate discipline? Kyle Tucker
or
Jose Altuve?
Kyle Tucker is a lot more disciplined.
Permits. Pulling permits.
Let's get Jay in here. He wants to talk about Altuve. Hey, Jay.
Hey, guys. One of the more interesting takes I've heard on Altuve, I don't know if you saw Ron Darling yesterday, whose only job is to know baseball, said Jose has become more of a pull hitter. He's focused more on being a pull hitter since the team moved to Minute Maid.
Yeah.
Since the team moved to Minute Maid. Minute Maid was here 2000. Okay. He's played his whole career at Minute Maid.
That's been, that's not
it's
been
big
accurate.
when they played at
That's not what he was saying. No, during Enron time, everything was fine. It wasn't until Minute Maid, like 2 years in.
Played at Enron.
Yeah, he did.
2011.
Oh no, that's right. He never played at Enron.
Gone. He never.
Yeah, it was already way gone. Yeah. I remember when he used to. Be a opposite field hitter. Used to use all fields in the minors when I used to go watch minor league baseball. I said, man, this guy's never going to be good the way he's pulling.
I would
everything.
be interested to see what kind of
he used to spray at all fields. Now since he's been at Minute Maid, obviously.
See, the problem I have with Altuve, in his contract and potentially getting 3,000 hits, is his time at the Astrodome running on that turf really shortened his career. So, so I don't think the longevity is going to be there because you play so many years on that AstroTurf. So
that's where he really wore down the
sure,
knees.
the money is backloaded, but you got to worry about the money that's up front.
It's grass the whole time. It wasn't.
I thought,
it was never field.
But he moved to Minute Maid.
No. He's
No.
So he never played at the Astrodome.
No,
Since he moved?
he's been on grass the whole time.
Ron Darling?
How old does Ron Darling?
Whose only job is to know baseball.
How old does Ron Darling think Jose Altuve is?
Ron Darling didn't even play it in the Astrodome.
Well,
so yeah,
and he's been retired
He's
forever.
part of the '86 Mets that hurt my feelings. But
he
did you, like, if I ask you how old Altuve, did you know he was 33, or would you have? I thought he was. If you asked me, side, just hey, okay, Lance, hey, I got a question for you. How old is Jose Altuve? Quick, I'd say 35. Is what I would have said.
I don't. Never thought about it. I don't know. But 33 is. I don't know. I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
He started early.
Apparently
2011 is a long time ago.
Jose Altuve, every hitter who wants to hit home runs loves to pull the ball at Minute Maid. It doesn't make sense not to. Jose Altuve has tried to add pop, and it's a conscious decision. Can he hit the other way? Yeah, we've seen him actually hit the way. Should he on certain counts and certain opportunities? Yeah, Jose Altuve probably should alter his plate discipline at different times and be willing to go the other way. But he also knows, look, if I'm going to pull the ball, I got a chance to hit more home runs, and that's what's happened.
Maybe the last thing should happen, Ron Darling or any of us teaching Jose Altuve how to hit.
Well, if he'd listen, I could help him out, get to 3,000.
Right. Maybe Ron Darling thinks because Jose Altuve is a Latin player, he's lying about his age, and he's like 50. And he played at the Astrodome.
Since he moved to Minute Maid?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. Let's get Keith in here before the break. Hey, Keith. Let's let him. Are you cooking right now, Keith?
I'm cooking, guys.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
I do want to say Gilbert had the Heat in 5. It's a nasty pick. I'll never forget that one.
Yeah, he
Secondly, let me cook. You guys have not brought it up, but James Harden and the LA Clippers are the current #1 seed in the Western Conference. They are sizzling hot. 4 Hall of Famers, all healthy. Westbrook off the bench. They've got 3 quality centers. Terrence Mann playing well. Norman Powell's been great. Kawhi, PG, Harden, Russ, 4 Hall of Famers. The LA Clippers will win the 2024 NBA Finals. Let me cook.
Let him cook.
Can I ask you two a question? On a day where Altuve signs for life
and Crane,
and we celebrated Jim Crane too. Why would we bring up the Clippers at any point in the first hour?
Because Keith wanted to cook. He had that yesterday. He wanted to cook yesterday, and this has been on his mind.
But he said, "You guys haven't brought it up. Why would we bring it up?"
I got a text from my son just this morning. Is this a big topic now? Because all he said was, "Do you remember how tough you thought it was?" When tough is like cool.
Does he spell it Tuff?
No, he didn't, but he should have. You remember how tough you thought it was when that reporter said all that stuff about James Harden? Remember the guy in Dallas?
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes, well, the playoffs haven't started, so I don't know if he'll fold under pressure, but they have been by far the best team since December started with the best chemistry, and so far his take is down the drain. Only thing that speech is good for is an album introduction.
James already won the title? Wow. Your son already gave him the title.
The whole team has been great. #1 team in the league.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
already, James had the #1 team in the league when he was here too.
Yeah, this has happened a lot of times.
Oh my gosh. It's over. James Harden's won. He erased all the Elimination James stuff because
the Clippers have been on a really hot run in the regular season.
I'm pretty sure it's still the regular season. And I'm pretty sure that the big game is coming up, and I'm pretty sure that you need a dip for it. I'm pretty sure that Daisy dips. So Daisy cottage cheese, Daisy sour cream, Daisy, the Daisy brand. And you'll see the Daisy packaging, only you'll see it with French onion dip. You'll see it. And if you like French onion dip like I like French onion dip, it's awesome. If you like ranch, because everybody likes ranch. Everybody has to have ranch when you have wings or even pizza, or depends on the pizza. But even pizza or wings or vegetables. You can't. Do not put out a veggie tray without ranch because it's just then no one will ever touch it. And you put out Daisy Dip because Daisy Dip is totally sweet. It doesn't have all those preservatives and stuff the other ones do. If you're looking for the perfect dip for your party, Daisy Brands. Don't think we didn't jam out to this. Okay. Doing the hustle. All right. Back in the day, that was some totally sweet stuff going on at that time.
What's the sweetest thing that ever happened? You can't say it's totally sweet unless you tell us.
Just really, really good times. Really good times.
Like what? What would you consider good times? Did you meet any new girls?
On the dance floor.
Did you meet any new girls during that time?
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah.
I met a couple. Yeah. I met
You
a
met
couple.
some girls?
I met a couple girls once.
Were they nice?
They were nice. Yeah. Girls are nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate them.
Were they nice girls?
There was nice girls.
Good.
Yeah, it was
Did
back
they
in
do
the
good
day.
with their schoolwork?
I got the best of them now. Yeah.
That noise is Del slapping his head.
What?
You could hear
I got the
audibly
best.
hear the head, the palm slapped to the forehead.
Why are
you could hear that
why
out
are you
loud.
slapping your head?
Why? I got the best of them?
Yeah, I got the best one.
What do you... I thought, the best of the girls.
Oh, yeah, I got the best one
I
now.
thought you were talking about multiple women.
No,
I got the best of them.
Have you ever heard the French phrase?
I got the best one now.
Double entendre.
Yeah.
No.
That's why I slapped. I was like, John's like...
I got the best of them.
Yeah,
I didn't mean that. I meant I got the best
Felt
of
like
them.
you did.
No.
I heard it.
That's what
No,
it
I
sounded like.
I got them in their prime.
Yeah. Don't want to look at them now.
No.
That's why I won't get on Facebook. I don't want to see Laura Bingenheimer. Don't think that I forgot Laura Bingenheimer's name.
He doesn't want to look at his old work.
My first kiss, Laura Bingenheimer.
Laura Bingenheimer.
Back in the day.
That's right.
That's right. You remember Mel Murphy,
Yeah.
Laura Bingenheimer?
Uncle Baldo Savarino.
He's my cousin.
It felt like an uncle the way he talks.
He looks just like West Virginia basketball coach
Bob Huggins.
Bob Huggins. He looks just like Bob Huggins.
Baldo looks like Bob Huggins?
Yeah. Only a little thinner. A lot thinner, actually. But Bob Huggins and he are really, really close. Do you got the sound? The Brock Purdy and
I thought we were talking Rockets and Cougs this segment.
Oh, we were going to talk Rockets and Cougs this segment?
You said it
forgot.
before.
Why not?
I've already moved on from that.
We didn't even do anything
Well,
on
I
that.
thought about it in a break.
You don't want to hear about...
Oh.
We didn't see Kelvin Sampson go nuts?
So if you didn't see Kelvin Sampson last night, they're up by 20, 15 minutes left in the game. Second half, 5 minutes into the second half.
Lost his mind.
The Cougs are up 20. I mean, this was a perfect time. And actually wasn't so bad to give Kellen Sampson, his son, that huddle.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
He did.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, Kellen
With
was
some actual real time to go.
Yes. And you gave him a 20-point lead, right?
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, as opposed to Kansas is here and it's a 2-point game and you go nuts and you get kicked out. No, it's a 20-point game against the worst team in the Big 12, Oklahoma State,
right. And
you're going to win the basketball game and you just go ballistic. Now, it's going to cost him some money with the league. He walked the center, for whatever reason,
There was a switch.
Jamal Shed.
There was a switch, and he just had Jamal Shed on the center. And Jamal Shed, the only thing he could do, not that he could do anything, was front the center and hope ball pressure made a bad pass. But the centers, they're warding off the little man who's fronting.
Warded off. He almost pushed him down.
That's what the legal ways you ward him off. But what the center's doing, a full-on extension of the hand and pushes Shed's back and head down to get free, and he did it a couple times, and finally he got the ball, laid it up, no call, and Sampson walks. In college basketball, in the second half, your defensive end is away from your home bench, so Sampson walks all the way down to the opposite end of the floor where Oklahoma State is as the ball is going through, and starts yelling and pointing at officials, and of course,
in the middle of the floor.
Yeah,
all the way down on the other end.
Once you do that, you're out.
Yeah,
but he didn't care at that point.
Obviously, he didn't care. I think this was probably.
Well,
you think so?
Hey, shooter, take over.
Well, the announcer said the physicality in the Big 12 has been out of hand the last couple weeks, so they agreed with the take.
And he
maybe not the
he was
action.
making a point.
Yeah, he was
That's
making a point.
probably
and there was the benefit of letting Kellen take over.
You think he thought about it though?
I would imagine.
I think he was just furious.
I think he was probably looking for the right spot for Kellen to get the.
I never even thought about that even being possible, but it's not a bad idea.
Yeah. I mean, Kellen's the successor.
Shooter wasn't ready for it, but then he got ready.
He got ready. And now Kellen is not a drunk like Shooter.
Yeah.
Right? So we got to make
You're
sure.
not going to see Kellen stumble out on the court in the middle of a game at some point?
No, but Kelvin did that.
Well,
Kelvin's out in the middle of the floor.
I mean, they're
picket fence.
There
he
are
did
better
not say picket fence.
I mean, there are easier ways to get your son some game time beyond getting fined for the action. You can get thrown out of a game without getting fined. He walked onto the court.
I'm not worried about Kelvin's money, but he was making a point too.
Yeah, he was angry. I don't know how pre-planned it was. He was furious, and at least on that call, rightfully so. I mean,
though, he's got some self-control. How many times has he wanted to? But
he's the guy who throws his jacket.
Yeah,
rips off
but
his
he
jacket?
does have more self-control than walking through in the middle of the court.
Apparently not.
Well, last night he didn't. And I think a lot of it was there was some thinking behind it.
Yeah, I don't know what. Maybe something happened. Maybe it's a build-up. Maybe he had an issue with those refs from a previous game.
Maybe.
We never know. But
Maybe.
that missed call was egregious, and he had enough.
So that and they went on to win, and it was a good time had by all except Kelvin's pocketbook probably.
Well, he talked about it after the game because some reporter, hey, take me through your thoughts on that, and Kelvin was like, what? You're not gonna get me to pay $25K. He might have to pay something, but he said, I guess maybe not an extra $25K for insulting the officials in the post game.
What's your thoughts on?
I have no thoughts. So if I say something, answer your question, they fine me $25,000. What part of $25,000 are you willing to pay? So don't ask me silly questions, because it's a $25,000 fine if I tell the truth. So I can't. So don't ask me.
So that's pretty good.
He roasted Jeremy Branham right there.
That wasn't Branham.
That was
Probably
Jeremy
Branham.
No,
You don't know.
Branham's
Chat
got a host.
GPT
Doesn't
Branham?
Branham host a post game?
Yeah,
Was that
but
a
he
Chat
might have-
GPT version?
Doesn't he have to do something like that?
Might have been Jeremy.
It wasn't Jeremy.
It was probably Joel then.
Joel doesn't work for the Cougs.
No, but he probably went. He doesn't like to be away from
Killer
Jeremy
bees.
that long.
I think he's fine being away from Jeremy.
I don't know. They're pretty tight.
What
I don't
part
think-
of how much are you going to pay of that? Kicking a 20.
Uncle Drayton used to ask me that all the time.
I know he was so poor.
Yeah.
What
How
a
much money you
huckster.
got? Hey, Drayton, you going to sign a reliever? How much money you got? You got any money? Because I don't. I used
What
to
a
go.
huckster. Snake oil.
And then there was the Rockets, who they were the anti-Cougs
Man,
last night.
they were cruising in the third quarter, and then it started getting tighter. And then I went in and I was writing up a player. I
Cruising
came out
in
and
the
they're
third
losing by 11.
Cruising in the third quarter. They scored 75 points in the first half,
Yeah.
and they were up 7.
Well, when I say cruising,
And
in the
then
third,
they lost the third quarter by 14.
yeah, well, it went sideways on them.
Good.
They had a 7-8 point lead. I left the room. I came back. They were down 11. Or 9 or 11, one or the other. I tell Snacks, what's happening? He goes, what's happening? It's this entire possession. Watch it. And so he goes, miss a switch, miss his assignment. And I'm like, he didn't miss his assignment. Like, Sebastian's deciding that everything is, he's like, that. And then he gets this shot off and, but Sebastian was ready. He had 4 things on one play. It was that little fadeaway by Halliburton at the buzzer that, when I say at the buzzer, at the 24-second clock, he was pissed off about the defense.
Oh, Halliburton goes, good luck. That dude's pretty good. Siakam to the Pacers
Siakam
is a pretty
is a
good move.
good
It's a
move.
pretty good move.
And then they got hot from 3, but
yeah.
Jalen
hot
Green-
from 3? You mean 47%? 63% from the field. What? This is like one of the top 10 defenses in the NBA. 63% the Pacers shot.
yeah, but now we're talking top 10. It used to be 1, then it was top 3. Now we're at top 10. This defense is a shell of what it was.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't help with Fred out. And Fred's going to be out for a while. But although, do you see Amen Thompson's defensive numbers? He's like 95 percentile in the league.
This is no surprise. Amen Thompson came in as one of the best defenders. He and his brother are 2 of the best defenders in the draft.
He had 3 blocks last night and 13 boards.
Yeah, Amen Thompson is going to be terrific in this. I don't know what kind of shooter he'll ever be, but guys who keep guards, who can switch and defend multiple positions, who can block shots in the paint. He's going to have tremendous value.
He does.
And he's long and explosive as a leaper.
He's got some hops.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love Amen Thompson. It's going to take 2 or 3 years for him to get to where he needs to be. You just have to be a little bit patient with him. That's all. But Amen Thompson is going to give you something you haven't had for a long time, and that's a front court player who can really defend. I mean, well, a backcourt player who can really defend, not front court. A backcourt player who can really defend. Who's the last one that could really defend? Eric Gordon was a little better defender than people gave him credit for.
Yeah.
He would defend a little bit, but not like Amen Thompson. When have you had a long player like this who could really, who could get after you and and reject shots and challenge shots like this. This is Amen Thompson. They knew what they were doing with him. I think he's going to end up being a good pickup.
All right, we got a break at 8:15.
Fred, he and Fred couldn't be any different. Body type, the way that their game is built, like everything about those two guys is polar opposite.
Right. All right, we got to break it here. 713-780-3776. Brandon, you're going to get in and talk Altuve. Anybody else wants in? Altuve, Rockets, Cougs, whatever it is. We got Super Bowl, whatever it is you want to talk about. We got sound from the Super Bowl as well that we got to get to, too. Right now, though, I'm talking about safes. I'm talking about your home. I'm talking about your business. If you need a safe, Derek DeSola is the guy to see. He is, Houston Safe and Lock and King Safe and Lock, which is the same company. Houston Safe and Lock, they are, half the safes in the city were provided by Houston Safe and Lock. They have a warehouse of safes. They have 2 locations, Westheimer and the Beltway, and they also have another one located at I-10 and Wirt. Do you have a gun? You need a small safe? You want to keep that locked up so nobody can get to it? Yes. This is something that you need to do if you have a gun. Get yourself a small safe. They start at like $600, $700. Is your family not worth that? Of course your family is worth that. Keep it locked up. But you can get to it yourself. You can get to it, but make sure the kids can't. That's important. Number 2, do you have jewelry or do you have anything that you want to keep? Do you want a fire safe? A safe that is good against fires, burglary, quality new and used safes, the largest seller in Houston by far. Gun safes, commercial safes, jewelry safes, home and office safes. You need a safe. Derek is the guy to talk to. 713-522-5555. Be safe with Houston Safe and Lock. 975safe.com, 975safe.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Coming up later in the show, I'm sure we'll have more VIP tables giveaway to the Party at Warehouse Live in Midtown for the big game. But that's not all we give away here. If you like fishing, this giveaway is for you. The 49th Annual Houston Fishing Show is coming to the George R. Brown Convention Center from February 14th through Sunday the 18th. It's everything for the fishermen. All the new rods, reels, and lures. There will also be continuous clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and freshwater fishing. If you love to fish or you just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 49th Annual Fishing Show. Check out HoustonFishing.com. Caller 4 right now wins a pair of tickets. Caller 4 wins a pair of tickets to the 49th Annual Houston Fishing Show. And it could be a Valentine's Day gift to you. It starts on Valentine's Day. Good luck, guys, getting someone you love to go there with you. But caller 4 right now wins a pair of tickets.
All right. Right now, caller number 4?
Yes, for the 49th Annual Fishing Show.
How about that? Fishing show. Our people love fishing shows. Our people love that. Let's get Brandon in here while we're doing that so that we can clear that line. What do you say, Brandon?
Hey, guys, good morning. Love the show. Listen every day. Wanted just to comment. Yeah, I think the Altuve extension is awesome, I think, for the franchise. I mean, obviously, Houston icon. It's going to have a statue out there. Back in the video one day, outside been made there, too. Jim Crane, obviously, the best owner of Houston sports history. 100% agree with your takes there, too, as well. Committed to winning, not afraid to spend money, and even go over that luxury tax. I just wanted to kind of get the future of the franchise now looking forward, because the big decisions for Dana Brown to make, too, when it comes to, obviously, Bregman could be next. I kind of think Bregman stays, and then at the next couple of seasons, you've got, of course, Tucker and Fromber, too, as well. And kind of want to get y'all's take on, I think Tucker walks. I think Bregman stays more than any other. And then, of course, pitching. But most surprised this offseason, I know it was kind of a thin third base market, but if they feel like they couldn't get a Bregman deal done, are you kind of surprised they made that trade at him to get some prospects and restock that farm system and, of course, take a flyer like on a Justin Turner or something like that? And I'll hang up and listen, guys. Great show.
Yeah.
That's the one area that concerns me, John, is if you're going to work off of a model where you let guys walk, at some point you got to be willing to trade one to get some prospects to help. Because if you're saying you're going to build through your minor league system and grow your own, then you need the help of being able to trade in your Alex Bregman and maybe get 80 cents on the dollar, because that 80 cents can turn into a new starter at some point, maybe even 2 new starters. So I do wish Jim Crane would be more open to dealing players if he already knows in advance he's not going to be able to resign. It's easy to say, well, we have to cross that bridge when we find it, when we get there, when the contract's up. But you got to be doing that beforehand. You got to be I don't believe that Jim Crane and Dana Brown don't have a feel for what Bregman, for example, or Kyle Tucker is going to ask for. You just simply have to talk to their agents, and you can find that out. So I think I would, for me, at some point, I'd like to see Jim Crane deal somebody. And now, Kyle Tucker, the haul Kyle Tucker would bring back for you?
See, that's the problem, though, when you're right there year after year. Jackie tweeted us a little bit earlier. It's a problem when you're there. You can't get rid of these guys.
It's hard.
You can't.
It's
Were
hard,
you going to get rid of Garrett Cole that year when he brought you to the World Series? No.
Oh, no, you could.
But you could have gotten a haul for him. With Justin Verlander, same thing. You have to let him walk. You're going to have to let Kyle Tucker walk as well. He led the league in RBIs last year. You're going to give that up for for young guys? No. You're going for it again. When you go for it year after year after year, this is the consequences.
Yeah, and you're in a better position now. Drake McClain didn't move Oswalt and Bregman in time and didn't end up getting – the Rockets didn't move Olajuwon in time. They were offered 2 first-round picks. One was a lottery pick, and they wouldn't do it. And or maybe it was 2 lottery picks with Toronto. And just at some point you decide not to do it, and then the value plummets. And same thing happened with Oswalt.
Or he walks in free agency.
Oswalt and Bregman, yeah. But I mean,
why do you keep saying Oswalt and Bregman?
I mean, not Bregman. I'm sorry, Berkman.
Oh,
Lance Berkman. Berkman and Oswalt at the same time. They eventually traded them, but they could have had so much more because they misread their hand about how close they were.
But again, I don't want him to get rid of Kyle Tucker for young players that are going to be good in a couple of years. You're in the middle of a
I know
great
you
run.
say that now.
Right.
You say that now,
and
but
I'll say it in 2 years when Kyle Tucker walks.
You say that now, but what would you say if they don't make the playoffs and you hear what the Astros turned down?
Okay, they're going for it. I mean, at some point they're not going to make the playoffs. Yes, at some point that's going to happen, and they're going to make mistakes.
But they've been there. They have gone for it already, and they've gotten there, and they've won world titles. They're in a unique situation where this doesn't have to be a panic. Like if you have an opportunity to keep the window open, a Kyle Tucker move could keep the window open. That's a keep the window open move. If you because you're probably going to get a game ready player right now and a big time prospect is what Kyle Tucker's going to bring. Look what Juan Soto brought when the Padres traded for him. Look what Washington they got. They got 3 of the top 4 prospects in the Padres system.
And
Kyle
look at
Tucker,
where they are.
Kyle Tucker could be. Well, yeah, but they're not run like the Astros are.
They were a world champion with Soto, and they're nothing now. I don't care about getting some prospects for Kyle Tucker. Go for it. You're still a great team. Don't get rid of Kyle Tucker.
I mean,
don't
you're
trade
not.
him.
You're not going to, but it would give you the opportunity. I'm just saying, it would give you the opportunity. In the short term, it would hurt, but then in 3 years, in 2 years, when these guys could potentially be, the next Rookie of the Year candidates, you would think differently. But you can't see into that. You can't see. You only want to live now.
Or they might not be good players. Maybe they might not. They might be Forrest Whitley.
Do you
Who
look
knows?
at this?
I don't
well,
know.
Well, you never know. They might be Jordan.
Obviously, but I know what Kyle Tucker is,
They
and I
might
want to
be
keep
Jeff
him now.
Bagwell. They might be Jordan. We don't know.
That might be.
We don't
yes.
know who they are. So I will just say this. I feel
or
like
you could get Jordan for a Josh Fields, which didn't hurt you. I mean,
well, no, but I mean, but that's also you could get him for Kyle Tucker. I would have taken a Jordan for a Kyle Tucker.
but I took
a
him
young
for,
Jordan.
no. I'd much rather have him for Josh Fields.
Well, that doesn't happen.
Well, it just did happen.
That's one time in history.
Right.
Are you,
well,
2
Bagwell
times.
for Larry
Bagwell,
Anderson. I mean, it happened.
And guess what? Those guys gave up prospects because they thought they were going
No,
for
Josh Hader for Carlos Gomez. I mean, it happens all the time. Don't give up Kyle Tucker, one of the best players in the game, when you're in the middle of a great run. I disagree with you. I'm sorry. I'm not trading Kyle Tucker.
I think your attitude has been like this ever since Gilbert put a death date on you. You don't care about John Tyler's going to watch for years and years. You're selfish. You only care about your little tiny window.
I want my team to win now. Yes,
you care about your tiny
I'm
little
win
window
now because I will be dead when whoever comes along. Gilbert put what did he put on 2032?
Well, always a 10-year. Yeah. Oh yeah, you still got time.
Yeah, I got a lot of time.
I should be the one who, but because I am a we and not a me person, I'm looking out for an extended run. I'll be dead in 2027, but I'm actually looking for an extended run.
This is one of my favorite topics. Both of your impending deaths. I'm counting the days, but I do have to chime in because one of our guys who won a VIP table just called in and won something again, and I can't give you the fishing tickets. The rule is once, I believe, in 30 days. You just won something
prize
a couple days ago.
Yeah, but he's just going to the party.
Isn't that a prize, though?
It's not really a prize.
So it's allowed. I can give him.
Give it to him. He wants to go to both. He's an active guy. Not only does he want to hang out with us,
I'm not
at the big game party, but he wants to go to the fishing show too. You're going to hold that against him?
You're really not. You just went on hogs get fed, pigs get slaughtered. Is this piggish?
Is it the other way?
I don't know. You
pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered.
You confused me last time.
Right, I'm confused too. Okay, so give it to him. Let him have
okay.
It. Don't limit that man. In the parties he wants to go to.
There was a rule. It's one prize
I'll
in
tell
30
you what,
days.
Let's give away another one.
VIP,
8:35 exactly. A VIP table for 4 at our big game party. If you're not going to go, don't call in. But if you want to go and you want a VIP table, oh, by the way, the VIP tables are in front of, the TV's so huge it doesn't matter where you're sitting. So the VIP tables are great, but everybody is going to have a great seat in the house. So if you don't win a VIP table, go to warehouselivemidtown.com and download. Bring as many people as you want. We want a big party, if you don't have any plans for the big game, come on, watch it with us over. And it's going to be a great place. There's food trucks, everything. So not to worry that you don't have VIP tables. So I'm not going. No, come and hang out with us. I'm sure I'm going to be throwing Coors Lights around.
Definitely.
8:35, the caller number 4 is going to win that table.
And think of it this way. It was once couched as a celebration of the big game and John's birthday. Now it's a pre-retirement party.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. It is.
Because John, at some point, he let us know at some point it'll be over. Whether he might be dead or he might retire. We're not sure. But see John for the last time on Sunday before he goes someplace.
Let's break it here. 713-780-3776. This is a big one, okay? Because we're going to pull this one for an air check. So let's make sure that we talk about underdog.
That's not for you. It's for the intern to know.
Oh, well, I'm just going to pull it for him.
You don't even know how that works.
I do. I was going to pull.
Okay, but since we're playing this game, let's see what you know about what we do on this side. What's the system called that allows us to grab air checks?
It's not actual static.
That's just John avoiding the question.
Sorry, my mic doesn't work.
Let's talk about underdog fantasy. You got the big game coming up. This is a great chance for the remainder of the playoffs, which is the big game. You can select higher or lower. They're going to have so many stats on all these players. So many stats: catches, touchdowns, rushing yards, rushing attempts, tackles, assists, sacks. I mean, everything you can imagine for a ton of players that are available there. And in the Pick'em challenge that they have, you go to the Pick'em tab. You have to pick between 2 and 5 players, but this is really cool because you can pick higher or lower on the player stats, and if your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money in one single night. 100 times your money. Excuse me? Well, it's right there available for you. All you got to do is download the app. It's legal in Texas, and it's a ton of fun, and you can play along as you watch the game with a chance to win real money. Go to Underdog Fantasy right now. Go into the App Store, download it onto your phone, and sign up and make your first deposit. When you make your first deposit, you can start as low as $10, but they're going to match your first deposit up to $100 when you use promo code Lance, and you'll be ready for the big game. Plus, they're going to give you a special pick of higher than 0.5 total yards for one of the players on your first pick'em entry. That means that's basically a W. Over a half yard, that's a win for you. And that's going to be available for you in your lobby when you sign up using promo code Lance. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance to get your first deposit of $10 or more up to $100 matched plus your special pick. You must be 18 years or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER. Visit ncpgambling.org.
Time for me to talk about Daisy Dip. How about French onion dip? How about some ranch? You have to have it at your party. Or if you're going to a party, how about bringing it? How about bringing some Ridge potato chips, bringing a veggie tray? But make sure, especially if you bring a veggie tray, who can eat carrots or celery without ranch? And the best, Daisy Dip. I'm telling you, it is really, really good. Not all the preservatives and garbage that they put. I don't know the names of it, but they put a lot of stuff in other ones. So don't do that. do this. Do Daisy Dip. You're going to a party for the big game. You want to impress your people? Bring Daisy Dip. Make it a party. I don't care if you're watching alone or with 1,000 people. Daisy Dip with all your chips, your pizza, your wings, your veggies. Daisy Dip. Ranch and French onion.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's time to rejoin the undisputed best sports talk show in Houston. It's Clearly John and Lance, except no substitutes.
All right, since we couldn't do it on Monday, we got Jackie Goss's presentation.
We don't do a show just for Jackie.
Well, we got to name it after Jackie because he loves it.
Is he going to sponsor it?
No, he loves it.
Well,
Jackie loves Ship
Why are we
Talk.
naming him if he's not going to sponsor it?
He hates it, and we're doing it, and that's how it's going to stay.
Yeah.
We don't listen to Galveston. Galveston doesn't boss this show around.
Bolivar, actually.
Wow.
It's the same thing.
No,
Well-
I would listen to Galveston, but not Bolivar.
It's a peninsula.
It's the same
Oh,
thing.
name another peninsula. There are no
okay, if a hurricane comes in, is Bolivar
Yucatan.
going to get whacked? Yes, same thing.
Yucatan Peninsula. Don't try me, John. I remember 8th grade geography.
I don't remember.
I know you don't.
I don't remember. Isn't Alaska a peninsula, kind of?
I think it's a state.
Well, it's a peninsula, too.
Is it? Do you know what a
It's
peninsula
three-sided.
is?
Yeah, it's water on three sides. Thank you. Good night.
Look at him so proud of himself.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what penultimate is?
It's the one before the final one.
Second to last. That's right. The semis.
John, I've seen enough television. They use that stupid
I
term
know,
all
it's
the
a stupid
time.
I know, it's a stupid word. So this is the Jackie Goss Ship Talk segment brought to you by Dell.
It's not brought to you by me or Jackie.
Okay. So
Hey, Daspit, don't you sponsor everything?
do you have Stefan Diggs' nephew?
No.
You don't?
No.
Oh, he was talking some ship. Did you see that?
What did he say?
To Sauce Gardner at the
Pro Bowl?
At the Pro Bowl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good stuff. He was talking ship to him.
Neat stuff, John.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
He needs stuff.
Okay, so
See
go
how
ahead.
see how
Go
bad-
ahead. Let's see
how
if
it
yours
feels?
is better.
See how that feels, John? That's all.
Let's see if yours is better.
I was just using an example
David Choku.
how bad that feels. We're
Yeah,
well,
it does. Thank you, Dell. It
I don't
hurts.
feel bad at all.
hurts.
Okay, it stopped you short though. So you say that.
I saw it back them up a
Neat
little
stuff.
bit.
Now let's get to
Okay.
some neat ship talk.
Okay, now you're insulting me. That's fine. We're gonna go to a sport we never talk about, and rightfully so because we don't have a team here. Hockey. They had the Pro Bowl was going on, but hockey also had their All-Star game going on, and they have their All-Star event. And this is one Nikita Kucherov, who is a Tampa Bay Lightning player, and he got booed by the Toronto crowd for lack of effort. And here are the announcers talking about it. That's Mark Messier.
Oh.
Do you guys remember when the Pro Bowl actually played football?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at the end of that run, those guys weren't moving.
Yeah.
They didn't want to tackle each other. That was Kucherov.
He was just kind of
he was just
Why is he doing this?
nice leisurely skate. He
Yeah.
I don't think he thought he could win. He just gave up.
Yeah, he gave up, and the fans let him have. You heard the announcer talking about it too.
But what's Tom Wilson's cooler?
I guess
somebody's
maybe
drinking during the telecast.
Yeah, apparently. And Kucherov caught it, and we'll move on. Travis Kelce. This is some background to this. There's a clip part of in a Super Bowl media day. Travis Kelce has had a glow up, and this is before Taylor Swift. If you don't know, Travis Kelce, there's a picture of Travis Kelce with his brother when they're both in Cincinnati, and this doesn't look like the Travis Kelce we see today. And a lot of people have attributed it to his proximity to black women. They say he's dated black women in the past, and they say they've seen him, they've given him a glow up. We know women, you get with the woman. John knows Wendy's upped his repertoire as far as clothes are concerned. Travis Kelce, apparently his haircuts, the beard, all attributed to black women. You'll hear him make a reference to a certain month, this month, and he didn't appreciate someone saying he invented a haircut, which is mostly a black haircut.
Somebody said he invented
He
a
invented
fade?
it?
Yes, because it's a
Who would say that? What kind of cracker would say that? I can say that, Dale.
Wow.
What kind of cracker would ask him that question? So your haircut that you invented, that sounds like something that would come off a 610 or something. The haircut you invented.
when they're toasting Rex Burkhead
Is this, where did you come up with this invention?
and Travis Kelce.
Where did I come up with this? Remember when he tried to have a buzz cut, no beard, and people lost their mind?
That was in
early
the
last
preseason,
year?
right? Or early, and they're like,
oh my God!
people
He looked like somebody from the 50s, and people lost
And
their
people
mind.
said-
They said he was marching against Selma. I actually saw that. Like, I saw him marching against John Lewis. I'm like, oh no.
And this was at the time he broke up with his girlfriend who is a black woman, and so people are, oh, okay, he's coming back to the other side now because he cut the hair and he cut the beard. But yeah, Travis Kelce said, hey, don't put that on me. It's start of Black History Month. I didn't invent this haircut. But he does get a good one, and it's very popular. Going to baseball, Mookie Betts, the Dodgers have made a lot of moves, much to Lance's chagrin. And apparently Mookie Betts thinks
cheated the way they handled the money. But go ahead.
Mookie Betts thinks the Dodgers are now going to get everyone's best shot.
I mean, every game is going to be the other team's World Series. I mean, it is what it is. It's what we signed up for.
When's the last time the Dodgers won anything?
2020.
In the
COVID year.
In the COVID year. But now they're everyone's World Series.
Yeah. No. Listen, they're the best team. And last year, look at, the run that they made in the postseason.
Spectacular.
I mean, they won the division again, which they do every year. They have the home field advantage, and they just dominate the rest of the national. Wait.
No.
Oh, wait a minute.
No.
Didn't they? Oh.
But everyone's World Series, John.
Oh, wow. That's a shame. They lost in the first round again. Their first round. Huh. But yeah. And look what could it be? Oh, my God. The day that Jose Altuve signs, guess who they signed?
Who?
The anti-Altuve.
Yeah, Kershaw.
Kershaw.
Again.
Cannot be worse. He's
less
James Harden.
clutch.
He's even worse than James Harden.
Oh, come on.
No, Bagwell, no. You can't say that.
Slam.
Bagwell went 3 for 8 with 5 walks in one postseason.
Now do the rest of them.
What?
Harden had good games, too, in the postseason.
Oh, no, Harden's had good games. That's why I said he's even worse.
No, it actually is because
Kershaw's
Kershaw had a long – Jeff was like – I feel bad for Jeff because 94 was his penultimate – no, penultimate's the next two, right? So 94 was his peak.
Yeah.
Jeff came in the league in like 91.
And he
his
broke
peak
his
was
hand
94.
and he won the MVP.
Yeah, and he had some – yeah. So anyway, yeah, you're right. It probably, from a career standpoint, it is more like James Harden.
685 OPS in the postseason.
Who?
Bagwell.
Oh.
685.
I didn't think you'd actually go look. It's terrible.
It's, yeah.
Do the rest of them.
And he in the regular season, 948.
Mm-hmm. Almost
300 points off.
280-point difference, 260-point difference. Wow. How the home runs looking in there, John?
Home runs in the postseason, 2.
And how many at-bats?
129 plate appearances.
Okay.
2.
So that's
13 RBIs.
That plays out to about 10 home runs in a season.
Yikes.
Are we burying Bagwell again?
No, but
I'm just surprised. I didn't think you'd actually go look.
He's always got to attack.
But I already knew this.
Bagwell-lytics. He's always got to attack him.
No, but I already knew this. And you should know it too after all these years. I can't believe you went there thinking you were going to find something different.
No, I wanted to just look. I didn't. I wish I hadn't.
He misremembered.
I wish I hadn't looked.
And now he remembers.
The difference between Bagwell and Biggio is astounding in a postseason. Not astounding. Biggio wasn't great, but Biggio's way better than Bagwell in the postseason.
So we got.
You went through it. You went through it. Swing and a miss.
You watched all of it.
Swing and a miss. Pop out.
It was bad.
And they didn't
but
have
he did
anyone
have a
else
3
around
for
those
8
guys.
with 5 walks.
Yes,
one year.
that's his shining moment. We understand.
The ball is
Luther's singing about Jeff Bagwell and that 3 for 8. It is almost that time of the year.
It's a walk. Jeff Bagwell walked 5 times, and he also was 3 for 8.
3 for 7. I apologize. 3 for 7 with 5 walks.
Well, that's actually better.
In 2001 against the Braves.
Oh, congratulations.
And he had a 1,095 OPS.
One shiny moment.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got a couple more before we go. Lance mentioned Njoku earlier, just randomly. Well, him and Parsons had a back and
Yeah,
forth.
well, I didn't mention it randomly. I know what happened
Yeah,
here.
there was a back and forth. There was like a Madden thing they were doing around the Pro Bowl, and this is Parsons and Njoku with the back and forth.
Micah, how do you think he did in the first
I
half?
thought he did amazing. He made great adjustments. He obviously showed why Cleveland is Cleveland. And
That's a crazy
shot. Don't give us that political.
David, you have an opportunity for a rebuttal here. Obviously, that
first of
first
all-
half didn't go the way you wanted.
No, it's cool. It's cool. You know,
Okay.
you gotta understand one thing, you know. And excuse my voice, it's gone. When
Sounds
the
great.
losses come with big bosses. One thing you gotta understand is he said Cleveland's Cleveland, but we're both here. I mean, we're both like playing this
interesting.
Madden game.
I think that's a shot at
So you
you.
gotta make it make sense.
Any person who's reenacting Meek Mill lyrics is like, I can't take them serious. I mean,
but am I lying though?
Nah, you trying to be lyrical, but
I'm
those
not
not even
being
good
lyrical.
lyrics.
I'm saying we're both fitting.
Lyrically,
in the
I'm supposed to represent.
He has a good point, bro. We all here.
So what are you saying? Cleveland,
Well,
Dallas?
okay, fair enough. Well, let's take it back to this game for a second. Tyreek, you are back.
So what he means is, hey, we're both here, meaning we're not in the Super Bowl.
We're not in the Super Bowl.
So don't say, he goes, and if he keeps going, he goes, and I don't think he said it there, Cleveland's Cleveland, but is Dallas Dallas? Is that what you're saying? Dallas is Dallas? And I just wanted to say, yes,
Dallas is Dallas.
Dallas is Dallas.
And we'll close it out with
He didn't like that Cleveland is Cleveland
No,
shot.
it hurt him a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll close it out with a Swiftie responding to all of the hate that her bestie's getting with something I think was pretty appropriate.
Hey, I'm feeling really angry and upset right now because I was just watching the Eras Tour. I was literally just watching the Eras Tour. I wanted to see Taylor Swift perform. And for a total of 20 seconds during the whole 3.5 hour performance, there were 20 seconds where it showed Travis Kelce. And it's just I was like, what? He was there supporting his girlfriend and cheering for her. And I was like, I don't even understand what he's doing there and why is it showing him? I just don't get it. And it's really not fair for us Swifties who have been fans of Taylor Swift for our whole lives. We wanted to watch her perform and the cameras just keep panning to Travis Kelce. And it's okay, what? It's just not fair. It's just inconsiderate. And he's when it comes down to it, he's ruining live music. It just makes me
This is
I just
clever.
feel like I couldn't ever even go to another concert again. I just feel like I can't even go to a concert because he's ruining it. What's he even doing there?
This is the.
It's
If I
clever.
wanted to see
This
him,
is
I
the
would've watched
NFL.
football.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
Yeah.
It's just
She's
not
ruining. He's
fair.
ruining live music. I give her a lot of credit.
Yeah.
That's really. They showed him for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
What's even? He's ruining live music. That's actually very clever.
That's good. 848 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk right now. Look, we were just there for the last couple of days, and it was just awesome. We loved the DraftKings Sportsbook. We loved Golden Nugget. It is a 4-diamond full resort property, 1,100 rooms, 18-hole championship golf course, 12 restaurants, Blue Martini nightclub. They have the ultimate entertainment. They have the wonderful arena where you will see the Frank Fosters and the Aaron Lewises and the Gladys Knights, the Kevin James, Rev Run, Dylan Scott, Jackson Dean. The show, go to goldennugget.com/Lake Charles and see the lineup. There's probably something there for you if any of those touched you and you want to go see. How about the 2-acre pool paradise with the slides and the lazy river? It just doesn't get any better. It's only 2 hours down the road. It's perfect. You want to go watch March Madness? You got to go now to make your reservation for tables at the DraftKings Sportsbook because they're going to fill up and you can't do it right before. Make your plans now to get to goldennugget.com/Lake Charles. Let's go. It's so good. goldennugget.com/Lake Charles.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
JG is smart AF. One of the top 10 largest peninsulas in the world, Alaska. Good night. Where I went to school, the Iberian Peninsula, Spain Peninsula.
I hit you with Yucatan Peninsula first.
The Yucatan is not one of the 10 biggest.
Which is even more impressive that I know it exists.
Well, that's because the Yucatan liquor stand. Remember on Richmond where your Yucatan liquor stand
No,
used to
I
be?
don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
No.
Yeah, it's down Richmond.
Uh-huh.
They also called it You Can Scam.
Before my time.
Like you can scam on girls. Like You Can Scam liquor stand. They called it that too.
Yeah.
That's back in the heyday, Dell, where
You dominated there, didn't you?
No. I was out of the You Can Scam game, but boy, I had a great marriage going on.
By the way, he's talking about his first one. Before Nicole, everyone. Just relax.
Mm-hmm. The good one. That's the good one, not the bad one. But yeah, You Can Scam liquor stand. You had that one going on back when all the Sam's boats was kicking. Strip clubs were actually considered like, Dale, you know how Houston rap music is literally just kind of stuck in about 2000?
Yep.
Like all of our halftime shows of our, we like to act like it's just a throwback concert, but it's really just a concert. We played at Astros games too.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Jones and Slim Thug and Paul Wall and Bun, etc., who I love all those guys. But before there was that, Houston was known for strip club. This was one of strip club capitals. Mons Venus, people talk about that in Tampa or whatever. Houston was like world famous, and those places are still around. Centerfolds is still around.
Oh, well, yeah.
I don't know about Rick's, but some of these.
I don't know. Well, the men's club,
that's still around.
Oh, yeah.
They're still around.
Treasures, been there forever.
Yeah. These places, strip clubs don't close down.
No. They probably take on new management, but you ain't changing that name. You ain't changing
How about
nothing.
that? I mean, those things stay forever.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Clubs, bars, restaurants,
it's the oldest
close,
profession.
come and go.
There's the oldest profession is going on in there, all right?
Not a cobbler, a shoe cobbler?
No.
What, dancing to music is the oldest profession, John?
There's more than that going on in there, Bill.
I can't speak to that.
More than that going on.
No. What it is.
Oh, no.
Dancing with a name tag where you have been certified and, are the heels clear? They were at one point. I don't know if they still are.
Uh-huh.
You make sure that you're not – the same thing as having a clear bag when you go into NRG Stadium.
John, let's
make sure there's nothing in there.
John, not that you have done a lot of research, but with your assumption, how many percentage of strippers doing something on the side?
You mean like dental stuff?
Extra
I don't know.
stuff.
I haven't been in a strip
Wait,
club.
That's
like
what I'm saying.
dental stuff?
But my buddies go.
Okay, what would you
say?
So what would you say the percentage is?
I have no idea.
By your buddies.
I have no idea.
What kind of stuff happens?
I know that it's where quality meets performance.
Because every time we talk about strip clubs,
effort.
Because why are you making?
Where do they intersect?
It depends.
Where do they intersect?
It depends on the club.
What's the Venn
sometimes
diagram?
It's down here.
Oh.
What's the Venn diagram look like?
And sometimes it's up here. Okay.
Yeah. Because every time we talk about strip clubs, you always jump to some other stuff is going on in there. So I'm just trying to figure out.
I don't think so.
Neither do I.
I think it looks like this. This is how I think it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Get done with dental school.
Thank you.
Get done with becoming paralegal, looking to become a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
You do that, then you go in, you do your shift, you tell people to keep their hands to yourself.
It's not exactly weed to heroin, okay? When you're walking around naked all night, chances are
not naked.
Okay, it's not that big a jump.
That's why I asked you for a percentage since you're so sure.
This isn't topless, bottomless, John.
I know.
We're not
I don't know what the
Galveston.
percent. I have no idea what the percentage is, though. I have no idea.
Stop acting like you do. These are people's livelihoods,
Well,
and I think they
don't.
keep
I'm
it
just
clean.
saying, stuff
They keep it clean.
Well, you two thinking, well, that never happens there.
I didn't say it never happens,
it's a kind of a natural progression.
But anytime
it's overblown.
I believe John is overblown. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but not every stripper does the extras.
Okay. Strippers call in.
I didn't say every stripper. Did I? I never ever said every stripper.
Eric Wong.
That's how you're acting.
That's
Eric
how you're
Wong,
acting.
have one of
He's
your
right.
strippers call in, 713-780-3776. I think you're being unfair to him. I think you're mischaracterizing You wouldn't want people acting like that about you. Like, this guy's drinking at 4 in the morning. He's drunk. He's out on the go. You drink Coke Zero sometime.
Yeah, well, right. Usually right after the show, but then it's right to Coors Lights. As soon as I can.
But if people called you a drunk, would that make you upset?
I don't care. Don't care what people think of me.
Usually when a guy
never care
when a
what
guy
people
drinks
think.
in the middle of the afternoon, then he's going to do this.
Yeah. What do you do?
What do you mean?
What do you do exactly?
What do you do?
You drink in the middle of the afternoon, then you go home and you're a family man.
Yeah.
But some people would say drinking in the middle of the afternoon suggests you're a degenerate who might do other stuff.
And that's not a big
but
jump
they're-
either.
But they're not right in your case.
All right, what if somebody said, John's he gets drunk and goes to a strip club? Would that be right?
Well, no, I don't. Just because you
That's
go to
what-
a strip
that's
club.
what people could say.
No. That's different. That's way different. Yeah, I didn't assume. Okay. Just because you drink doesn't mean you go to a strip club.
Good job of killing this segment off with stripper talk. I honestly
But-
didn't think this would
But
happen.
I can tell you for sure, for certain that
That's
this
some.
happens.
Yes, that's some. Sure.
some,
No
yeah.
one's arguing that.
Right.
Do you guys miss
it
being on
probably
radio?
happens more than you think.
Do you guys miss being on Radio Row?
Do I miss being on Radio Row? I missed being with Randy Moss today.
You didn't miss
wrong,
it.
Randy Moss. But we could be talking about hemorrhoids right now, hemorrhoid creams, mustard. We could talk about so much stuff with, hey, look we got Randy Gradishire. Oh, actually, I think he died.
So this is happening. So my granddaughter watches us on. I'm like, hey, other kids get to watch cartoons. She has to watch us every day.
I wouldn't have her
She's
do that.
1 year old. And I go, other kids, and my daughter goes, yep, you're right. Not every baby gets to listen to the stripper versus sex worker debate by her grandfather.
Actually, that's what, yes. She actually characterized it right.
No.
Dell's saying there's a difference between what you're talking about. The stripper's just like, I'm just going to tease you a little bit and then give me all your money.
Mm-hmm.
And
some do.
Actually, less respect.
Some,
less
what?
respect for them.
There's-
Those are the tricky ones.
Those are the tricksters?
Those are the tricksters.
They call them tease.
Well, yes.
The teasers.
They're teasers.
I don't think
teasers.
Deshaun realized the difference between,
And
hey,
some-
we're not even sex workers.
Some don't
we're
tease.
We're just
I agree,
librarians.
some don't.
Right. So
Hey, you do massages?
How lucky-
Huh? I'm a pastry chef.
Right.
Why would you ask me that?
Right. I mean, Deshaun, he had a much larger market right here.
He's all here for
That would have
him.
been accommodated.
And instead, he's
I'm
reaching out
telling
to
you.
reaching out to physical therapists.
That's the
You
thing.
also do massages or what?
No,
Well, sports
I'm
massages.
sure that's
yeah.
his thing. He didn't want the sure
No, he didn't want
thing.
the easy.
He wanted the, well, maybe she'll say.
Where do you work? Oh, I work at a coffee shop. Do you also massage?
No.
I mean, I've given my boyfriend massages before, but that's just like neck and back. What about? Have you ever done a towel massage? No.
Yeah.
No,
why does
we're
it
not
always come to?
doing this.
Why it comes right down to Deshaun again?
Because
how about
I know why am I? See, I'm better than that.
you are?
You create an atmosphere of a lot of toxic stuff.
He does do that,
and
doesn't
if
he?
you are around it enough, you become toxic.
You know
and
what?
I'm becoming toxic because
bad
of
influence.
you. You are a bad influence.
A bad influence.
You're
You
the
know what's
James
a bad
Spader of
thing
this
in
show.
here? How hot it is!
Well, open the door.
Holy crap, is it hot in here? Time for you to talk about all states. You know what? You can make it warm in your home or cool.
It's funny. We were talking with I was having a conversation with an air conditioning guy yesterday, and we got into the conversation. Joel and I were in there. We were talking about all state windows and siding because, there's air conditioning, which I'll be talking about soon, which obviously is huge. We know for some people, you have air conditioners and heaters that work fine. The problem is you have leaky windows. And when you have leaky windows, you get the draft in and you get dust in your home. And sometimes you get more noise. If you have single pane windows, forget about it. That's not going to be effective in terms of your energy efficiency. Do you know that new windows that are custom fit and fit the right way and taken out without glass breakage and done the right way with windows that are made right here in Texas for Texas tough weather, do you know that can lower your energy bill by up to 40%? I mean, that's an astounding mark down in your bill, in your energy bill, and that's what they're able to do. So make sure that the professionals over at Allstate Windows and Siding are putting in new windows for you and siding, complete siding jobs. They got big discounts on windows and siding, but you have to tell them you heard about it from Lance Zerline and that you're an ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listener. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com. This is a perfect time to get windows done while the weather's nice. Do it now. Don't wait until the summer. Do it right now, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
All right, it's time to talk about Billy Brown. I love Billy Brown. I love what he does. He's a funny guy. Dude is awesome. Love him. Mary is so much fun, too. It's a family business. Billy has built this thing up, and it's just been fantastic what he's done. His vision was, I'm going to bring you the plumbing, okay, and I'm going to do it like, and I'm not going to actually just like rip you off all the time, okay? I'm just going to do as much, have great people that are going to come to your home and going to give you an estimate for absolutely free. They're not going to charge you the $70 that the other people do. They do everything, okay? You might want to do some preemptive stuff like cleaning your water tanks or drain cleaning, making sure that your circulating pumps are all working great, camera inspection, leak detection. All of these things are preemptive, and maybe, just maybe, it is going to help you in the long run. If you're looking for a great way to get a plumber, call put this number in your phone, 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them that you heard it right here. You cannot not dance to this song. It's impossible. You can't Do the Hustle without a move, without busting a move. You just can't. Frank outdid himself. But I don't know why he put in there, I remember having an argument with a guy. What?
It was random.
It was random. Frank is random.
I'm getting to the point now where I'm losing some excitement about the Rockets. Just because one of the things that was exciting was they played defense.
I know.
The effort level was so much higher. And now it's getting to a point where I don't feel like I don't think they're checking out on Udoka, but I don't feel like they are really – something just feels off. I mean, they can't win on the road. They're a bad road team. Something's just off about this team. And no Van Vliet hurts the team, obviously, in certain ways. I guess offensively. I mean, you have, I don't know. Something isn't quite right now. It's not the same energy we saw before. There's not the same. They don't have the same pride in defense.
Yeah,
they're not closing out the same way.
It's funny that Ime would put up with what happened last night.
Well, I don't think he does. I mean, we saw what he said about Cam Whitmore the other day.
Yeah, and yet Cam was out there again.
No, I'm all for Cam playing. I'm just saying, Ime's already told you.
Did you see what Steve Clifford was saying? The Hornets head coach. Boy, he lit into. He's like, you could score. There's guys in the league that are scoring 15 points a night that are around for 5. They never win, and they're just on these teams. And that's what the NBA has become. You just got guys that are just hanging out and scoring 15 points a night, and it's just, it's actually, last night is hard to watch. 68% from the field. Honestly, that's not.
Some of them were good shots. I mean, they got hot from 3. Some of those shots were good shots.
Yeah, but I so much prefer watching the Cougs. If you want to know the truth, I do. I mean, that's me.
Yeah. No. You're right. It's hey, they're winning. I mean, it is not an aesthetically pleasing game to watch offensively.
No, but did you like basketball more
in
the
dogs.
90s?
I like dogs. Yeah. Cougars have dogs.
I mean, no, but did you like basketball more in the 90s? I mean, I liked it more because I was a Bulls fan.
80s were really fun to watch.
And the Rockets. I mean,
it was, man, the fist fights between the Rockets and Knicks. I mean,
the fighting had to stop. But hard basketball.
No, I mean fist fights between I'm not even talking about fights. I mean, look, what made that basketball harder to watch is they would eat up. They wouldn't play faster. They ate up shot clock until there was under 5 on the shot clock in most sets. That was self-made.
Yeah.
They didn't need to do that. Now you have early offense. I think the difference is that they would now the intensity was much stronger. The intensity ramps up in playoff basketball in the NBA too, but it's the regular season. Some of the stuff, like I thought the Rockets were going to have just a dog defensive team the whole time, and it's not.
And Ahmed's a better defender.
Yeah.
And he's out there now and playing a lot more minutes. And what the bleep was that
I think
last night?
Jalen and Whitmore, Şengün's never going to be a plus defender. Never.
No,
he doesn't have those feet. He doesn't have that quick vertical. Yeah, I mean, he's always going to be a plus offensive player, and you hope he gets to be an average defender. That's what your hope is. And there's lots of great Hall of Famers who are that. I mean, James Harden is a good post defender, a bad perimeter defender, and one of the best scorers of all time in the NBA. He'll be a Hall of Famer. You don't have to be a great defender, but you need great defenders around you. And I thought they were kind of building that out. We saw phases of that with Ime Udoka, but it's not that way right now. They're in a little bit of a funk. And I had someone reach out who watches Rockets, but he doesn't live in this city. He's like, is there anybody that can trade Jalen Green? This is in the second quarter.
Dude, I mean, it's out there now. Look, okay, that's something else too. There was a story. There's another story that came out from an NBA insider that was Mikal Bridges for Jalen Green, and the Nets didn't want to do it. What does that do with Jalen here now, knowing there are multiple places that are reporting that Jalen Green is on the block?
I don't think it matters. I think Jalen cares about I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I think Jalen cares about Jalen. So if he's getting his 30, like he played great yesterday. So if offensively, if Jalen's playing well, I think Jalen will be happy, even if they're losing. And I think that's one of the problems. I think Jalen does care more about the team now than he used to. But I almost wonder if he's fundamentally damaged by the Stephen Silas years. Let me explain this. He didn't play. He was an AAU player. That doesn't always guarantee a lot of structure. Then he went to Ignite. Wasn't he in Ignite or was he G League? I think he was in Ignite or Overtime.
Ignite is the G League team.
Okay, was it G League Ignite or was it Overtime?
I think he was in the G League.
Okay, and he played famously something like 14 to 19 games. So he didn't play that much there. Then he steps onto a team with poor discipline and a coach who doesn't hold anyone accountable. So what did he learn for that? So in a formative 3-year period, Jalen didn't really learn team basketball. He didn't really have experience being accountable. Defense was not a thing. I mean,
no, he learned poor. I mean, his first 2 years were about as poor teaching as you can possibly get.
Now, it was fine for him offensively, but it was not for
even
being a
that,
team, for being a winner.
It was basically
it was one-on-one.
One on five.
But he showed an ability to score. Like, he can score, but the problem is that what you need? Yeah, is this what you need for a championship basketball team? So Jalen being talented is there's no doubt about that. Now, is he consistent? Is he a consistent scorer or an explosive scorer who will have some ups and downs? I don't know. I wonder if Jalen can ever be the guy that Ime Udoka wants, because his formative years were like it's going to take a while to mold him into what Udoka wants, and I'm not sure he ever gets there into what Udoka wants. And that's why I feel strongly that there is definitely a drop dead date where he gets moved.
Okay, but at what point do we start to say, okay, what Ime Udoka wants? And listen, last night, I don't care. Ime Udoka should have been livid about what happened last night.
41-39 in the first quarter.
It was 75-68 at the half. That's a third quarter score, midway through the third quarter or later. That's ridiculous to be playing that kind of basketball when your coach is that was Stephen Silas ball last night.
The Pacers.
That was Stephen Silas ball last night.
The Pacers play with pace, and they score a lot.
They score on everybody.
They score on everybody. This is not anything new. I remember the Bucks. The over/under when they played the Bucks this year was like 267. I was what? Or 250? Yeah, it's like 267. I was like, holy crap! And I started paying attention. This was early in the year. They are
they're
tempo.
The Doug Moe
they're a
of the NBA
Yeah, they're
now?
a tempo team. They shoot the ball
well.
Are
they number one in scoring?
Yeah, they're going to. Yes, they score a ton of points.
They give up points. They score a lot of points.
To be fair, this is what they do, and you're also going to score too.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's you know what it's just
this is not
that was unwatchable.
But this is not the first time. This is not the first time the Rockets have struggled defensively over the last 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, it's been going on too often compared to what they were early in the year. And so that's why I think at some point Ime – now what bothers me are coaches like Ime Udoka, just like Van Gundy, love veteran players. They love players that are safe. They love a certain type of player. I don't want to see this team get artificially old. That's not what I want. I want young players featured. I want Amen featured. I want Cam featured. But I think they need to be held accountable. You can still feature them and say, hey, just like he did the other day, hey, Cam, I need extra passes. We can't keep doing this or I'll send you down to the G League.
Right.
That's great. I mean, that's good. This is a process, though. This is not a playoff team.
I know, but they need to be better than this. They need to be better. And this is not what you bought when you bought Ime Udoka. What you bought was a guy who is going to be disciplined. He's baby Thibodeau. Okay?
Roster configuration still needs to happen. As much as people don't think so.
Well, then I guess that rocket.
I see individual pieces.
That rocket reconfiguration is Jalen Green. Then
I see.
Today's the day. You got to get rid of him.
I see individual pieces, but what I don't see is a complete team. Like I don't see the team yet. I see little pieces here and there. It wouldn't shock me if Jayshawn Tate got moved.
Well, yeah.
I mean, Jayshawn has some value off the bench for teams. He is just a guy. I mean, Tari Eason is the four most valuable players on your team right now are Şengün, Tari Eason, Jalen Green.
Fred and Dillon Brooks are up there. Yeah.
Yeah, but for other teams, look how much Fred makes.
Well, no.
And
You said which are the most tradable or which are the most
core guys?
Core guys. The Dillon Brooks and Fred VanVleet have to be core guys.
But he
That's
doesn't
42 and 20 a year.
But he doesn't. Well, I don't care what their price. Do you think Fred's playing $40 million basketball this year?
Fred is no.
He was never going to do that.
No. But Fred brings something to the table that's the kind of thing that Ime Udoka wants as a Fred VanVleet.
Yes, that's great.
Yes.
That doesn't make him a core guy in the future, though. He has a 2-year deal.
Yeah. Well,
that's why I'm not. I don't know if I consider him a core guy
now. I thought you meant.
I don't know. I mean, for Rockets building a championship team. If they ever win a championship,
well,
Fred
Dillon
VanVleet
Brooks
will
better.
not.
He's got a 4-year deal.
Fred VanVleet. Well,
you better be winning much bigger than this in the next 4 years.
Okay, so 4 core guys that you think. So it would be. See, I put Tari over. If I had to make 4. Yeah, Dillon Brooks for 4 years. Yeah, you have to put him in there.
Yes.
Dillon Brooks, Şengün, Jalen Green. Even if you deal him, it's Jalen Green, and then it's, I think, Tari Eason, right?
I'd like to see him every once in a while.
Well, an injury is an injury, and Fred's going to be out a while.
Well, Tari McCullers, get back out there.
John, you have a projection for the Rockets. You said they got to win a lot more than they are. Certainly fighting for a playing spot's not where they want to be in a couple years, but progression of a team when your best player is currently 21 years old, how good should the Rockets be if Şengün is 23, 24?
Well, forget about he's year 3 now.
Sure.
So 4, 5, 6, he needs to be.
That's fine. He could be a great player, but when you are building a team around youth, I guess you could be the Thunder.
Listen, he's got experience now. Though.
If they win 33
and by the way,
games,
you got to get all that Stephen Silas stuff out.
That's why I said how much winning should.
And that takes time.
When Şengün is 24, how good should this team be?
I know.
This team is going to make leaps and bounds.
I know
That's
this. Doc Manavis is really, really good.
Because she won't go in there and cut it.
Yeah. No, there's no cutting
going on.
There's
no sawing going on inside your process.
Yeah, well, it's minimally invasive in that she has to put in an IV. That's it. So if you have an enlarged prostate.
What do other people do, John?
They cut. They put. Don't even talk about it. They put stuff up you. They open a blade and cut inside of you your prostate.
Like a weed whacker.
Kinda. Yeah. Is this what you want, or do you want an IV? IV. Where you sit there for you read a book or you watch TV, you watch Netflix while you're getting an IV, reducing your prostate. 45 minutes. That's it. I don't have any words for you if you go and you have an enlarged prostate and the doctor says we're going to perform surgery and you do it. I have no words for you because that's the silliest thing I've ever heard. The only thing you should do if you feel like you have an enlarged prostate, if you feel like you're going to the bathroom too much, if you feel like, whatever, and it can be dangerous because it can give you urinary tract infections, kidney problems, liver problems, Doc Manavis is here for you with an IV. Go to 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
922 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we have the Super Bowl at, media day. This kid, Jeremiah Fennell.
I love Jeremiah Fennell.
Yeah.
It's really good. 11-year-old kid who's razor sharp, and he doesn't have, you can just tell he knows what he's doing. He's going to be good. My network had the foresight to bring him to media day, and it was with NFL Network.
So
we need to get rid of Daniel Jeremiah and have this kid on. I'll be the lead draft analyst. We save money, and then
Daniel Jeremiah is costing the company way too much.
Yeah, he's costing us way too much money.
Right. So he hears you joking like that.
We bust each other's balls all the time. He crushes me. Yeah, so I have to crush him back.
Okay, so
I don't want to do all the TV appearances he does, though. Let Jeremiah do that. I just want the money.
Just give me the money. I
just want the money.
Hang out here on
I'll
radio.
keep doing what I do, and then I want the money.
So we got that. So the questions, Andy Reid got asked Andy Reid, Brock Purdy, and Patrick Mahomes all got asked these questions at the Super Bowl media day.
So which one are we going with first?
I don't know. Andy Reid first? Do Andy Reid first.
Coach, right here.
Yep. Gotcha.
Question from Germany. Yes. As you said before, times have changed a lot. The internet, mobile phones. What do you say about the conspiracies that have popped up concerning Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, like some kind of Republican conspiracies that you guys made it into the Super Bowl to actually secretly re-elect or help re-elect President Biden?
That's way out of my league. Very similar to me speaking German. Listen, we appreciate. I appreciate the question. She's been great, and we had a nice visit with President Biden. That's about as far as I can go last year. Yeah.
Now this is real out there. That people actually believe this.
I know that the conspiracy theorists now have gotten it's actually scary because it's not. I get frightened by this because I know people who are liberal. I know people who are conservative who are normal. I know there's a lot more normal people than the other side will think about the other side. You know what I mean? I know plenty of regular, normal, conservative people. I know regular, normal, liberal people. Yeah, Democrats, Republicans. But the conspiracy people thing on the left and right is terrifying to me.
Problem is, yes. I mean, we hear from the idiots. We hear from the fringe way more.
And then a lot of people are easily tricked.
Yes.
Imagine that. Easily cajoled.
I kind of believe that there is some kind of thing going on.
Right? The NFL's trying to get...
He's one of a lot of those people. Easily tricked.
Yeah. Easily tricked.
Yeah.
Now, what about Brock Purdy? There is something to this. There is. Now, if you don't believe this, then... I don't know what's wrong with you.
Have you ever seen Bodies, Dale?
Yep.
John, you saw Bodies.
I saw Bodies.
Time travel's possible.
Here's the deal. Listen, I don't know if you can hear the question all that great.
I had to amp up.
You have to amp. Okay. You amped it up.
Yeah.
So, okay. It just has to do with Lee Harvey Oswald. Here is Brock Purdy at the podium.
You and Lee Harvey Oswald circling around the internet right now. People think you two look alike. Did you ever hear that before?
I haven't. That's my first time hearing it. Yeah.
What do you think about that comparison? Physical comparison,
I don't know.
I'm glad he clarified physical comparison. I'm not saying you're eventually going to shoot a president, but what do you look? Do you think you look like him?
If he did, now if Brock Purdy ends up someday shooting a president,
why are we doing this?
Just let him cook. Let him cook.
No, are the physical because they are comparable. If you ever go look at Brock Purdy and Lee Harvey Oswald, they're doppelgangers. Okay, if he does end up shooting a president, is there something to this? And we'll go back to this question, and me right here, and we will say, there was something actually to this.
I got a picture of John Wilkes Booth.
Okay,
I'm pulling him up too.
He looks like Paul Gallant a little bit.
Oh my God.
Just look like Paulie G. A little bit.
Let's take the mustache off.
Yeah, look at
different hair. Oh my God.
He looks like
and
Paulie
the brows.
G. Yeah.
He does have a little bit of a Paul Gallant look.
Yeah.
If I take the mustache off, I mean the hair's obviously different.
But
Who
yeah,
is
and the
John-
face is different too.
Who
but
could we go to a
You
media
mean everything
day?
is different? Okay, thanks.
Who could we go to a media day? This feels like it looks like Brock Purdy.
do you think he looks like Brock Purdy?
If
A
you
little.
do this,
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it does.
It looks a little like Brock Purdy.
I'm gonna pull
and make like if Paul Gallant and Brock Purdy had a baby.
Sirhan be Sirhan, right? Is that was?
Are you just looking up people who have shot at presidents?
Yes.
And see if anyone here looks like them?
What was his name? Is that Sirhan b Sirhan?
Sirhan. Well, he didn't kill. He killed Bobby, didn't he? He didn't kill the president. Or which one did he kill?
He shot RFK.
Yeah,
A senator, not a president.
When he
Right,
shot
senator.
him,
Who do you think that looks
Verheul?
like? No. Damn it.
Don't call it Verheul. I'll tell you, it looks like a little bit. It's got a Purdy look. Like if you,
He doesn't look like Purdy.
yeah, but if you put him in a different,
Face?
country,
Yeah, it could be. He's.
if you look at the
Yeah,
eyes, he's got a Brock Purdy look.
Yes, he's the Arabic. Purdy.
He doesn't look like
Let me
Brock
look up John
Purdy.
Wayne Gacy real quick.
He didn't shoot
He
a
didn't
president.
kill a president. No, but who's
Well,
the guy
we're moving to serial
that just
killers.
got out of prison that shot Ronald Reagan?
Hmm.
Oh, what's his name?
Oh, Hinckley? John Hinckley?
Yeah, John Hinckley. Let's see if he looks like him.
Let me see.
Of course, he's still alive, so it's going to be hard to be Brock Purdy
Is
now.
it Yeah, it's John Hinckley Jr.
John
He does
Hinckley.
not look like Brock Purdy.
John
but he's
Hinckley?
still alive, so they're two
He
different
looks like
people. We know
Meatloaf.
that. Because I don't think
What did he? Wait, no, this can't be it.
Lee Harvey Oswald's still alive, so
Okay.
he
No.
could be Brock Purdy
No.
now.
You know who could have played him in a movie? Maybe. I don't know.
Who,
Remember
Hinckley?
the guy with the in Bluebird or Blackbird who who was basically copying Bernie the Wolf?
Yeah, no. It's
But
not.
what if you put a mustache on him?
Yeah, no, he's still alive.
Who
so
does this look like to you?
He looks like
Gallant?
a young John Voight.
It doesn't look
Voight.
like Gallant or Purdy.
Not so much Paul Gallant. No, I think Paul Gallant looks a lot.
Does that look like Josh Beard?
Michael?
What about what about
Joel?
No, Branham.
Oh,
Look
it
at
does
the
look like
eyes.
Branham.
He does look a little bit like.
Do you think John Hinckley, Branham could be John Hinckley's
Our
kid?
station is full of people who look like
So Connor and Beard did
people
a,
who have
did
tried
a
to
thing
assassinate presidents.
So Connor and Beard did a thing where they wanted to figure out who they would fight. You guys have at the station. You guys have taken it to another level where you're comparing people here who look like potential assassinators of presidents.
Yes.
Well, no, that is
What Super Bowl week?
Branham could be his kid.
And if you do a Chat GPT, like show me Jeremy Branham as somebody who tried to assassinate a
And
president,
it'd be John Hinckley.
and they do a picture of Hinckley.
No,
Yeah,
John
100%.
Hinckley looks like Meatloaf, the singer.
Yeah, but you have
Yeah,
to.
okay.
And what does he look like when
Not
he loses
really.
He
weight?
does. Look at him as an old guy. Look at Meatloaf
We're not
today.
doing old guys.
we're doing it when he
them in their
shot him.
primes,
Even
in their
still, look
primes.
at young Meatloaf
John-
and young Hinckley.
In their
I'm looking at
prime.
him right
Jeremy
now.
In their
Branham's in
prime.
his prime right now.
Is he?
Yeah, he's calling Cougar games. Yeah.
He doesn't look like Branham.
Do you call
Do you
games
think
for
it's just a front?
one of the top
when
5
the
teams
Cougs
in the
win the
nation?
national championship, he goes to the White House. Boom.
No.
Oh my!
Oh my God! You could get John. You know that you can get a visit from the Secret Service now. I'm not involved
You're
in this.
going to
White
have
House.
him investigated.
I'm out too on this.
No, you said it. What do you mean you're
I'm
out?
out on this.
By the way, Jeremy,
You
that's
can't get-
John, not us.
You can't, yeah, that's John.
We don't
I did
think
not
we
say
don't
anything
think
like
you latched
that.
onto the Cougars hoping they'd win a title, so you could.
I'm hoping you lose now.
Yeah, I don't want you to win.
No offense, but John has planted a.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
No, that's awful. Well, whoever said that. Never mind. Let's.
It's on the air. You can't be
He
like, never
immediately
mind.
realized that that's one of those things that Secret Service doesn't joke around
No,
about.
they don't.
The FBI.
I'm talking about John. Not me, Jeremy.
Well, they're going to have to ask you why do you think that?
Because he
Hey,
looks
what
like
made you,
he looks like Hinckley. I can't do anything
He does
about
look
that.
like a, yeah, I mean, like
Nothing I can do with that.
I don't know. It's not our fault that we recognize people who look like people who tried to assassinate presidents.
You know what?
That's not on us.
They do a segment on Friday of who said this.
Oh, yeah, you're going to
guess who's getting that?
Oh, you're
Who's
catching
getting
it,
that?
yeah.
Yeah,
Although they may not want to highlight it
No, probably you shouldn't.
No.
Joe George, do not highlight that one. Okay.
because it suggests that your host has got a maniacal plan to kill a president.
But not John.
Not
me.
John. No.
So that's why John
No,
shouldn't be in trouble
I don't
for
know.
it.
I'm just saying it could.
If
I
you're
don't know.
investigating someone, it's not this show.
Speaking
Pick
of
it up,
wild,
Ray.
speaking of wild conspiracies, John just unearthed one.
931 ESPN 97.5. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a call from HRP
I did
If
not think
the Secret Service
Jason
calls,
Barrett would not like this segment.
No.
If he were still in charge.
HRP is probably going to be calling at any time now. So this is the kind of offense where you say, John, you might have gone too far.
Yeah, you're going to get suspended.
But never has HRP called me. Never. Okay. I've
Teflon
called them.
John, they call you
I've
that.
called them. And you know what? Here's the deal. I've called them because I had some questions about, I don't know, how do I get into this? How do I get into the website? Yeah, because I'm not that bright. But I called them, and you know what? They answer all of your calls. And they've got thousands and thousands and thousands of employees that work for companies that they work for, and yet they're available for everybody. So you're not bothered with those questions, those payroll questions or HR questions. I've never had I had a question about my time off. That's why I called them, and I didn't know how to get on the website, and they helped me out. So here's the deal, is they're perfect. They're perfect for all of this stuff. You're looking for the payroll company that's going to be perfect for your business. I don't know what your payroll company does for you. I don't know what your admin company. I can tell you this, they're probably overcharging you. And HR&P says, we will look at your business and we'll tell you how we can save you money. And they can save you money. If you're doing your payroll yourself, or you've got a payroll company through an admin company, well, the admin company wants to do everything. They want to take your 401k, they want to do your insurance, they want to do it all, and they're making a lot of money off of that. HR&P, not so much. They don't do insurance, they don't do 401k, because they let you choose what you want. So if you're looking for that kind of payroll company that could quite possibly save your business a lot of money, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.
Mahomes looks like Jeremy Renner. Do y'all see that?
Huh? He sounds like Kermit the Frog. I know that. 713-780-3776 is the number you want to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jackie said, John, so if Purdy assassinates Dell, whoa, Lance, Dell, let him cook. John cooks. Lance immediately taps out and says, let the record reflect. It's true. Sometimes you can't let people cook.
Sometimes.
Hey, you step in and go, hey, let him go. You know better.
No, you're right.
You can't just let him go.
You're right.
It was a little.
Tomorrow we've got 5-star.
A little reckless on
we're
my
gonna
part.
we're gonna come out and we're gonna come out with a ton of different. One thing I've noticed.
Yeah, we need him to put together a bunch of props.
And so we'll go through a bunch of props. I'm already telling you, Heads is going to win this year. I talked to some conspiracy theorists online, and it looks like Heads has already been predetermined. They've got a head coin.
What?
Yep. Head's already out there. By the way, did you see what happened with your favorite football coach?
What? Bill Belichick?
Close.
Who's my favorite? Oh, Bill O'Brien?
Yep.
What? Ohio State?
Nope.
He's out?
Looks like he's going to Boston College to become a head coach.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him. I think that's perfect. He's a masshole.
They talked about, he's from there, and his son, they've got a really good, his son suffers from morning seizures.
Yes,
he's got a disease. So supposedly there's a really
That's
good.
why he loved being here, because of the facilities.
Yeah, and supposedly there's a really good facility here. So that's good for OB and his child if they end up taking that job, which I think he will. But I think all things considered, like, does he want to have to deal with all the NIL stuff and everything like that? Nobody wants to anymore. But for your son and from medical standpoint and facilities, and probably the money's better. Probably, although college coordinators are getting paid
Ohio
now.
State, yeah. I would imagine he's not doing that much for the money. I mean, yeah, he wants to be the boss again. It had to just kill him to have to listen to Belichick and Saban, both of them, two dictators. Now he can be the dictator again.
Yeah,
right.
He gets back to his rightful. He gets the throne back.
Yeah, I mean, once you are the man,
he didn't like being the hand. He didn't like being the hand, and he was, once he gets back on the throne, like.
Do you think he changes it all? No, he is who he is. It's hard to change those spots.
I think he's fundamentally. I think he has some anger issues.
Yes.
That I think he can't relax. I don't know how much of that is driven by his personality. Probably most of it. I don't know if the stress of some of the family stuff and things like that. You never know, and you don't want to. I don't want to guess too much, but I think Bill O'Brien is just a guy who he just gets very high and very low, and I think that burns you out quickly. He's talented. I think he has a good football. I think he has a good football mind. I think he knows what he's doing, but I just think that eventually he burns people out because he's so high and low. I mean, we experienced it from the very first time he was there. You've started figuring out that Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien just couldn't. The difference from Gary Kubiak, who was straight down the middle all the time, to the point that you wished he was more up and down a little bit. And then you get Bill O'Brien, who, if he didn't like a practice, it was going to be a terrible post-practice interview. He was going to be short and mad and all that stuff, and it was rough for people in the building. It created big dissension. So no, I don't think he changes. I think that's who he is. I think he'll try to. Like, you watched Last Chance U, right?
Yep.
Okay, remember that guy Buddy, the very first one they showed at
he had anger issues.
Yeah. So the first one, he didn't like the way he looked, and he didn't like the way that they quote unquote portrayed him, which was a documentary. And so remember that year 2, he tried to do it different. He was trying to be calmer and all that stuff, and eventually
it didn't work.
Eventually, he was who he was. Jason Brown had some of the same stuff.
In that second year, didn't he get thrown out for hitting or going after?
Or he was German.
He was fighting a coach on the sideline.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He eventually, Buddy just couldn't. East Community Junior College. He just couldn't. East Mississippi, I think it was. He just eventually became who he is. Yeah. Bill O'Brien's too old to. He's He's in what? He's got to be around 50 now, 51, something like that. Maybe 52. Bill O'Brien is who he is.
Yeah.
It's not going to change.
Let's get Josh in here before we hit news of the weird. Hey, Josh.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, Lance, I haven't heard you, use the reference of sneaky anymore. I mean, is somebody going to pull a sneaky Lee Harvey if they move, all these lookalikes? It's almost 2025. They could look like anybody these days.
Wait, what do you mean sneaky? I feel like I'm missing out on a reference.
Sneaky Pete.
Oh, yeah. Sneaky Lee Harvey. I don't know.
Sneaky Hinckley.
Sneaky Hinckley? I don't like the idea of a sneaky Hinckley. What about sneaky? Well, sneaky Raheel could have been a thing. That should have been a show.
Well,
who's the closest to Sneaky Pete? Remember, did you ever watch the show Sneaky Pete?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sneaky Raheel could have been a thing.
Oh, I mean, he is. I mean, he is Eddie Haskell. Raheel is Eddie Haskell.
Yeah, Sneaky
he's one
Raheel.
way, and then he's just the total opposite
Hey,
person.
guys.
How are you?
How do you like this girl? Look at this young girl. Remember when he tried to get like Longhorn tickets by featuring his daughter in a post? Like she was thrown down on the ground by his woman or whatever he did. Do you remember that, Dell? He did something trying to get the Longhorns to send him some tickets. Sneaky Raheel is just that's more than Sneaky Hinckley. Who's the sneakiest player in Houston right now? Does that mean it doesn't mean it's bad? Yeah, it's probably Dylan Brooks.
Oh, I don't know. He's just got anger. I'd see Dylan Brooks as more as an anger guy.
I don't think it's anger. I think he likes to Oh, you don't think he would? Oh, what about when he pretends like he's getting over a pick and then he tries to ram you up through your sack? That's sneaky. That's sneak.
Well,
that's sneak
it's
punching, not
really
sneak dissing.
Sneaky because he
That's
never
a
gets
sneak
away
rack.
with it.
It's a sneak rack. Well,
Yeah.
people are alerted because of the immediate collapse to the ground.
Well, that's
of the
true.
picks of the pick.
And then they go, well, now go sit down, go in
What
the
about
locker room.
Tank. Is
Yeah.
Tank Dell the sneakiest?
Oh,
Tank might be the sneakiest player.
Yeah.
God,
Nico,
what a great
Nico
word.
was sneaky too.
What a great word, sneak. Yeah, he's sneaky fast.
Yeah. Jonathan Grenard was sneaky this year.
Yeah, he's
Right?
pretty sneaky.
We didn't expect him to have that.
Blake Cashman was sneaky good.
And yeah. No, he is sneaky.
Denzel Perrin was sneaky bad at coverage. That probably wasn't sneaky. It's probably out there. That's why teams
Probably he was just being
targeted
himself.
him.
He was just being himself.
You know who's sneaky bad? Kenyon Green so far has been sneaky bad.
I think Jalen Petrie doesn't get enough credit for that.
Well, I tell you what, if there's a guy named Jalen, John is going to slander him.
It's not
Anybody
true.
named Jalen in this city.
I like Jalen Carter.
He doesn't
You
play in
shouldn't.
here.
Oh yeah,
He did. He wasn't good at back half of the year for
No,
the
he
Eagles.
was sneaky average too.
I'm looking. We never did this because let's do this before we get to the break. We never did the Houston football schedule. U of H football schedule. They in the preseason, I got UNLV at home. They open up the new TD ECU Stadium at home on August 31st, Labor Day weekend. And then at Oklahoma, that return game that they have to return to Oklahoma. They went to Oklahoma. Dana's first ever game was at Oklahoma. Well, first Oklahoma played here against Tom Herman, and Tom Herman beat him. Then, remember at the NRG. Then Dana's first ever game was at Oklahoma, and now the second ever game for Willie Fritz is going to be at Oklahoma. You had to make 2 trips to Oklahoma to get that one game
Let's
here.
get Willie on tomorrow.
We'll get Willie on.
Talk
to
about
talk
it. I'll reach out.
Then Rice at TD-ECU Stadium. And then so the home schedule for the Big 12 this year, Iowa State, Utah, Kansas State, Baylor. Not exactly what we were thinking the Big 12 was going to be. We thought it was going to be a lot of Texas teams, and it's not. Then on the road, they go to Cincinnati, they go to TCU, they go to Kansas, at Arizona, and at BYU. Man, the league has turned into what was, when the Cougs joined it just a couple of years ago, was mostly the old Big 8. Now it's just another hodgepodge.
I know. Hey, this doesn't look like a Big 12 we thought we were getting
like
into.
Big 12 at all.
This looks like Conference USA.
I mean, it looks more like the American,
Yeah.
but but it's it doesn't look like the Big 12 anymore, really.
No, that's why it's important that they secure. I don't know how this is going to work. I mean, tomorrow, we'll say this for tomorrow, but there was some really interesting. We haven't really talked about this, but the unionizing of Dartmouth basketball, the National Labor Relations Board said that they could unionize their employees. We need to get into this because it opened up a discussion about contracts, and now players are not going to be able to move. Like, you have to be careful. You can go too far with this because it's going to be limiting.
If you have a contract, yep.
Yeah, it's going to be limiting. So Rick Pitino followed up with some things that he recommended for basketball, which I think actually some of them made sense. But we could be on the cusp of a true amateur/professional sports setup that's going to limit movement from players,
amateur,
but also
forget amateur. Once they get to college, they're pro. They could become pros.
Which could change also the structure of the collegiate.
All right, we got to break it there because we got news of the word coming your way. And I'm okay, Dell. First person right now, we're gonna get a VIP table at Warehouse Live for the big game. 713-780-3776. Right now, first caller.
Take care of that.
Yeah. Brett, first caller right now, 713-780-3776. The very first caller is going to get a table, a VIP table, if you want to come and join us at Warehouse Live. Now, here's the deal, is you come, doors will open at 2. The band starts at 3. We'll end at 5. The game's at 5:30. So it's going to be a great time had by all. Want you to come. And if you don't get a VIP table, it's okay. It's going to be, we're all together. It's not going to, it's going to be just great. There's going to be a beer flying. There's going to be food trucks. It's going to be a great place to watch the game. I don't know what your plans are for the game, but I can tell you this, it's going to be fun at Warehouse Live Midtown. So come on, it's at McGowan and Travis. I don't know, the screen, you're not going to find a bigger screen for the big game anywhere. We're going to have a big time this Sunday. Want you to come on out to Warehouse Live, midtown.com. Print your tickets out. Come. The earlier you get there, the better seats you get, including the VIP people. You got to be there early if you want to get those best of the seats right in front of the stage. Warehouse Live, midtown.com.
Time now for news of the weird with John and Lance. Weird. John and Lance Weird. News of the weird. News.
Weird. For whatever reason, this came up at a couple of places. Mexican porn star Alex Martin has revealed that he has 7 wives, 1 for every day of the week. Do you want a wife for every day of the week? Here's what he said about it.
I want Nicole for every day of the week. That's quite enough, sir.
He's enjoying his 7 deadly sins. The unconventional arrangement does cause some issues. He says, obviously, it's a little harder because one of them always gets angry. Yami gets jealous of Yamaleth. Giselle gets jealous of everyone. She's very jealous. I just don't know that it would just 7, 1 for every day of the week. I don't care if you're a porn star or whatever. It just feels like it'd be a lot of work.
This is poorly thought out.
Yeah.
You know, I remember when they tried this on Big Love just to bring a 4th in, the Russian girl, it turned into a disaster.
Yeah.
Why would, of course he's going to have.
Yeah. So it's 7.
I wonder who the Nikki is from Chloe Sevigny, her character.
I don't know.
And who the Barb is, who the original sister wife was.
I don't know. One person said, well, he's not really married to all 7. He's just a pimp.
Yeah, I don't think he's married to all 7 either. I don't think they've
But he
actually.
has 1 for every day of the week.
Yeah, well.
It just seems like a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, people, you may be listening to that thinking, that's really pretty cool. No,
biblical. I'm probably not that either. South Carolina is seeking to restart executions with electric chair and firing squad. They say painless death is not required. Do you feel like it should be painless or just shoot them or electrocute them? What do you think?
I mean, I feel like we should determine it based on the crime.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
no. If
they are going to lose their lives. So.
Yeah. Firing squad wouldn't be bad. You go right away, right?
Well,
depends
if it's a
on the
headshot.
shot.
Huh?
If it's not a headshot.
Well, yeah, I guess. But, I mean, if you got 7 guys, one of them is going to kill you.
We
right
go
away.
deep into every subject, probably deeper than we should.
Right.
Well, if it's not a headshot, then you.
Well, somebody's got to be able to hit you in the head.
I don't know if they're marksmen. Maybe they just give guys rifles and see what happens.
How about this? Police have recovered over 24 stolen bags of ice that were taken from a Vinton County dollar store. Do you feel like this is the best use? At some point, the ice is just going to melt, right?
But you did steal the ice from me.
I mean,
but once they steal it,
I mean,
how does it
we
help?
had a donut stealing story last week or the week before. Now they're stealing ice.
Yeah,
this is stuff that you can just buy.
I guess you don't have the money for it. For ice.
But how are you going to...
Two
what
dozen
kind of market
bags?
is there for ice?
How many bags?
Don't you have to refrigerate it? Costs you money.
Or freeze it. How much does a bag of ice cost?
Not that much. It's water.
Watch how valuable ice is when it hurts.
20 stolen bags of ice. Or 2 dozen.
How much?
It's not like...
Does that come out to be what?
That's $60. No, $100.
$60 I didn't have, so I stole it.
I guess. Seems like a lot of work carrying all those 100 bags, 24 bags of ice.
You're
for
not
$100.
More proof you're not a man of the people.
A rescue cat. No, I'm just a smarter crook. If I'm going to steal something and get in trouble,
I don't have $60.
I'm not going to steal something that can
I gotta steal ice.
evaporate.
I don't have $60. I gotta steal it.
A rescue cat refuses to eat food unless it comes with a side salad. Are you sure this cat needed rescuing? Are we sure? I mean, if this cat is so persnickety that it has to have
How does a cat know about a side salad?
What an uppity
no
cat
idea.
that is.
It is an uppity cat.
Someone had to train that cat to eat a side salad. Now you're stuck with it.
This is the reason why. This encapsulates every cat that I've ever thought about. I don't know because I would never own a cat and I'm allergic to them. But this is why people hate them. They need side salads.
Would you date well, you're married, obviously, but
No.
in a different time, if a woman loved a cat.
Nope.
No.
No good.
You're out.
Yeah, cat.
No good. Not date.
What if Michelle
at some
Keegan?
point there's going to be 50
What if Michelle,
cats in the house.
What if Michelle Keegan loved the cat?
Yeah, what if Michelle Keegan?
Too bad. I don't do anything. I'm just looking at Michelle Keegan. That's all. She would try to go after me. I would say no.
You think
I've
that
already did this. I never said that I would.
Yeah, we've seen that husband. Alleged husband.
You seem like her type.
Yesterday, I tricked Monty. I said, hey, let's see who's prettier, Dua Lipa or Michelle Keegan. And I showed her Dua Lipa. By the way, Michelle Keegan blows Dua Lipa away.
Wow.
As far as beauty.
A turn on Dua
As far as
Lipa.
beauty.
Yeah.
I know. I feel bad about it, but I looked at Dua Lipa. I just don't look at her the same way now that I've seen Michelle Keegan. But I said, who looks prettier, her or her? And then I said, no, I'll tell you off the air. We got into a different discussion. It's just not for the air.
Oh, look at that.
It's not. We shouldn't be.
Some
I brought up
restraint.
Helen Mirren.
Someone has some restraint here.
Helen Mirren and being naturally, not
I thought you weren't going to talk about it.
Get surgeries all over your face and stuff like that.
Yeah, Helen Mirren did
Helen
do that.
Mirren just said, hey, I'm good. I'm rolling.
And she's still good.
Yeah.
Good for her. God bless. Hey, time for me to talk about my bookie. Tomorrow, 5 Star is going to be on, and he's going to give you a bunch of prop bets, and I want you to listen to them, and I want you to go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. And this weekend is the big game, and it is by far, it's the best, most bet on event of the year by far. I mean, and you're not going to be a part of it? What? How about this? If you're looking for a great place to play, win, and get paid, bet anything, anytime, anywhere, the prop bets are going to be fantastic. They're unbelievable. It is the best place for you to get in on the action. So you just make your deposit, and when you make your deposit, you put in promo code BET975, and you're going to get a bonus. And if you and then you got all kinds of bonuses for the game as well. It's crazy. It's wonderful. But you're looking for a place to play, and then after the big game, there's all kinds of stuff: NBA, college basketball, baseball season's coming, all kinds of great stuff to still bet on. You're looking for the best place to win and get paid, mybookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code BET975.
75 and 92.5. Dude, totally.
Bye, bitch.
ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Something special is brewing in College Station.
Needs marble power dribble. He just cramped it over the right side and through. The dunk by Julius Marble.
The Texas A&M Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network from Learfield.
Texas A&M versus Missouri. Game coverage begins tonight at 7:30, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know, right now, what you're hearing could actually be a super effective message to let Houston know about your business. Get started advertising on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 by emailing sales@galmedia.com. It's easy and it's affordable. But most of all, it reaches a large and dedicated audience full of the smartest and best people in Houston. Just like you. Join the revolution by emailing sales@galmedia.com.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Paul Gallant.
Paulie G Show. He's the best in Houston.
The most interactive sports radio show in Houston.
Oh, what's good, my man? How you doing, Paul? What are you doing, Paul?
Join the devastation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
I love the show. Y'all keep it up.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant.
You are definitely living in the hindsight world today, Paul.
High fly ball to deep left field. Back to the wall. Makes the moment again. Astros lead in the ninth.
Hello and welcome aboard the John Wilkes Booth Show. I am John Wilkes Booth. Yes, it's true. In media, we will hire anybody who is famous or infamous. And yes, I have been John Wilkes Booth this entire time, as brought up on John and Lance this morning. Brock Purdy looks like Lee Harvey Oswald. I guess I look like John Wilkes Booth. We are live in Las Vegas by Radio Row from a non-handicapped stall. Sean Mapes is back from a nice little vacation. Sean, the show has been a challenge the first couple of days. B-Mac and I were trying to get in sync as I do the show from a bathroom stall. So hopefully everything goes smoothly today. Hopefully there will be less double tapping from the stall next to me. There were a couple of people who came in. We've had Frank Thomas on the show. We've had Al Pacino, who knocked on the door properly, but we've had some other people who were propositioning me.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, the two-step to the side of the stall. Some people
like that,
thought the guest I was looking for, they thought it was like a companion kind of guest. And no, that doesn't happen until after noon Central Time, and then I'm on my own time. You can leave that to the imagination.
Yeah, it really does suck that we went from Circa being in a cabana in Circa to now being in a toilet in a nondescript casino.
Well, we've got a redhead to thank for that. So, hey, look, we still got back out there, okay? We are here. And you heard it coming in. That was the best moment of the 2023 season for the Houston Astros. Jose Altuve's 3-run homer. Just going to let that person flush. Jose Altuve's 3-run homer to give the Houston Astros a lead over the Texas Rangers in Game 5 of the ALCS. It was the last game the Astros would win all year. But the big news yesterday evening, the Astros extended him through 2029 / for life. Saw that tweet at first and thought to myself, wait a second. If he's only signed through 2029, is Altuve slowly dying? I found out that is a jump to conclusions. On the jump to conclusions mat, Altuve is going to be here, though, through 2029. And this is the very obvious take that we all should be in agreement on. Good. He deserves this. Houston can't have more star players finishing their career elsewhere because it's happened too much of late. Maybe not with the Astros. One thing you can credit Drayden McClain for is the previous owner of the Astros is that Jeff Bagwell and Greg Biggio were Astros for life. But take a look at the Rockets. Hakeem Olajuwon. There's pictures of him wearing a Toronto Raptors jersey. I don't care how cool that Toronto Raptors jersey is. I don't care how many times you've seen a Toronto Raptors jersey at a festival from back in the day and said, oh, that's pretty cool. Shouldn't have been on Hakeem Olajuwon. It should never have depurified his skin. And second, you had Andre Johnson finishing his career with not just the Indianapolis Colts, but the Tennessee Titans. Gross. J.J. Watt finished his career with the Cardinals. Maybe a little bit different in football, maybe a little bit different in basketball, but you got to have arguably the greatest athlete in Houston sports history. It's really between him and Hakeem Olajuwon as a guy who plays for the Houston Astros for his entire career. So, for now, that appears to be happening. I suppose there could be a different conversation in 2029 because Altuve is just 33 years old. Theoretically, he could still be decent when his contract expires, and he hasn't quite turned 40. But we'll save that conversation for another day. This is a rather team-friendly deal, a deal that is going to pay him $125 million once it kicks in. $30 million after his contract expires this season in 2025, 2026, and 2027. $10 million in 2028 and 2029.
What a guy. What a nice move. hey, I'm gonna stink the last couple of years. Just pay me up front.
But if he doesn't stink, will the Astros reward him, Sean? I think they should think about it. If he's still good, I think you got to make good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he gets like back to $30 million, but yeah, hey, here's an extra 15. There you go.
Can you not, by the way, Sean, though, do what Buster Olney did? Because what you just did right there, what a good guy out taking less money. Can we not lick the boots yet? Can we wait a little bit to lick the boot?
No, I'm just saying he didn't have to do it, and he did.
Did you see Olney's tweet?
No.
Oh my God, it is.
If you start any sentence with "Did you see this tweet?" I probably didn't.
Fair enough.
Not just about Buster Olney. The only tweet I saw this weekend was this one about Altuve resigning and Brock Purdy looking like Lee Harvey Oswald.
That's true. Which
I feel like it's 2 for 2 on your day off.
Yeah, that's definitely two great things to see on the internet when you are out. To bring it back to that tweet I was referencing with Buster Olney. Olney tweeted this, and my God, it's every baseball owner's wet dream. Jose Altuve had no interest in testing the market. He values what he has, knows he's happy, and has always felt as if he's overpaid to play a game.
Oh, yes. He plays a kid's game, Paul.
Look, that is true. Also, it is true that he feels this way. There was a Chandler Rome article in the Houston Chronicle from last year where he basically says all of these things. But, I mean, Buster Olney, who has been part of the media assault on our Houston Lord and Savior, Jose Altuve, here's Buster Olney portraying Jose Altuve as a simple, noble savage. What is this, 1800s literature? Jose Altuve is just thankful for what he has. He doesn't need more. And maybe that's true, but F off, Buster Olney. You were part of the Knives Out Brigade that has gotten us to a point where people look at Jose Altuve and they don't think he's one of the best baseball players of the last 20 years. He's a cheater. He's a cheater. I mean, okay, maybe he did. He was on that team. But it seems like by all accounts that all of his teammates said he was the one guy that wasn't doing it. The one guy who was annoyed when they tried to do it. So Buster Olney all of a sudden saying, Jose Altuve does things the right way. He asks for just enough to survive. It's like you're asking for him or implying, which is what baseball owners want, that all players should be happy taking absolutely nothing. And this is the kind of stuff that fans see, and they're like, yeah, this is great. And then you're going to look at somebody else who wants to get every single dollar he possibly can. Well, he still can't get those dollars. And you're going to see a bunch of randomly communist thoughts from people who probably lean right, Oh, it's so great that baseball players, because they're playing a kid's game, of course, so great that they're not asking for more than they need.
Yeah.
It's so great to see a noble athlete who isn't demanding every single cent. No, he should get every cent that he deserves. This is very friendly for the Astros, obviously, but I hated that tweet from Olney.
If Jose Altuve could, if it was allowed in the MLB collective bargaining agreement, he would play for a bowl of soup and 2 slices of bread every day.
It's so annoying. This is the kind of stuff that they want reporters to put that out there so that certain players are the good ones because they just shut up and do what they're told. And okay, there's an element of that Generation Z clearly needs, but at the same time, can we stop making it seem like the guy's lucky to get paid this when he has done all of the things that Altuve has done in his career? The Astros have had him for a bargain for the majority of his career based off of all of his production, his leadership, his postseason clutch moments. He's got the second most home runs in postseason history. Second most. This is a guy who had the most hits in the American League 4 years in a row, led the American League in stolen bases. Take a look at how many stats that he's close to the top of the leaderboard for the Astros all time in. This guy deserved to get paid. And here's Buster Olney saying, he didn't want any more. He's a simple man.
He settled for only $125 million.
That added element too. It's interesting that in that tweet
he took a haircut the last 2 years, and he'll only be making $10 million to play baseball.
I think Olney knew that if he put $125 million in that tweet, that it would have taken a little bit of the, oh, wow, what a guy.
Bit of the weight out of it.
Yeah, would have.
Because you read the tweet and you're like, wow, he accepted $7.75 an hour to play for the Houston Astros.
Yeah, so he didn't want to stick a knife in his little balloon there. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. And you can join on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN Houston. You can also join on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. OG from H-Town is saying, name the World Series championships the Angels won with the top 2 paid players in all of baseball. Trout sure helped his team, huh? Paul, you shouldn't be talking after Brady took under market value for his entire career. Listen, I want Altuve to get paid. I'm just saying it's BS when the reporters who cover the sport carry the water for those owners and make it seem like looking for more money is bad. Listen, we live in a capitalistic, individualistic society. If you're looking to get paid, go and get paid. Looking at you, Rafael Montero, go and get paid. Looking at you, Brock Osweiler. Looking at you, Calvin Cato, get your money. It's not your fault that they're giving you that money. It's not. Get your money. And hey, look, this deal with Altuve helps the Astros out long term, but stop carrying the water of owners, Buster Olney. It's disgusting. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm curious if anybody is looking at this Altuve deal and saying this wasn't a rational move. Oh, God. That one smells bad. We are live from, live by Radio Row from a non-handicap stall. Also up next, Kelvin Sampson rules. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
ESPN.
Spencer, hang on. We're not on Radio Row. We're by Radio Row. We don't want to get in trouble like the time 790 went to Radio Row but didn't actually dot their I's and cross their T's, okay? We're a professional radio operation. Big news for the Houston Astros is that they gave Jose Altuve an extension through 2029. It's $125 million starting after this season when his contract expires. $30 million the first 3 years, $10 million the last 2. So it's a very team-friendly deal for a guy who we're hoping ages well, but we're not sure he will. He's only 33. He's going to be 39 when this contract expires. You're doing this because you do not want to see Jose Altuve play elsewhere. And there is a very good chance that those last 2 years are overpays for Altuve. But you don't really have a choice from an optics perspective when it comes to Altuve's future. Here's why. As someone who's seen my favorite team growing up, the Patriots, be rational with my favorite player, my Lord and Savior, Tom Brady, you've got to do the opposite. Being rational, being pragmatic, the Patriot way, Belichick always moving on too early as opposed to too late. That ain't the way when you've got somebody who's been as important to a franchise as Altuve. What's the win if you make the unsentimental, cold-blooded, cutthroat decision? There's no win. Either you're right, but you look like an a-hole for kicking a legend to the curb, or the other possibility is he goes somewhere else and he's really good. Either way, you're screwed, Sean.
And who you replace him with stinks.
That's also probably
That's the key part about the Belichick thing and the Patriots thing is that they, A, could replace the guys, and B, if they couldn't replace the guy, they just replaced him with someone somewhere else and got better somewhere else. You know, like
exactly.
They would let Randy Moss walk. Let's just get Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez. Like that's kind of what they did. Also, they had Tom Brady the entire time, who, if you're thinking of analogs between the Patriots and the Astros, it would be Brady and Altuve.
Altuve's been here the whole time.
Yeah.
Since 2011. And I still remember in 2014 doing a TV show on CSN Houston, RIP. Crazy to think that was 10 years ago. And we discussed a quote by Jose Altuve, who felt that the future of the Astros was bright and that future wasn't that far away. And anybody who saw that quote at first, seeing as the Astros had sucked, not only towards the end of their time in the National League, remember the Carlos Lee days to Chad Qualls days, first couple of years with Bo Porter as manager, at least the uniforms were better than those brick red atrocities. But when they go from Drayden McClain to Jim Crane, they sucked so bad. It's crazy to think about it, but no one cared at all. And I don't blame anyone for not caring. We were told at the Texans flagship that, hey, don't talk about him. And I think it was smart. But then all of a sudden, from 2014, when he says those things about the future, to 2015, next thing you know, they're in a one-game playoff against the New York Yankees. They win that one-game playoff. And if not for a rough couple of moments from reliever Will Harris, they might have beaten in 4 games the eventual World Series champion Kansas City Royals. It started with Altuve. This is where it all began, and I do not ever want to see him in another uniform. You should feel the exact same way. I'm sure there are some armchair general managers and some dorks who are doing well actually right now. Save it. Save it.
The thing is, though, like, Altuve's still good. Like
that too.
Altuve's last year was the second best hitter on the Astros?
He was injured half the year, and yet you take a look at his numbers, and you would think to yourself, wait, did he play the majority of the year? And then you project what his numbers would have been over 162 games. It was one of the best seasons that he's had in a really long time, with the exclamation point at the very end, Sean, coming into the show. You heard the home run that he had in Game 5 against the Rangers. I mean, he played great this year.
Yeah, that's where the well, you want to get off a guy before he starts to stink. It's like he hasn't even like started to show the slowdown.
Not even close. Maybe not as good in the field, but who cares about that?
Who cares? Yeah.
Who cares about that?
He plays second base.
Right.
Not like he's a shortstop.
Exactly. And he's a damn good hitter still. Yeah. Hopefully that continues. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have to do a special episode of Cougs Watch after the University of Houston's game against Oklahoma State last night.
He's been ejected. Wow. And Kelvin Sampson with his team up, winning, just got the game on his home floor.
I love Kelvin Sampson so much. The Cougs beat Oklahoma State last night, 79-63. They're back in first place by themselves because Kansas, who beat the Cougs, they lost on Tuesday. Or excuse me, they lost on Monday. So Cougs are back in first place in the Big 12. That's nice. But also, Kelvin Sampson got tossed from a game where his team was up 20 points in the second half. And insert joke about Big 12 referees, but I just like that Kelvin Sampson is the kind of hardo who, like the best coach in sports movie history, Jack Riley, the coach of the evil Hawks. I say evil in quotation marks. The Hawks were the true heroes of that movie. Gordon Bombay, a booze bag alcoholic lawyer who loved to cheat the rules so he could win. You know, he wasn't really following the true idea of what Jack Riley, the coach of the Hawks, was teaching. He sucked. Jack Riley, though, this is a guy who demanded the best from his Pee Wee players, and even when the score was decided, he was calling for more.
Remember, it's not worth winning if you can't win it!
What a line. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I love seeing that from Kelvin Sampson. And Sampson after, I mean, my God, fantastic moment in the press conference where someone asked him, like, hey, what happened there? And he says, what, you want me to get fined $25,000? You going to pay some of that $25,000 fine? Just power moves all over the court and off the court as well. Up next, seeing as we are live by Radio Row from a non-handicap stall, Mike Lombardi, three-time Super Bowl winning NFL executive, a former general manager, and host of the Lombardi Line on VSiN, is going to join us. We'll talk about the Super Bowl. Why the hell are the 49ers still favorites? And we're going to force some Texans questions in there, complete with mob references. Paul Gallant Show, stick around.
If you want to gamble, do it from a bathroom stall on Radio Row in Las Vegas. It's Paul Gallant.
That's right. We are live, not on Radio Row, but by Radio Row in a non-handicapped bathroom stall, because we would never do that. We've snuck into Radio Row, and we're getting all the big names. And I'm very happy to be joined by a guy who I very much enjoy whenever he's making appearances, talking about football on podcasts and radio hits everywhere. He is Michael Lombardi, a former NFL general manager, a 3-time Super Bowl winning NFL executive, and host of the Lombardi Line on VSiN. Michael, great to hear from you again. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Paul. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. So before I force Texans questions on you, because that's what we end up having to do when we are live by Radio Row, can you explain, as somebody who's in Vegas, why the hell Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs are once again underdogs?
I can't really. I mean, if you go back and watch the last 2 games, Kansas City's played their best football since Christmas Day. And frankly, since Christmas, San Francisco hasn't played their A game. But I think a lot of times you have to understand the betting market. And I think that the betting market is, we always see the betting market as who's going to win the game and, who's the favorite and all that. They're trying to get even money spread. If they would have made the Chiefs the favorite, their power ranking, most of the odds makers' power ranking is predicated on year long, and I think their power ranking, they clearly had the 49ers as the better team. Now, they're not playing better now, but look, don't confuse these guys that make the odds and not knowing what they're doing, because there's a reason they made them. And here's the other reason. The line opened briefly at 3 for a second. It got all the way down to 1.5, and now it's staying pretty much at 2. So there's a reason why. And if it was a horrible line, it would have gotten adjusted, and it hasn't gotten that yet.
The funny part's going to be after the Super Bowl, there can be some Kansas City Chiefs players who pull a Rodney Harrison after Super Bowl 38, who famously, after the Patriots had won like 15 games in a row, said, "Man, nobody believed in us," referring to when they had started the season a little bit slow. There will be some Chiefs players who now can say, "Nobody believed in us," when everybody believes in them because they got Mahomes.
Yeah, I know, and Mahomes is saying it too. I mean, he loves it. He loves that battle cry. I mean, and look, it works. It's a good thing. It works. It's something that can motivate the players and motivate the team. And I think ultimately, it's really how do you play, how do you match up, what's the strategy of the game, all that stuff that comes into it. These are 2 really good teams. I mean, look, let's face it, the Chiefs for most of the season didn't play to a high level. I mean, Christmas Day, they allow a team to beat them that didn't even get a completed pass after the first quarter. So, I mean, there are some areas where the Chiefs haven't been great, starting with, let's go to the Buffalo game. I mean, Buffalo had the ball for 37 minutes. Buffalo had 3 drives with 18 first downs in them. And so, there's vulnerability, and I think we're not seeing it because we are always about what we saw last. We are always about the last game, and the Chiefs were great. But there is more to it than that.
Michael Lombardi, 3-time Super Bowl winning NFL executive and host of the Lombardi Line on VSiN, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Okay, I got to ask Texans-related questions. I like getting the outsider perspective, especially seeing as for us, it's been a hell of a ride over the past couple of months, watching C.J. Stroud go from where he was during the preseason to where he was at the very least against the Cleveland Browns. Things a lot more difficult for him against the Baltimore Ravens. Where would you rank him, Michael, among the top quarterbacks in the NFL today, February 7th, 2024?
Well, I mean, the first play of the first game he played, the New England preseason game, when he wouldn't throw the out over to the other sideline, you were like, oh, my God. You're worried. Oh, what's going on here? And then his development and improvement was incredible. It was sensational. And you got to be nothing but respectful about it. But I think the other thing is you got to understand is he's going to continue to get better. Because from what we've learned about the kid, and is he's a hard worker. He wants to be great. He wants to improve. And when you have that kind of energy and you have that kind of commitment, and you have that kind of willingness to not settle. Vince Lombardi's great line is simply this: the greatest reward for doing is the opportunity to do more. And CJ has a chance to do much more.
I'm with you there. We're all very optimistic about the future. But they did run into a brick wall in the Baltimore Ravens in that season-ending loss in the divisional round against Baltimore. Based on what you saw in that game, what is it that the Texans need to take that next step to join the top dogs in the AFC, the Bengals with a healthy Joe Burrow, obviously the Chiefs, the Bills, and Baltimore?
Well, I think to me the next step is just to get healthy, improve both lines, and continue to develop, get more skill. I mean, it's just really when you have a rookie quarterback, a quarterback on a rookie contract. I mean, it's wide open for you. And if you go back to what wins games, offensive and defensive linemen, making sure you have enough skill, but don't invest overly in skill. So I think it's a great opportunity for them just to get better, and I think ultimately they will.
Mike Lombardi with me on the HR&P guest line. So speaking of those moves that they're going to make, Nick Caserio is a guy that you worked with in New England, and this is a guy who is now running the show. Things have changed as far as people's thoughts on him over the course of the last calendar year. A good draft can do that. I don't know if you'd call this a Lufthansa heist, but what he was able to do in the draft, and not just getting Stroud and trading a lot for Will Anderson, but getting Tank Dell and some other players later, he did a really good job. I'm curious, though, you mentioned, hey, you got a quarterback on a rookie contract, and the Texans do have some cap space. They have some guys that they're going to have to bring back this offseason. Given what you know about Caserio and both having been in that Patriots building, do you expect a spending spree by Caserio in free agency, or is that something that he might be sort of coded into his DNA from that time up in Foxborough? We're going to stay away from doing the big moves.
Well, I think if you know anything about, free agency, whether you're in New England or not, it really comes down to accurately assessing the value, right? You've got to be really good at assessing the value. And I think Nick will do a good job with that. And if he does that, then it will lead him to the best players. Look, the one thing that we've learned in the NFL through free agency is when you reward a guy with a huge contract, sometimes they don't play to the level that you rewarded them to. So I think ultimately that's what's got to happen. You've got to be really careful. You've got to be smart, judicious, and make the right investment and be willing to say no a few times just because you understand that it's going to be really hard to get a player in the right value. It's really, there's two things in the evaluation process that no one talks about. Everybody just talks about the evaluation. However, the contract is really important too, because if the contract's bad, you can't keep the player.
Michael Lombardi with me. Okay, I know you love mob movies. I love mob movies. The Sopranos as well. It's basically like a six-season mob movie. I'm gonna force you to do some things here. Okay, on the spot. If C.J. Stroud was a mob movie or TV show character, who would he be?
Oh boy, that's a great question. C.J. Stroud. I see C.J. Stroud a little bit like Stevie Van Zandt. I see him a lot like the Consigliere and Tony Soprano's Consigliere, quiet, deadly. Sylvia. I think he has this perception that he's quiet, kind of unassuming, but he can do some really tough things when he needs to do it. So I think Sylvia, and I think he's been able to give great advice to the organization and make them and understand how it is to win. So I would say Sylvie from The Sopranos.
Just when I thought I was out there, pull me back in. I love it. All right. D'Amico Ryans as a mob movie or TV show character. Who you got?
D'Amico, I think D'Amico's a lot like Tom Hagen from The Godfather. Quiet, strong. Maybe you think he's not a wartime consigliere, but he probably could be. And I think he's able to rally the people around him, and he's very loyal.
I like this. We have rational figures on the Houston Texans. There is no Santino. There is no Sonny Corleone. There is no Tommy DeVito from Goodfellas. This is good. We're in a good spot here. I like this.
Well, I mean, I think to me, one of the things you got to understand is you got to understand that being a great head coach in the NFL. If D'Amico, you asked me the question about CJ. Does he improve? How does he improve? To me, the other question you have to ask: will D'Amico improve? How will he grow? How will he play better? And I think when he does that, I think to me he has to grow as a coach. And if he does, the sky's unlimited to him. And we always talk about the players improving, but I think ultimately every coach has to continue to improve and work on their game. And if you're curious and you become more of a strategist, right? Right now, D'Amico calls all the defenses, right? But at some point, he's going to have to be a head coach, and he's going to have to be the strategist and put a game plan together to win the game in 3 dimensions. And that's when you take that giant step. And I think he's capable of doing it. But, a lot of times they're not always trained how to do that.
I'm curious, Mike, with that in mind, the differences between Bill Belichick, who you worked with in Cleveland, versus when you were working with him again in New England. Obviously, D'Amico's a bit different because this is a guy who played in the NFL not too long ago, and the game has changed definitely a bit. But what was the biggest difference between Bill Belichick in Cleveland when you were there with him and Bill Belichick in New England all those years later?
Not one thing. Not one thing. Not one thing at all. Everybody wants to believe there was something. There's just not one thing. He was great then, and he's great now. And he's always been great, and he'll always be great. We had one winning season there in Cleveland. The guy moved the team on us, which wasn't good. But we also had a really good team that went on to eventually, a lot of the key players we had on our team helped the Baltimore Ravens win a championship. So we were on to something. We just didn't get enough time, but not one bit. The program that he started in Cleveland is exactly the program that stood and won all those Super Bowls.
Mike, I got one last question for you then, and this is coming from a guy who used to sit up in Section 318 at Gillette Stadium, who honestly worships Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. I'm shocked that nobody hired Bill Belichick this coaching cycle. What do you think it was that, I guess, gave the team like the Falcons pause and say, all right, we're going to go hire Raheem Morris instead?
Well, I think a lot of it is protect your desk. I think a lot of it is, look, we're just not going to, we don't want to change what we're doing. And because of that, I think ultimately that's what you found into. I mean, look, you can't tell your fan base you're committed to winning and keep the same front office that won 21 games over the last 2 years.
Great point. He is Michael Lombardi. You can catch him on the Lombardi line on VSiN, former general manager, 3-time Super Bowl winning NFL executive, and mob movie and TV show expert. Michael, appreciate your time. Let's do it again, man.
Oh, thank you so much, Paul.
He is Michael Lombardi. Check out the podcast on the Paul Gallant Show podcast, Apple and Spotify. Paul Gallant Show, we are live by Radio Row from a non-handicap stall in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Jose Altuve gets the big extension to stay with the Astros, quote, for life, if you want to weigh in on that. And while the Rockets lost last night, you got to be excited about the future of this team. I'll tell you why. Stick around.
back to the Paul Gallant Show, coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Altuve has just sent the Astros to the World Series.
2019, the only people cheesing harder than Aroldis Chapman there was everybody living in the 713. Am I right, folks? Jose Altuve is a Houston Astro for life, at least as framed by the Houston Astros. They signed him through 2029, a 5-year extension worth $125 million. The last 2 years of that contract, when he's going to be 38, 39 years old, are worth $10 million. The first 3 years of the contract worth $30 annually. So while we talk about Jose Altuve, there are some interesting things that were said at a press conference to announce said signing about, I want to say, like 30 minutes ago, courtesy of Brian McTaggart of MLB.com. A couple of interesting notes. One, Scott Boras was there. Kind of surprising Scott Boras is there on such a team-friendly deal for an all-time baseball legend. Do you want to co-sign this deal if you're a super agent, Scott Boras? This is one of those deals where you took the L because you have a high-profile client, one of the best players in recent baseball history. And I mean, Sean, you didn't really get him that much.
I mean, to spin it, the best agent does what his client wants him to do. And so he proved, Scott Boras did, that he's versatile. Not only can he play hardball, he can also play softball too. That doesn't really work.
I like it. I don't care.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He can take the pennies that Jose Altuve wanted and be like, okay, how about $127 million instead, or $125 million instead.
More from the press conference. General Manager Dana Brown was there, saying Jose Altuve is the heartbeat of this organization, and he's an Astro for life. Actually said, yeah.
I'm uncomfortable with this Astro for life business.
I am too,
because it's only a 5-year contract.
Right. I'm with you here.
It's a 5-year contract, guys. It's not for life. All right. I don't want.
He's not even 40 at the end of the contract. There's a very good chance that we are having this exact same conversation on the Paul Gallant Show in 2029, assuming that the world still exists. What? Why do you hope not? You don't want to be with me for the next 5 to 6 years?
Having the same exact conversation? No.
You don't want to do that again?
No.
Why not?
Should the Rockets trade Jalen Green again? Oh, my
God. More from Jose Altuve to the Houston fans. We play this game and we try to win for you. I feel really, really happy, proud, and blessed. Houston is my home. I have 2 homes. I grew up in Venezuela, my country. Every time I go there, I tell my wife, let's go home. And when I come back, I say, let's go home. Well, I think he's saying let's go home more when he's in Venezuela, seeing as that has, let's just say, gotten worse over the last couple of years. Also interesting tidbit from Altuve. He said when he got called up in 2011, they told me it was something temporary until they find another second baseman. They put that chip on his shoulder.
Ouch.
Yeah. Who do we blame for that one? That's during the previous regime of Astros baseball. Was Bo Porter the manager at that point? I'm not sure if Porter was in charge.
I think so.
I want to say it was somebody else.
I think you only got 3 years, and Hinch was started in 15.
The only thing I remember, Sean, from the old Houston Astros from 2011 through 2014, once that season was done, was that Ozzie Guillen told me to grow the bleep up, mother bleeper. Like, that's legitimately it.
I'll be honest, I can't remember anything else either.
And Carlos Lee was fat. Also Chad Qualls.
I don't really associate Carlos Lee with the like 09 kind of like where they're still trying to compete but just can't. They're spending a lot of money to win 70 games every year.
I mean, look, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
A lot is wrong with that. What are you talking about? Hey, at least he's getting paid. At least he knows his worth.
Right, exactly. More comments. Listen, it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his fault they gave him that contract. They gave him the contract. This is capitalism, baby. They paid him. They got to pay him. More comments from Jose Altuve on playing for another team, the possibility. When people say it's your last year, you kind of think about it, but my wife and I have a lot of conversations, especially about not taking shirts off. The best case scenario was always here. I come back every day after a night game and see my daughter sleeping and get up the next day and take them to school. So I guess this was something that never really crossed his mind. Also, Altuve believes his teammates are family. I see Jordan sitting next to Craig. I can call him one of my good friends. I see Jeremy over here. I see Hensley. We're a family, and it means a lot. Family. I play for them and the fans. Are we also family? And it means so much. They're here supporting me on a day like this.
Can you go through the names of the players again?
The names were Jeremy Pena.
Okay.
Jordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
David Hensley.
What a huge moment for David. David Hensley has two absolutely iconic moments of out kicking his coverage.
Well, hang on.
As far as his on-field production, being mentioned in the same breath as World Series MVP Jeremy Pena and Houston icon, and then also Jordan Alvarez, who hit the home run to win the World Series in 2022. Also, the guy who hugged Megan Thee Stallion on opening day last year.
David
Hensley.
And David Hensley, the guy who had the clutch walk.
That is true.
In the 2022 playoffs that set Jordan Alvarez up.
I guess he has a lot of big moments that don't involve swinging a bat.
Yeah. You also got David Hensley.
I cannot wait what you're going to say here.
The drip that he wore to the 2022 Houston Sports Awards.
Again.
Yo, he looked so hot.
Again, not swinging a bat.
Well, I mean, he was swinging a bat all right. He could have been swinging a bat. What? He looked good. He looked good. We're allowed to compliment men for being men. We're allowed to compliment Drake. By the way, we're in a non-handicapped stall by Radio Row.
And Paul's looking at everyone.
In Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm in a stall. No one has tapped their foot in the last 30 minutes, and it's kind of bummed me out a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That one was, let's just say, it required a lot of effort from the guy next door. So shout out to that guy. Shout out to you. Good job. Did you bring wipes? You're just not going to talk to me as you wash your hands? No? You're going to leave? All right. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Guys, we will talk eventually about something awesome that the Houston Rockets did. But for the most part today, we are going to talk about the Houston Astros giving Jose Altuve what he's due. First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. I know what Altuve is going to do with the money that he got to stay with the Astros for life. I bet he's thinking to himself, you know what? That Paul Gallant guy, what a rascal, doing a show from a bathroom stall in Vegas by Radio Row. He's probably got some Pendleton with him right now. And that's right. I'm a cowboy. I went out to Las Vegas to do a radio show by Radio Row without the express written consent of a certain league that has a big old game happening on Sunday. That was me. It's because I drink Pendleton whiskey. True Western tradition. Unlocking my inner cowboy at every single turn by pouring myself my usual Pendleton original, one big old rock, 2 fingers. It's got incredibly smooth flavor. It's rich. It's barrel-aged in oak. Oregon's Mount Hood water that's in it as well, made with the finest northern grains. It's Pendleton whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Altuve, open stance, waits. Another 3-2 and a high fly ball. Deep left center field. At the wall. Tie game.
The legend of Jose Altuve, 3-run homer right there in the 2017 World Series during that epic Game 5 against the Los Angeles Dodgers. I still feel like I lost a couple of years of my life that day, both watching the Houston Texans play the Seattle Seahawks earlier in the day in what I thought was the coming out party for Deshaun Watson, and then right afterwards, that game, which was back and forth and so much offense. Best baseball game I've ever seen. Altuve left his mark on that one, and he's going to be with the Houston Astros through 2029 after signing a $125 million extension. It's going to pay him $30 million in the 2025, 2026, and 2027 seasons after his current contract expires when the season's done. Last 2 years of the contract, it's $10 million each, so a little more team-friendly when he's 38, 39 years old. Gotta say, been a very impressive offseason for, yes, general manager Dana Brown, who made good on one of his promises at his introductory press conference as Astros GM last year in signing Altuve, but also by the guy signing the checks, Jim Crane. And look, we do frown on people carrying water for baseball and football's owners. You know, the information tradesmen who masquerade as reporters, like an Ian Rappaport or a Buster Olney. But, I mean, we're not above licking a boot or two. So we've been licking Cal McNair's boot a lot of late. It's time to give a firm, old tongue thrashing to Jim Crane's boot. Let's lick the boot, baby.
Can Astros owner Jim Crane do any wrong? Of course not.
We're really proud of the rings. I'm never satisfied.
Let us all gather round and lick the boot of the greatest owner in Houston sports by making fun of other bad owners.
I hope you washed your ass this morning. It's about to be kissed.
On one hand, in the AL West, you've got the A's, who seem to have forgotten to dot their I's and cross their T's in their move to Las Vegas. The Las Vegas mayor is saying maybe they should stay in Oakland, which is pretty funny. Meanwhile, you've got Jim Crane being professional at first with MLB.com's Brian McTaggart with this statement about the Altuve contract. Altuve was here when I got here in 2011. We're the only two guys that have been here that long. Not only has he performed well, but to have him hopefully retire here is a big deal for the franchise, for him, and the fans, more importantly. But then he texted the legend, Mark Berman, formerly of Fox 26. Did you see what he texted to Berman? I mean, this is a plopping it all on the table kind of moment. Packing Drake-sized things, saying, quote, "While I'm here, the window will never close." Oh my God, what a line. And it does have, I think, any Astros fan wondering what it means for Astros contracts going forward. Because the other pressing contract for the Astros is that of Alex Bregman. Bregman turns 30 in July. His contract expires at the end of the year. Today, at Jose Altuve's contract announcing press conference, we got a couple of comments from GM Dana Brown about Bregman's future, and from Scott Boras as well. said Boris, they've talked, he and Dana Brown, about an extension for Bregman. There's no timeline. Boris said that the Astros, he's open to listening to whatever they have to say. But Boris also said this: Jose did somewhat of a bridge contract because of the first contract he signed. In Alex's case, he's in more of a normal free agency dynamic than you would see age-wise. Obviously, that has more impact. So Boris is going to ask for the world to extend Alex Bregman. Understandably so. So what does that Jim Crane quote mean? While I'm here, the window will never close. How about that extremely hardo statement, probably said while putting on his Division III Letterman jacket? Because he did pitch. I give credit to anybody who pitched at the college level, no matter the level. Jock Jim Crane saying, while I'm here, the window will never close. If that's true, that means that they're also going to give Alex Bregman some sort of an extension. You would think. Is that realistic? Probably not, just given the Astros track record in all years other than this one. Because I can't remember the last time that they spent this much money in one off season. Maybe when they gave Altuve and Bregman the extensions were around the same time. But giving Josh Hader that deal, bringing back Jose Altuve, I mean, we're talking north of $200 million total future dollars. So is this money also going to be thrown potentially at Alex Bregman? And I say that because, okay, while I'm here, the window will never close, but who are you replacing Alex Bregman with? I'm not one of those dorks, nerds, no offense, who studies the Astros farm system, but I did see a graphic, and there's only 3 teams that have 0 prospects in the top 100. It's the A's are one of them. The Astros are one of the other 3. So with that in mind, who the hell is replacing Alex Bregman? Who's the next man up? And I mean, they'll be lucky if they get even 1 year of somebody filling in for Alex Bregman that's similar, remotely similar to that of Jeremy Pena. That's just unrealistic. What Pena did his rookie season, and specifically in the playoffs, was insane and unexpected, stepping in for Carlos Correa. Are we really expecting somebody that we are not talking about right now in the Astros farm system in a post-Alex Bregman world to step in and do as a hitter and as a fielder what Bregman has done? Doubtful. So if Crane's saying, while I'm here, the window will never close, that means he's got to extend Alex Bregman if he is staying true to those words. And I don't know that he will do that, Sean Mapes.
Yeah, the Bregman one seems tougher because unlike Altuve, he does have a little bit of I don't want to say he's like slowed down considerably, but there are times where you're not as impressed with what Alex Bregman is doing at the moment.
It's been a while since he was playing at an MVP level, like going back to 2019. That's 5 years ago now.
Yeah, so it is a little bit different. I would say that for Jim Crane to, put his money where his mouth is when it comes to the Windows comment, I would say it's either pay Bregman or pay Tucker.
Kyle Tucker.
Because
right.
Kyle Tucker is more of, it's no surprise why he's more of a long-term, the window never closing because he's younger.
Right, he's 27.
Crazy how that works. But I do think that one of those two, it is crazy that we're now going, we didn't think that they would re-sign Hader. We kind of thought that they would re-sign Altuve, or at least we didn't allow ourselves to think of a world where they didn't re-sign Altuve. But now the expectations that he's set for himself, not just by what he's done this offseason, but what he said too. Now it's, you gotta drop $300 million on either Tucker or Bregman's front step. Like that's what you have to do now because the expectations are so high.
I'm with you there. It's got to be one of the two. I'm hoping that interpreting Jim Crane's comments quite literally means that he is just going to throw all sorts of money at this team until he can or until he's dead. Jim Crane, Astros owner for life, Jose Altuve. Astros player for life, 713-780-3776 to call in. You can join as well by texting that same number on YouTube at ESPN Houston and on twitch.tv/ESPN975. We've got Alex with a thought. Alex, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Man, I'm not going to lie. I completely have a brain fart.
It happens.
Dude, I completely forgot what I was going to say while I was on hold. I'm embarrassed.
You're the man.
Y'all have a good one.
No.
Jesus
Alex, hey, stay with us. Stay with us.
It was about the Astros.
It's
about
okay.
Alex Bregman.
Listen. Sean and I relate. Specifically me. Is my show?
Listen, I got it. I remembered.
You got it.
There we go. Give it to us.
Hit us.
So basically, the gist of it is this. If you look at Bregman's numbers, he starts off the season really slow, but at the end of the season, if you look at those numbers, those are damn good numbers, honestly. Like, you wouldn't be disappointed if you saw any player that had those numbers. And alarmingly, kind of Jose Abreu was kind of close to that as well. Like, he didn't do great, and then somehow he ends up with these numbers that are like, acceptable. These are passing grades. And I started thinking, if Bregman spread those numbers out over the season rather than kind of like accumulating them all towards the end of the season or the second half or later in the season rather, is that better or is that worse? Are you if you guys going to get 90 hits or 90 RBI, is it better for him to get 45 and 45, or is it better to get 90 all at once? Like what's more detrimental? What's better?
It's an interesting question. I think that it's better for him to do it all at the end. I think spreading it out, I mean, is what you would like. But if he's spreading it out, you're assuming he's just going to have better numbers as a whole. I would much rather Bregman struggle at the beginning of the year and finish the year strong, or Jose Abreu struggle at the beginning of the year and finish the year strong, because really what matters in Houston is what you do in the postseason. And both of those two guys delivered in the playoffs. It was not Alex Bregman, Jose Altuve, Jose Abreu, or Yordan Alvarez's fault that the Astros season came to an end early. Those four bats delivered. Yeah. The rest, Kyle Tucker, one of them, did not. And that's where it gets a little tricky, too, with Tucker's younger. And if you have to make a pick between Tucker and Bregman, who are you picking? Because Bregman is a little bit older, but Bregman's playing a corner infield position. I think he's a very good defender. I think he's a very good hitter. He's clearly a big voice in this clubhouse, where Kyle Tucker has had brief moments of the postseason where he's played well. He had the catch. He had the home run against the Phillies. But he's also, from a hitting perspective, specifically this last postseason, had really rough stretches. And I suppose the real question is, do you believe in this idea of clutch? Because if you believe in the idea of clutch, you're keeping Bregman over Tucker. But if you're looking at youth and keeping this thing going as long as possible, you're probably thinking if you got to pick between those two, you're giving it to Tucker. It's very tricky decisions for Jim Crane to make. My hope is that him saying, while I'm here, the window will never close, means he is going to extend everybody. And he is going to find some sort of money that he maybe doesn't even have to pay these guys. And you know what? That's the key to life. Borrow as much money as you possibly can. I'm not speaking for a credit card company or anything like that here. Just spend. Live life. It's going to suck later anyway. Just deal with the bills and the interest later. And for all we know, the world's going to be over in 2029 due to non-human intelligence or Skynet or something like that. So there you go. There you go. So Jim Crane, that's my advice for you. We are both moguls of media. That's me. Moguls of baseball and industry. That's you. And I hope you listen to me, because I think I can offer you some tidbits, some food for thought. Live by Radio Row in a non-handicapped stall in Las Vegas. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Everyone's favorite segment, Soft Boys, is next. My God, 49ers. The excuse wagon has already begun. And a Houston area high school, you are suspended. I'll tell you why. Stick around.
Live from the bathroom stall on Radio Row in Las Vegas, it's Paul Gallant.
For some reason, I don't like the champagne going into my eye, so I kind of like hide in the corner. And Verlander found me there. He brought everybody, gave me the champagne. I was like, okay, I'm going the other corner. So I was celebrating, but from the outside. I like to look.
Jose Altuve, celebration voyeur, doesn't like champagne. Interesting. Very interesting. Is John Boy going to do a video on that one too? And put some BS conspiracy out there? Huh. Jose Altuve is going to be a Houston Astro through 2029. You want to talk about that? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The mayor of Houston has proclaimed February 7th, 2-7, as Jose Altuve Day. How about stumbling in to that? And I gotta say, if you're the is John Whitmire already the mayor?
I don't know how it works.
I think he's the mayor. So this is a tremendous political dub for John Whitmire. I mean, he just stumbled in to the Astros, extending Jose Altuve on February 6th, and he gets to say, you know what? February 7th, Jose Altuve Day. What a political victory!
Boom. How you like that?
I love it.
First thing I do in office, apparently. I don't know.
John, I am saluting you.
I assume it's the first thing he's done in office. Boom. Jose Altuve Day. Question, because I've seen this from all of the Astros reporters that are at the press conference where they announced not only that it's Jose Altuve Day, but also the signing.
Yes.
They said that, or it was 50-50 split, it seemed like, between that February 7th was Jose Altuve Day or February 7th, 2024 is Jose Altuve Day. And let me just say, it has to be the first one.
It has to.
Because
going forward.
It has to be every year.
What? Right. 100%.
Because if it's just today, like today, that's BS.
And I think it's definitely going to be every year going forward. This is easy. This is one of those numbers where you can actually do this.
Yeah.
Just like with March 4th, 34 for Hakeem Olajuwon and for Nolan Ryan and for Earl Campbell. I have just put in a reminder to my phone, so I remember that because I will probably forget. This is definitely one of those things where 2-7, what? Like, we would not have known that it was 2-7 until afterwards. It's said, damn it! I should have had this. I should have known this. So, but February 7th going forward, it's
okay. So
Jose Altuve
next
Day.
year it will also in 2026 and for the rest of Jose Altuve's life, which is 5 years, because that's the contract that he signed.
He
signed
signed
a
for
lifetime
life.
contract that's 5 years long.
That's true.
Listen, I just wish nothing but the best for Jose Altuve in the next 5 years. I hope he lives life to the fullest for the next 5 years that he has, as reported by the Houston Astros.
A texter asks if it's cool for Jose Altuve to have Jose Altuve Day during Black History Month. I will leave that to the black delegation. That is not for me.
You know what? No, I think we should weigh in on this one.
We should weigh in.
I think
I don't want to start a race war.
If anyone's qualified to talk about it, about a Venezuelan man having a day during Black History Month, it's you, Paul Gallant, and me, Sean May.
Well, as I've said many times, I don't see color. I don't.
So,
I thought
so
Jose Altuve was black all these years. You know what's a really, really bad moment for me? This is how little I was paying attention to the Houston Astros.
Careful.
So back in 2015, I went to a game with a girl who worked for the Astros, and she was nice. We had a nice couple of months together, and I remember going to this game and seeing Hank Conger come up to the plate. And I'm sorry, Hank Conger does not sound like an Asian name. And I was like, wait a second, he's Asian to her? And she thought I was saying it sarcastically. Wasn't, but I just didn't ever let on. I didn't let on. It's proof that I don't see color, but maybe I hear color.
That was proof you didn't watch the Astros. That's what that was proof of.
And that I hear color, but I don't see color.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, guys, it's time for Soft Boys. because we got to talk about a local high school, and we're going to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. Shout out to Ime Udoka and that one time where he got in LeBron James' face and called him a soft-ass boy for all the bitching he was doing about NBA referees. Also, shout out to Udoka and the Rockets for their performance against the Pacers, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Madison High School in Houston. If you are a student that attends that school, you are soft. So, Madison High School put in an effect to curb fighting on campus a cell phone ban. Because of this, dozens of students at Madison High School, 2 days in a row, walked out of school. These little bastards. These little bastards. You can't handle a day in school without a cell phone? You are the epitome of soft. I mean, we had computers growing up. Anyone listening, if you're really older, you lived a life where there was no technology, where you just had to sit with your thoughts over and over and over again. I started going to school in a world with cell phones, but I had a flip phone for my entire time in high school and in college. I didn't get an iPhone until, I think, like 2013 or something like that. It was the day that Ozzie Guillen swore at me. I'm not even kidding. This is one of those things where I can't help but look at you and say, you're doing this to yourself. This is why no one respects you as a generation. You can't handle not having a cell phone all day, leaving it in your locker, trying to learn, and you're staging a walkout?
Like it's the civil rights movement?
Right.
You're walking out of classes?
What about, and listen, if your child goes there, I'm sorry. I'm lumping them all together.
No,
what a bunch of little
soft.
bastards.
You're probably soft, too, as a parent.
Yeah, definitely soft as a parent. You better suspend them from cell phone privileges at home.
Yeah. What are you going to do, walk out of your home? Yeah, good
Well,
luck. Good luck getting a job.
Some kids do that.
Yeah, but come on. I
Right.
feel like that's mostly in
You'll
TV shows.
you'll be back.
That's mostly in TV shows, let's be honest.
Yeah, that is
or
also
something
true.
actual horrible has happened at the home. But normally the government steps in.
And
Normally.
they always fix it. Soft Boys continues. Sean, the San Francisco 49ers are quite literally soft because they are not pleased with the field that they are practicing at UNLV. That's the NFC champion practice for Super Bowl week. The firmness of the natural grass is too soft. And the 49ers are soft because they're whining about it. Hey, a real NFL team plays on any surface, turf, grass, pallet grass. And
AstroTurf.
Right. Maybe you suffer injuries due to said field. You still play on it. And I got to say, too, of all the fields, like the 49ers, who have at times had the worst natural grass field in the NFL, look it up online. There are many moments where Levi Stadium's grass has been called into question. These guys are calling out another stadium and its football playing field. Get the hell out of here.
First, I at least respect it because they didn't do it after the fact like the Eagles.
That's true. That's true.
There's no sod father to blame here.
But they did whine after losing to the Eagles last year, to what you're saying.
Yeah, but everyone in the NFC whines apparently after they
we
lose.
had Brock Purdy, if we had Lee Harvey Oswald, we would have killed Hitler. Like that. That's the same kind of logic here. Oh, if only he was in 1930s Germany, we could have taken him out in a convertible.
Convertibles existed back then.
Yeah, they did, definitely. It would have been one of your favorite
what?
German engineered cars.
Not my favorite.
One of your favorites.
No, don't say my favorite.
One of your favorites. I mean, I drive a Volkswagen. What can I say? Cancel me all you want. Meta soft. Meta is nervous about Mark Zuckerberg's MMA hobby. In a recent letter to investors, they wrote, Mr. Zuckerberg and certain other members of management participate in various high-risk activities, such as combat sports, extreme sports, and recreational aviation, which carry the risk of serious injury and death. If Mr. Zuckerberg were to become unavailable for any reason, there could be a material adverse impact on our operations.
Imagine people talking about your life like that, where they're like, we don't want them to die because there'd be a material impact on basically how much money we can make. Basically, our stock price would go down if I don't know, Joe Mazzulla or whoever Mark Zuckerberg is doing MMA with holds the arm bar too long. Well, not that arm bar. Holds a triangle choke too long. Then Udo, no more third house in the Hamptons for me,
random meta investor
chairman.
Yeah, I like that. But come on, that's part of the game with Meta. Like your fearless leader is an MMA champion, and
not champion. He hasn't won anything.
Well, Elon Musk.
ACL.
Elon Musk has backed out of that fight though. Okay. Oh, my back. Oh. Soft. Also, Elon Musk. Soft.
They should just have like actual like in Game of Thrones, where
trial by combat.
Yeah, where Pedro Pascal steps in for the little guy.
Tyrion. Yeah, that went well for the Mountain.
It went well for the Mountain. Yes,
it went well for the Mountain.
Yeah.
A texter from the 409, the Raiders should be on this list. Soft-ass boys for letting the Chiefs practice at their facility. I thought they hated each other. I believe they are strong-armed into doing that, but I agree. Like, at least, like, mess with the air conditioning or, like, leave a
turd?
Yeah. just leave a chocolate dragon in the toilet and just let it ferment a little bit, Just like, what's that smell? I don't know. Like
put a fish in the in the top part
in the vents, yeah, or do like the O'Doyles did to Billy Madison. You just put a bunch of goat turds in a locker. O'Doyle rules. One last soft boy before we wrap things up. Did you see Matt Barnes get mad at a high school announcer for looking at him? So a high school announcer,
I'm guessing at a basketball game,
witnessed at a youth basketball game where Matt Barnes' kid was playing, Barnes yelling at a referee, calling him the P word, I believe the B word as well.
Wait, Barnes is calling the kid.
No,
the kid was calling Matt Barnes?
No, that would have been even better. Barnes was calling the referee a B and a P. This broadcaster, who's sitting probably 5 feet from him, just looks at Barnes, and Barnes allegedly walked over, gripped his shoulder, and said, "What do you think you're looking at?" The student reporter said, "You're screaming, you're a term for a female private part," to the refs mid-game while I'm trying to announce, "Don't touch me." Per the broadcaster, Barnes' response, "I'll slap the bleep out of you." Barnes later tweeted that he was only talking to the ref during the game. Well, yeah, that's why the kid was staring at you. That's why everyone there was staring at you, not that kid that decided to say some slick bleep. Matt Barnes seems well adjusted.
I hope that this is very rare that I say this. I hope that kid goes to Syracuse and has a like legendary broadcast. I hope that kid's the next Joe Buck is what I'm saying.
What about the next Paul Gallant?
Mike Tirico.
Just because
Bob Costas.
I'm live.
I'll settle for Bob Costas.
Just because, Sean, we, not me, we are live by Radio Row from a non-handicapped stall in Las Vegas. That's no reason to imply that my career has not gone according to plan.
Noah Eagle. That'd be sick. That was Noah Eagle.
You're trying to rub it in now. You're trying to rub it in. That's nepotism.
I just like pulling himself up by his bootstrap.
You know what? I like a kid who pulls himself up by getting in confrontations with random people. That's what I do. That's what Jake Lancer does. Shout out to him. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jose Altuve has a new contract. The Rockets had a noble loss last night that should have you excited about the future. All that's on the table on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. I do not, for the life of me, understand, even with Mike Lombardi joining us earlier, how the line for the big game is still 49ers by 2. I don't get it. You would think that the line would have moved a little bit and then readjusted itself. Nope. 49ers are 2-point favorites on the Kansas City Chiefs in Super Bowl 58. Despite the Chiefs having the better quarterback, despite the Chiefs probably having the better defense right now, despite the Chiefs actually being able to run the football this year and the 49ers run defense having some issues, despite Brock Purdy almost turning the football over a lot. We talk about him as a game manager. I mean, there's a lot of similarities between he and Jimmy Garoppolo from a throws unnecessary passes from time to time while trying to make something big happen. And the Chiefs are underdogs to this team for the 4th time in their last 5 playoff games, of which they've won all. What are we doing? What are we doing? Don't bet against Patrick Mahomes. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You get an awesome deposit bonus. You can refer a friend, get even more of a bonus. You can play casino games. You can play blackjack. You can bet on college basketball, the NBA. It's MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Back to the Paul Gallant Show, coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I literally love Justin Verlander. You know, the way he goes out there made me feel like I have to go out there and play the same way he's doing it, you know?
Well, I literally love Jose Altuve, and the Astros do too, because they just signed him for life, / until he's 39 years old. They gave him a 5-year, $125 million extension that takes effect after this season. The final year of his current contract is done. And now you got to wonder, okay, what's next for the Astros? They're going to give Alex Bregman a new deal? They're going to give Kyle Tucker a new deal? We did also hear from Jim Crane yesterday through Mark Berman, formerly of Fox 26, this, quote, "While I'm here, the window will never close." If that's the case, who's next? Who should be next? So you can weigh in on that if you want. this Altuve deal is a deal that perhaps is a tad sentimental, but it's something you needed to do. You don't want Altuve to walk after this coming season and struggle his last year, but it's on another team. It's awkward. It's like Hakeem Olajuwon in a Raptors jersey. It's like Andre Johnson in a Titans jersey. Or go on to another team and be good. Altuve's got to stay here for life. This is one of the greatest athletes in Houston sports history. It's really just two. It's him and Hakeem Olajuwon. You can't have this guy anywhere else. You just can't. Wouldn't be right. So I'm glad that the Astros did right by him. Speaking of the word right, I know that the Houston Rockets lost last night, but they lost the right way. It's time for another episode of a little thing that we like to call Rockets Watch. I was very curious how the Rockets would look against an Indiana Pacers team that just traded for Pascal Siakam, looking to put a push towards the top of the Eastern Conference by the end of the year. I was very curious how they'd look because Fred VanVleet got injured. He's got an adductor issue that he's dealing with. How long he's going to be out, I don't know. But now the Rockets are without two of their best players, Tari Eason and Fred VanVleet, for the foreseeable future. So this meant that Amen Thompson got his first start. And I'm not 100% sure what his position is right now. He is listed as a forward in the box score, but whatever he was doing last night, I would say he was just all over the court, and I loved what we saw out of him, especially at the end. He had 13 points, 13 rebounds, and 6 assists. And, okay, the statistics aren't the big deal here. If you watched Thompson last night, diving for loose balls, doing all the little things, never giving up, these are all of the things that you love to see out of a young player, and especially for a team that's coached by Ime Udoka. And it's a one-game thing. I don't want to make too much of it, but even though the Rockets lost last night, I walk away from that game feeling very encouraged about some of their young players. Another big game for Jalen Green as well, who was awesome. Down the stretch, he had 30 points. He was 12 of 21, 3 of 5 from outside. He led the team in plus-minus with a plus 12. It was a good night for the Rockets last night. And, I mean, some of these young players, with Jalen Green, it's always going to be a game-by-game basis. But the last couple of weeks for Jalen Green have been good for the most part. And now more playing time for Amen Thompson. If this is what it's going to be like, throwing him right into the fire after obviously missing so much time at the start of the year, in addition to Cam Whitmore too. Oh, man. They are a fun watch, even if maybe a playoff appearance, even as a 10 or a 9 seed in the play-in tournament, is perhaps a little unrealistic.
Yeah, I think it's still realistic that they can make it, but I'd say it's more unlikely, especially with VanVleet. He's going to be out until the All-Star break, so I think that's 4 games total that he's going to miss.
The All-Star break is coming at a good time, but if you look up at Google, like for adductor injuries,
it'll be more than that.
Right, it probably is going to be more than 2 weeks.
I think they just announced he'll be out. Like, they're just next 4 games out, and then we'll reassess or something. But, I mean, Amen Thompson, we've seen it in flashes when he gets out there with the bench, off the bench, but seeing him start, and what you said is so right. He's just like a make stuff happen guy. He just is all over the place. He can handle the ball. He can play off the ball on defense. He really can he can guard not everyone, but most of everyone he can at least like hold his own against. And so it was good to see, and it's nice that you're going to be able to see like a full kind of runway for him to show us what he's got.
Exactly. He's going to get more playing time. Chris from Sam Houston is saying he was supposed to be the future facilitator and ball handler, not another big wing. I mean, he did have 6 assists last night. And keep this in mind.
Yeah.
You got to compare to last year when you're talking about this team. Last year, if Fred VanVleet was on the team and they went down, they would have had Deshaun Nix at the point, which was an effing disaster.
Ty Washington would have gotten some minutes.
Right, Sean. It's a bunch of guys who you watch and you're like, man, this offense does not have much organization. And you can kind of see why Jalen Green always felt the need to just take over when he's out there. Or Kevin Porter Jr., the same thing. So this year, this is the first game where you're looking at them and you're like, okay, they're not going to have Fred VanVleet for potentially a while. I don't know what they're going to do. They're playing a playoff caliber team in the Pacers. And they go out last night, and while they looked like ass in the third quarter, the rest of the game, you could argue they outplayed the Pacers, especially down the stretch. I thought they showed a lot of heart fighting back into that game because it looked like it was over a couple of times, and they just missed a bunch of shots in the last minute, and ultimately that Tyrese Halliburton bank shot plus getting in Dylan Brooks' face afterwards. That's a crappy way to go.
Yeah, it is. But this is what like developing, being a developmental team, a young team looks like in the NBA. It is stuff like this. It sucks that the chances of, with Fred getting hurt, the chances of them actually making the play and go down, but they already have more wins than they had last year, which is the best of the last 3 years. So this isn't some like last year when, well, at least the young guys are getting chance, but it's only young guys, and like you said with Deshaun Nix, like half these young guys are terrible and will never play in the NBA again. That these guys are guys like Amin Thompson, guys like Cam Whitmore. When Tari Eason gets healthy, it'll be Tari Eason. So you're at least seeing guys that you can project forward for being on this team. As far as Amin Thompson being the facilitator going forward, I think that is the plan.
But this was the first game where he was being asked to do some version of that.
And frankly, getting a chance to see Jalen Green have his hands on the steering wheel a little bit more. That's also a big thing, not just for Jalen, but I think for this team figuring out how you're going to get Sengun and Jalen Green on the same page, because a lot of people have made a lot of hay about, well, they never seem to have a good game during the same game, and I think part of that is because before this week, Jalen Green pretty rarely had a good game, so that just limits your opportunities to have a matchup. But I think having Jalen Green get, again, a little bit more run, being the primary perimeter guy with the ball in his hands, I think that's nothing but good for this team.
Yeah, I feel the same way. And look, there's some people that
a little too much Aaron Holiday for my liking.
Too much Aaron Holiday.
Just a little. What
does that mean?
It was an Aaron Holiday revenge game.
Okay. For the casuals, what does Aaron Holiday mean?
He's the he should be the third string point guard behind Thompson and Fred, and so when Fred's out, get a lot of Aaron Holiday, and he's overstretched for what he I mean, to compare him to the guys on last year's team, he's better than those guys.
Yeah,
it's just you're asking a lot from him.
Jeff Green too. You're asking a lot.
Jeff Green, you're asking
at the end of the game, you're asking
a lot. That to me is what they need to address at the trade deadline. I don't think they should go crazy. I mean, obviously they're not trying to make a win now push. I do think that getting someone who can someone that can play the minutes that Jeff Green is currently playing, so that Jeff Green can play the Jock Landale minutes, that would be nice. Yes. And then someone better than Aaron Holiday for that role.
NBA trade deadlines tomorrow. Yeah. We will continue this conversation on the other side if you want to weigh in on the Rockets. I'm surprised with some of the people that are being very, for lack of a better term, uppity when it comes to the Rockets. You guys are really demanding. I'm going to read some of those comments, and we got a little garbage time. Plus, if you have any final thoughts on Jose Altuve's extension, bring them to the table on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your favorite 10 to noon sports talk host, Paul Gallant. Give him hell, Paulie.
Live by Radio Row from a non-handicap stall. Sean, I need more Jose Altuve in my life because Jose Altuve got paid. He is an Astro for life. Hopefully his life lasts longer than the expiration of his contract in 2029 where he turns 39. The Astros said that they have signed him for life. Again, we hope he lives past
until
the age
2029
of 39
for
right?
life until 2029.
Right, that's a little jarring. Maybe the world's going to end in 2029. Maybe the Astros have some Illuminati connects, but I need a little more Jose Altuve in my life. Could you bring me a fresh memory of the Jose Altuve era of Houston Astros baseball?
8 players have hit 3 homers in a postseason game. Altuve has homered twice. Look out here. Look out now. You want to join Babe Ruth on the list? He just did.
That is Bob Costas. During the 2017 ALDS, Jose Altuve hit 3 home runs in a game against the Boston Red Sox. A lot of great playoff moments from Jose Altuve, the second most home runs in postseason history. And yeah, he's going to be an Astro for the foreseeable future. Had his introductory press conference today. It was interesting to see that. You also heard from Scott Boras, who was there. Boras had some thoughts on the Alex Bregman looming contract situation, which Dana Brown, who promised essentially that they would extend Jose Altuve, has also said that's what they're working on. I don't think any discussions have been substantial to this point, but someone asked Boras about that today, and Boras said that while conversations have started, that this contract situation is a lot different than Jose Altuve's, which he is correct in pointing out. But if we're to believe Jim Crane saying that the Astros window is open as long as I'm here, then there's a chance that they also extend Alex Bregman. A chance. I don't know how big that chance is. I'm surprised by a couple of the people that are being a little bit elitist. Sean, when it comes to the Houston Rockets, we have a couple of comments, not really surprising, no offense, Twitch, from the Twitch, who are saying, one, you're celebrating a moral victory, Paul, for the Rockets. Yeah, I actually am. And two, another person saying, well, they got so many guys that do what Amin Thompson did. So many guys who can move all over the court, but they need a ball handler. It's the first game, guys. It's the first game that Thompson's starting. It's the first start of his career. I mean, he was on the way to a triple-double, 13 and 13, 6 assists. I'm not saying he's all of a sudden Steve Nash, Michael Bibby, or assist master 2.0, you know? Because he's bigger and more athletic than those two, number one. But number two, curtail the expectations. Just because Houston is a basketball town, the way the Cougs are doing, but maybe it's a baseball town today because of Altuve getting the extension, and it was a football town last week as well. Just because we have high expectations is no reason to turn your nose up at what the Rockets are doing this year. They have exceeded expectations, and Thompson played well last night, and I enjoyed watching him, which is more important.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what we're doing here with the Rockets. Even the idea of them having to be active at the trade deadline. It's like, well, they actually don't. Like,
no, not really.
They don't have to be. If they want to win games, there's moves they can make, but it's not imperative that they make it. Because I really do think that the Rockets starting. I saw the best that their win percentage has been this season. It was when they were 13-9, whatever that equates to. It's over 50%.
It's over 50%.
Yeah, I feel like people though have just like frozen in their mind that they are a 13-9 team and are supposed to be that good for this entire year. It's like, no, that was actually insane that they got off to that good of a start. Which, by the way, they lost the first 4 games of the season.
We criticized because of how expensive the contracts for Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks were. We laughed at that this offseason because obviously you're overpaying because you want to have a better product on the court. But at the same time, like, those are your 2 highest paid players, for God's sake. What are you expecting?
Yeah, this was always going to be the star upside or any time that the Rockets were going to have a star, it was going to be because one of their young guys stepped up. It wasn't going to be who they signed. And right now, this season, we saw honestly, an all-star caliber season from Alperen Sengun. He's not going to be a Western Conference all-star. If he was in the East, he might have been an Eastern Conference all-star. The fact that we're now turning our nose up at the, like, we're being like, yeah, the guy who played at overtime elite isn't immediately LeBron James. This guy sucks. Like, what are we doing?
Insane. Quickly in garbage time, the mayor of Las Vegas was asked about the Oakland A's moving to the site they're saying they want to move to in Las Vegas. Here is what she had to say. Not good for the A's.
We have a very large complex, probably about 60 acres. We probably could cobble together more land so they could possibly have 100 acres. And it's in the historic old part of town, which is where all major interstate highways come together. We have 7 access points to it. It is in an opportunity zone. There are all these benefits. And so when they said no, I thought, this doesn't make sense. And so why is it happening? And then I thought, well, because they really want to stay in Oakland. They want to be on the water. They have that magnificent dream, and yet they can't get it.
Would it be a good thing if the A's do, in fact, move to the Tropicana?
I personally, I'm not talking about anybody else, anywhere else in this community. I personally think they've got to figure out a way to stay in Oakland and make their dream come true.
Oh, man. Pretty sure baseball and the A's have acknowledged it's over in Oakland. Imagine if Vegas says, yeah, actually, no, you're not allowed in. I hope that happens. I want the A's to continue to suffer. Not the fans, the ownership group. And on that note, we wrap up the Paul Gallant Show. Congratulations to Jose Altuve on his extension. For our texters, tweeters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and Michael Lombardi, plus Sean Mapes, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell from a bathroom stall by Radio Row in Las Vegas. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Peace!
I was celebrating, but from the outside, I like to look.
And it's Jose Altuve Day on Connor and Beard. Hi, guys. Welcome to the show today. Michael Connor, Josh Beard, Andrew Carlson on a day of celebration. Not a day of usually you go, we're going to have a day of celebration of this person. Sometimes that means they died. Well, nope, this guy didn't die.
Nope.
Paul Gallant tried to put him in the grave yesterday on Twitter.
Why?
Saying he's going to die
Paul
in 5
did?
years? No, he's not dying.
How dare Paul?
He's going to keep playing baseball. His name is Jose Altuve, and he's here. And if you would like to celebrate him today, 713-780-3776.
Disrespectful. Paul being disrespectful yet again.
Yeah, what do you know? It is what it is. We're with you until 3 o'clock. You can watch the show on YouTube. Search ESPN Houston. You can also find it on Twitch. And then, of course, you can find us on Twitter, Connor Radio, Josh Beard Radio, and Carlson Radio on a wonderful day, guys. We've talked about this on and off for the last few weeks because spring training's coming. You expect contract extension talks to really get going for a lot of guys when they're down there because that's typically when they happen. But we got the great news yesterday that you don't even have to worry about Jose Altuve getting to spring training and dealing with this because they announced a 5-year, $125 million contract.
Such a steal.
And it feels like you can take a deep breath. You're not going to completely take a deep breath because we're all going to be greedy and want more, but they got it done. The one man that absolutely, without a doubt, had to be on this roster long term is taken care of, and he can actually be an Astro for life.
Yeah, I fell asleep whenever I got home yesterday. I got home and the family went out to meet some goats and pet some goats. I told
you went to pet Jose Altuve?
No. They went to pet Jose Altuve.
Okay.
I fell asleep on the couch and I woke up to text from you guys, and then I woke up to all the notifications that Jose Altuve signed the contract. It's the best way I've ever woken up from a nap ever in my entire life. I don't think anybody ever really truly wakes up from naps well, because either you don't sleep long enough or you sleep too long. You're not fully rested, and waking up from a nap is usually awful. Unless it's rainy, you have the day off, whatever. But this was the best way I've ever woken up from a nap to find the contract is nuts. 5 years, $125 million. I was listening to the Bees on the way home. They were talking about, it's 5 years, $150 million is what a lot of people think. We've talked about that before, but what would you take? And is five for 150 too much? And somebody in the chat said 5 years, $130 million. Would you do it? They're like, oh, that's the best of both worlds. Jose Altuve gets paid.
For $125.
And he got 5 for $125.
Yeah,
I just didn't think it'd be possible.
I think if he'd hit the market on a per year basis, he could find more. I don't know if he'd would find 5 years. I think he'd find 3, even as good as he is. Like we see with most of those guys that are in their mid to late 30s. He's gonna be 34 coming up in May. I think he would have found 3 for 30 to 32 a year.
Yes,
is what he could have found. Overall, it's a great deal for him. It's a great deal for them. It keeps his tax number lower. I mean, $25 million a year if he keeps his production for. So they've got him under contract now for 6 years. If he keeps his production at this level for 3 of them, I think it's a win. Yeah. You always know at the end of it, it's probably going to be a wash. We watched Biggio do this. You play towards the end of your career when you're 40. You're going to diminish. It's unlikely that you're going to be great. There have been plenty of cases of guys that have been 38, 39 years old that have had really good seasons, but there's a chance that he will stink in one of those seasons to an extent that we're not used to with Jose Altuve, which is fine. I'll live with it. He is a Hall of Fame player that we're watching here forever. I walked away just going, this is part of the reason why you love the player even more, because he did something it felt like that is, one, he took care of his family. He's the first player in Major League history that's played second base that's made $300 million in his career based off this contract. And 2, he did something that's going to help the team out. And you love that. You really do.
Yeah, and I know we always talk about that with players, right? We always, especially players who have been with a team for a long time. And from a fan perspective, when a player goes somewhere else, fans typically tend to get mad at them because they didn't take the hometown discount. Yeah. But that's rare, man. It really, really, truly is rare. You have to find the right player on the right team with the right mentalities for somebody to be willing to do that over and over and over again. And it just so happens that Jose Altuve has been the perfect guy to do that. So there was always in the back of my head, he's probably going to give them some kind of a hometown deal. He's probably going to do something good for the team. And you brought up the structure of the contract. The structure of the contract is perfect for the team. Because at the end of the day, he wants to get fairly compensated and shown the respect that he has earned and deserves. But he also understands the business side of things and knows that this team can't continue competing adequately if if they don't have the wiggle room to add the pieces that they're going to need to add within the life of this contract.
His tenure within the Astros organization has spanned across 4 general managers, and the latest one is Dana Brown, the one that has executed this latest contract with Jose Altuve. He discussed Altuve obviously being the heart and soul of this organization.
Jose Altuve is a special human being. Jose Altuve is the heartbeat of this organization. He's a franchise player. He's on pace to be in the Hall of Fame. He's a fan favorite. And without a doubt, he's the spark to our clubhouse, to our dugout, and he's an Astro for life. With that said, I want to announce a 5-year extension to his contract on top of 2024. And this commitment to him and his family will make them Astros for life. We are honored to have this man as one of our better players that we've ever seen in Houston. And congratulations to Jose Altuve for spending his entire career in Houston.
Now this man can continue to shop at H-E-B on I-10.
Yeah.
Nobody will bother him. I was in H-E-B one time, and he was in there just roaming the aisles, filling
Just
up his
walking
basket
around.
by himself. Nobody's even bothering him.
I know somebody who works at that H-E-B. And they have met him a couple of different times whenever he's gone in there. Had no idea that he lived near. You brought it up last time we were at the Decoy that he lives in the area. I think that's hilarious. Just chill. I mean, that's what I would do. Just chill. Go to HEB. I think a lot of people wouldn't. They would like Astros fans would recognize him, but a lot of
people
might,
recognize him, but people just don't bother.
Yeah, because of who he is. I guess
when he was in the park, I saw him in the parking lot when we both were leaving around the same time. And a couple people went up asking for a quick picture, and he gave it to him.
Yeah. Well, of course. Everything I've ever heard is this guy will give almost anybody his time because he's just willing to give like that. HTX Rhino said something in the chat. This is hilarious. He said Crane, but it was Dana Brown. So Dana Brown sounds like a hostage video. the way he was
said, but he sounds like that with every single guy.
Dana blinked twice if Jose Altuve.
The hostage situation for Dana was the Josh Hader press.
Yeah, that's
that was
true.
The real one,
oh my
he
God,
had nothing to do with that one. that was 1,000% a Jim Crane signing.
Yeah.
Altuve talking about it, staying here in Houston being the best case scenario for he and his family.
My wife and I have a lot of conversations about if we're gonna go somewhere else, if we're gonna stay here, and I think, the best case scenario was always here. I come back every day after the night game, and I see my daughter sleeping. I can wake up the next day and take him to school. So that was kind of like the conversation where everything started, and we decided to stay here in Houston, that we will never move from here.
And we don't want to leave here.
I love it.
It's the best thing ever.
Yeah. I mean, look, do you think that this is his last contract with this team? Or do you think there's one more after this?
If he's hit 3,000 hits by the end of this,
you think he'll be done?
Yeah. But if not, then he'll
maybe he goes a little bit longer.
All those guys. And look, I get it. It's your identity. It's what he's been doing this since he was 15, basically.
Right.
At least pushing towards getting to professional baseball. When you get to that stage, there's always a lot of guys that'll hang on for as many years as they can, and I do understand why they do, because it's hard to let it go.
Yeah.
Like, it's who you are.
It's when something is so tied to your identity.
I think his family, though, matters, and his young kids matter to where he'll walk away.
Well, the best thing that ever happened to me. So I've always tied my identity to who I am, and especially the military. It's when I got out, I was kind of like lost for a little bit. But the moment I went from my job as my identity to like being dad as my identity, it was life changing for me. And I do get the feeling from Jose Altuve that's. I mean, he is a baseball. He's a dad who just happens to be a baseball player, right?
Yeah.
Instead of a baseball player who's also a dad. I think it's reverse for him. He's a family man. You could see that. He's loyal. And so I'm thinking about like this 5-year contract, and then even if there is one after that, I'm going to take every single moment to just enjoy the final 5 to 6 years of Jose Altuve playing baseball for the Houston Astros. And that's what has me the most excited is he gets to finish out with the Astros. Yeah. Not just finishing with the team, but finishing with the team as a team that's still going to be competing for a World Series pretty much every single year.
Hopefully they get him a few more titles. One more from Altuve before our timeout. Just talking about in general. He obviously is from Venezuela, but he is one of us. Houston is home.
Houston is my home. I have obviously 2 homes. I grew up in Venezuela, my country. Every time I go there, I told my wife, let's go home. And then when it's time to come back, I tell her, let's come back home. So it's good to have 2 places where you think you can live where you think it's your home. So we living the best life in the Venezuela and in Houston.
Living the best life, Jose Altuve, the life story for the smallest man you've ever met in your life, who has the most power hitting a baseball that you've ever
wild.
seen. I'm always taken aback. I've had a lot of personal interactions with him through the years, and I've been very lucky with that. I've interviewed him many, many times, sat with him many times. Like I've said that before, he's a genuinely awesome human being. But every time I'm around him, and I stand next to him,
Yeah.
and I tower over him. Now I'm 6'1". I tower over him, and I'm like, this
It makes
guy
no sense. It's nuts.
He's the most ridiculous baseball player, and I'm twice his size.
You see it on TV, and you're like, oh, but the first time I was in the clubhouse with him, and he like walked by me, I'm like, yeah, no, none of this makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It's so compact, it all just goes to one place, and then it shoots the ball forever away. Like that's the only thing that makes sense.
I'm just like you said a minute ago. Soak it in. It's gone by in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
I will never forget his debut in 2011 when he slapped that single out there to right field. I was watching it on TV at home, and just here we are, 2024, and he's signing in his last contract.
We had just moved back home to Houston, and that was one of the first sporting events that I watched was an Astros game and his debut with my wife. And I was like, man, this Altuve kid's pretty good.
Yeah, somebody that I don't think anybody expected to stick around forever and to do it the way he's done it. And now we're talking about a future Hall of Famer. So plenty to get to today on Jose Altuve because it is a day of celebration for him. If you'd like to get in on the celebration, 713-780-3776 to call or to text the show today. When we get back, let's go through our favorite Altuve moments. What's your favorite? Send it in. We'll talk about it next here on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Back to the best 3 hours of post-lunch sports talk in the history of recorded time. It's Connor and Beard, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
And it is a day of celebration on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I'm just happy today. I just woke up happy. My soul is it just feels good. I feel it down in my plums.
No, don't say that.
Why not?
Because it sounds weird coming from you.
It got me all bricked up.
How many times can we use that today, Andrew?
As many times as you guys want.
Yes, we want
up to 10.
That'll be 2 days. Hey, that'll be 2 days in a row that we get to do that.
Hold on. Then it will be 2 days in a row that we get to do that.
So you just want to admit it to him right now, Andrew? When you walked out yesterday, we said it about 25 times.
We rapid fire.
That's what it was.
We rapid fired the beat up.
We literally just went bricked up.
I will say this: you can say it as much as you want, up to 10 times. Like you can't say unlimited, but also with a limit. So we'll just say up to 10 times. You've used one of your 10.
I'm not counting that rapid fire I just did.
No, that doesn't count. That was an
example.
example.
Did yesterday.
That was an example. That's like whenever my kids tell me a story and use a curse word in it, and they say, "But that's what they said."
I'm going to use number 2 right now.
All right.
All these highlights that we're about to run through are going to get you bricked up.
Okay.
Because that's what Jose Altuve moments do.
I was looking through this list, and there's one that I finally chose. It's honestly hard for me to choose.
Okay, well then we'll let you go first. Your favorite Jose Altuve moment.
I mean, the one that constantly sticks in my mind. I joked about it yesterday. I said that whenever I took my nap, I dreamed about this moment and woke up to the Jose Altuve re-signing, which I did not actually do that. That was cap, but the rest of it was fact. It's 2019 sending the Astros to the World Series. To me, that is just. I know that there are probably some moments that are bigger to other people because the end result at the end of the season, especially 2017, 2022, were massive. But for me, 2019, that was the one.
Altuve has just sent the Astros to the World Series.
It's so beautiful. Everything about that moment is just I think about it at least once, maybe once every 2 weeks, once every 3 weeks. Now, part of that is because people constantly post the memes from that moment.
Yeah.
And you just see Aroldis Chapman's face, and it's one of my favorite still images of all time. But it might be like top 3 favorite sports moment for me.
I think it's part of the the love affair that we have with that moment, and really with this run as well, is that so much of this success and that home run there is against the big bad Yankees, and we all hate them. It's become
and Aroldis Chapman himself.
It's become a legit rivalry in the sport. I mean, it's they are the most historic franchise in the history of the sport. Now, a lot of it came back when black guys weren't allowed to play, or when the league had like 12 teams and you only played in the World Series and no playoffs. So it's a little bit different where the majority of their success came. But they are still the most historic franchise in it, and Altuve constantly doing it to them. The fact that the Astros have played them in the postseason a whopping 4 times and defeated them every time, including the ALCS 3 times, and that was one of them. I mean, and look, again, lucky as hell, been in the building for all 3 clinchers. The 2017 one was unbelievable because it was like the first, I know that you went in 2005. I was a child, I was a teenager, but like most people, it had been such a long time. You didn't really think that team was going to win a World Series. That team in 2017, you felt like it was going to win a World Series.
Yeah.
2019, you felt like it was going to happen again. And then 2022 was just beating the snot out of them in Yankee Stadium, which was awesome.
So gorgeous.
I'll take my top one here. Now, of course, I think yours is definitively his number 1 highlight of his career.
Most people, I felt basic choosing, and I think most people would choose it, but I just couldn't help myself.
Yeah. Let's go to the World Series Game 5, 2017 against the Dodgers. The Astros were down, of course. Yuli tied the game with a dramatic home run. They fell back down by 3-7-4, and Altuve was at the plate against Kenta Maeda.
Altuve, open stance, waits. Another 3-2 and a high fly ball. Deep left center field. At the wall. Tie game.
I tell you guys,
I love it so much, man.
I know you guys were all the same way. I've never been more physically and mentally exhausted from watching sports in my life than that series. That 2017 World Series. I was
the ups and downs. I
bounced back and forth between California and here for it, so that added to it. But I mean, you talk about the latest of nights, and when that thing ended, I fell over.
I didn't even think about that. Just from a pure watching standpoint, because I was out of radio at this point.
Yeah.
I wasn't doing radio at all. And just from a pure watching standpoint, it was emotionally exhausting.
Game
right?
5 was the worst,
Right.
but the best.
Yeah, exactly. It's the worst and best moment of all time. But I can't imagine being somebody who had to actually like go, and you have to go out and you have to cover it from a professional standpoint, because you're not just sports fan exhausted, you're also career exhausted.
Yeah.
Like, you're work exhausted too.
That night, I stayed until because I had an early flight to Los Angeles the next morning to get to Game 6. It was a travel day, but we scheduled early on United. So my plan was always I went for the game, and I was going to stay until probably about the 7th inning and leave and go do the show from my house, the post-game show. And that night, I ended up staying until the 8th.
Yeah.
And then it went to extra innings. I stayed on the air until 3 a.m.
God.
And I didn't even sleep. I just got in the car and went to Bush because my flight was at 5:30.
That's crazy.
I mean, it was just, and then I got to California and I slept the whole day.
Yeah, I was about to say you probably slept the entire flight
entire
and
day.
whenever you got there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But that moment, Andrew, which one would you pick off this list that we have here? I guess since we've taken the 2 good ones.
You guys have taken the 2 best ones, the 2 that I would have selected, and we're, as much as we could just replay the audio. And as someone who was in the building for Game 5, that will forever be a moment and 4 or 5 hours that I hold near and dear to my heart for the rest of my life, just because of how incredible that game was. And that Jose Altuve home run was obviously a massive part of it. But I'll go back to a little bit earlier in the 2017 World Series when Astros legend Josh Fields took the mound in the top of the 10th inning. And look, there were some dramatics that came before us. That Marwin Gonzalez home run to tie it in the 9th inning. If that doesn't happen, we may not be talking about the Astros winning their first ever World Series in 2017. But this Jose Altuve home run was the first point in the series where I was like, all right, we're here. We've got a chance, and we can win this series.
10th inning, Altuve into left center field. Back at the wall. It is gone. Jose Altuve has put Houston on top. 4-3 here in the 10th.
And, of course, Correa followed it with the back-to-back. They both hit moonshots. They would, of course, blow that lead. The theme of that series, blowing leads.
Late games, blowing leads.
How they survived that
I don't know.
bullpen is still a miraculous thing. Like
I have no clue. I mean, that was literally like in that series specifically. The only reason they survived was Team of Destiny type stuff.
Yeah,
because the Dodgers were so good,
They were really good.
I'm you know what, thinking about it now, I realize that series is going to go down forever as probably my favorite series of sports anything ever. Like I'm going to admit something right now. I'll take the 2017 World Series over the series for the Mavericks against the Heat in 2011. I would take that head and shoulders
You're growing,
above.
Josh. We're getting closer and closer to finally admitting that you don't like the Mavericks anymore.
No, it's not that at all. It's with the Mavericks. It's different because they've been doing it for so long. But I thought that they had a really good chance because the Heat were good, but they weren't great yet. The Dodgers were legitimately great, and the way those games went, it was like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And as late as those games went, some of the best memories of watching sports with family and with friends is in that series.
Let's do one more here in this segment. Now, this one would have stayed at the top, towards the top of the list if they figured out how to not screw up the rest of the series. But we were just gifted one of these moments in the 2023 ALCS. Jose Leclerc on the mound after Dusty Baker gets ejected, of course, and Joe Espada takes over and lets Yainer Diaz and John Singleton pinch hit to get on base, setting up Altuve to give the Astros the lead.
The 0-1. High fly ball to deep left field. Back to the wall. Altuve makes the moment again. Astros lead in the ninth.
I get goosebumps here.
Yeah.
Every one of them I get goosebumps for. Because we talk about all the things, Hall of Famer, what he's done and everything. The greatest part of it, he is going to go down possibly as the greatest player in postseason history.
Yeah.
The greatest.
Yeah.
He's at 27 career home runs in the postseason, which is mind-boggling. I think he's second all-time behind Manny Ramirez, like 29. He'll pass it this next season when they go to the World Series
and
again.
then
He's gonna do
expand
it.
on it. That's the crazy thing. He'll pass and expand on it.
Think about this. When that man started in 2011, before we go to our break, when he started in 2011, if I had told you in 2024 we'd be sitting here talking about him getting his last contract and he's won 2 World Series and played 103 postseason games, would you have ever believed me?
No.
103.
No.
That's how we have been so lucky.
Yes. I would not have believed you, not even for a second. And that memory specifically, and I know it ended poorly. That memory specifically, I know it's one of the newer, it's fresh, it's fresher, it's newer on the mind, but being able to experience that with the new family and friends that I had been building, I know you weren't there, so you didn't get to experience it with us, but like we're fresh, it's a new show at 97.5, and we got to experience it as a watch party together with this group of people. It was awesome.
I should have just found I should have had somebody else take
it was
the kid to
homecoming, right?
Yeah, that's
all
dumb
right.
on my part.
You got look, kids over sports always.
No, I don't know about that one.
Maybe not for that one.
Yeah, that was look, hand up mistake on my part. I should have been there for team building that day, guys.
Should have been. You're not a team player. You're no Jose Altuve.
That's true.
That's
why I don't have a $150 million or $125 million contract today.
Maybe we could do. If anybody's the Jose Altuve of this station, I would think it would be. It's either Andrew or it's Sean. One of those two.
They haven't been here long enough.
I think Andrew. Oh well. Of everybody who's here,
Granada would tell you it's him.
Oh, of course, yeah. But would Jose Altuve tell you that he's Jose Altuve? No.
He
would say somebody else was.
Yeah, he's humble like that. We'll continue some of the Astros celebration. We'll go through some more of those Altuve highlights later on in the show, around 1:45 to get through the rest of those. But what's next for the Astros now? We've talked a lot about extensions. Do you actually think that there is another one possibly brewing for them? We'll discuss it next. Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
The Veritex Community Bank Studios is currently under Connor and Beard occupation. Not sure that's a good thing, but here they are.
I wish I could sing it, but I can't. But I also love this song.
It's my favorite.
Via Los Astros or whatever. Vamos! Vamos! Astros! You like that?
I like them doing it better. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it.
I think you're mean.
If I had to choose, if I had to choose between not hearing it and hearing you do it,
That's just rude.
I would choose. No, I will. You didn't even let me finish. If I had to choose between not hearing it and hearing you do it, I'd rather hear you do it. But I'd prefer literally anybody else in the world.
How many days away are we from pitchers
5.
and catchers? Is it really 5?
Jeff Bagwell days, yeah.
5.
okay.
Yeah, Jeff Bagwell days.
Yeah.
I did know that one.
Did you?
It's the only one that I knew. You asked me the other day. You asked me who was number 5. I said Bagwell.
I need to look up and see how many. We're still going to have an Astros question of the day today. And guess what it's going to be related to, guys?
Jose Altuve?
What a shock! Right?
Wow, weird.
Isn't that unbelievable? Like I really got innovative with it today. Who was the last player to wear number 5 before Jeff Bagwell? Do you know? There's only been 3 that have worn number 5 in Astros history.
Oh, I have no idea. Come on, man. I barely knew Jeff Bagwell. Honestly, I only was like 80% sure and just kind of took a guess.
Well, Altuve will be the last number 27. That's for damn sure. Can you?
That's 100%.
Your other number 5s were Steve Henderson. Everybody knows him. And then Hal King back in 1967.
Wow.
Can you tell me the last 27 before Altuve?
Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Andrew?
No shot.
You should know this, guys. He's involved with the Astros still.
He's involved with the Astros still?
He's very popular. Very popular on social media.
Oh, Jeff Blum.
Jeff Blum.
Oh.
27. When you think of the greats, you think of Jose Altuve and then Jeff Blum.
I can't remember him since he was a White Sox trader, and I've just erased that whole period
I say
from
it to
my
him
memory.
every time, and every time I mention it to him, he always goes, "I'm not sorry." He goes, "My ring is definitely not sorry." And then I always tell him, "You got the ugliest World Series ring I've ever seen."
The worst ring of all time.
Have you ever seen those World Series rings? Look up the White Sox World Series ring. It is literally the ugliest World Series ring you've ever seen. And I remind him that every time. He goes, "Yeah, but I still got one." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. But I forgive you now." Isn't it hideous?
That's awful.
It's awful. Blum's got a statue. Joe George and I took a picture by the Blum statue.
Did you really?
And in Chicago.
That's
and send it to him.
That's got to be a lot of fun for Joe, being able to be excited. Although Joe's more of a Cubs guy than a White Sox guy.
He's not a White Sox guy.
Yeah, never mind. It's not as fun now.
Yeah, the White Sox are terrible.
I'm still the whole like two teams in one city thing kind of freaks me out. I don't know like what the criteria.
It's
for
like the
choosing
White Sox
a team
don't
is.
exist there.
Well,
that's the way I felt when we were
isn't that
there.
how it
It was full for a playoff game because it was a playoff game, but like it felt like a stepsister.
Isn't it kind of like that with like one? One team's always like the stepchild a little bit, like the Mets are kind of like that. The Nets are like that.
Yeah, for sure. The Clippers,
the
Chargers, the Angels, they're all like that.
Yeah,
they're the secondary.
Yeah,
team.
that's true.
The Clippers though are about to have. They got some real juice though with the arena they're building.
I feel like
they're about to be at least in way better facilities and everything than the Lakers are in.
Of all the cities that have two teams, that second team in the city, I feel like the Clippers are probably have been historically the best recently. And so they've kind of worked their way out of being the stepchild.
Yeah.
But the Lakers are still going to be above them.
The Lakers are always a hot mess.
Yeah.
What's next for the Astros, guys? Now, of course, they get the deal done without Altuve, 5 for 125. We've talked about this a lot. They have money to spend. And I don't know if you guys saw, or the one quote that Jim Crane had last night that Mark Berman, who I thought was retired, but apparently isn't, he tweeted out because he has a direct line to Jim Crane. That's why Mark Berman broke Astros news for a very long time. Was very, very simple. As long as I'm here, the window's not closed. I like that.
I love that.
The window will never close as long as he's around, as he said. And you love to see that. So if that's true, you got to put your money where your mouth is, and we know this. Start working on something else for the Astros. From the press conference today, Scott Boras, of course, representing Jose Altuve, was there. He did say, Scott Boras said he and Dana Brown discussed Alex Bregman's situation today. This is a quote from Boras. Jose did somewhat of a bridge contract because of the first contract he signed. In Alex's case, he's in a more of a normal free agency dynamic than you would see age-wise. Obviously, that has more impact. Alex has made it clear he's open to listening to whatever the Astros have to say.
It just doesn't make me feel good.
It's the typical Boris answer.
Well,
I don't think there's anything to read into that.
No, not the answer itself, but just the situation doesn't.
Well,
make
they
me feel
talked
good.
at least,
yeah,
right? They talked today. That's progress from what we heard at FanFest.
I just don't know that there's anything. I went and did my baseball homework and finally dove into the CBT and exactly how it works and like the thresholds, each of the different thresholds. And if you're looking at how much money they just gave Jose Altuve in his extension, how much they would have to give Alex Bregman and how much they would have to give Kyle Tucker, and you're just looking at like Bregman's the odd man out there. Like the way I know they could try to formulate some stuff and change some things so the salary would drop down a little bit, so they wouldn't pass certain thresholds, but they'd be pretty heavily into the CBT at that point. And unless Alex Bregman just takes a massive hometown discount to stay with the team to try to compete.
Scott Boras did just tell you right there. He's in a normal free agency wise, which means he's looking for a long deal.
Right. And that's not where, honestly, this is the first time now having a full understanding of their cap situation. I would say the Astros shouldn't be in that business. They shouldn't be in the long contract for what is Bregman, 29?
He'll be 30.
He'll be 30.
Year.
So when his extension kicks in, he'll be 31. And so I don't think that they should be in the business of long contracts.
He'll be 30 next month.
Yeah. So then he's definitely 31 right at the beginning of the season when his extension kicks in. No, thank you. I mean, it's just it stinks. I don't like it. But this right here is pay Jose Altuve, pay Kyle Tucker, and then figure out where to go from there. Like those should be the options.
I wonder if you're Bregman, if you were if it mattered. Now, for Altuve, it mattered to be here. Like, it mattered to finish it. Now, his contract situation definitely was different. The Astros got over on him the first time. Jeff Luhnow signed him to an incredibly team-friendly extension and option years before he signed before they won the World Series. And after that, the Astros did good by Altuve and extended him when they were like 2 or 3 years away from having to do it, and they did it and gave him a bunch more money. And it put him at an odd age to where most guys aren't at that age to hit free agency. So that's kind of why it worked out this way timeline-wise. But I wonder at all, guys, do you think if a Bregman or a Tucker looked at it and goes, I really want to be in Houston, do you sacrifice any years? Do you sacrifice a few years of your contract to get the Astros to get into the room and do it?
I mean, me personally,
I don't think they will, but I'm wondering.
Me personally, yes. Me personally, I would. Again, a lot of that has to do with just my thoughts on money in general. There's a reason why I'm bad at the idea of money and the value of money, because for me, I would care more about the competing than the extra. I'm already making millions and millions of dollars a year. I don't care if my contract competes against other guys or if it's one of the top contracts. I don't care about I don't care if I care about being with a team that's going to give me, that I'm loyal to, that's going to give me a chance to continue winning. And that's all the Astros have given these guys. That's all the Astros have given Alex Bregman, is the opportunity to continue competing at a high level and trying to win. And so for me and the way I think and operate, yes, but that's me. I don't know that Alex Bregman's going to want to do that. Maybe he wants the security of the longer contract. Maybe he wants to feel like he's a little bit more taken care of. And I'm not going to begrudge him for any of that. I'm not going to sit here and try to judge Bregman or Tucker for wanting longer deals. Like, let's say Tucker wants that 9-year, 10-year deal. I'm not going to be mad at him for it. If Bregman wants that 8-year, 7-year, 8-year deal, I'm not going to be mad at him for it because they have earned the right to get whatever they can go get. And if they decide to take a team-friendly deal or a shorter deal or whatever it is to try to stay with the team that they're with and be loyal, that's awesome. I mean, that's incredible. But if they decide to go get the big, long deal from somebody else because they've earned it and they can, I'm not going to be mad at them for
Andrew, what do you think?
I would love to say yes, I can totally see them doing that, but I just don't see a realistic universe where that's the case. The only way that I could see them saying, hey, you know what, maybe I'll chop off a couple of years is if the market isn't quite there in the way that they anticipate. Like if Alex Bregman goes to free agency this upcoming offseason and for whatever reason the market that he anticipated for himself is not there, then maybe I can see him returning to Houston on a deal that's a little bit shorter than we all expected because if it was a down year, if there are health concerns, whatever it may be, that 8-9-year contract just was not out there for him, and nobody was giving him that, and the only potential option really to have that happen would be in a god-awful situation like over with the Rockies when they signed Chris Bryant, and
Yeah.
now he's just stuck there and to suck in perpetuity. Like that's the only sort of situation where I can see Bregman coming back is if it's just a terrible franchise that's offering him a bag, and that's the only option he's got outside of that. And I don't see a world where that's the case.
I think he's gonna end up with the Diamondbacks.
That makes the most sense. I mean, with everything that you've
Or
said,
he's
everything that
moved.
we've heard, yeah.
He's rebranded. He's rebranded his salsa company, by the way,
Oh,
which
no.
is no longer Breggy Bomb. If you go, it's like Wild Soul or something, and it's got a very Arizona feel to it, New Mexico feel to it. And look, at more power to him. Go get that big deal somewhere else. Joe, our very own Joe George, says that everybody in Chicago thinks he's going to end up there too with the Cubs. I could see that.
That'd be an interesting
As long as
one.
these guys don't end up with the Yankees or the Dodgers, I'm fine. Whatever. Thanks for your service. You're not going back to a World Series. I don't want them to leave, but
Right.
It is what it is.
No, I'm ideally, and nobody who is a fan of this team wants them to leave. I just don't. I get really irritated when I hear, and some of this is from my family, and so if you're listening, I love you, but I get really irritated whenever they go get the big contract somewhere else, and I hear, screw them. Whatever, they don't matter.
It's
They don't
just the
matter
hurt.
anyway.
It's
I
the hurt
get
of
it.
losing 'em.
I get it, but it's like
You're more
okay.
mad at the franchise than anything else. You
Yeah.
just don't want to admit it. Because we're loyal. We're loyal to the franchise at the end of the day. Always
and then
forever.
you're just projecting onto the player. I
Right.
totally get that. It's unfair to be mad at either the player or the franchise, to be honest. Like if they decide that they don't want to pay that much money in taxes, I totally get it. Like looking at the tax numbers for some of the top teams, the Mets are looking at paying like it was like $56 million in taxes alone. And then you see the two teams below them that are in that third threshold, they're paying like $40 million. Like, no, thank you.
Well, that's what it takes now. And the Astros now live in that world where you start paying taxes, baby.
Well, to be fair, the Astros and those teams can absolutely afford it.
They can afford it. And we're finally seeing the Astros at least acknowledge that they can. It is the time of the show that we go through the roundup. We'll get back to Altuve coming up in just a bit, around 1:15. Plenty to get into. Most of the shit. Look, we're going to be honest. Most of the show today is dedicated to Altuve and the Astros. And you know what? You got to celebrate on a day like today. But we'll go across the NFL, what's going on as they prepare for the Super Bowl with the roundup next. Yeehaw, partner. That's right. The Roundup here on ESPN 97.5. I'm about as round-up-y as you can get today.
What does that mean? Oh, because you got the boots. Yeah, you got the boots and jeans on.
Yep.
It's
got my Wranglers on.
It's not too hot in here today yet.
Yeah,
so we'll see how you do.
I haven't sweat yet. I brought extra clothes in the car because I had a meeting before the show.
I don't want to see you change during the show.
Well, I was going to change in the car on the way back over here because I was like, God, I'm going to sweat, and I don't want to do that. But I didn't do it. I decided, you know what? I'm just going to – I decided on my way over, instead of spending my time changing, was getting a coffee.
I don't blame you for that.
Because I made coffee this morning at the house, and I didn't have – I don't put a lot of creamer in my coffee, but I cannot have some sort of – I just can't drink black coffee.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I don't mind black coffee, especially if
I just like a tiny splash of it's like a dairy-free one.
Yeah.
And we didn't have any. I didn't drink it.
I can drink black
pissed.
coffee as long as it's like a good medium nut roast. Like a pecan or something like that. Like pecan coffee I really like.
Josh likes his nuts roasted, guys.
No, I didn't say that. I said I like a good medium roast coffee.
What else do you like done to your nuts?
It's not. It's just a medium roast.
Okay. I think it's a little worse. It's probably bad for your sperm count, Josh.
That's not okay.
Let's get to the roundup here on Connor and Beard. And guys, we've talked about it a little bit, but Andy Reid was asked about retirement, and he said today's not the day. Do we think there is any real possibility that if he wins another Super Bowl this year, he actually says, you know what? I'm good. I'm 65 years old. I'm fat. I'm out of shape. I can't imagine his health's very good. I'm sorry if I'm profiling you, Andy. You don't look like your health's very good.
A little bit of profiling. He looks really spry and young and energetic in the commercials.
Like, I can't imagine his cholesterol's good.
Do you think my cholesterol's good?
I don't know.
I'm going to need you to venture a guess. Look at me. Do you think my cholesterol's good?
It's better than Andy's.
Okay, when I was like in the 300s, do you think my cholesterol was good? My cholesterol was actually perfect.
Was it?
Weirdly. I don't know why. I don't know how. So there's a chance that maybe his cholesterol's not bad.
I got my yearly physical next month.
Yeah, I need to schedule one.
See how that goes.
Should we go to our yearly physicals together? We can just schedule it at the same doctor and do like a...
It's not far from where you live.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We just schedule it together and then we could carpool to work.
Sure.
Get our physicals together.
Yeah.
The guys
maybe
got
separate rooms.
Same room.
No,
same room. The guy's got two hands. Cough and turn separate ways.
I'm good. Thank you.
I'll turn left. You turn right.
So do we really think he's going to retire?
No. God, no. No. Why would he? We talked about this yesterday. Why would he be done? Why would you not continue to go with Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback? And this was a down year for them seemingly, and they're back in the Super Bowl. Why would you not keep going back? They have the ability to go and get more weapons for him. Like, yes, Travis Kelce is going to be 1 year older, but they can add another weapon. Imagine if the Chiefs do something crazy like, I don't know, trade up in the draft for somebody like Brock Bowers. Some of the mocks, I don't know, that's a dirty word, but some of the mocks that we've seen have Brock Bowers going like 14th or 15th in the draft. Imagine if Brock Bowers drops to 14th or 15th and the Chiefs are just like, you know what, screw it. We're going to go get Travis Kelce 2.0 for the next 10 years of 10 years plus of Patrick Mahomes' career. Patrick Mahomes isn't going anywhere. The talent isn't going anywhere. Why would he leave? Why would he retire?
I wouldn't leave either.
No.
I mean, I'd give it at least, honestly, another 5 years. You're only coach till you're 70. You'd be good to go. Andrew, do you think he'll retire?
No, I don't think he's going to retire just yet.
There's no point, right? There's no point at all.
Still at the top of your game, and it's not like he's at the point where I think the coaching would be a detriment to his health or anything like that. I think he's got at least 5 years in the tank, to be honest with you.
He seems like one of the few. I mean, I'm sure that every coach gets stressed out, but he seems to be like one of the least stressed coaches when you just listen to him. I don't know if that's right or not, but it's just what it feels like.
The only thing that would make me retire as Andy Reid is if I had to coach Kadarius Toney for another season. That would make me retire. I'd be like, nah, I'm out.
I'd probably want to get rid of him.
Yeah. They should move on from him.
Yeah, they probably
let him
will.
go become that number one wide receiver he thinks he can be somewhere else.
Hey, we've talked about the Cowboys defensive coordinator opening because the coordinator, Dan Quinn, left for the Commanders job. I believe he took somebody else off the Cowboys staff with him to be the DC over there, correct?
Yeah, Joe Witt.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the Cowboys now have an opening at the defensive coordinator
They
spot.
do.
They've been, I don't know if they've interviewed him or not, but they've been rumored that they're going to interview him. Ron Rivera, the former head coach for the Commanders and the Panthers.
Yes.
They've also interviewed former Vikings head coach and former Cowboys defensive coordinator years ago, Mike Zimmer. Yep. Well, we have another former head coach now that is interviewed for the defensive coordinator job. This guy almost landed the job last year with the Denver Broncos. Rex Ryan, of course, who spent a long time with the Jets and briefly with the Bills and a lot of time with the Ravens back in the day. How bricked up will you be that's number 3. How bricked up that's number 4, will you be for Rex Ryan as the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys?
I don't care anymore.
With the caveat of Mike McCarthy fired after the year, Rex Ryan, next Cowboys head coach.
You got to stop doing that. You have to stop doing that.
No,
please.
it's real. It's absolutely real.
No, please don't. I don't care. It's all going to be, it's going to end the same way no matter what.
Rex Ryan, the head coach of the Cowboys.
No. The
rubbing up Jerry's feet in the booth.
The Cowboys losing in the first chance they have in the playoffs. That's how it's going to end up. That's every single time. It doesn't matter. You know what? Honestly, the Cowboys could they could do like a Madden-esque type trade and trade for all the best players in the league. They could have Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase at wide receiver. They could have Sam Laporta at tight end or George Kittle or whoever. Best offensive line in the league. Do some kind of crazy trade. They'd still lose in the first round of the playoffs because that is the life of the Cowboys. That is the life of a Cowboys fan. So hire whoever. Like Mike Vrabel makes the most sense, but whatever. Like, yeah, go ahead and keep hiring these old retreads that may or may not do a good job of being able to stay up to date with today's game.
Andrew, I think I'm rooting for Rex right now. What about you?
I hate both of you.
I hope he finds happiness in Dallas.
Oh
Lots
my
of
God.
feet. Lots and lots
Just
of
get
feet.
him. Yeah, if he's happy, if you give him lots of feet, he'll be all right.
There are a lot of probably middle-aged white women in the Dallas Plano
tons.
area, Frisco area where they're set up over at the Star that would gladly let them,
Bring their feet
go ahead
over.
and say it. Foot fetish is weird.
I'm not a kink shamer. It's it's not
I've
my
listened
thing.
to our morning show where
not my jam.
they use a soundbite of Lance saying, "I like pretty feet," and I'm going to be honest. If you're into feet, creeps me out.
I was listening to the show whenever they pulled that soundbite.
Yeah, I would think I
like
was
pretty
too.
feet.
I think it's a creepy fetish.
Yeah, I don't look. I don't.
Hey,
think,
let me suck them toes. Why? They're sweaty and gross. They touch things on the ground. Like who would want to do that?
I was not expecting you to say that.
This is what happens when you have a light amount of stuff for the round.
The last thing we're gonna do on Connor and Beard is kink shame people. I will just say
I thought you were
going to
say suck toes.
It's not my that's the second to last thing that we'll do. It's not my preference. It's not a big thing that I'm super worried about. I don't think I want someone with crazy like ugly feet, if that makes sense, but I'm not a big fan of feet in general. Feet are weird.
Yeah. I'm a man that takes care of my toes.
Yeah.
But they're also hairy.
Dude, stop talking about your toes.
You don't have
I don't
hairy
want to hear
feet?
about your toes. Huh?
You don't have hairy feet?
I do, but I'm not talking about my feet, man.
You want to see them?
Nope.
You want to smell them?
Absolutely not.
You want to
This is
touch
getting
'em?
real strange.
I don't let anybody touch my feet. I've gotten a pedicure. Is pedicure right?
Yeah, pedicure.
I got a pedicure one time with my wife.
Never had a pedicure.
Actually felt pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Like they clean your toes up,
Yeah,
they massage
I
your
would-
feet. It
I
feels
would-
pretty good.
I couldn't do that.
I wouldn't
to
go
another
spend the
human
money
being.
on it again, but they get the calluses
I wore-
off and everything.
I wore combat boots too tight for too long to allow anybody to see or touch my
Well,
feet.
yeah, I can't imagine. You got terrible feet because we already know that you fall down the stairs on those things.
I do have bad feet. I don't have good. My feet aren't. They're not bad. Well, they're okay. They're not the worst, but they're not good.
Worst feet I've ever seen in sports, James Harden's.
Yes.
I'm telling
my
you
God,
right now,
yeah.
I've never seen more disgusting toes in my life. Just downright disgusting. You're like, this guy plays 38 minutes a night on these things. I don't know how. It's unbelievable. One last one, guys. The Travis Kelce rumors. Did you bring that up, Josh? The Travis Kelce
No,
rumors
I did.
about
I said Travis Kelce's name, but I did not bring.
No,
up
I mean,
the rumors.
I thought you talked about that yesterday about him possibly getting.
No, I predicted that.
Okay, well, there's been stuff going around on the
propose.
internet that he's going to propose.
Oh my God! I think I did.
I think you brought up the story. I think you're lying.
No,
over
I didn't
here.
bring up the story. We were talking. That was one of my. That was one of my factor caps. Or actually, you know what? It was a listener question on factor cap. So maybe they saw something about it, but it wasn't one of mine. I just said fact, and I predicted.
Well,
I guaranteed that he's
addressed
propose.
it, and what he had to say was, "I'm focused on getting this ring. That's all my mind is focused on right now." Do you believe him?
Well, I believe that he's focused on the Super Bowl, but I think it's happening. It makes the most sense. Too many eyeballs.
I just hope it happens. I really do, because I think it's going to be the most cringeworthy thing ever.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right here on what was it CBS this year?
Yeah.
CBS would be jumping for. Could you
Oh,
imagine
they'd lose
if that
their
happened?
minds. They
That'd
would
be the
lose their
greatest
minds.
thing to happen on their network all year.
I think that me proposing, like I said yesterday, I proposed it whenever I graduated from basic training. I think that was cringy. I wish I would have done it in a different way rather than like a huge public spectacle.
Yeah. I hope that they get married and they file for an annulment in 3 weeks. That's where I'm at with those people.
You hate love, man. Andrew, don't listen to Michael when it comes to love stuff. He just hates love.
No, I absolutely love love.
Terrible.
It's great. Hey, so we'll get back into some more Super Bowl talk on the other side of things. Then we're going to get back to Altuve coming up at 1:15. But it is Super Wednesday, and your super question of the day comes next. These two dope boys are getting into hour 2 of the show here on Connor and Beard. ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Two bricked up boys and a Cadillac.
How many is that for you
That's
today?
one for me.
That's only one?
One of 10, yeah.
I think that's 2.
No, I said beat up earlier. I didn't say the full thing.
I'm 4 in. I'm 4 deep.
I didn't use. Don't try to take away my.
I got 6. Yeah, 6 to go.
Don't try to
Couldn't
take away
add
my
on, so.
quantity, or else I will let Andrew count that rapid fire that you had earlier.
Okay, well, that's fine. 713-780-3776, the number to join us. Text or call today. You can watch the show. Head over to YouTube. Search for ESPN Houston on Twitter, Connor Radio, Josh Beard Radio, and Carlson Radio. We're going to get our Super Wednesday question here in just a couple of moments. But Pena out in Cyprus has called the show, and apparently he has some questions for Josh. And anytime we can go ahead and get Josh all riled up, I say we do it. Let's hear what Pena has for Josh today.
Hey, what's going on, guys? So, every time Josh talks about the Cowboys, like every other time, it just sounds like he just sounds more depressed.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's giving up on him. And
a long time ago.
I've interacted with Josh on Twitter a couple times. On his headline, it says Texans. Doesn't say Cowboys. So, Josh, are you going to leave the Cowboys and just Join us. Join the dark side. Screw the Cowboys, man. They let you down year after 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 year. Come on, just join us, man. And my other question for you is, why do Aggies hang their diploma on the rearview mirror to justify that they're handicapped or something? Thank you. Have a great day.
Oh, that's a great one. So
you're handicapped?
First of all, no. It's just to say that he's essentially calling me mentally handicapped.
Oh,
he's calling Aggies mentally handicapped. Okay, that was a good one. First of all, let me address this. Notice I don't have the Mavericks on there either. I don't like to usually broadcast in the market that I have this Twitter for that I am a Cowboys or a Mavericks fan. Cowboys and Mavericks were on there before I took this job, and I took them off.
You're a fake-ass fan.
I'm not a fake fan. I just don't like to broadcast that I'm a fan of Dallas teams because people like Payne will call it and make fun of me.
Poser-ass Josh.
Not Padge.
Yep.
Yeah. Secondly, I heard Pena call into the Killer Bees yesterday. Don't act like I didn't hear you call in yesterday, Pena, and act like Jose Altuve didn't deserve another contract, like Jose Altuve didn't deserve to get paid by the Astros, because you called in yesterday and said that Jose Altuve shouldn't be paid for what he has done. He should be paid for what he will do. And if that means he's not with the Astros anymore, so be it. So long. Thank you for everything.
That's a bad take by him.
Bad take, Pena. So thank you for calling in. Maybe you're the one who should have your diploma in the rearview mirror. Thank you very much, sir.
I just appreciate how much he gets you mad.
He doesn't get me mad.
Yeah,
I'm not mad right now, Michael.
Yeah, you're not yelling at all. You didn't just break something in here either. One bit. Hey, it is Super Wednesday here on the show in Super Bowl week, and the question that I have for you guys today, as we prepare for the Super Bowl this weekend, of course, the 49ers taking on the Kansas City Chiefs in the historic stadium that is Allegiant Stadium in downtown. That's not downtown. On the Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada. Definitely, probably the most historic stadium ever.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
When you think of great airlines as well, Allegiant Airlines is definitely where you're going. You go Allegiant, then Spirit, and then probably Frontier.
Frontier. Yeah, I think I would ride Spirit before Allegiant, or I would ride Allegiant before I'd ride Spirit. So I'll give it that. I'll give it those kudos.
I don't know. I think
What's
I'd ride
cheaper?
Spirit first, just because I would like to see a Walmart fight break out on my plane. I mean, who wouldn't? I've knock on wood, look, every time I've been on an airplane, never had any incidents that have happened other than a woman passing out once.
Yeah, I just Googled Allegiant or Spirit Airlines, and it says comparing America's ultra low-cost airlines.
They're both bad.
Yeah,
That's
well,
all
and
you
then
know.
and then they have Frontier in there as well.
I'd imagine that they charge you about $80 to bring a bag, about $25 to breathe the air, $14 for a water, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But they're going to play that game this weekend there in Vegas, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. The question today, guys, is if the 49ers win the Super Bowl, will this push Brock Purdy? He's a very hot topic across, Cam Newton's pushed the narrative of game manager, and game managers turned into this legit slur for quarterbacks, which is just unbelievable.
Right.
But is this going to push him into the conversation? Let's say he goes out and has the game of his life and they win. Is it going to push him into that he's elite conversation, or is this set up to where it's like another Joe Flacco type run?
God. I'll be honest. I think that Joe Flacco had more.
Joe Flacco was not as good as he was in the regular season.
No, I think though.
But he had one of the greatest playoff runs you'll ever see.
Joe Flacco also didn't have all the weapons, like offensive weapons, that Brock Purdy has. I really want to carefully navigate this because I don't want to make it seem like I'm a Brock Purdy hater. I'm no Andrew Carlson over here. I think I'm not I'm not in love with Brock Purdy. I think he is just a game manager, which to me is not a dirty word. He's just a little overhyped. He's a little overrated. Because people, the fact, I know he had great stats, but like when you watch Brock Purdy with the weapons that he has, I don't know that he should necessarily be a guy who some people thought were leading in the MVP race or close to leading in the MVP race for a good portion of the year until he finally came back down to earth. I think that he's definitely more Joe Flacco territory. I honestly think Joe Flacco was a more talented quarterback overall. When you look at like arm talent and fit and just physicality, I think Joe Flacco is.
Purdy's a better decision maker than Flacco ever was.
That's what I was about to say. Like mentally, that's where Brock Purdy kills people. And I know Andrew said yesterday he gets away with a lot of crazy stuff, and he is one of the luckiest quarterbacks, which I do agree with. But a lot of that is based on good decision making too, where he does a really good job of processing what the defense is giving him once the ball is snapped. And not a lot of quarterbacks do that. Like you can see a lot of quarterbacks that can read a defense, they can make their pre-snap reads and make changes at the line of scrimmage when they need to. But it's rare to find a quarterback who just does a good job of making good decisions. Does he take risks? Yes. And do those risks sometimes bite him in the ass because he doesn't have the physical arm talent to make that pass or whatever it is? Yes. But I think by and large he does a really good job of processing the game. So he's not elite. He's definitely more of the Joe Flacco level. And I swear to God, if they end up winning and I hear is Brock Purdy elite, like ad nauseum, and it keeps going, I'm going to be so.
Let's say he plays well and he wins the Super Bowl MVP. That's all it's going to be on Monday.
How many quarterbacks would you take if you could take any quarterback from a team and put them on the San Francisco 49ers team? How many quarterbacks would you take and put above Brock Purdy? Or replace Brock Purdy?
I would assume at least 12.
I think that's an absolute minimum. I mean, if you look through all of the teams, okay, let's start with this: Dak Prescott or Brock Purdy. Put him on the San Francisco 49ers and let's be legitimate. A texter just called in and said, "I don't want to advertise that I'm a Dallas fan, but I'll address it bi-weekly." Thank you very much, 2575. I'm not the one who normally brings it up. Michael is. Michael's the one that forces me to address it often.
I'm going to be honest with you. You asked the Dak Prescott question. I don't know if I take Dak anymore.
I would take Dak over Brock Purdy.
I think Dak keeps showing me that he's just not. He's not a big game guy.
Their decision making is comparable. I think Brock Purdy's is a little bit better, but Dak gives you more physically. Like Josh Allen, you take him over him, right? I think Tua Tagovailoa, take him over him.
Honestly,
Tua,
right now,
I take Tua over Brock Purdy.
Tua's in a very similar situation. Look what just happened. I know the defense and conference and all that, but like, I think I take Purdy.
I don't know. I would take Tua. I think Tua gives him a better chance to win.
He's got a stronger arm, which isn't saying a lot. Neither one of them have a very strong arm.
No, they don't. I think Tua is more accurate.
I think they're both pretty. I mean, didn't Purdy lead the league in percentage or close? 69.4% completion percentage this year.
What about all of the AFC South quarterbacks? Which ones would you put?
I'd take him over Lawrence and Richardson.
You take Brock Purdy over Trevor? I'd take Trevor Lawrence would be a monster in this system.
Nothing about Trevor Lawrence has impressed me.
We're still talking about the Shanahan offense with those weapons.
I guess the
Trevor Lawrence
when you do this is I know what Purdy looks like in that system,
and you don't
they've
know.
Won games at a high level, and he overall has been very good. I know that it's in vogue right now to find ways to crap all over him, but look, he has quarterbacked a team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
like. It isn't as easy as everybody wants to make it out to be.
No, it's not. But how much of that is because of Brock Purdy and how much of that is because of the defense and the weapons around him?
That's fine. There is a lot of that element to it, but he still has to go back there and do those things. And look, made mistakes, didn't play as well at times in these playoff games, but also made some plays when it mattered the most.
That's fair, especially in the NFC Championship game. He played very, very well. But you look at him in the back half of the regular season, they could, if not for having one of the better defenses and all the weapons around him, they probably would have lost way more games. And and they would have lost games because of his play.
There's no denying that if he was on a team where he had to be like the driving force every single week, he wouldn't be this good. It's just not going to happen.
I think he's top 15, but in the bottom of that.
I mean, like it's like when Matt Schaub was here. It is a perfect system fit for a guy that has deficiencies in his game.
Right.
And it's going to make him look better than he is, but that's okay. At some point, you have to give the credit for what he accomplishes on the field inside that system, and what he's done has been lead a team to a Super Bowl.
Right, but that's not the conversation. The conversation is not
just saying,
give him or don't give him credit. The conversation is he more like Joe Flacco or is he elite?
I think he's going to be more towards the other end than Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco
you think he's going to be more to the elite?
Joe Flacco was a back half of the league quarterback almost every year except for that 1 year.
I just disagree with that. I think
Joe Flacco's like the 20th best quarterback.
Yeah, but he didn't have near the talent around him, and he still went to a Super Bowl.
I can't degrade Brock Purdy for that. It's not his fault. He didn't go to John Lynch and say, you know what, you have to load this. Or Joe Flacco didn't go to who the hell was the GM at the time with the damn Ravens? The former.
I don't remember.
He didn't go to him and say, "Get me a bunch of crap weapons." It's not what it was.
No, he didn't. But I mean, Joe Flacco taking that Ravens team to a Super Bowl versus Brock Purdy taking this 49ers team to a Super Bowl
That
is
team had elite defense,
by and
too.
large above. Yeah, so does this team, and they have elite weapons on offense, which Flacco didn't necessarily have.
Let's get to Derek in League City real quick. What's up, Derek?
Hey, quickly, guys. Outside of Joe Flacco, every quarterback from probably Troy Aikman, Steve Young, Joe Montana, and all the greats, Peyton Manning and what have you, outside of Joe Flacco, had or have all-world Hall of Famers receivers. Joe Flacco and that defense, and Joe Flacco game managed, and he did well, but he about won to win the Super Bowl. Every quarterback that has won the Super Bowl, go back and look at the receivers and or running backs. Okay, the defense makes sense too, but go back and look. So I would take Brock Purdy if you're throwing a halfback pass to Debo. If you're asking him to win games without the weapons and stuff like that, and also I think the 49ers will never know. I think they took a whim. Somebody in the organization that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that may have known somebody said, hey, maybe a relative, hey, can you take a chance on him? And you wasn't losing anything, but you put the right weapons around him, and he's blossomed in that. So it's just like at the radio station. If I know you, you probably can get me in the back somewhere, and I work my way up. That's how I think Joe Purdy came about.
See, and this was I did not want to get into this is why I wanted to avoid like making it sound like I'm taking away from Brock Purdy, because I'm not trying to take any of that away from Brock Purdy. He deserves to be here. He has helped bring his team here. But if you're trying to tell me that he wins a Super Bowl this year, and now all of a sudden he goes from being a guy who, by and large, most of the people who evaluate his quarterback play say he is just slightly above average, and then people try to create the storyline that he is an elite quarterback. I'm out on that. It's incredible what he's done, and I will give him his flowers for being a quarterback who has taken a team to the Super Bowl and been very good. But he's just not elite in my mind, even after a Super Bowl win.
It's going to be interesting to see what the narrative is on Monday with him and what the future holds for guys. Look, he's had a good year. He's an MVP finalist, and his team is playing in the Super Bowl. And we'll continue the debate at another time. It's time for our Astros question of the day. We got our super question of the day, but it's now time for the Astros question of the day. That's next.
Who says two wrongs can't make a right? Oh, yeah, that was Granado referring to these two snolly-gosters. Connor and Beard, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Well, we're your favorite Schnolly-gosters here on ESPN 97.5.
Not Schnolly-gosters.
What was it?
Snolly-gosters.
Snolly-gosters.
No S-H
I thought it
in
was
there.
Schnall.
There's no Schnall.
My bad. Snolly?
Snolly-gosters.
Snolly-gosters.
I may or may not have. I need to publicly
okay over there?
apologize. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just chilling.
You're
I'm
like
vibing.
low riding.
I'm vibing today. I may or may not have publicly.
Have you seen yourself on
I
the
have on the video. I disparaged John Granado publicly yesterday and like to.
Yeah, how'd that go for you?
Formally, I got a cease and desist letter.
Okay.
In the mail.
If Granado
which I didn't
would
know
like
they
to call,
worked
I
that
always
quickly.
say this, but Granado, if you're out there, if you'd like to call in and get in a fight on the air with Josh, you're more than welcome to.
All I said was screw you, and I didn't realize that Dell was already back, and he was in one of the back rooms, heard it, and apparently reached
They
out
talk
to
about it
John.
today?
I got a cease and desist letter. No, I didn't hear them talk about it today, but I think he's because you just you got to keep it quiet like that. I think he's trying to be nice to me. He's trying to go the nice route. So I publicly apologize to John Granado for saying screw you for calling us Snolly-gosters. Call us Snolly-gosters all you want, John.
Yeah.
Because we kind of are, to
Josh
be
will
honest.
just call you things off the air.
No, I won't.
That I'll tell you about.
I don't do that.
I'll tell you
Please
about
don't.
over some Coors Lights at some point.
Please don't.
Hey, it's time for our Astros question of the day, guys. And guess what it revolves? Jose Altuve. And why
No
wouldn't
way.
it? Yeah. I mean, it's just, I figured it'd be the way to go. And my question for you guys is now, look, there are two right now, but there are, in all likelihood, going to be 3 Astros very soon in the Hall of Fame. Now, there's multiple guys that have played for the Astros that are in the Hall of Fame, but there will be 3 that are wearing the Astros hat if Billy Wagner gets in next year and his last year on the ballot. But Bagwell and Biggio so far. There's not been a single first ballot Hall of Famer that's wearing an Astros cap. Now, look, I'll fight with anybody about it. Biggio should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer because he had 3,000 hits, which benchmark numbers matter to voters. And because his 3,000 aren't like anybody else's. Oh, no. For God knows what reason, because you idiots that vote, he waited for 3 years. Will Jose Altuve be a first ballot Hall of Famer?
If he gets to the 3,000 hits, then yes. I think that the argument is there for him, even if he doesn't. But if he gets to the 3,000 hits like we all feel like he will, I think he's a shoo-in for a first ballot Hall of Famer. And again, that might just be my bias and just lack of overall knowledge of what it does and doesn't take. I don't even think the guys who vote know what it does and doesn't take to make it in the Hall of Fame, to be honest. But it could just be my ignorance and my stupidity whenever it comes to that. But in my mind, if he gets 3,000 hits, yeah, the guy should absolutely be a first ballot Hall of Famer. This is a dynasty. He has been the number one player and the catalyst for this dynastic run for the Astros. The World Series appearances and wins that they have, the ALCS appearances that they have, as good as he's been in the postseason, then you add the 3,000 hits on top of that, then yes, he is absolutely a first ballot Hall of Famer. But they will not do it.
Yeah, I mean, the accolades so far, he's won an MVP. He's an 8-time All-Star, 2-time World Series champ, won a Gold Glove, 6-time Silver Slugger, 3 batting titles, ALCS MVP as well. Had 4 consecutive seasons, of course, leading the league in hits at over 200. Also led the league in steals a couple of times.
Yeah.
If he paces the way he's going, he will end up over 3,000 hits. He's going to end up with over 300 home runs, maybe even closer to 400 if he plays. Maybe not closer, 350-ish. If he ever, with 6 years, what's 6 times 25?
You make me do math.
That's 150.
I was going to do it. I almost had it.
So that'd put him at 359 if he hit another 150. That'd be a really good number for him. I mean, think about it. That'd be second. I think it'd be second most in Astros franchise history. I think it's ahead of Berkman at that point. I got the numbers actually right here. That would put him second. Berkman had 326. Biggio's third with 291. Altuve this year will move into fourth because he's only he's what, less than 10, or he's 12 away from Jim Wynn, I think second or fourth place all time.
Yeah.
Whatever. The numbers are all going to be there. The question all comes back to, are these dumbass voters going to do the dumbass voter thing and do the sign stealing scandal?
Immediately, I mean, the chat's immediately calling it out. Can never tell with baseball writers, says Chris from Sam Houston. Junior Broncos says should be, won't because of East and West Coast writers. I think them keeping him out of the hall is totally on the table. Virginia Buttonweed said enough a-holes, we'll keep him out. King of all Twitches says nah, he'll get punished for 17. And Junior Broncos agreed and said yeah, they'll want their pound of flesh. Like we all know what's going to happen.
Here's my issue with that. You go look, and we're witnessing it right now. The godfather of all this. Who is the godfather of all this, guys?
God?
No. Of the
John
sign
Granato?
stealing, of the sign stealing scandal.
Oh.
Who is it?
Carlos Beltran.
Carlos Beltran's now been on the ballot 2 times in a row. Carlos Beltran has worse stats than Altuve will in terms of Hall of Fame credibility. Yeah. He has Hall of Fame stats. Carlos Beltran does, and has a Hall of Fame career that has the accolades. He was a Rookie of the Year. He's a 9-time All-Star. He won a World Series. He was a 3-time Gold Glover. He won 2 Silver Slugger awards. He was awesome. He had 435 home runs. He had 2,700 hits. Altuve is going to have a better career, and his lifetime average was 279. Altuve is going to have better numbers in every category but the home runs. And Beltran was elite in the postseason as well, 16 career postseason home runs. He has, in his first 2 years on the ballot, received 46.5% and 57.1%. And when you think of Hall of Famers, there's tiers of it. Altuve will be a tier easily above Carlos Beltran. If you're not voting for him, like if there's people in this percentage here that voted for Beltran and don't vote for Altuve when he's up, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Like those are the kind of people that don't deserve to have a vote. And there are people that are like that because, like you said, they're going to want their revenge or whatever, because the Astros, they definitely hurt the writers. They did a lot of bad things to the writers in all those years, giving them great content to talk about. I think it's going to be tight. This is me trying to be the ultimate optimist of we've seen enough and heard enough, and time will have passed far enough to where everybody realizes, yeah, he was in the clubhouse, he was complicit with it, like everybody else in the sport was doing it, to where they'll eventually get past the, okay, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. You got to vote him in. Even if he gets in with like 78%, which he should be way higher than that,
Right.
Whatever.
A great point was just brought up by Chris from Sam Houston in the chat, saying if Beltre, who never got an MVP or a title, got in first ballot, there's no reason Jose Altuve shouldn't. If you go look at their career statistics of where they're at, where we think Jose Altuve should be at, Beltre is going to have more home runs, but like the hits are going to be close. Jose Altuve will have
Batting
more
average
stolen
will be better.
bases. Batting average is going to be better. He's going to have the titles. He's going to have the MVP. All the stats are there. But I think it is more on the table. Not saying that this is going to happen, but I think it's more on the table that Jose Altuve never makes it in the Hall of Fame rather than him
honestly,
being first ballot.
Like Beltre played in an era where steroids were rampant, and you go
Yes.
look early in his career, he has a year that stands out as, oh my God, was the guy juicing.
Uh-oh.
Like I'm just being complete, and like if we can put guys like that in first ballot and not have any questions about it, and people can vote for obvious steroid users and make cases now that steroid users have to be in, which I'd put them all in. I don't care. It was part of the game. It was part of the era. The sport was littered with it. It is what it is. They put up the numbers. You put them in. But if we do this jumping, moving the goalposts for everything, it's an embarrassment for the sport. And it will be an embarrassment for the sport if we get there eventually. And Altuve's not recognized like he should be. Because I think the Beltre comparison is great.
Yeah.
He's a better player than Adrian Beltre. And then
Yes.
on top of it,
And he has more accolades.
And then the postseason history is top notch. It's one of the greatest postseason resumes any player has ever had in the game.
You know what? You know what we should do? We'll do this on the show. I hate to do this because it was one of the gifts that my mom gave me. But I have an Adrian Beltre shirt in my closet.
Burn it?
And we can burn it in honor of Jose Altuve.
Okay.
We could burn it in effigy to try to force the universe to put Jose Altuve as a first ballot
I have
Hall
a
of
Mike
Famer.
Fires game worn jersey.
We'll save it. We'll wait until
game worn and signed.
We'll burn it on.
You guys want to burn it together? Burn that one too?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll burn both of those things. That whenever we know Jose Altuve is going to be on that Hall of Fame ballot, we'll burn those two shirts together to try to force the universe and make amends for everything that people perceive Jose Altuve to have done wrong.
Andrew, do you think he's going to get in first ballot when the day comes?
Yes, but only because the Astros are going to have continued success, and the more success and the more time that passes between what happened in 2017 and whenever Jose Altuve eventually retires. It's going to be like the Patriots, where you can't deny the greatness. And that's truly how I believe it's going to be viewed 10, 15 years from now. And that's when Jose Altuve is going to be on the ballot. So just as long as the Astros continue to have more success, as long as Jose Altuve continues to have more success in the years following what happened in 2017, people are just, it's going to be undeniable greatness by the time that he's up for election in the Hall of
I
Fame.
didn't even think about like how many years it's going to be from now. It's like
Yeah.
10 years at least. I'm going to be like mid-40s by the time he's.
It's gonna be
Good
awesome.
Lord, I'm going to be old.
You're
You're going to be 50 years old.
Wow, dude. Why? Why would you even? I wouldn't be 50 yet.
Yeah, you'll be 50.
No, I'd be almost 50.
You'll be almost.
I'll
50.
be almost 50, and
you'll be close. Well, you'll be really close to death.
You know what?
Because you keep telling us that you're going to die at 55.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll only be 8 years away.
One of your
from
last highlights of your life, Josh, watching Jose Altuve go to the Hall of Fame.
Dude, he better. And I'll burn that shirt. We'll burn our shirts, and then Jose Altuve will be her first ballot Hall of Famer, and then I can safely and happily have my heart attack and die after that happens. If he doesn't make it in the Hall of Fame before I die, I'm gonna be real mad.
Yeah, I'll be mad for you too.
Yeah.
If you don't get to see that, I'll go to Cooperstown when that happens. I've never been to Cooperstown.
Take a picture of me with you and leave it there.
Can we like cremate you and I'll take your ashes with me? I'll
spread
them all
them
over the
around
Hall of Fame.
Cooperstown.
I'll just walk in the Hall of Fame with a Ziploc and just spread you all over the place.
Yeah.
Sir, what are you doing? It's all right. I'm just spreading my buddy all over the place.
Yeah.
He wanted to be here.
He
died.
He wanted this to be his final resting place.
Sir, you can't do that. You're banned. Damn it.
There's just some janitor comes and vacuums up my ashes and throws it in a trash dump.
But you were there.
I was there.
That's all
for
that
a little
matters.
bit.
That's all that matters.
You just got to hide me in little spots behind stuff where nobody ever dusts or cleans.
Put you in like a plant.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody will have a clue. Hey, it's time for this, that, or the other. That's next here on Connor and Beard.
back to two guys who sound like they've had just about enough of each other. Connor and Beard, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It's very true. We have had enough of each other. We count down. The moment the show starts on Monday, we count down the minutes until Friday.
I have
so we don't have to look at each other's faces for 2 freaking days.
I wear my Fitbit, and the only reason my heart
That's not
rate.
a Fitbit.
This is absolutely a Fitbit.
I thought you had an Apple
See,
Watch.
this is why you piss me off, because you just say I'm wrong, and you're wrong all the time. But I have to do breathing techniques during commercial breaks if my heart rate gets over 137 beats, and it happens so often.
What's your heart rate right now?
142.
Where'd our
because
sweet
of
music
you.
go?
142 because of you. Andrew, shut down our
my
music. That's
favorite.
the best music.
Is
It's
it
the only
really
thing
142? What's it say?
No, my heart rate's at 83 right now.
That's a little high, Josh.
It's my resting heart rate's normally like 67, but I was just moving around a lot. And I usually get amped up while I'm doing this.
I'm at 51.
You're 51?
Yeah. 51.
That's crazy.
You don't get the music back until you guys start, I don't know,
No,
acting
I
like
want the
adults
music
and
now.
treating
We're
each
talking
other
about our
well.
heart rates. What's your heart rate right now, Andrew?
Yeah, what's your heart rate,
I don't
Andrew?
know, probably 60-something.
Is 51 good?
Yeah, 51's
Yeah, 51's
great.
great. I'm normally around like 63 to 67 if I'm sitting still, but like when I do this, I get so amped up and I move around a lot. It's usually a little higher.
Okay, put the music back on. We'll do this,
crazy
that, or the
animated.
other.
We don't hate each other. I hate that Spencer does that. Like, it's fun playing into it, but we don't hate each other. We did get a little like,
We'll see if we hate you after this, that, or the other that you put together.
oh, you're
today.
going to, for sure.
Let's find out. It's
I don't
time for
even
this,
know.
that, or the other.
I don't know why you're going to hate me for this, that, or the other, but you guys always find some reason to hate me for this, that, or the other. But since this is Jose Altuve Celebration Day, and we did have the conversation about what's next for the Astros, I wanted to make this a what's next for the Astros / Jose Altuve Celebration / Astros this, that, or the other edition. So, what do they do next? Everybody wants those more extensions. More extensions. So
Extension season. SZN.
Alex Bregman on a team-friendly deal, but no Tucker extension. And I actually put number values based on things that I researched.
Josh and number values. Hold on.
Based on things that I'd researched and not my own numbers, okay? So Bregman on a team-friendly deal, so years and money, it'd be 5 years, $145 million. So that's not like the craziest team-friendly deal, but it's team-friendly-ish.
Why don't you just bump it to 5 for 150? I'll give you that.
Because I wanted to bring him to the $29 million a year
30.
AAV.
30 is reasonable.
I think 20, but that's 29 is like that's
30 's
even more
reasonable.
team. No, this is my money. This is my
30
number.
is
These are my
team-friendly.
numbers. I get it, but I wanted to go to 29.
Okay, we're changing it to 5 for 150.
No, we're not. It's 5 for 145. Michael, oh my God. Okay, 5 for 150.
Thank you.
At 30 million AAV, but you get no Tucker extension this year. Or that is Kyle Tucker, 9 years, $315 million, $35 million AAV, and no Bregman extension. So you only get Kyle Tucker.
Okay.
Or both, but the Astros have to penny pinch elsewhere in 2024 and 2025 and beyond. Like big time penny pinching, because if you look at the CBT, they would be well over, if they do everything the way they have and they sign both of these guys, they'd be well over the third threshold of the CBT, and they'd be paying like $40 million a year in taxes.
I know where I'm going to go, but I want to hear where Andrew's going to go first. I'm really interested to see which way he's going to lean on this one.
Both. It's not my money. Yeah, maybe they have to penny pinch a little bit, but you're keeping this core together for the conceivable future or foreseeable future. And look, as long as you keep Alex Bregman, Jose Altuve, and Kyle Tucker around with Yordan Alvarez, this team is going to be competing to win the highest honors in Major League Baseball. So for me, this is a very easy decision. It's both.
Yeah, since it's not my money, I would take the both. But I'm going to try and be realistic with it, I guess, and what they're going to be able to do in other spots, because they are going to have to make decisions on pitching after next season. Fromber will be up. We assume Verlander will be back for another year after this one with that option that vests or becomes a vest. It's a vesting option if he hits a certain amount of innings, or it's a player option, whatever it might be. It's like $35 million.
Yeah.
I can't imagine at 42 he's turning down the option at $35 million.
Probably not. At 42, I won't turn down the option for $35. So I don't think.
But like they have other decisions that have to be made. So for that standpoint, I've been pretty much on the table about it for a while. And I love people want to. He plays right field. You can't go paying right fielders. Shut up. Like this whole it's not a premier position. Shut up. You sound stupid. Is he one of the premier players in the league? Yes.
Yes.
It's Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker's 27 years old. I think the contract age is a lot better. I think that 35 a year is completely fine and it's fair. It allows you to keep some of that flexibility in other areas to spend some money as other money comes off the books. And, I think there's one element of the Kyle Tucker discussion that doesn't get talked about enough. Right now in baseball, lineup balance matters. I think that we don't get into the nitty-gritty of it enough. You can't just be a right-handed heavy team. We know this.
Right.
They're still lacking a lefty. They could use another lefty somewhere in this lineup. Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez are two of the 5 best left-handed hitters in baseball, and they're probably the 2 best left-handed hitters against left-handed pitching in baseball as lefties. Why would you want to lose 2 of the premier left-handed hitters in your sport when teams are literally crawling over broken glass to get left-handed hitters at times?
Right.
I have no interest in seeing him gone. From the exercise standpoint, of course, I'm going to say both and just figure it out and keep spending money. But from the realistic standpoint, I would have to go the Kyle Tucker route.
Yeah, I went the realistic standpoint with this too, and I go with Kyle Tucker. The interesting thing, and really the reason I wanted to do this was to show I know everybody keeps saying that what are you going to do to replace Alex Bregman? What are you going to do? But this is more like prepare yourself, because the reality is Kyle Tucker, of the 2, is most likely to give the extension. So I would give that to Kyle Tucker. And then that gives them a little bit more wiggle room to kind of figure out what they want to do moving forward without paying as much on the CBT. Because if they give Kyle Tucker that $35 million in AAV, then they're still only in that second tier of the of taxes. So they're not paying the highest end. We talked about this earlier. I didn't realize you pay 62.5% of your salary in tax. That's wild.
It's a huge number.
That's massive. And so I'm totally fine with.
This is why they should have. Players never agreed to, but this is why they need a salary cap in the worst way.
Yeah, it 100% will never happen, but it should happen. But I'm giving Kyle Tucker that is. What about the contract? The 9 years, $315 million. Is that too big for you?
I think it's fair.
I think that's spot on.
I'd be fine with it. I mean, 9 years puts him at through 36.
I feel like 9.
I'm fine with that.
I went a little higher end.
You just signed a 34-year-old to a deal that takes him through 39. I'm tired of hearing this. You can't sign guys till they're old. Yes, you can. You've done it with him. You've done it with Abreu. Hell, how old? I mean, Josh Hader's gonna be in his mid-30s when his contract's done. Guys can perform in Major League Baseball into their late 30s. It's just a fact. Some guys won't. A lot of guys will. It happens every year.
Yeah. I think I even kind of overestimated a little bit on this one too. I think it could end up being a less, like maybe one less year, maybe just less overall money in general, especially if they front load it like they did with Altuve's contract. It'd be a little bit more palatable.
For tax purposes, that does not matter.
Right. For tax purposes, it doesn't matter. It just And so I'm totally fine with giving Tucker that contract, but I would love to live in a world where they do both, but I'd just be concerned about what decisions Jim Crane would make if they do both, and then they have to try to find a way to get creative with the CBT.
Here's the reality of it. They can still do both.
They
can
can
afford
both.
They
can.
Because they do have other money that's coming off the books. I mean, you'd be punting away Fromber, which, I wouldn't love losing pitching, but in all honesty, do we want to lock in Fromber Valdez based off of his history? Probably not. He's probably one of those players you say, thank you for your services. We love you to death. We'll see you around the bench.
And just find something more cost-effective moving forward. Yeah.
Yeah. But they in Abreu's, going to be coming off the books after next season. Thank God Montero will be off the books after next season. It's a significant chunk of cash coming off to where you could do both and keep this thing rolling for another 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
At least. Spend your money, Jim. You don't take it to the grave, buddy. I know that your family will keep it, but spend it. Spend.
You just talked me into both, I think.
Yeah,
I think that there's enough wiggle room there where they could get creative and you can sign both. I just want the windows. He said it yesterday. As long as I'm here, the window will be open. So go ahead. You know what? Screw it. Do both.
F that money.
Yeah.
Spend it at will.
It's not our money. Also, should we apologize to Jim Crane at some point for calling him cheap?
I've never called him cheap. I've said that I'm not happy with not extending players and not spending money big, spending big money.
That's fair.
On your own homegrown guys.
I don't think we didn't necessarily call him cheap.
I've stood up against people that have called him cheap for years because they've consistently had a top 10 payroll at minimum in Major League Baseball since 2015.
Should we doubt him, or should we apologize for doubting him then?
No.
I might.
I mean, I'm not
do
going to
that
apologize.
later.
The Altuve one was always going to happen.
Yeah.
It was not. There was no other option.
I think they planned it. I think it's been planned the entire time.
2-7.
Yeah. It makes the most
Today's
sense in the world.
Altuve Day, by the way. It was a proclamation by who's the new mayor? I don't live in the city of Houston.
John Whitmire.
There you go. You don't live in the city of Houston, do you?
No.
Yeah, me neither. Andrews is a true Houstonian.
The only real one.
I'm a Richmondite. I think is that what we call ourselves?
Richmondian?
I don't know. I live in Fort Bend County. So
what
I
would
don't
I
vote
be?
for those people.
Cyprian? Cyprus? Cypressian?
Yeah. But you at least live in the county.
I suppress a lot of stuff.
I don't live in the county.
Yeah, that's true. I do live in Harris County. You live outside of Harris.
When we get back, we'll go through some of our other favorite Jose Altuve moments from his career. But I want to tell you right now look, there's been some money thrown around. Maybe you got some cash that you'd like to throw around right now. And why don't you do that and make your weekend better? Big game this weekend means big opportunity to go and win, and you can do it at mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag to make your big game experience that much better by getting in on parlays, by getting in on the line, the over-under, whatever it might be. Maybe you're feeling the Chiefs. Maybe you're feeling the 49ers. Well, mybookie.ag right now has all the plays for you when you use the promo code BET975. Because if you've not been there before to mybookie.ag and you put in that promo code, you will get a match deposit bonus right now. That's right. Put in $100. They're going to match that deposit. And then you're sitting there with $200 to play this weekend. Then it doesn't have to be that big game that's being played. They've got NBA action tonight. They've got basketball across the board. They've got hockey. They've got soccer. They've got tennis. There's a game with odds. They've got it in mybookie.ag. But the big game this weekend is going to be a lot of fun for me because I'll be at mybookie.ag, and I would like you guys to join me as well. Make sure, again, you use that promo code BET975 right now for that match deposit bonus. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Connor and Beard. I guess that's their last names or something. Oh, yeah. John and Lance are the only ones allowed to use their first names.
Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. On a day of celebration. More Jose Altuve talk coming right at you right now. We did some of our favorite moments for Altuve earlier in the show. Whether it's... one of my favorite ones, we don't have a highlight for this one that we've not talked about. Remember his breakout year, guys? Which, by the way, if you'd like to share your favorite moments, 713-780-3776. You guys remember his breakout year of 2014 when the Astros took that leap from being absolutely atrocious to respectable, at least from the standpoint. I think they won 72 games that year instead of winning like 50.
Yeah.
Last day of the season, he had a
no.
He was not. They took him out of the lineup because they wanted to secure the batting title for him. And I got to go and look who he was up against. Like, it was a tight race for the batting title that year. And he was not in the lineup. Bo Porter took him out. And Altuve came to the ballpark. And you got to remember, this was Jose Altuve at 24 years old. And he said, no, I want to be in the lineup today. Like, I want to play. And they put him in the lineup that day. And he went out there, and he secured the batting title that day. He said, bleep it, I'm going to go get some hits. You want to know what he did that day? Oh, he had 2 hits. He went 2 for 4. Actually raised his batting average a point.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That was to me like the first, like, this guy's a mother. This guy,
yeah.
he's
that dude.
He's got that it.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite moments. But some of the other ones, let's get through some of these highlights here. A few of them from this season, guys, that he was providing us. We haven't talked about this one. He joined a very small group of Astros hitters in Boston to do this.
Altuve sends one to center field. This one all the way back to the wall. It's going to bounce off the base of the wall. Altuve will head to second, and he will get there with a leadoff double. Altuve hooks one past Devers into left field. That'll be a leadoff hit for Altuve for the second time. He also led off the third with a base hit. First pitch swung on, drilled deep to center field, all the way back near the wall. It is off the wall. Yadier Diaz is going to score. Jeremy Pena is going to score. Jose Altuve is going to get to third. Astros retake the lead. It is 5-4. Altuve, a 2 RBI triple. And Altuve sends one high, sends one deep, sends one into the Boston night. 13-4. Hit number 4 for Jose Altuve, and he hits for the cycle.
Hits for the cycle this year. Can you tell me the other guys real quick? Do you have any idea? Can you name any players that have hit for the cycle in Astros history?
Brandon Barnes in 2013. I remember that.
That was the last one before Altuve.
I don't know any of the other ones. Did Biggio ever do it?
There's been now a total of 9. Yes,
9?
Biggio did do it in 2002 in Denver against the Rockies.
I don't know who else would have done it.
Luke Scott did it in 2006 against the Diamondbacks. Jeff Bagwell did it in 2001 against the Cardinals.
Bagwell, I would have guessed.
Before that, Andujar Cedeno back in 1992 against the Cardinals. I think that was an extra inning game as well. Bob Watson did it in 1977, and then Cesar Cedeno did it twice, 1976 and 1972. It's a total fluky thing, but it's awesome. Name we mentioned earlier, remember Adrian Beltre did it against the Astros in like 4 innings one time?
Yeah.
That was back, I think, when they were really bad. I just always remember that game. That was a cool moment. Let's go to the next one, guys. The ALDS this year. That's another one we forget about.
Oh, man.
They rifled through the Minnesota Twins, and Altuve started we should have known it was going to be at least a semi-special postseason when he did this.
Over deals to Altuve, who launches the first pitch deep to left field. A familiar sight. 1-0 to the Crawford boxes.
Freaking first pitch of the postseason, man. Is there anything better than Jose Altuve going up there swinging at the first pitch?
No, absolutely not. I think during this game, Joe and I went down to Burger Chan, and Andrew came down and met us, and we were like sitting there talking as it happened, or like right as it happened. Like we were all together whenever this moment happened, because I think everybody was a little bit concerned about what it was going to look like going into this first game. The Astros haven't looked great all the time. What is this going to be? And then they go in, and Altuve hits that home run, and you're like, oh, okay. I remember this. I remember this team. So it was exciting to see. That's the problem, is there were so many good Altuve moments from this season and even from this postseason that make the run being stopped a little bit short, a little bit more disappointing.
Yeah. Honestly, it felt like for the first time they should have won back-to-back titles.
Yeah, it really does. It was a missed opportunity.
It was a definite missed opportunity. How about this? We'll stay with the 2023 regular season now. And this was a series late in the year. This is where you really felt like this what made you confident going into that series against the Rangers in the ALCS that they were going to dominate them. Altuve went off against the Rangers, including a 3-homer game.
Altuve on a 3-1 pitch, delivers high and deep. Altuve hits his 3rd home run in his last 5 at-bats. Altuve sends one into left center field. This one well struck. Back goes Taveras. It's gone again. He's done it again. 4 home runs in 5 at-bats. Are you kidding me, Tuve? And now Altuve, who has a home run in 3 consecutive at-bats. And now he sends one to center field. That'll send Taveras back. Could it be 4 in a row? 4 in a row for Altuve. 5 and 6 at-bats. The legend continues to grow.
We just wanted to see that one more, though. We just wanted, everybody was getting greedy. We wanted that one more.
Yeah.
Was this the game where he hit the 3 home runs and then
in the first 4 innings?
Yeah, and then the Rangers announcers were trying to jokingly downplay
yeah, that wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, it's this is great, but which was pretty funny.
C.J. Nikowski no longer on the Rangers broadcast.
Oh, really? They took him off?
He left for the Braves job.
Oh, okay.
Smart guy because the Rangers TV deal's ass. They're screwed. They're really screwed on their They're stuck with that Bally Sports crap or whatever. And I think they're going to be on Bally Sports this year, but it's a mess. It's a total
I
mess.
can't stand
That's why
Bally
they didn't
Sports.
spend any money this offseason, because they don't have any revenue coming in. What a shock. Huh. Because nobody cares about baseball up there. Let's go to the 2021 regular season for this one. Now, this one is because of the stupid internet theory for me, guys, that got started. Thanks to that dumbass John Boy, or as I like to, I'm not going to say what else I call him. I call him something else off the radio that you probably shouldn't, that I can't say on the radio.
Not.
John Boy said that the Astros wore buzzers. There was Buzzergate. I was in Florida when Buzzergate happened, when we talked about the tattoo, and we all got to see the tattoo for the first time.
Yeah.
In the locker room. He walked out of the locker room intentionally
To show the tattoo?
so we could all see it. But he hit a home run against the Yankees that was pretty significant in a wild comeback.
Jose tries one deep to left field. LaCastro looks up. You've got to be kidding me. 6-run, bottom half of the ninth. Altuve's done it again. A 3-run home run for the second time this year against Chad Green.
I don't know, but that one kind of gave me a buzz, TK.
Oh, plumber. And, of course, he gets to
I
the
love him
plate,
so much.
and he allows his teammates to rip his jersey off.
Which was so great.
It was awesome.
I mean, that hit, too, the way it was hit, that runners on first and third, it just kind of floated to the Crawford boxes. It's just that is the beauty of whenever he hits those walk-offs. Is it's great to watch just massive power, like Yordan mashing it to the train or something like that. But just to see a ball just
float,
just gently float right to the Crawford boxes for somebody to catch and keep forever is just incredible. And you just, as soon as you could see him, and this is my favorite part about Altuve, especially with that kind of hit. This is one of the ones where he tracked it, got down real low, kind of leaned forward into it.
Yeah.
He can hit it wherever he wants, from wherever he wants, and I love it.
All right, let's go to the final highlight that I found last night that I wanted us to hear. And this one is where the postseason legend started. Now, he had played 4 games already in his postseason career, but had not recorded a home run yet. Well, he decided to hit his first, and it was a big day against the Red Sox.
Altuve smacks one toward left center field. Back at the wall, Benintendi. They go back-to-back and go up 2-0. Altuve drives one to deep left center field. Is this his second? You bet. Red Sox lost the game. Look out here. Look out now. You want to join Babe Ruth on the list? He just did.
Well, the only thing that sucked about that is that Bob Costas called him. Terrible home run calls. Bob Costas might be shorter than Jose Altuve.
I've never seen him in person. Is he shorter?
He's like Altuve short.
Really? That's
tiny,
crazy.
Tiny man.
I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have thought he was a little bit taller.
Probably got an ego about 7 foot tall, but tiny man.
What? The Red Sox. What was the last time? The Red Sox haven't been relevant in about 3 or 4 years. I think they won.
They were the Red Sox played the Astros in the 2021.
Was it 2020? I thought or was it 2020?
2021
Was it 2021?
2021 ALCS. The Astros.
So it's just been a couple of years. The Red Sox came up on not being able to re-sign guys, but they were one of the best teams in the American League whenever the Astros were doing this to them and going against them.
It's part of what's made the run great. You've done it against Boston. You've done it against New York.
Yep.
You've done it against the Dodgers. And look, you beat an East Coast team. Phillies have always spent money. I know
that's
they're not
true.
Historically great, but
they're spenders.
They're an East Coast team. It's always about beating the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
Screw the East Coast.
That's why the East Coast is going to hate on Altuve so much whenever it comes to Hall of Fame voting.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about where Altuve stands as we kick off hour number 3 when it comes to the greatest in the history of our city. That's next here on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Final hour of Connor and Beard. It flies by when you're having a great time, guys. And that's what today's done because
It's Jose Altuve Day, baby.
the thing has to be on.
You of all people do not get to talk to me about forgetting to turn the microphone on. Thank you very much.
I know how to turn my microphone
I know
on.
you
I just
know
don't
how
do it
to.
because Andrew
Because you're
doesn't
spoiled.
work for us.
I'll be honest, that is 100% what just happened. I'm a little bit spoiled, and I didn't look first, and that's on me. But yeah, it's Jose Altuve Day. We're all bricked up and excited today. That's two.
Oh, man, I'm way bricked up. That's 5.
We got a whole hour. I got 8 more to use over the next hour.
Yep, I've used 5 so far, so get yourself
number.
ready for hour number 3 of the show. If you'd like to get involved, 713-780-3776. Josh, you got a good text during the commercial break.
Did I really?
Yeah, for you. Why don't you read it?
What was it?
About Rangers fan Josh.
No, dude. See, this is what one of the texters like, God, Josh talks about his Dallas sports all the time. It's because you guys paint me into a corner. I'm just going to ignore it from now on. 8576 says Josh wouldn't know because he's a Rangers fan. Rangers fan asked Josh, Arfadge.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, I missed this text in the last segment. If you've heard our rejoiners, we have a new one that calls us Chodes. Somebody said, hey, Chodes, what's up? Y'all having a great day? Honey Glazed Branham.
That's just Jeremy Branham.
Oh, he calls himself Honey Glazed Branham?
No, that's probably somebody else. But
I'm
I
going
like
to call him that when he walks in the
I
door
like to
today.
imagine that that's Jeremy Branham with just honey glaze on him.
Okay.
Which is weird to think of.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
you
why he's
shouldn't think
always
of another
sweaty
man
when he walks in here. It's not sweat. It's just honey glaze.
It's just honey glaze.
Yeah.
He's covered in it.
That's why
But
he's
yeah,
so
these
sweet,
two Chodes
Michael.
are having a good day.
Yeah.
Because we're all bricked up for Jose Altuve being
4
with the
left.
Astros for the next
That's
5
6.
years or 6 years total. Yeah, we've got 4 left.
You've got 4 left. I have 8.
Yeah, you've got a lot to get to. Hey, the Astros have Jose Altuve, and he is one of the greatest to ever do it. And you know what we love on this show, Josh? Lists, mock drafts, redrafts. Well, there's one more thing that we love, Mount Rushmore season. Those are my 4 favorite things. List, mock draft, redraft, Mount Rushmore season.
Mount Rushmore season is my favorite of all of them.
I think they're pretty great.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness,
What's the Mount Rushmore of your Mount Rushmores? That's what we need to do at some point.
Ice cream flavors?
I was going to say actually Mount Rushmore.
No, it's ice cream flavors.
Yeah.
I love a good debate about ice cream flavors.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm a man that loves ice cream
I'm a big fast food discussion fan.
Oh, man, I had fast food yesterday for the first time in like a month.
How'd that sit on your
Or
stomach?
not a month. It was
Wait,
actually, that's a lie.
what?
I had fast food a couple weeks ago.
You had fast food yesterday after you had so many stomach problems during the show?
Well, after I left the show, I let out all that gas and I got hungry. I had to go to a basketball
You've been
game.
hanging out with me for too long. That's very me behavior.
I'm sorry. Like, I got hungry. Like, I didn't eat all day.
Oh,
At
God.
some point, you do get hungry, and I got myself a Whataburger.
Yeah.
But where does Jose Altuve rank at this point? Now, look, I understand that we still have 6 years left of this player playing at least. But today, where does he rank all-time in Houston sports greats?
I had this discussion. Oh, I'm so glad we get to have this now. I had this discussion. I can't remember who it was with. Maybe it was with Joe or somebody else. But this was whenever you were still you were not competing at the time, and it was me doing the horrific Josh and the Who before we got to start Connor and Beard.
It wasn't horrific. It was heroic.
Heroic. Heroic. If it's heroic and horrific at the same time. But we had this discussion once, and I kind of got killed for it. But this is just me. This is my personal opinion based on my experience with Houston sports, because I didn't move here until 2011. I didn't really, truly become an Astros fan until 2015, 2016. I'd been a Texans fan before, but I don't have the experience of like 2002 and beyond. I don't have the experience with the Astros of the Biggio and Bregman days. I wasn't watching the Rockets whenever Olajuwon was winning championships. And I watched a lot whenever Yao Ming was here, especially towards the end with Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. But for me, because I really started watching the Astros pretty heavily whenever we moved back, I instantly fell in love with Jose Altuve as a player as soon as I started watching them. And baseball is so regional, like I would still watch that other team that I don't root for anymore, but I was watching more Astros games than anything else because my wife loved them, our family loved them. I was really starting to fall in love with the team. So for me, Jose Altuve is number one. Like I fully understand why people think I'm dumb for putting him number one over Olajuwon, I get
It's
it.
only between those two at this point, correct? It's
absolutely.
Dream versus Altuve for who's the best athlete this city's ever seen.
I think J.J. Watt is in the conversation, but if anything, he's number 3. Like it's
Well-
there's a tier break. If whatever, it's Altuve and Olajuwon, and then there's a pretty large break, and then like Watt or whoever else.
Watt doesn't have the obvious thing that those two guys have, a title.
Right.
But he has all the personal accolades.
Yes.
Which I think does put him in that mix. Now, look, to me, it's all about generations, of course, that matter. And like you mentioned there, like I've said it a million times, Jose Altuve is my favorite athlete I've ever watched and will forever be that. I don't foresee anybody passing. Like CJ Stroud's going to be up there, I think. Eventually, we'll talk about that in the next segment. But I also think that this is without a doubt my favorite that I will ever see. And I think the greatest that I will ever see.
Yeah.
I mean, we've witnessed you can't be perfect in baseball, but for what you want a baseball player to be, he's basically perfection.
Yeah.
And I just can't see anybody surpassing that. I do think that Dream still deserves to have his roses, which is probably at the moment still the title holder of greatest athlete in the city of Houston because he has a few more accolades overall. When you go and look at it, I mean, 12-time All-Star, 2-time rebounding champion, 3-time block champion, all-time leader in blocks, 2-time NBA champion, 12-time All-NBA, 9-time All-Defensive Player, All-Rookie, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, 2 times Final MVP, of course, MVP of the league in 93, 94, and he's part of the 75 anniversary team, which is all great. Altuve still can add to it. Like he's at how many All-Star games he had at this point? 8.
A billion.
8-time All-Star. He's probably not going to add another Gold Glove to the mix. He'll add some more Silver Sluggers to the mix. I'm not going to rule out that he can win another batting title. I mean,
Right.
he hit 311 last year after hitting 300 the year before. Like a batting title still in play to add on to the 3. He's never won a World Series MVP, but he has an ALCS MVP. And it's not like he's been awful in the World Series by any means. He's had some pretty big hits. He's got
Even in moments where he hasn't been at his best in the World Series, he's still had moments where he's had game-changing type moments.
He was good against the Phillies, 308 in that World Series. Against the Braves, like everybody else on the team, he only hit 222, but he hit 2 home runs in that one. Dodgers World Series, he only hit 194, but hit 2 home runs, and they were significant, of course. The Nationals World Series, he hit 303 with 1 run batted into that series. So those aren't his best series. It's his lowest. I mean, you don't count the wild card rounds that they've played in because they only played 3 games, but 256 lifetime in the World Series compared to 295 in the ALCS, 274 in the ALDS. But I expect by the time his career is over that we will definitively say he's number 1. I think based off of. I think
he already is.
Before Altuve's over, before he's done, I think they'll win another World Series.
Yeah,
I just do.
I think we all feel. And maybe this is just us being crazy fan, like the fandom in us. But I feel like we all feel like one more World Series is coming from this group. As long as they've got Altuve and the core pieces of talent around him, one of the biggest reasons why I put him number 1 is just. He has taken multiple different variations of groups of this Astros team and made us all feel like it's the same group the entire time. Throughout this entire run, we've all felt like it's the same group. A lot of people don't realize when Michael Brantley came in, but you look back and people think that Michael Brantley, the way people talk about Michael Brantley and how big of an impact he made.
What, 5 of the 7?
5 of the 7 ALCS years, but they think he was there from like 2015 and beyond. It's like Jose Altuve has been the one biggest factor and the major culture creator for what the Astros have done as guys have kind of come in and come out, and they've continued to be successful on his, not just his back, but largely on the culture that was built around who he is as a person.
Yeah.
And then you think about just how he interacts and what he does for the people in this city, how he treats this city, how he talks about this city. Like we just heard him earlier at the beginning of the show. We played the sound bites. He's like, I have 2 homes, Venezuela, where I grew up. And we talk about when we're there, we want to go back home to Houston. That is his home. And so for me, just because I feel like this is what it is for me. I have grown up as a Houstonian with Jose Altuve. Like that is my history as a Houstonian is not all these other guys. As I've kind of like grown and earned my Houstonian stripes, earned my H-Town stripes.
I don't know if you have yet.
I think I've put in the work to earn those
The
stripes.
second you disown the Cowboys, you get them all.
No, you know what?
You know what? Right now, you're like a pilot. Like
No.
they get the 3 stripes or they get the 4
I
stripes.
earned
Right
the-
now, you've got 3.
I earned those stripes whenever I was out there with people on boats and helping people after Harvey. That's where I
No,
really feel like I
sorry.
earned those stripes.
You still root for the Cowboys and the Mavericks until you disown.
Ain't happening.
You've already disowned the Rangers until you disown one other team and you only have you only have the Mavericks left.
No, it's
You'll
not
get
going to
your
happen.
4th stripe.
Anyway, beside the point, I have been earning my Houston stripes as Jose Altuve's career has gone on. So my experience being a Houstonian is like pretty much almost to the day directly tied to Jose Altuve's tenure as an Astro. And so that's why it's just for me, he's clearly he is number 1.
Andrew, is he number 1 for you?
Not yet, but he will be.
It's hard to knock off a Coug for you, isn't it?
Well, I mean, also what Hakeem Olajuwon did at the University of Houston, that does
That's true.
merit some level of consideration.
What,
and
not win it all?
He did not win it all, but he accomplished a lot of great things there. And
choke artist.
Hey, look, making the Final Four is no small feat. Making the championship game is no small feat. And even though there's no shot in hell that I ever watched Earl Campbell play live, I think that there are a lot of Houstonians who would want Earl Campbell to be in this discussion.
Yeah.
But for me, he would fall in the same tier as J.J. Watt just because of the fact that they didn't win at the highest level with their professional teams. And because of that, it's hard for me to ever say that they deserve to be over someone like Dream or like Altuve. Yeah, but it was really good.
0105 says, hey, don't forget about James Harden.
No.
If he had won a chip, he
Yeah.
could be in the discussion, but he didn't win a chip. So, I think that Altuve will eventually reach the summit and be the greatest Houston athlete of all time, but he still has a couple more career accomplishments to finish off before he surpasses Dream for me.
See, this is what I think a lot of people would feel that way. Not even just like the Houston ties. I think a lot of people. I know like my father-in-law, he feels that way. Olajuwon is still up there number 1 for him. My wife is close to feeling that way, but I think Altuve may have finally overtaken Olajuwon. 0303 on the text line just said, send Josh back to Dallas. We don't need fake Houstonians. This is exactly why I don't put the Dallas stuff on my Twitter profile and why I try to stay away from it, because I feel like after 13 years, I have earned enough stripes. And the fact that you would devalue that, you know what? We are going to fight today.
It's fine. We can fight.
Slogging through life. I'm not going to help you learn how to open any more doors. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to help you do anything anymore. No.
It's not difficult.
Call me a fake Houstonian. Now people are jumping on board with it.
Give up the Cowboys and you can be a full Houstonian. That's all I'm saying, Josh.
9506 says 1 Cowboy fandom equals 10,000 people saved during Harvey. Unfortunately, unless you hit that number, you aren't a Houston guy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awful.
It's
I hate every single one of you.
That's exactly right, Josh. Simple as that. Hey, who's next to join Altuve in that group? Is there anybody in the city right now? Is it just the quarterback? We'll talk about it, of the guys that could be the next group to join Altuve and the legends of the city of Houston. It's Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Back to another attempt at Houston Sports Talk with these two noobs. It's Connor and Beard, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
That's it. My show's spent, guys. It's over. I just told y'all during the break I forgot Chelsea was playing the FA Cup today. We got an early 1-0 lead. Probably lose it in about 2 minutes now that I've turned the game on my computer.
Oh, yeah, most likely. I mean, that's what Chelsea does best.
Yeah,
is give games away.
They're doing the replay of the first matchup.
Yeah.
They tied. Yeah. I know everybody's gunning for their this isn't even Premier League talk today.
No,
this
this
is
is
FA Cup. The FA Cup. Josh is a big Man City fan.
I am.
As big as it gets.
I think I don't know why I haven't gotten a single update on my Man City kit yet, and I'm really disappointed.
Like you ordered it from China.
It should be here by now.
China. It shouldn't be here by now. When did you order it? Last week?
Yeah, last week.
It's probably coming
Thursday
by
or
boat.
Friday.
Andrew, you've ordered off that website. How long does it take?
I have not personally ordered off of DHgate, but I have had people who have, and it can take anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 or 3 months. So
I ordered a Man City kit from DHgate from China.
It's huge.
The slowest. I looked at the website. I was like, that's the slowest delivery I've ever seen, and it is. DHgate, the worst.
Got to bring their products over to the United States. There's going to be a year full of that. I can't wait till later this year. Not really.
It's going to be great.
Not looking forward to it.
It's entertaining. I love chaos. Bring me chaos.
I don't.
Bring me all the chaos.
I'm good. I'm good with chaos in sports. I don't need chaos in life.
I'm going to start bringing you
that's not just a him thing. It's all of them in general.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to bring you chaos in life now. Now that you said that, you shouldn't have said that to me. So now I'm just going to do chaotic things randomly.
No, I like quiet.
During the week. Yeah, well, you have the wrong co-host then.
We don't live near each other.
I'll find you. I can find anybody.
Please don't.
I've found listeners before when they've texted in mean things, just in case.
You didn't find them.
Oh yeah.
How?
Well, especially like some of the Twitch people, where they'll leave a Twitch comment and they'll leave the same comment in the text, and I get their phone number. I have connections.
Oh, okay. Well, Josh is out there tracking you guys, so good luck with that.
I'm gonna dox them all.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I haven't done that at all.
That's what you think. That's what the people think.
Todd and Frank are going to get emails like, one of your hosts is tracking me.
Yeah. You put me into a database. Now I'm getting all these phone calls. Hey, we talked about the Mount Rushmore of Houston sports in the last segment because Jose Altuve's either 1 or 2, depending on just where your personal rankings are. Who's next, guys, in Houston sports? Is there only one option right now, honestly, of who could join that next? And it's a long way to go. He has no accomplishments at this point that say he is even close to getting up there, obviously, in one season. But we know the talent.
Jalen Green.
No.
Yeah,
Andrew.
baby. I didn't even think of Jalen.
No.
I was going to say Cam Whitmire.
Who's Cam Whitmire?
Cam Whitmore. Sorry. You said John Whitmire. It's stuck in my head. Cam Whitmore.
Who said John Whitmire?
John Whitmire is the mayor. Andrew said it. Yeah.
You asked who the mayor was.
Who the mayor was. Yeah, I thought I was going to say Cam Whitmore.
Okay.
Ahmed Thompson?
I don't think so.
Is it? Tank Dell? Tank Dell would be a great one.
Probably Pablo Prigioni.
There's only one
Pablo
candidate.
Prigioni doesn't play anymore. My bad.
I'm
thinking of old guys.
I can't believe we've gone this entire day, and this is the first time we're going to talk about this guy.
What guy?
C.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
He's the only candidate, right?
I guess. I mean, you have to hope that Will Anderson pushes this way
Yeah.
up there, right? There's
At
not
least
a
be close
there's
to
not
it.
a single rocket that screams it.
Fred VanVleet?
No.
No?
I mean, if there's anybody on the Rockets that has any kind of chance to like push themselves, there's still Alpy.
Yeah.
But like that's a long way to go. That's even further away than C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud gets the benefit of this city not having great quarterbacks in its history.
That's true.
I mean, Warren Moon is it, and then Deshaun Watson briefly.
If I had to guess,
sorry to Dan Pastorini, sorry to Kenny Stabler, sorry to whoever the hell else played quarterback for them. Sorry to David Carr, sorry to Matt Schaub.
Are you sorry to David Carr? You see what David?
I'm sorry that he had to get hit that much.
You see what David Carr is getting in trouble for right now? From a bunch of Swifties and stuff?
What did he say? Something stupid about George Kittle or something?
Yeah, once he said
his wife.
He said he wonders if
Kittle's wife would have rethought or would have been going after Travis Kelce or something.
No. Opposite. He said he wondered if Taylor Swift would reconsider or think she went after the wrong tight end once she saw George Kittle. Yeah.
Has she or has he not seen George Kittle?
Huh?
George Kittle looks like he should.
He
like
looks
honestly,
greasy.
I know he's jacked, But if you look at George Kittle, and you put him like in a group of homeless people in San Francisco, he'd fit right in.
Well, and after what we talked about yesterday or the other day,
he could have done meth.
He goes on rants about wrestling and stuff too. So he's like a wrestling guy. So I don't feel like Taylor Swift would be into a guy who's into wrestling.
The stringy hair,
yeah.
There's no way that's a look.
No,
it's bad.
It's absolutely.
I don't know how you
not
look at yourself in the mirror if you're George Kittle every day and go, you know what, that hairdo, that looks good. I'm a person that's speaking as somebody that's losing their hair.
Yeah, the point you made about Alpy, I feel like Alpy at the end of the day he would be closer to, and I hope I'm wrong. He's going to be a really, really, really good player, but I feel like he'll be closer to and above Luis Scola than he would be to like the Mount Rushmore, the next top guy in Houston sports.
He'll be better than Luis Scola.
Yeah, he'll be better, but he'll be closer to that.
That he is going to. Well, Scola never made All-Star teams.
No, well, I mean, Alpy hasn't either.
He's going to.
You think?
Yeah,
but there's a lot of good players. You think he's going to make it?
Put it on my Michael guarantee list right now.
I wouldn't do this.
Alpy will make at least one All-Star game.
All right. I'll put it on your long-term. God, this is going to be the 5+ years.
I mean, this is a little disrespectful to Alpy that you just put Luis Scola on him. Luis
No,
Scola, best he ever averaged was 18-8.
I put him above Luis Scola, but I said he would be closer to Luis Scola than he would be to the best athlete that Houston's ever seen.
I loved Luis Scola.
I did too.
Scoop and score.
You know what? Absolutely. You know what? You don't disrespect Luis Scola that way. Thank you very much.
I'm not. He's
disrespectful.
running a team over in Italy now, and they're like.
I did not know that.
Him and I think Gerson Rosas, not Gerson Rosas, Sam Hinkie, I believe, are running a team over there together or something. Or at least he's getting help from Sam Hinkie or something. And I think they've gone from like one of the worst teams in the Italian league to like one of the best, like quickly. They've basically modernized it. They came in and just, hey, let's do what the Rockets did for years. We learned with Daryl Morey.
Luis Scola overachieving with a basketball team? No way. Never thought that would happen.
Yeah.
He's kind of good at that. This is your third 5+ year guarantee. The other one is C.J. Stroud will win at least one Player of the Month award every year he's in the league. Your second one is Caleb Williams won't have half as many Pro Bowls and All-Pros as C.J. Stroud. And now your third one is Alpy will make at least one NBA All-Star game.
I feel pretty good
about those. Are all your 5+
Where's my
year
Super Bowl
guarantees.
guarantee?
Your Super Bowl guarantee for
I made a
C.J.
Super Bowl
Stroud?
guarantee, didn't
That's on your 1 to 5 year.
It is?
Within the first 5.
Within the first 5 years, you win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, so it's 1 to 5 years. This is
Okay.
just your 5+ year guarantees,
But,
your long-term guarantees.
To the serious part of this question, it is C.J. Stroud.
Yes,
That's it.
absolutely.
That's the only guy.
I think you make a good point with Will Anderson, and maybe there are some of these other playmakers.
He has the skill set and the mentality to be that kind of guy.
Right, especially just the position that he plays and the nature of what it would mean for the Texans and mean for this city for him to be that kind of guy. But if he continues to talk the way he does and be the type of person that he is and starts winning with this team at a high level, I think he could absolutely put himself up there towards the top of where some of these guys are. But I mean, let's be honest, he'd have to win minimum one Super Bowl, right? Like if you're going to put him
Will
on
Anderson?
No,
Or
CJ Stroud.
Yeah. That's what I was going to ask is, like, what does it take for CJ Stroud 20 years from now for us to have the discussion that he's number one?
I think he has to win multiple Super Bowls. I don't know that
do you
he
have
can.
do you like just what if Altuve never gets another one and that he has two just like Elijah? Do you have to get to 3? Do you have to go win 3 titles to be better than those other ones? I think you do.
Man, that's tough. I don't know. I think that
I guess you could win 2 and like put up insane numbers and
that's
have a bunch of crazy runs.
That'd be the one area. Is like if he's putting up 2, but he's winning like Super Bowl MVPs when he does it, and he's winning NFL MVPs. Like if he does some insane stuff like that, which he is capable of doing, but I'm not going to sit there and say that he's absolutely going to do any of these things. But that's what it would take. Is he would have to win 2 Super Bowls and do a lot of insane stuff, or win more than 2 Super Bowls. Which like the idea that the Texans can even win 1 right now is like, let's just get there first, right? Let's just see CJ do it in a second year and just get to the point to where they can even make it to an AFC Championship game. But if we're going to put him in the conversation with Jose Altuve and Hakeem Olajuwon at any point in his career, he has to win minimum 2 Super Bowls, if not more.
Yeah, I don't know that there's anybody else.
He could make it
outside
to
of
number
those
3, though.
Do you think, we didn't even mention that guy, which I think we'll talk about tomorrow, because tomorrow's the day we're going to find out who makes it. Andre Johnson, is there, and now he's not at the top, but like, is Nico Collins got a chance, guys? Not really.
Here's the thing is, what would a skill position player have to do for the Texans to even put them at Andre Johnson's
World
level?
Series?
Win a World
Win a
Series?
World Series.
Dang, that'd be crazy.
Win a Super Bowl.
If Nico Collins could put up those numbers they did and
Nico
win a World
Collins,
Series,
yeah, he's a receiver for the Texans. Then on weekends he pitches for the Astros.
Yeah.
On weekdays he pitches for the Astros.
if Nico Collins and Tank Dell can consistently put up the numbers that we think that they can put up, and then they win a Super Bowl, it puts them above Andre Johnson. But I still don't think it puts them it doesn't put either of them at the level of when we're talking about Mount Rushmore-esque or top 5 Houston athletes of all time. I would still put J.J. Watt above them, even if they won a Super Bowl, to be honest. Just because of the peak of what he did was so outlandish and
he was
insane.
the best player in football that wasn't a quarterback for multiple years.
If he hadn't gotten injured, he would have been one of the best defensive players, if not the best defensive player we've seen ever. How many other guys would you put above him?
Not many. Yeah, if he had full health, he would have the numbers to be up in that conversation.
Right.
Without a doubt.
It'd be like people. The argument would be J.J. Watt, Lawrence Taylor, or Reggie White. Those would be the argument, and Bruce Smith. That'd be the argument for ever until the end of eternity. And the fact that he would even be able to be in the argument, I think he still can be in the argument with those guys at his peak. But it'd be even harder I think the only players that can beat J.J. Watt on that list of best Texans ever would be C.J. Stroud or Will Anderson. Those are the only two with the opportunity because of the position they play.
Well, congrats to C.J. Stroud on pushing himself to the conversation at some point, because that's a lock to happen at this point. Hey,
I hope so.
Yeah, I do too. It's going to happen, Josh. Believe it. You have to live it and believe it. Hey, the Rockets were back in action last night. Well, as my guarantee said, that's a hit for me. They lost. We'll discuss it when we return.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Michael Connor and Josh Beard.
ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Thanks for joining us today. Hey, guys, last night, the Rockets lost. They ended my losing streak, didn't it? I guaranteed it before the show. Now, I will say
they ended your losing streak? No, they continued your losing streak.
Of guarantees.
Oh,
Josh.
no, I forgot you guaranteed that they would lose.
I was on
My
a losing
bad.
streak on my guarantee.
My bad. I forgot that you guaranteed a loss. It's not often that you guarantee losses. I forgot that you guaranteed the loss.
I felt dirty for it. And look, I didn't make a guarantee on it. I did say that I like the Pacers to cover. Rockets of the backdoor cover late, baby. If you're on the Rockets on that side of things,
puts you at 5-3 on the year for your.
What was my streak before?
3. You were on a 3 guarantee losing streak.
Feels good to be back in the winner's circle, but it also feels wrong. 132, 129. The story last.
Oh no, I'm an idiot and I can't count as usual. 4-3. My bad. I accidentally gave you an extra W.
I'll take it. You want to give it to me? Story last night, guys. They had no help from the bench as one of them. I mean, they scored 129 points, but they couldn't stop them. Again, the Pacers have the league's best offense, but the Rockets did not have any answers for how to slow them down one bit. And typical story. Come out, give up a bunch of points in the first quarter.
Yeah.
41 of them in the first quarter. Come out in the second half, give up a bunch of points in the third quarter. Gave up 30 of them there. That was the story of the game.
Well, that's the story for your game.
The story of the scoring, I should say.
That's the story for your game. The story of the actual game was that Cam Whitmore had another assist. Thank you very much. Cam Whitmore had an insane assist on an alley-oop to Jalen Green on a fast break, which was that fast-paced offense that you wanted to see. Very bad shooting night for him, but I mean, it was a good night for Jalen. I'm interested to see what this free-flowing offense is going to look like with Jalen Green kind of getting a little bit more of that fast-paced scheme that he wants with Fred VanVleet out. And it looked good.
It looked good, but
it led to a lot of inefficiencies.
It's not going to look good, we know, when he doesn't shoot the basketball well. Like, it comes down to that. And this is a guy that
he shot well last night, though.
He did. And credit to him for that. Big-time props. I don't know that he's going to consistently do it. And then on top of that, defensively for this basketball team, I mean, they couldn't stop him. I didn't expect them to have a good night, but to give up 100. This is a team that early in the season was cutting their teeth on their teeth on defense every single night. And 132 points. I know it's on the road, and I know that again that team has the best offensive, efficiency rating and everything in the league, most points per game and all that. But still, the fact that you could not even make it look like it was a contest in terms of. Like, it's just like the Pacers going down the floor and just bucket after bucket. What'd they shoot last night? The Pacers shot 62% from the field.
But look at where they got killed.
And 46 from 3.
Watching the game.
47.
Watching the game, before the game, we talked about it yesterday. We knew where they were going to get killed. And watching the game, we could see where they got killed. Their front court defense is just not good enough against a team that has the front court offensive firepower that the Pacers have. And so this was always going to be a game where they would have to have offensive output to try to keep up with the team. Now, I agree 132 is just too much. 132 is nuts. But this was always going to be a higher scoring game and above what the average that they're allowing, because it fights directly against their defensive deficiencies, right? Their defensive weaknesses, where Alpi and Jabari Smith are not. Alpi's not good enough defensively. Jabari Smith is too inconsistent defensively to match up against both the Pascal Siakam and a Miles Turner. So it is what it is. I was kind of hoping that they'd be able to pull it out in the end, and for a second I thought that the way that they were shooting was going to be there. Like, it's not like the Rockets shot poorly. They shot 48% from 3, 51% from the field. They just could not stop those two big guys. I mean, they both combined for 50 points. Like, you're just not going to beat that if you can't stop those guys in the front court, especially with the way Siakam was shooting last night.
I mean, the craziest thing, when you just go pull up box score here, when you look at last night, we talked about this a little bit before the show yesterday. The Rockets crushed them in the rebounding department last night. I mean,
no, I didn't.
Absolutely obliterated them.
Both the two
48 to 25.
Yeah.
Now, you don't get a lot of rebound opportunities when you make all your shots, or do the Pacers. The Rockets missed more. The Rockets shot the ball well last night. 51% from the field, 48 from 3.
Yep.
I mean, just I would like to talk about nice things. I would like to talk about them winning on the road and everything. I'm afraid that we're getting to the point of the season with the way that they're playing. Now, trade deadline tomorrow during the show, by the way, 2:00 is the deadline. But I feel like it's starting to slip away. I really do feel like that the odds of being a team in the play-in are slipping away.
Yeah.
As each night goes
There's
by.
not good enough offensively. There's just not enough there. And the injury to Fred VanVleet makes the defense a little bit worse.
What'd you think about Min last night?
I thought he had some moments. I thought he was
13
okay.
rebounds.
Yeah.
6 assists.
The one thing that I like that we have seen from Amen Thompson as he's been playing, and really to Jalen Green through this stretch for the most part, is that they are very willing rebounders. Like, they're willing to go in there and do that. So you saw some of the athleticism from Amen Thompson, but defensively, I thought he looked pretty good. The athleticism is there, and it's fun to watch. But
And
he's just a really
game,
inefficient shooter.
Yeah,
essentially in my opinion, to me, it looks like you're watching like a Rajon Rondo light.
You know what he's going to be? Like, he has the potential. He's not complete size-wise, but he has that kind of potential to be what Ben Simmons was supposed to be. Guy that can't shoot, can get buckets at the rim.
Yeah.
Athletic freak, makes great passes, great court vision, does all these little things, and rebound all these things. And that's fine. Like,
It just doesn't. That's not a star in this league, though.
I didn't need him to be a star.
Yeah.
At the 4th overall pick, like, I'd like him to be a star, but when they take the 4th pick, I wasn't like expecting, they're going to get a superstar.
See, I
never had that
disagree. I think with number 4,
expectation.
you want not a superstar, but you need a star. And
That's fine.
I just don't know
but
that he'll ever be that unless he figures out a shot.
I guess my expectation with the NBA draft when you go in every year is like you're hoping that you find like 2 stars in the top 10.
If you're in the top 5, you should be finding a star, and you shouldn't be finding guys that look like at best their ceiling is 6th man of the year. And that's my.
He could be a 6th man of the year.
That's my. I know he can be. That's what I'm saying. At best, like with Amen Thompson right now and Jalen Green right now, and I know especially with Jalen Green, people are like, well, he's still young. Okay, he's still young, but he's been in the league. So let's not act like there shouldn't have been development there, no matter what his actual age is. When you're drafting these guys in these spots, you're not hoping for them to just look like they're either on and off against starters or like they would be best suited as a 6th man of the year. You're looking for stars to be on this team.
I think you're just an Amen hater.
No, I'm not I'm
hater.
closer to a Jalen hater than I am an Amen hater. I'm excited to see his growth. It's like what this is one of the first games where he's taken over that starting role with Fred VanVleet out. I'm not going to sit there and
You're
try to judge him. No, I'm not a hater.
All right, our guest right now. Go ahead, Andy.
I was just going to speak. Josh, I understand where you're coming from. I just think it's a little unrealistic to have that. Like, it's great to have the hope that happens, but if you look, going back to 2010, let's look at the top 3 picks in each draft. 2010, John Wall went number 1. He was a legit all-star level player. After that, Evan Turner at 2, Derek Favors at number 3. Not too great.
No.
2011, Kyrie Irving at 1, Derek Williams at 2, Enes Kanter at 3. 2012, Anthony Davis at 1, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist at 2, Bradley Beal at 3. Bradley Beal, borderline, he's an all-star level player. Is Bradley Beal, would that be sort of
He's
your...
a star.
Okay.
That's star level.
So if we go to 2013, Anthony Bennett 1, Victor Oladipo 2, Otto Porter 3. Like, I can
It's a
keep
bad
going
draft,
on,
though.
but like it doesn't get that much better.
Right.
Like very consistently. I think Michael's right. In the top 5 of each draft, you're getting 1, maybe 2 star level players on a pretty consistent basis.
But you're hoping that the guy that you draft is a star. You're not drafting them in that spot.
You're hoping,
with the
but
hope.
that shouldn't be the expectation.
Right. I'm not saying it should be
I didn't
the
have that hope
expectation.
for Amen Thompson when they took him.
I
knew that he couldn't shoot.
I had a hope that he could develop into a starter, right? Like,
yeah, no, I think he's gonna.
that should be the hope.
I think he's going to be a really, really good player and a really, really good team, and I think he's going to be. He has all the skill set that can be an elite point guard in the league.
I don't. Not in
of
this NBA. Not without being able to shoot.
From facilitating an offense is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the shooting part.
Maybe.
He's not a player that you drafted saying that needs to be my leading scorer one day.
No,
I think they knew
not
that
at all.
from the jump.
I'm not asking Amen Thompson. I'm not saying he needs to be the leading scorer, but as a guard in the NBA today, you are not going to be a very successful everyday starter if you can't shoot a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
Fred
just not going to
VanVleet's
happen.
not a very good shooter outside of shooting threes.
That's what I'm talking about. Like either you need to be able to get to the basket consistently,
Well, he
which
can
I
do
think
that.
Amen can do, but you have to be able to shoot from outside pretty regularly as a guard, or else you're just nothing more than a role player or a 6 man.
I disagree. I think that you surround him with shooting, he'll be fine. If you have 3, and this is where the Rockets have failed as an organization for this season and this season alone. And I understand that failure can be sort of framed in a lot of ways simply because what were the goals for the season? Win 35 games. So considering that they're already on path to do that, it probably isn't truly a failure. But in terms of success in Ime Udoka's eyes, which would be making the play-in, it's going to potentially be a failure because of the fact that they don't have the shooting on this team. But if you put 3 shooters and Alperen Şengün around Amen Thompson, I think he would be just fine.
I don't know. I see him as like a Marcus Smart type of player, which is good. Like, that's great. You get a good defensive guy that he a much better facilitator, more athletic. But you have to be. 17% is not going to cut it from 3.
No,
not as a guard.
I mean,
he being a Rajon. To your point, Andrew, he could be that Rondo type, right? Where that's athletic, great defender, get to the basket, facilitate well, and you can win a championship with a guy like that. You could win a championship like that before. I just don't know if you can do it anymore. I don't personally think that you can. I think you have to have
teams that are built the right way. The Rockets aren't built like that
but
yet.
if a guy can shoot, like, I'll even give like 27 to 29%. I would give that. If he can get up to that level, he's fine. But if he can't even eclipse 20% from 3 and be an effective perimeter shooter in any capacity whatsoever, I don't even know that putting 3-point I don't know that putting enough 3-point shooters around him is going to help.
Star players and a third good role player. Like, just play the role of Alpe's a star, Jabari Smith is a 3, and they either get a player that's better than a star shooting guard. Let's just say they get a star shooting guard. That is perfect for Amen Thompson. He can play in a team that's that good.
My biggest
We've seen so many teams do stuff like that.
I think it's not really now. I think it's possible, but if
There's
you're
not a single good team in the league that has a point guard that can't shoot, is what you're telling me.
But they have bigs that can spread the floor. If you're telling me out of 5 players on the court, you have 2 guys that can't shoot the 3, how are you spreading the court? How are you getting anybody open? Where's the separation?
He can't shoot the 3 there outside of Amen Thompson.
Alpe can't shoot the 3. So
he can. He just doesn't.
He doesn't really do it at that high of a level, and
I don't need
he doesn't
him to
do
shoot
it.
5 of them a game.
I don't either. I don't want Alpe doing that. That's why I don't know that Amen could work, because I'd rather have Alperen Şengün working in the paint and working close to the basket and working using his footwork to get his open shots. But if you have Amen Thompson, they're just going to collapse the defense. If there's no respect for Amen Thompson's 3, then there's just going to be another guy close to Alpe all the time. That's why he has to have a respectable shot.
Let's really test out Josh here real quick. Who'd you rather have, Kyrie or Amen Thompson?
Kyrie, instantly. It's not even close.
Mavs fan Josh strikes again.
Come on.
Madge.
Mavs ask Josh. Mavs. Or Madge.
Real quick before we go to our final timeout, did they make a trade tomorrow before the deadline, guys? Yes or no?
I'm going to say no.
No.
I'm going to say no as well. We'll see what happens. We'll be keeping an eye on it, and hopefully the news, if it does happen, will happen during the show tomorrow with the 2 o'clock deadline Houston time. There's some new blood in Houston going to be taking part of the NBA All-Star Weekend. We'll tell you about that next.
If you love playing fantasy sports the way I love playing fantasy sports, if you love watching the Rockets, if you love watching some of these NFL games that are coming up, the big game, the last one, the big game is coming up this weekend, then you need to take your sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. With the big game coming up and basketball season heating up, there's no better way than to turn all the big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. All you got to do is just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's literally that easy. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few easy taps. I love the easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and a huge selection of players and stat options across a multitude of different sports. If you want to wait and see if Christian McCaffrey is going to rush for more than 75 yards or Patrick Mahomes is going to be able to throw for more than 2 touchdowns, you can do that with Prize Picks and enter any contest. They have promos on the app. Once you download the app, it's so easy to use. You can go to their promotions in the promo section and look for all sorts of different promos from different celebrities like Meek Mill and Andrew Schultz. It's awesome. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid doing it. Right now, Prize Picks is going to match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Picks app and use code JOSH975. That's code JOSH975. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Who says 2 wrongs can't make a right? Oh, yeah, that was me referring to these 2 chodes. Connor and Beard, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Your favorite chodes here on ESPN 97.5 and 97.5.
The chosen chodes. The chodesins.
That's that, I guess.
Did that work?
Sure.
Did that not work? It doesn't look like you believe that worked.
It was a little bit of a stretch.
Okay, well then just the chosen chodes.
Yeah, we're chosen. That's it.
Yeah.
We're the chosen
We're
ones.
the chosens.
We're just the chodes of the station, apparently. I really need to know if he calls any of the rest of the station names like that. I don't think he does.
He does stuff to John and Lance all the time. I think,
it's true.
Honestly, I think it's a term of endearment, and I think that we should look on it as embrace it, because that means that we mean something to Spencer. So he makes fun of John and Lance all the time. He makes fun of us. He makes fun of the Killer Bees. That means he's accepting us.
Yeah, one day we're gonna have to have Spencer on the show.
Yes, absolutely.
Just so we can talk to him about
arm wrestle him.
What it's like. Well, he has to come in for that. If Spencer wants to come in, he's welcome.
Yeah, we'll have him in.
We'll
talk to Frank.
We can have a discussion about what it's like to read these liners and say these things that are.
How often does he laugh in the middle of trying to read these liners? Like when he calls us these 2 chodes?
You and I have heard the uncut versions of a lot of these things.
It's a lot of fun.
Let me just tell you, the recording sessions are wild.
Yeah. I honestly, that is a job I wanted to do for a really long time. Just voiceover work in general.
Work?
Yeah, specifically, I would like to do voiceover work like that, but specifically in cartoons.
I don't have the voice for that.
Cartoons and video games, I would like to do, because I can do all sorts of like crazy, weird voices. I'm not good at like impersonations necessarily, but I just like doing voices.
Do you think
I've always loved that.
there's a person out there that's looking for a Paul Gallant voiceover?
There might be.
So you're the guy.
I would be the guy for the Paul Gallant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like mimicking Paul Gallant voiceover.
Well, Paul's been asking me all week if I can impersonate any low-level celebrity, and I think that I've come to terms with the fact the only low-level celebrity that I can impersonate is Paul. So I might have to do.
He's as low of a level of celebrity as you can get.
He's higher than me, but yeah. You versus Paul, who's more popular? I think you are. You're an Astros insider.
Yeah, it's true. I have to give myself the nod here. Astros insider. He might have. I think he has more like followers on social media.
Yeah.
Probably. He's more active on it than I am, which that's on me.
I am fully aware and totally okay with knowing that I am the lowest man on the totem pole out of all of them.
Don't say that about yourself.
Out of all of this, all the 97.5 hosts,
Jeremy Branham's lower than you.
No, he does everything you have.
He's glazed and honey baked hams. Or
no,
whatever. We heard that from the texter.
Look, man, I'm okay with being the low man on the totem pole. I don't mind it. I'm the least well known. I'm the least popular. It's fine. I'm okay with that because I still get to come in here and do this every single day. Being the lowest man on the totem pole working at 97.5 is like being the slowest person at the Olympics. At least you're still there. You would
also be the slowest person at the Olympics.
Okay, I don't know why you had to go from trying to lift me up to trying to tear me down.
It's true. I would be the slowest as well, Josh, so don't worry.
But if I had gone to the Olympics with like some of these people like single and ready to mingle, I don't care how slow I am, I would still be.
You'd be banging in Olympic Village?
I'd be having fun in the Olympic Village.
Good for you.
Back in the day, before I was married.
Yeah. We got our first track meet tomorrow night for the nephew.
I shouldn't have said. I just realized I think my wife might be on her way back from the store, so I don't think I should have said that. I think I'm gonna get in trouble
before you guys were together.
Yeah, before. Very clearly before.
I'm hoping that the youngest nephew is fast enough one day to earn himself a scholarship and get himself to that'd be awesome.
An Olympics?
I mean, that's like probably not even close to being real, but that'd be cool. I always tell him, hey, why don't you go be an Olympic athlete so I can go watch you in the Olympics? I can say I've been to the Olympics.
The saddest thing for me as a parent so far was my kids both used to be in gymnastics when they were younger. And our daughter was pretty good, but she didn't really enjoy it that much. But our son loved it, and he got really, really good. So he would go all the time. And he had the coach for the high school Team USA, like the boys Team USA coach, would watch him. And it's like, when he gets to this age, we're bringing him onto the team. And Keaton quit doing gymnastics before that ever happened because he fell out of love with it. Didn't want to do it anymore, hated it, didn't like his coach.
Based off of everything that I've learned about Keaton is that fits the bill. Man.
Yeah. He didn't love it. Like he really enjoyed it for a long time, and he started doing the competitions, and he would do really, really well. And then it's like, I'm like, yeah, what? And this coach had guys. He had one kid that was already going to the male Olympic team, and I'm like, okay, we got a pipeline. And then Keaton's like, nah, I'm done. I don't want to do it anymore.
He's now just sitting at home trying to play video games.
Yeah, we had to talk.
And returning kickoffs for touchdowns.
We had to talk about that. He's not even practicing like football stuff right now. The kid literally tries to go from if when he's done playing video games, his entire life is devoted to waiting until the next time he plays video games.
Dude, that's how it is with the youngest. Like, we take the video games away on Sunday evening, and you don't get it back until Friday if the week was good at school.
Yeah.
And like, it's like all he lives for. Then like by Sunday, I'm having to yell at him to shut up because he's so loud back there playing Fortnite and stuff, like screaming at people. And I'm like, dude, you got to chill out. You got to chill out. This is you're taking this way too seriously.
Yeah, my son does the same thing.
Guys, real quick before we end our show here, there's going to be somebody taking part in the All-Star Weekend for the city of Houston. Josh, I know that you're freaked out about this, but C.J. Stroud's going to play in the celebrity basketball game. Why are you so scared?
I'm
why
not
are you
necessarily
a PAB?
scared. I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You literally sent back in our text message earlier. No.
Yeah, I don't want him to tear an ACL or some dumb crap like that playing in the celebrity game. Yeah, of course I'm going to bring it up.
He's not
I don't want it to
Aaron
happen.
Boone.
You don't know that. He is a pretty good. Have you watched him play basketball?
I've watched him warm up on the sideline when I was at training camp, and he used a basketball every day.
I've seen videos of him like shooting around and just playing. It seems like he plays quite often, to be honest.
And you're worried about him.
I'm not.
You're worried about is he 22? Right?
After watching videos last night, I'm not as worried if he does play as often as it looks like. So I'm not quite as
negative
worried.
ass Josh putting
I just
things out there.
Why he didn't even play in the celebrity? It is cool that he's playing in the celebrity game, and I hope he does
it's
really well.
It's the only part of All-Star Weekend that I'll even maybe
the celebrity game. It's one of my
on.
favorite. My favorite celebrity game in recent history was when Jason Sudeikis played in the celebrity game, and he was really good because he played was like D2 or D3 college basketball, some small college in like Kansas or Indiana or something like that, which makes sense. But he's actually a pretty good shooter, so he played in the celebrity game and he just started nailing threes. I'm like, okay, I did not expect this. I didn't expect this at all.
Andrew, are you as freaked out about this as Josh is?
No, I'm excited to go watch CJ drop some buckets on whoever else is in the celebrity game.
Andrew's excited to watch CJ get hurt because that's what could happen in the celebrity game.
He's not getting hurt, Josh.
It could happen.
Negative ass Josh. Nadge strikes the end of the show.
The original is Nadge, so he will always strike the show.
I just don't know why you got to be that way, man. He's going to go out there. He's going to drop 40. He's going to be the MVP of the game. I would assume that there's an MVP trophy, and it's going to be awesome.
That actually legitimately might happen. Jabari Smith's in the Rising Stars event, though, too.
Yeah, not going to watch that.
I'll watch that. I think it'll be fun.
I'm not going to watch
Jabari and Wemby together. Let's see how that goes.
Rockets win that one all day. Sorry to Wemby. Thank you for joining us today here on Connor and Beard. That was a fun one, celebrating Jose Altuve. Tomorrow, come on out and join us at the Decoy. 1222 Woody Road is where we'll be tomorrow for the show. Between now and then, listen to the Killer Bees next from 3 to 6. I'll be back on actually later with Joe George on his show, The Bullpen, later tonight. So join us for that, and we'll talk to you tomorrow right here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank. I'm Branham. It's Joe George behind the glass, the assistant to the regional manager, and it's the Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees. That's Joe George is our Jose Altuve. He's our Jose Altuve. He came here. He said, Houston is my home. I'll forever love Houston. Altuve had some jokes, by the way. What? What do you mean?
I'm just wondering if you would feel that way if you had caught the final hour of the show yesterday.
I was busy.
I know you were.
What happened?
It wasn't your fault, but I obviously, because Joe was, of course, nominated for Car Wreck of the Day again, and there was a lot of conversation again about what started the initial issue with the fire alarms. And I said, and you refused to apologize. And I pushed him, and he finally said, you know what? Fine. I'll apologize to you and only you. And I was like, wow, why is Jeremy catching this straight?
Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah.
That was not supposed to get back to Jeremy. I know he was busy.
I didn't know that because it went out over the air.
So now I like to say this. Jeremy, I apologize to you. Joel, I withdraw my apology to you.
It's too late. You already did it.
Apology withdrawn.
And I didn't have to accept it anyway. I just wanted you to say it, and you did yesterday to me.
I'm embarrassed we're wasting 3 minutes on Jose Altuve Day on this. I think apologies are overrated, quite frankly. Like, most of the time, people don't mean the apology. They're just doing it to, like, get back in your good graces. They're not really sorry. They're lying to you with their apology. Like, instead of saying you're sorry, how about you earn that person's trust back?
Well, we know he didn't mean it.
I think the words "I'm sorry" are incredibly overrated. Jose Altuve is. I thought this graphic was interesting. I'm sure y'all talked about it yesterday. Astro for life. I don't think this is Jose Altuve's final contract, quite honestly. But not only is Jose Altuve the greatest Astro, which people want to argue me about that today, 713-780-3776. If you want to have that argument, Jose Altuve, the greatest Astro, I don't think it's debatable.
Yeah, who wants to argue
frankly. Everybody on Twitter. Everybody on Twitter. At Jeremy Branham of Engagement Farming. Send it my way. Yeah, people still, Bagwell and Biggio need to be in the conversation. Look, they're great. Obviously, they're in the Hall of Fame. They're the other two Astro Hall of Famers. You know, Altuve's going to get there someday. Altuve won rings. Those guys did not. I value winning.
Yeah, to me, you could say they're in the conversation. Sure, in the middle of talking about greatest Astros of all time, their names deservedly will come up. But short of something happening between now and his induction into the Hall of Fame and on the path to get 3,000 hits, I don't know how you question that.
No, but a lot of people were arguing about it. So if you want to have that argument, I'm here for it. 713-780-3776. So I didn't think I was going to get any pushback on that, but I did. But not only is Altuve the greatest Astro, but he's also the most selfless Astro. Maybe the most selfless we have seen in professional sports history in our fine city. Jose Altuve, not once, not twice, but now 3 times has agreed to contracts with the Houston Astros that I believe were all below market value deals. The first deal he signed with the Astros was highway robbery. He won an MVP on like the cheapest, I'm not going to say, I don't think that's exactly true, but he won an MVP on an incredibly team-friendly deal. They rewarded him, they paid him, but still, if he would have tested the open market, would have gotten a lot more money than he would have if the second contract he signed with the Astros. And in the final one, this one, the one he most recently signed, look, $125 million, 5 years, that's significant money. No one's arguing that that's not significant money. I think he would have gotten $150 million for 5 years. It's something we discussed yesterday in the 3 o'clock hour. I may or may not have been tipped off on Jose Altuve signing a contract extension yesterday. Wink, wink. But the way he structured it, too, is part of this. One, $25 million, in my opinion, is below the market value. If he tested free agency next offseason, I think he gets $150 for 5. Him accepting this offer from the Astros and agreeing to the contract extension, you never receive market value whenever you're out of free agency, by the way. Because whenever you enter free agency, somebody's going to overpay you. So whenever you accept a contract before you enter free agency, that's below market value. 30, and then the way he structured it, too, like 30, 30, 30, 10, 10. That is selfless as well. Now, this doesn't affect the AAV because the AAV takes the average $15 million signing bonus, by the way. That's where the extra $15 million comes from. The AAV is going to be the AAV. This is going to be a $25 million AAV. That's the luxury tax payroll. That's what's calculated with the competitive balance tax. But taking $10 million in 28 and taking $10 million in 29 does what? It gives Jim Crane cash in hand. And whenever you have cash in hand, maybe you're more willing to go over the competitive balance tax. Maybe you're willing to pay that luxury tax. So Altuve 3 times, not once, not twice, but 3 times has taken below market deals. He's arguably the greatest second baseman offensively in Major League Baseball history. We'll call it top 3, but best offensive second baseman in our generation. And then on top of that, he structures his contract in a way that can help ownership add payroll in the final 2 years when we don't think he's going to be as good because Father Time is undefeated.
Like the way we talked about it yesterday, there was a reason why everybody just assumed it was going to get done and that he wasn't going to play hardball and he wasn't going to look for maximum market value and do all these things, because this is who he's been his entire career, both on and off the field. But yet, when we were kicking around numbers and we were thinking about what it would be, and he obviously did the team a solid with the money that he agreed to. But then when you heard about and saw the structuring, you had to tip your cap yet again and go, this guy is the ultimate teammate. And it is. It's Brady-esque with what Brady did multiple times with the Patriots. But this is who Jose Altuve is and obviously who he always will be. And the fact that he opened up the door for this team to utilize those last 2 years and what they are not going to have to pay on his salary to try and do some other things. Now, obviously, for everybody's first thought was, well, that means they can go out and they can go get Kyle Tucker, or they can do what they need to do to get Tucker or Bregman or Fromber. Not necessarily, but at least it gives you the flexibility financially and some extra money on years where, if you just believe like most humans that play sports, he might be on the decline. You can keep this team competitive, or at least use that money to try and stay competitive, which is huge.
Yeah, it's just a cash in hand. It gives, and look, it doesn't affect the competitive balance tax because they take the average salary. It's gonna be $25 million against the competitive balance tax no matter what. But whenever you're only paying the $10 million out, it gives you some financial flexibility in those final 2 years when Altuve is going to be older. So that adds to the selflessness that is Jose Altuve. The 3 contract extensions that he signed with you adds to the selflessness of Jose Altuve. Like, he's everything that you want in a superstar. One of the better offensive second basemen in our generation. I would argue he's the best. I think he's going to go down as top 3 offensive second baseman in the history of the game. Then he structures a contract in a way that helps you have financial flexibility in the final 2 years of that contract. So this is a win-win. Jose Altuve, again, showing why not only is he the greatest Houston Astro of all time, but the most selfless Houston Astro of all time. This guy is he's saying that I think Jim Crane heard y'all yesterday and was like, yep, let's extend Altuve. Or were we tipped off that they were going to do this? What's more likely, that the Astros locked up Altuve because he heard the Killer Bees at the owners' meetings, wherever that's at, or they wanted to announce this on February 7th, the second month of the year, the 7th day of the month, 2/7, Jose Altuve Day. Do we think that was in play here?
I think it could be based on what we've seen. I think that the one thing that might debunk it a little bit is that Jerome, the news was when we were finishing up the show, the bullet points were coming out of an interview Jerome Solomon did with Crane.
When?
It was in the final half hour of the show.
No. When did Jerome talk to
I don't
Crane?
know. But at the same time,
it got posted in like the 4 o'clock hour.
So do you think it was that morning? Or you think it was yesterday or 2 days ago?
It was in the last 48 hours for sure.
Yeah. I'm wondering if they were sitting on this.
But the reason why I brought that up
do it on
is
2/7 day.
The reason why I brought it up, though, is the fact that Jerome basically said by the time that the news broke, a lot of the interview was thrown out the window because, the interview was centered around going after Altuve and sitting down with him and trying to get a deal done. And then all of a sudden the deal was done, and that part of the interview was useless.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Jim Crane doesn't do that interview if he doesn't know this is coming. They had the plaque prepared for 2/7 day. This 100%. This deal I feel like has been done for a month plus, and they decided to make it into a little bit of a spectacle.
Yeah. I mean, how are you getting that plaque done that quickly?
I don't think so.
You're announcing this. You're proclaiming, the mayor's proclaiming it Jose Altuve Day when the news came down, at 5:30 yesterday?
Yeah, no chance.
That's happening that quickly. The Killer Bees are talking about it at 3 o'clock when nobody's talked about the terms of the contract with Jose Altuve. We don't think that this was something that was coming down the pike. We don't think that this was something that was expected. We just randomly, out of the blue, started talking about what does a Jose Altuve contract look like And then a few hours later, Jose Altuve's contract is done. That's a coincidence? Since it is Jose Altuve Day, by the way, and he should belong on a tier by himself. Sorry, all you Killer Bee lovers. Should we rename our show for the day? Should we rename our show every February 7th in honor of Jose Altuve?
Can.
We can. What do you want to call
What
it?
are the suggestions?
Espada calls Jose Altuve Hosey. We could call ourselves the... We could be Jose and Jose B.
Then the argument would be which one's which.
I think I look more like a Jose than you do.
I don't disagree with that.
So I could be Jose.
And I'm Hose B.
Yeah.
And what's Joe?
SOB.
It's not a trick. It's not a trick question, by the way. Yeah.
I don't know if we have some really good options here, but in honor of Jose Altuve, I feel like we should rename our show just for February 7th.
Well, I kind of feel like
February 7th.
Everybody is, I think, at the first part of the announcement was, it's just today. Now you have to kind of understand that if it's going to be every February the 7th, then you're going to need a reminder. The city's going to have to remind you, so that it reminds us that for one day we have to do this.
Yeah, I mean, the Astros will do that.
Probably right.
The Astros will do that. 1715 says just simply the Altuve show. Can we do that legally? Joe's busy wearing all his other hats. Can we legally do that? Can we call ourselves the Jose Altuve show for just a day? This guy says the Tiny But Mighty show.
He's got to approve that. We could call it the Killer A, but that's...
I don't know if that sounds great.
Yeah, I don't know if it does either.
The Killer A's.
Yeah, I don't think that
great.
sounds great, but...
Joe, for the rest of the show, can we call ourselves the Jose Altuve show? Because it's in honor of February 7th. Like, is that copyright infringement? Can we get in trouble? Is the mayor, because he announced it Jose Altuve Day, gonna, rule with an iron fist with the Killer Bees and take us off the air?
I don't think you can do that.
Can we? If we get taken off the air, would it be paid leave?
Sure.
Oh, well, you should have told me that.
It would have been nice if Whitmire was actually there to present him the proclamation.
Yeah, I know. Where was he?
I don't know. What else has he got to do?
Politicians. What'd you say?
Is that who the mayor is?
Yeah, John
he
Whitmire.
won the runoff election. He's been at a couple of Cougar games. 0892 says new name for show. I literally love you, Jose Altuve. I don't know if that has a great ring to it.
That's very long.
It's a lot of words.
Coming up next on I literally love you, Jose Altuve. I don't know if that really works. So what are we going with? the Altuve show?
Never mind.
The Altuve show for the day?
The Altuve show?
Can we do that? Is that what we're going with?
We can do that.
If you have a better idea, we're willing to change for the next 3 hours. But since it is Jose Altuve Day, we are currently going to be named the Altuve Show. This is subject to change, and it's for one day only. We feel like it's disrespectful to have a show name called the Killer Bees, which are on the second tier of Houston Astro baseball players of all time, on Jose Altuve Day. So for the rest of the show, we're either going to be the Altuve Show, or if something better comes along that reflects the greatness of Jose Altuve. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Busy show, a lot of Altuve angles. Rockets played an entertaining basketball game yesterday, but lost. Willa Bitts is back. What are you getting today? And Joe makes faces on Wednesdays. He's still doing that. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Get it while you can. You can also search us at ESPN Houston at YouTube. That's here to stay. ESPN Houston on YouTube. He's at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. He's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy Branham. When we return, this Jose Altuve final contract, if we think it's actually a final contract, what he needs to do to reach 3,000 hits. Does he get that done? And what measures need to be made to do so? It is the Altuve Show on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. And as we always tell you on the Altuve Show, you should be getting some HRP in your life if you're a business owner. Mike Halla, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. He's been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Also, their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question, and I have tons of them. Always get a quick response, very easy to understand. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
The killer bees. What about the murderous Jays? We've got Joel, Jeremy, and Joe. That's 3 J's. Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5. It's the Killer Bees and Murderous Jays.
Spencer's an idiot. We're not the Killer Bees today. That's disrespectful to Jose Altuve on Jose Altuve Day.
We could be the Murderous Jays with Jose.
That's what Joe suggested to me in the hallway. The
Oh, is that
Murderous
right?
Jays.
And then the J team.
Yeah. Well,
I like that
that's
one.
just something that's still stuck in your blood, I guess.
That one's pretty good. Some people are sending in suggestions. Literally love show. That's some alliteration that I'm not ready to say 30 times for the next little under 3 hours. And there's not a lot of love that goes on this show. There's a lot more mean text and mean things that you say to us each and every Friday to wrap up the show. 713-780-3776. This guy says the Jabs, Jose Altuve baseball show. Somebody suggested we should be called the Jobbers once upon a time. I don't know why they suggested that. I have no idea what that means. The Josers. That's too much like Joe for me. I don't like that one either. 744. I literally love you. You can call it Illy. Pronounce Illy to rhyme with Billy. I don't know how I feel about that. Eric the Driver, the Altuve angle, the Altuve effect, Altuve all access. The Altuve effect.
I mean, we're not going to stick to baseball the whole show for Altuve every year, so I don't want to call it the baseball show.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. 1790, it's not about you, Branham. It's about honoring Altuve. Yeah, but I just don't like the name. I don't like the name. In honor of Altuve, I don't like the name. This guy says, how about the tight A's? I don't think that really works.
You go type A's.
I think the Altuve. I like the J team.
Yeah, the J team's pretty good
because we're all J's. You're Joel. I'm Jeremy. That's Joe. And Jose. It doesn't sound like a J, but it's a J. I trust me. It doesn't sound like a J.
Well,
but that's
you have the percentiles
that's what happens
in your
Spanish.
favor to be able to make that determination.
That's what happened. This guy says Yankee killer. I don't want to say Yankee killers throughout the entire show either. I like the J team. You want to go with the J team?
We'll go with that.
All right, for the rest of the show, we are the J team on Jose Altuve Day. Somebody says should March 4th, that's the third month of the year, right? Should that be a Kimolaja day? Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
It is.
Sounds like a great idea.
If you're the mayor, work on that one next.
There's no real day on March 4th, right? Let me look real quick.
So that means that September 9th becomes J.J. Watt Day?
Sure.
99?
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. I'm cool with that. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. So, Jose Altuve, they're saying this might be the final contract, which I think it could be if he gets to 3,000, but if he doesn't get to 3,000, I think that he will stick around for at least another year. So, if this is the final contract, he has 6 years left, right? He's got the rest of this year, and then he's got the 5-year contract. So, Jose Altuve has 6 years. 6 years currently that he's playing Major League Baseball that he is committed to. Doing the math on this, to reach 3,000 hits, he would need 158.8 hits to reach 3,000. I think the .8 is going to be the hard thing to do, but that's what he's got to average for the next 6 years. Does he get that done?
I think he does. I really do. I had an argument going with some buddies this morning because of the fact that they started.
That's surprising.
Well, I know. I mean,
not the argument part.
Oh, what?
The buddies.
The buddies part.
Yeah.
The fact that they were calling him injury prone, and I'm like, well, here's the thing. Yes, when he runs the bases, sometimes he has a tendency to get hurt, but at the same time, the major injury that he sustained last year was due to being hit by a pitch, which you cannot prevent and has nothing to do with your body's ability to stay healthy and regenerate when you tweak something. So I take a little bit of offense to that. And I said, but at the same time, I fully believe what you saw when he came back was not what normal players normally do. I mean, I understand that he's 33, but he's still in his 30s. To bounce back and still put the numbers up that he put for the rest of the season, I think that those kind of things lead me to believe that he can get between 150 and 160 hits a year for the duration of the contract.
To me, this comes down to health, and like we have to factor in the natural regression. Like Altuve's been unbelievable and like hasn't regressed offensively. He has not regressed offensively. You could argue that some of his best offensive years have been the last 2 years because he's added the power element. Now he doesn't have the speed that he once did. Certainly doesn't have the defense that he once did. But from an offensive weapon, his OPS plus the last 2 years have been the top of his career. In 2022, 161 OPS was a career high. 151 OPS this past season was his fourth best. So, like, he's been at his offensive prime at the age of 32 and 33. Has done it in a different way. He's not the, huge average hitter that he once was, but he's still hitting 300 the last 2 years. He's able to get it up to 31 home runs 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, was 28 2 years ago, was 17 in 90 games last year. So he's kind of reinvented who he is as an offensive player and has made him a bigger offensive weapon, which is incredible for a guy in his early 30s. But there is going to be regression. Like whenever you're 34 this coming up year, then 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, you're going to start to regress a bit unless you're Barry Bonds, and we know what Barry Bonds was up to. So to me, it comes down to health. Last year, he had 120 hits, and like to your friend's points, like he played 90 games last year. Now, the first injury was a freak injury, got hit in the thumb playing in a WBC, but that's a baseball injury. Like that could have happened in spring training.
My bigger thing was it doesn't make you injury prone.
I don't think that one
That's
does.
just one of the casualties you have happen in baseball.
I think injury prone's more like
hamstrings,
soft tissue, more Jordan always finding something. But Altuve, I think, in the last 3 years has spent some time on the IL. I can't remember 11, but 22, I remember him spending some time on the IL with a knee.
Yeah, he was a funky slide.
Yeah, and then
on like some wet dirt, it was a funky slide. He kind of jammed it, and then he missed some time.
And what was it last year? Wasn't it the oblique? With Altuve, he had a second stint on the IL.
I want to say
where he missed like 2 to 3 weeks.
He did it sliding again, but I think
Maybe.
It was. Yeah.
No, I think it was in BP. Remember, it was in BP.
That's right.
There was a video and he slammed down the bat.
Yep.
I think it was his oblique.
That's right.
I think it was his oblique. So like,
yeah, because we translated it because then later in the season, didn't Jordan have the same injury?
Yeah,
and we're like, well, if he's Jose, he's out this amount of time.
Yeah. So I actually look at the oblique as more injury proneness than getting hit by a pitch in the thumb. But 190 games last year, 141 the year before, 146 the year before that. In 2021, he had 167 hits. So that's on the north side of that number. 158 hits in 2022, which is right at the number, and then 112 last year. I honestly think it's going to take an extra year. Because if you just like natural regression, he's not going to play 150 games every single season. I think it's actually going to take one more year than he's currently committed to, which is 5. One more year, the 5-year contract extension. I think it's going to take him into the 7th year.
I think it's quite possible, and I think that would be interesting to see like where he's at and what they would agree to do, because there's no doubt he's still going to stay with them. I would be curious to see if there was a spot at second base for him and how they would use him. But we've seen this with Miguel Cabrera. We've seen this with Pujols when he came back to the Cardinals. I mean, there's no reason to believe that they wouldn't work it out for another year, but it is quite possible because of the fact that, he's not playing a majority of the games every season now. And with his age alone, you have every indication that he's going to start to deteriorate a little bit, or at least play less, and they might even be more concerned about load management or trying to rest him a little bit more, because they know how big he is when the playoffs come around, and when he is healthy, what a difference maker he can be.
So I do think that there's a couple of things in play here that I would my intention is to win baseball games. Like, I'm not doing things for Jose Altuve that give me a lesser chance to win. So I'm still, my priority is still winning baseball games, not trying to get Jose Altuve to 3 hits. But I think there are some measures that Jose Altuve needs to start practicing in order for him to stay healthy, to chase 3,000, and also to help the team win, because I think if he's out of the lineup, then it hurts you in a big way. And there's 2 to me. The first one is something you mentioned yesterday. Let's become a little bit more conservative on the bases.
No doubt.
I don't need you to be super aggro on the bases, and quite frankly, you're not that good at taking the extra base. You're a negative runner when you're trying to get the extra base. Fast, but super aggressive. He runs into more outs than he should.
Also not a great base stealer.
He's like kind of gotten up on that, like been pretty good. Last year he had 14 stolen bases, and he only got caught stealing twice. The year before that, 18.
But I'm saying he doesn't do it frequently.
I mean, he's still 14 in 90 games last year.
That's true. He only played 90 games.
So like that part of his game was actually pretty good. I think it's because he's more selective instead of just running all the time. But going first to third or trying to score from second on a base hit to the center fielder, like he's not very good at taking the extra bases. So that's an area that I want to see him start to exercise, especially as he starts to get into his mid, and now this contract taking him into his late 30s. And then the second thing is, I know you have your permanent DH, and we made that bet with Jordan, 50 starts in the outfield. Whenever Jordan does play the outfield, whether it's 20 games, whether it's 51 games, whatever, I want Jose Altuve to DH most of those games. And because you have Mauricio Dubon, who I think is one of the better utility players in all of baseball and won a stinking Gold Glove as a utility player, was nominated for a Gold Glove at second base last year, that's a way to also give him more at-bats. So if Jordan's in left field that day, 9 times out of 10, I want Jose Altuve to be my DH that day, and Dubon plays second.
Now, can we talk about the fact that we previously talked about those days being days Yiner could DH and take a load off his knees? So then you have that kind of conundrum of going, okay.
I don't.
So
I have a plan.
So what? Okay, what is it?
He plays first.
Okay.
Instead of giving him a catcher off day, because, I mean, he'd probably catch 80% of the games. Let's just say 80% of the games. He catches 4 of every 5, 80% of the games. Because I expect him to be a very good offensive weapon, you don't want to take his bat out of the lineup. A lot of times you'll see a catcher DH. Instead of DHing, you play first base
fine with that.
for Jose Abreu, who they're saying that they want to give Jose Abreu days off anyways.
But then the other contingency would be, how is Abreu playing? Because if Abreu hits more like he hit at the end of the year instead of most of the year, now you've got another issue because now you've got a couple of guys that are hitting the ball
you
well.
Probably play Altuve at second in that scenario. Like, it has to be something that you think about that day. But this is also a 6-year conversation, not just solely this year, because those are the things that present themselves this year that you have to worry about. But what about year 4 of the 6 years that Altuve is here? So I do want to see him start to get more DH at bats. I don't want to do it by playing Jordan in left field, but if Jordan forces his hand to play X amount of games in left field, then naturally Jose Altuve should DH on those days. And you have a good backup second baseman in Mauricio Dubon that would fit in just perfectly.
No, look, and I think that Dubon showed you no matter what he does offensively, and I think that it was kind of I don't want to say anomaly, but he had a career year at the plate last year. But in short doses, you could do a lot worse than having him as your guy to play for Altuve. And obviously in a large dose last year, while he was having this career year offensively, he kept you afloat when we were all concerned about what do you do offensively without Altuve in the lineup, and he was flirting with 300, and he was doing all the things you didn't expect he could do. So hopefully he could do those things again and do them for multiple years.
713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. You're listening to the J Team today because it's in honor of Jose Altuve Day. We're all J's. Jose sounds like an H, but it's spelled with a J. So we're the J Team because it is Jose Altuve Day. 713-780-3776. Altuve is one of 4 key players that contracts run out in the next 2 seasons. The other 3, Bregman, Fromber, Tucker. Now that we know the particulars on the Jose Altuve deal, what's the importance of getting the other 3 locked up? 713-780-3776. It's the J Team on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, we know the big game is coming up on Sunday. If you're having people over to the house to watch the game at your place, you might as well go to the grocery store now. And while you're stocking up on supplies, get you some Daisy Dips, because Daisy Dips is going to save you some time, and it's going to make sure your guests are happy, because the dips are pre-made. They're ready for you, and all you've got to do is just pull the lid off, put them down on the table, and enjoy your favorite snacks, the chips, the veggies, all of the pizza or the wings or whatever else you're serving. Most will go very, very well with either the French onion or the ranch dip, and everybody's going to be happy and call you a winner no matter how the game turns out. All you got to do is go to your grocery store, go to the dairy aisle, and look for the Daisy Dips, the same top quality brand that does the sour cream and the cottage cheese. And when everybody says do a dollop of Daisy, just do the dips. Go to your grocery store right now and get ready for the weekend. Get you some Daisy Dips.
Welcome back to the J Team.
Altuve has just sent the Astros to the World Series.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What did Andrew say? I couldn't. I didn't hear.
The J Team.
There we go. I couldn't hear what Andrew said because his beauty took my breath away. Said, "Welcome back to the J Team. We are the J Team today. We're not the Killer Bees. Get rid of that for a day because it's Jose Altuve Day." The mayor proclaimed. Got that all done in less than 24 hours, huh? No. How did Branham know about that? I'm just wondering.
Joe going to work.
Yeah, that was some really good production there. Great voiceover actor that you got. That was
true.
Beautiful. That was very good. 713-780-ESPN. No one had the energy to argue that Jose Altuve is not the greatest Astro ever. Like I was ready for it. I'm ready for the fight. I've done my pre-fight routine. I'm ready to go. Like everybody on Twitter was ready to have this. Well, you're an idiot. You've been living under a rock. Jose Altuve is not as great as Bagwell and Biggio, but we get none of it here. None of it. Are our listeners smarter than the Twitter population?
I think that's fair.
I think it's obvious.
Yeah. I mean, you have your own perception about whether they're employed or not, depending on how they're listening.
The
right,
Twitchers are not employed.
But they're still listening.
They're listening, but they're not employed. They're not employed.
But overall, I think that we've got a pretty good and intelligent demographic that listens to us on a daily basis. I don't understand, aside from, like I said, aside from which I think is still the inevitable, but the Hall of Fame and obviously 3,000 hits. But other than that, I don't know how you see that there's this big argument for any of those that we're pushing back to you, Jeremy, because of the fact that he's done so much in the postseason. He's led you to multiple championships. He's done all these other things that have kind of elevated the franchise and the accomplishments. It's weird to me that people would be, especially on a day like today, would want to pick this battle and start nitpicking the Bagwell-Biggio part of all this. But I wonder, and I was going to ask you guys this last segment. We know that Verlander's a guy that history means a whole bunch to him, and we know that 300 wins is something that he's chasing. We know strikeouts are things that he's chasing for his placement in the all-time annals of history. Do you think that 3,000 means the same to Altuve? Is this something – obviously, it's a great milestone, and we're talking about how many years it could take for him to get there. If he falls short, is he going to keep playing until he gets it, or is it going to be at a certain point where he goes, you know what, I had a great career?
Yeah, it's hard to know. It's hard to know. I think that he probably wants it. Like if you notice his milestone hits, he's always eager for the ball.
It's true.
And he knows whenever he's getting that, like, 2000th hit, like he went for the double and then he went and shook Craig Biggio's hand. So he's very aware of it. And if usually you're aware of it, I think you probably crave it. So I would argue that he does crave it, but I could also see if Jose Altuve at the age of 39 hits 230 and just is a lousy player, where he's like, okay, I'm done. Like I could see it going both ways.
See, that's where I'm at. I think that when we've seen all the selfless acts, we've seen it on and off the field. We've seen everything that you highlighted with the contracts, but also the fact that he never wants it to be about him. He wants it about the team and the team accomplishments and everything else. That I could see him at a certain point going, look, I played my tail off. I think you're right. Part of it is, too, I don't think he ever wants to embarrass himself if he falls off quickly. But I think that more so than anything else, I could see him coming to a point going, yeah, 3,000 would have been great. But I'm not playing the way I want to play, and I don't want to hang on just for the sake of trying to get an individual accolade, and I'll walk away.
Yeah, I think it might depend on what he does at the age 39. Like, if he's still playing well, but he just doesn't have the at-bats, maybe he's like 50 hit shy. Like, yeah, I think he'll come back for the age of, like, if he's playing well. But I could also be, I'm just not who I was, and this is, like, I'll just go with 2,950 hits. 713-780-ESPN. So Altuve's one of four key players that contract runs out in the next two seasons. No longer Altuve. The other three, Bregman, he runs out at the end of this season. And then Framber Valdez and Kyle Tucker have this year and one more. What's the importance of getting them locked up? Here was Crane in that little interview that he had with Jerome Solomon that was on the Houston Chronicle. Crane said every one of these guys, actually this was McTaggart. I stand corrected. This was McTaggart on what he had on Astros.com. Every one of these guys is a different situation. We'll certainly visit with Bregman when the time comes and move on to the next deal. We've got Tucker for 2 more years, so we're just going to let him play and see how he does. So what's the importance of getting these other 3 locked up? Bregman, Framber, Tucker, and you can take it case by case.
Yeah, I think from the standpoint of Bregman, you're just going to play the season out. I think it's going to be just exactly like it was with all the other guys that we saw, the Correas, the Springers, and the Coles. I think that they are going to talk. I think that they are, as Jim Crane said, they are going to make an offer, or at least one offer, but I would assume there will be a conversation about multiple offers from the Astros to Bregman. But it seems like the writing on the wall is he's ultimately really wanting to test the market anyway and go to free agency. So they'll ride it out and they'll see where he is. And if it's a money-driven long-term deal, I think they're going to pass. I think that he is a guy that has been volatile in terms of the way, even last year, how he had these massive upticks and downswings. And he's not the same kind of player and hitter that he was, a couple years ago. And so I think when he sees himself hitting the market, he's thinking about, hey, third baseman money, Machado type money, big time, big contract, all those things. His numbers don't equate to that. But if that's what he's chasing and he's got an agent that is equipped to actually chase those numbers for him, I just don't know if it's in the cards starting with him to say that there's going to be a scenario where he comes back here.
The biggest thing with Machado and Bregman, though, Machado became free, at the age of 26? Like, his first year in San Diego, he was 26 years old.
He just came free again, right? They re-upped him?
I think they might have had, one of those. I think they did.
Yeah, in the last year or two.
Yeah, they might have.
And he got $300 million, I think.
I'm going to have to look at that up because it'd be hard for me to imagine Manny Machado at the age of 30 got $300 million.
I want to say he did.
Like his first big contract, he was 26 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Bregman's going to enter free agency when he's 30. Like, this is going to sound crazy to people, but I don't think the importance for any three of these guys is all that high. Like, the Astros would be, does it sting if you lose Bregman? Yeah, it stings if you lose Bregman. Can you find a suitable replacement in free agency and not pay Bregman $25 million? Yeah, you can. Framber, when are the wheels going to fall off the bus with Framber Valdez?
He's older
it seems
too,
like
right?
It's inevitable. Yeah, he's coming free at I think he's going to be around 30 as well. Kyle Tucker, I think, was 29 in the final year of his deal. I am not a huge advocate for paying players big money into their 30s. And I wouldn't have done it for Jose Altuve if it wasn't Jose Altuve. But the fact that he's Jose Altuve, is the greatest Houston Astro of all time, I'm biting the bullet and just absorbing the cost of all that. So I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's a bad idea to let all three walk.
Yeah, Machado did sign an 11-year, $345 million contract last February.
That's
what I thought. Yep. And the thing is,
he'll be 40 when it ends.
Yeah, that's going to be one where the return on investment the last couple of years, and I didn't hear anything where they got creative later in the contract or front-loaded it. That's going to be one of those that's going to bite them in the ass, and he is not a guy that looks like he's always going all out anyway. But I could see that guy who is all about himself, too. I just don't see that ending well for the Padres. But that's why you have to be even more thankful. You've got a guy like Altuve that's going to finish out his career and has always given you a solid, because most players aren't doing that. And I'm with you on the three guys that you're talking about. And I found another Chronicle quote from Crane that basically what?
That's just huge money. I can't believe Manny Machado makes that much.
The quote it also kind of gave you even more insight into Astros front office thinking when Crane said that the guys have gotten away, the big names, Correa, Springer, Cole. There were various reasons why we didn't sign those guys. Some of it was money. Some of it was age. Some of it was career path and that sort of thing, and what they wanted to do to test the market. I think that's going to be the case with all three of them. I think that Framber wants to test the market. I think Framber feels like he should be paid as one of the top pitchers in baseball, whether he's right or wrong. I think Bregman's going to want to do the same thing as we just discussed. And I think Tucker, the same reason why he walked away from the sweetheart deal, and he had every right to, and not be interested in the deal that Yordan signed. I think he's figuring out that, hey, there is a massive deal headed for me, whether he gets 10 years, 8 years, whatever. He sees that there's probably going to be a market for him where if a couple teams are competing for him, he's going to get paid a huge amount of money.
So, yeah, I'm curious what that looks like. I can't believe San Diego paid him that much money. That's insane. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Alton, you're in the Hive with a B. What's up?
Yeah, I was just talking to you earlier. I have an observation. Everybody talks about in 2017 how everybody was cheating and all that, and y'all mentioned something about Altuve's at-bats. Well, half those at-bats or half the season was played out of town. So I think that y'all could even deduct those amount of at-bats from his overall average, even, conceding that he tried to cheat. I don't believe he did. I still believe him and Josh Reddick were the two that didn't. But everybody wants to say it was the whole year of cheating, and it really was only alleged at home.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, Alton. Yeah, look, we've had several opportunities to kind of clear the air there. I think everybody's cleared the air for Jose Altuve. I think that Jose Altuve has proven that no John Boy rumors on social media and outlandish creations of doorbells and buzzers and things under the jersey. I think it's all been pretty much squashed by his teammates to say that he is who he is, and he is one of the greatest offensive hitting second basemen in the history of baseball.
Yeah, I would say offensive second baseman in the history of baseball.
I did say that.
713-780 ESPN. I lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah, the home road splits. Here's Jose Altuve home road splits. His batting average at home, 304. On the road, 310. His OPS at home, 837. On the road, 832. OPS plus at home, 101. Away, 99. Like, that's dead even. Like, the writers are going to have an agenda with Altuve. They don't make him a first ballot Hall of Famer. They're idiots, though. Like, it's going to happen, but they're all dumb.
Yeah, if they do it and it's not strictly, it's just the innuendo and the cheating scandal and everything circling around it, then that would be a shame, because even true baseball writers that have covered the sport have all come around, or most of them have come around to say, hey, look, yeah, they did it. It wasn't him, and this dude is as solid as it gets.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. A lot of positives to take from the Rockets last night, but where did that defense go? Also, I got to take Blinkers to task about something. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN. No, it's not. It's the J-Team on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the J-Team
Altuve drives one to deep left center field.
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Does Andrew get overtime for that? We're the J-Team today because it's Jose Altuve Day. And Jose Altuve has the first initial in his first name that starts with a J, like we do. Joel Blank, Jeremy Branham, Jorge George.
Billy Joe George.
713-780-ESPN. So the Rockets lost a basketball game yesterday. Lots of offense. It was a fun game. I watched the first quarter before bed last night and then finished up the rest of it today. Pacers ended up winning by 3. Rockets had 75 points at the half. 75 points at the half, and they lost the game. Lots of positivity to take from that game yesterday. I thought Jabari shot the heck out of it. He scored 20. Sometimes the Rockets' best offensive look is just to go into the post for Jabari and let him shoot a 12-foot fadeaway jumper. Like, I would like them to use that more often. Min got extended burn, 34 minutes. That was good to see. Jalen had another really good game. Lots of positives here. But what happened to that Ime Udoka defense?
Yeah, the defense in the third quarter. The third quarter was where it all came crumbling down, and they just, they weren't getting back. Indiana's a team that's young and athletic, and they get up and down the floor, and their bigs can travel and cover ground pretty quickly in transition. And they just quit defending, and then they got a little tight. And this is one of those things where I like the fact that they competed. I like the fact that they were in a game with a team that's a legit playoff contender in the East. The bigger problem that some people are going to have that I personally don't have right now is Amen got a little careless a couple of times. They started to pressure in the backcourt. It seemed like at first it caught him off guard. You're trying to get seasoning for your young players right now. This is exactly what we talked about that I want to see more of. So it can't be as much about wins and losses every single night because these things are going to happen as it is getting these guys this run at these key moments and development while you're trying to see what they can be.
Yeah, the defense was just atrocious. I didn't like seeing that. A lot of positivity here. But here's what I'm going to take you to task about. Mm-hmm. Jalen Green, 7 of his last 8 games, has been really good. The last time you put something in the rundown about Jalen Green, you said Jalen's bad body language and shot selection are back, and I'm tiring of it. He can only play one way. Yet he's only had one bad game in his last 8. I think you might be a hater. I think you might be a Jalen Green hater.
You can think whatever you want. I think I know what I see, and I see that it's always great when it's going well for a guy, and I'm glad it's going well for him because this is what we wanted. I get that. This is what we wanted to see from him. But when things don't go well, like that 8th game, like the game a couple of games ago when he couldn't put it in the ocean from the beach, that you saw the old Jalen Green come back. You saw the guy that wasn't getting back on defense. You saw the guy bickering with officials and the body language of the shoulders down and the head down and those kind of things. It's a work in progress. I'm not pulling the plug on him by any means, but this is part of accepting the system on a night-by-night basis. You're going to have nights like the heater that he's been on, and you hope it continues. But inevitably, you're going to have nights when you crap the bed or you're not playing your best basketball. But you owe it to your teammates, yourself, and your coaching staff to keep playing with the same kind of effort. You can do every single night, regardless of the results, if it goes in the bucket or not. And that's what I get tired of because it's a very immature mentality.
I mean, I would say the effort was there. The shot wasn't. He had 7 assists that night. And the bounce back from that poor performance was last night really good performance. So, just saying.
You can just say all you want. My thing is that when you're a true professional, that you're going to give the effort on both ends of the floor.
You don't think he had effort 2 nights ago against Minnesota?
I'm just telling you what I saw.
See,
there were times when he quit on defense. He quit on defense. He missed shots and just stopped on the baseline and either dropped his shoulders or looked at an official while his team was trying to get back for a team that has 2 bigs but were beating them down to the other end of the floor, and it was a layup drill, and they were getting easy buckets. You can't have that. Whether you miss or make the shot, obviously Udoka's system is predicated on playing both ends of the floor. He's got to get back. He's got to be a good teammate.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying you're quick to criticize and slow to praise.
And that could be your opinion of me, and I don't really care.
I think the receipts are there, though.
I'm not trying. I don't care what receipts you have. I'm not changing my opinion because when I look at Jalen Green, I expect more because there's too much ability there, and it was too consistently the negative side. It was too consistently the negative side of things the first 2 years of his deal.
We're talking about recent performance.
I'm talking about his overall. I'm talking about a guy.
You said you said right here after the.
I know what I said, Jeremy. I know what I typed.
But you're saying you're changing it because you're saying the last 2 years, whenever this argument was bad body language, shot selection, or back, I'm tiring of it. He can only play one way, but it's one bad game in a stretch of 8. How do you think he played yesterday?
I'm tiring of it because of the fact that the one way that he plays is if he plays completely up tempo, no plays being called, and just everything out in transition and run fast break basketball. He's got to learn, and he even said it in the quote in the post game about how frustrated he was when they had to run sets or when they slowed it down, when they played half court basketball. I got news for you. That's what the playoffs are all about. That's how the game is played in the NBA a lot of nights. And you can't get frustrated with that. And you can't, because at a certain point, it's basically mailing it in. And I don't care. You can't always just ride the high of, hey, 7 of 8, great. But that 8th game could mean something, or it means something to the team. And when you're not doing it because the ball's not going in, I can have issue with that.
I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't. And I think everything that you're saying is accurate. I'm just pointing out, you point out the one bad game and you don't praise the other 7.
That was right after the game when I tired of the fact that as much as everybody, because obviously people go to the extreme on both ends. I'm not saying trade him. I'm not saying I'm done with him, but I'm saying it's easy when you put the 5 games in a row, I think it was at that point, that you can ride the high and take all the accolades. But at the same time, if it's not going in the bucket, you can't still be who you were for the last 2+ years where you just kind of quit on your team and quit on the game. And just if it's not going your way for a team and for yourself, that you just kind of mail it in. That's not how a guy that's supposed to be one of the guys carrying this team is supposed to play.
I think it's a little unfair. Because, they lost that game by 21. Jalen Green's not the only one that kind of melds it in the NBA whenever they're down by 21 points. And you didn't answer the question. How do you think he played?
What did I answer?
How did he play yesterday?
I thought he played better. I thought he played a good game. But again, they lost the game. That's disappointing to me.
Wasn't his fault, though. I'm
not blaming him, but I'm just saying you expect that the effort doesn't change, win or lose, and that's whether your individual game is if you're playing great and you're getting buckets or you're not. The effort shouldn't change, and I saw it change, and I have issue with that.
Do you think the average NBA player melds it in when they're down 21?
It depends, and it wasn't only when you were down 21. They were in the middle of a run when they were cutting it down and they were getting back into the ball game, but he missed a shot and just was like, yep, okay, I'm done. You can't have that if you want to stay in the game or you run the risk of getting down 21.
He was also the reason they got back in the game yesterday.
Okay, I get it. You love him, and
that's not what I'm saying. I think it's a fair conversation to have.
That's great.
Do you not think he got
I'm
the
not changing my
Rockets
opinion.
back in the game in the fourth? I'm not saying that your opinion's wrong. I'm saying that you have an opinion when he's poor and don't when he's good.
My opinion stays consistent with how he plays.
So he was poor yesterday then. If that's your consistent prevailing
I did not say
your
that.
opinion is.
No, you like doing this kind of thing, and that's
then
fine.
what is your
Dandy.
opinion?
My opinion is that he still has a ways to go in terms of how he plays every single night, night in, night out, for this team to be its best and for him to be his best.
Okay, I'm operating on what you put in here. Jalen's bad body
You're
language
damn right
and
I
shot
put it in there,
selection
and I have no problem
I'm tiring of it. Well, then you're changing
I'm
your story.
tiring
You're
of
moving
it.
the
I'm
goalposts.
tiring of it because of the fact that I just told you why.
And you've seen it once in 8 games. I think it's incredible improvement for a 21-year-old.
Super. You think that way, and I'm tiring of it. I have my own opinion, and I'm going to voice it.
And that's fine, and that's 2 games ago. What did you think of his effort yesterday?
I thought it was better. Is that good enough for you?
Do you think that's a good response for a player who didn't play to that effort 2 games ago, but bounced back and played well?
One game does not make a season where I'm going to completely change my opinion either. I want to see the rest of this road trip. I want to see how he continues. How about you just let me have the opinion that I have?
I'm cool with your opinion. I like your strong opinions, and whenever they're bad. I just wanted to see a little tiny ounce of praise. Little tiny ounce of praise. All I want to see.
I've given it to him. I've given it to him during the heater. I gave it to him when he's played well. I said to you that I thought he played better last night. He played good. He was one of the better players on the team. There's no doubt about it. But it's not going to tell me that I'm going to change my opinion that he's still got to be better when the team's down or his shot's not falling.
7976, Branham, stop the troll shtick. It's bad. It's not a troll. But I see that we got some burners here. 3667, yeah, blankers. You didn't blank him. I'm not going to say that like Branham. All right. I'm just saying, Jalen's been playing pretty good lately. Been pretty good. Haters are out. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Connor and Beard, they had a radio show today. And, pull back the curtain. We all know this. You see that there's always show tweets, like what you're going to talk about that day, just a little preview, try to get your interest so you listen to the show. They said it's a day to celebrate Jose Altuve, the man that will go down as the greatest athlete in the history of the city. Not so fast. 713-780-3776. It's the J-Team on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the J-Team
Altuve's done it again!
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Thank you for your service, Andrew. Not just good looks. He's Blank. I'm Brad. Oh, whoa. My bad. He's Joel. I'm Jeremy. It's the J-Team. He's Joe behind the glass. We're the J-Team today only. Maybe every February 7th if I'm still living to do this show, because Blankers might kill me.
Can we remember it?
I think the Astros will tweet about it. If we're not going to remember it, then we need our producer to remember it, so we have no shot unless the Astros tweet about it. Put it in your Google Calendar now, Joe, so you can remember it in 365 days. Is it a leap year? Whatever. 713
is, right?
I think it might be. 713-780-3776. HRP listener line. Connor and Beard, they do a radio show before us. They do a great job. 3 hours of tremendous radio each and every week. I'm looking at the TV screen, and they're showing the Kelvin Sampson ejection from last night. That was something.
I love it.
He had his back of his players, man. They had Oklahoma State had 36 free throws in that game. Like, it was insane. And he defended his best. He defended Jamal Shedd. Like, that was I loved it. I loved that moment.
And they got to call it. I told you because you were busy during the game, but I said I like the way Fran Fraschilla handled it too. Because
I didn't listen.
A lot of people would have called out the fact that Kelvin should get one there, but not two, and keep his cool and don't do this and don't do that. He used it as a forum to basically say over the last 2 weeks the officiating has been bad across big college basketball games, and he proceeded to point out several different ways and areas where he was legitimately concerned about how it was being called and what was being done. And I give him credit too for the fact that Kelvin had every right. They weren't calling it the same way on both ends of the floor.
Yeah, I mean, me who loves sports as entertainment, I loved it. But I also like, Coach having the back of his team. They thought he got a bad whistle. And I think that There's probably a little bit of a, hey, like maybe give us a fair whistle going forward, too. You know, the opportune time to do it when you're up 20-something points. That was cool to see. Good bounce-back win for Houston. Jamal Shedd playing at an All-American level. Big one on Saturday at Cincinnati. All right, so Connor – sorry, I got distracted there. I'm a little bit I am ADD. Really am. Connor and Beard, they had their show tweet today. It's a day to celebrate Jose Altuve, and we're celebrating by changing our name of the show for one day only, from the Killer Bees to the J Team. They tweeted, it's a day to celebrate Jose Altuve, the man that will go down as the greatest athlete in the history of this city. All right, I'm still getting hate on Twitter at Jeremy Branham for saying that Jose Altuve is in a tier by himself. All these Biggio and look, we're the Killer Bees. Craig Biggio is my favorite baseball player of all time. I can respect that Jose Altuve's had a better career, in my opinion. I do value winning more than individual accolade. So maybe that's the point of contention here. I am not going to say that Jose Altuve is the greatest athlete in the history of the city here. Now, let's put the parameters professional team sport, because you can throw Simone Biles.
Sure.
Great selection. You could go Carl Lewis. Mm-hmm. Great selection. You could go the pastor George Foreman. Great selection. Mary Lou. I used to go to preschool with George Foreman's, like George Foreman the Ninth, whatever kid he had, because he had tons. He could field a football team. So we'll go pro team sport. I cannot say that Jose Altuve is a greater athlete than Hakeem Olajuwon. No. I think they are peers, and they're in a class by themselves.
Yeah, and I think that everybody, rightfully so, quickly looks at Dream's career, the 2 championships, the Hall of Fame, where he sits in terms of the all-time in NBA history. But then when you tack on the U of H aspect of this, and you tack on the fact that he has been and again, another class act. Great to have both these guys in this conversation because of the fact that on and off the field, class act, and the way they've carried themselves throughout their career. To me, it's a great conversation to have, but I think Dream is still, if it's fair to say 1A, 1B, but Dream is still a skosh above Jose Altuve in that greatest of all time in this city.
Tony22 says, look at Bagwell's postseason numbers. That's in the conversation of the Astros all-time great players. And I do, and maybe I overvalue playoff. Maybe I overvalue winning. I'm sorry, that's what I do. I like parades. I like championships. I like rings for a city that was starved for a long time. Like, it took a long time for a Houston pro Big Three team to win a championship. It took the Rockets. You were there. You lived it. You were working with them. Then it took forever for the Astros to finally get off the schneid and win a World Series. I put great weight in winning a championship for the city so we can all celebrate, have parades, have a great time. It's fantastic, and that's why I do put weight in that. The Olajuwon Altuve debate is fascinating to me because I know I just went to professional sport team. I think what breaks the tie is Olajuwon's 3 Final Fours at the University of Houston, because Altuve has an MVP, Hakeem has an MVP. Altuve has 2 World Series titles. Hakeem had the back-to-back NBA Finals. So they're very comparable. I think Hakeem's one of the top 10 greatest players of all time. People would argue that, but he's certainly on the short list of one of the top 3 to 5 centers of all time. I think Jose Altuve's on the short list of one of the top 3 to 5 second basemen of all time. So, like, cross-sport comparison, I think that they're peers. I think they're contemporaries. Why I still give the slight edge to Hakeem, and you could nitpick me and say, well, you're talking pro sports. Okay, well, then they're a tie. But what gives me Hakeem the slight edge, and I'm a homer, go Cougs, 3 Final Fours. Yeah. 3 Final Fours.
No question about it. That's where I was, too, in terms of the fact that, it was not just his professional career, it was his college career, and his college career wasn't too shabby. With the Final Fours, with his ability to play at a high level and how everybody anticipated, the big games against Georgetown or the big games that they had to play. The fact is Hakeem really put Houston on the map again for college basketball as well, and that is a fabric of the city in terms of sports, and you can't just throw that by the wayside, professional or not. And I think that, again, there's going to be a time where the conversation may change, because I really firmly believe before Altuve's done, they're going to be chasing another ring, and if they get another ring, now that might change the conversation. And if he gets the 3,000 hits in the Hall of Fame and adds another ring to the conversation, then it's a great conversation to have about, could he surpass Hakeem Olajuwon?
3209 had the Astros won the World Series in 21, then Altuve would definitely be number 1 in Houston. Like, is that what it takes for him to be the clear-cut number 1 in the city? It's funny that people want to argue Altuve is the greatest Houston athlete of all time, but then putting him on the same tier as Bagwell and Biggio. If he wins that third, does that push him over the top?
I think that I mean,
so too.
I think that would be the kicker. Obviously, you still want to see him get the Hall of Fame, and the 3,000 hits would be another big accolade. Because remember, Dream retired and they started keeping block shots a little later in the NBA. We didn't go back as far as Wilt and some of these guys, but he was the all-time shot block leader. He had his stats that backed him up too.
Isn't he top 10 in steals?
I don't know about steals.
Yeah, he's up there.
But regardless, I mean, look, there's a lot of individual stats that also go for Dream to where you say, hey, that's even more to it. The other thing that I always think about is Dream was always judged as a center.
He's 11th in steals.
That's crazy. Mm-hmm. But the fact that Dream was always judged at a center, Tim Duncan could be a 4 or a 5. The fact that all of a sudden it got flexible, but Dream's thrown in with Shaquille O'Neal and dominant, huge, massive human beings, where now you look at Dream and go, if Dream played today, he could play 4, he could play 5, he could play stretch, whatever you want to call it, and he'd still be the same kind of dominant player because of the athlete he was. But I think that if Altuve wins a 3rd championship, then it's fair to say that he could surpass Dream.
So he was 10th in NBA steals. This is NBA ABA, and Dr. J surpasses Hakeem when you count his ABA steals.
I don't know that should count.
So I don't think it does. I think I just read that column. I think it is NBA.
Okay.
So he is top 10 in steals. He's 10th because he's still ahead of Dr. J because he doesn't get those ABA ones. Is that enough for you, Joe? Where do you stand? Are you Hakeem Olajuwon? Are you Hakeem Olajuwon? Are you Hakeem Altuve, greatest athlete, Houston sports history, big 3 men's sports?
Yeah, I think for me, like my age definitely comes into play with this a little bit because of when Dream was winning championships, I was like 3. But to me, when you look at like the raw numbers, I think they're almost virtually tied. I hear you on the Final Fours, but Dream went to 3 Western Conference Finals, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he had 7 Final Fours or Western Conference Finals appearances combined. Altuve has 7 ALCS appearances total. So I feel like that's kind of equal. The MVP, the championships. The reason why, for me, Dream will always be number 1 because of where I was born is the fact that no one criticizes the Houston Rockets for drafting Hakeem Olajuwon over Michael Jordan. Like, it is a semantics argument, I guess, but, like, no one criticizes the Rockets for that. And that, to me, is why Dream is elevated. Because if you're not going to treat the Rockets the way you treat the Trailblazers with Bowie, because Dream was that great, it just gives him that edge that, like, it's Michael Jordan and no one cares.
Rockets
I lived
had
that.
Them both.
Yeah, that's crazy,
They could
too.
have had the 2nd pick.
Yeah, I lived the Portland side of that. They will never, ever, and obviously as time passes, there will come a time, but even still, people will remind that city over and over again, the fact that they never want to be reminded of, Sam Bowie. That is absolutely crazy. And they did it again. They took Greg Oden instead of Kevin Durant, and that they thought was going to take some of the luster off. Nope, it's always going to be Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan.
Yeah. The Rockets could have had that 2nd pick. Corey says, what about Swoops, 4-time WNBA champion? If it's about winning, some sarcasm. Somebody else said Cynthia Cooper-Dyke. We said men. We said top 3 pro sports in this. Like, it's got to be the men's side. The Comets had a great run, and we love women. It's National Women in Sports Day.
It
so
is.
Congratulations to you, Joe. It's National
Easy.
Wow.
I also, I do not think that until we see it play out, I think it will be unfair to hold the Hall of Fame against this conversation for Altuve if the writers choose to keep Altuve out. Like, I think it will be unfair to be like, well, Dream's a Hall of Famer and Altuve is not, but we all know why Altuve won't be a Hall of Famer if that happens.
I don't think that he's going to be kept out. I think he'll be a Hall of Famer.
He might get the slap on the wrist of not being a first ballot guy, but I think eventually he'll get in.
I mean, we all know that, like, Beltran was the ringleader of this. And if you look at his Hall of Fame votes, they're going up.
Yeah.
And has surpassed all the steroid guys.
What do we think about Marwin's Hall of Fame chances?
0% chance.
I agree with you. I don't think they're going to make him a first ballot guy, but I think he'll be a 2nd or 3rd.
I think the other thing that makes Houston so proud is they both have their own individual stories, but they both are Cinderella stories. When you think about Dream not even picking up a basketball, coming over here from the big Nigerian kid that played soccer, and then the stories about when they picked him up from the airport or just starting to try to learn how to play basketball, to Altuve, being this little guy that they weren't even sure was supposed to be trying out, and then they gave him $15,000 to sign, or he mentioned in the press conference that they told him he was basically going to be like a placeholder bridge till they found another second baseman when they eventually brought him up to the big leagues. And now look at how the Cinderella stories played out and what they meant for the city and the all the accolades. They're both amazing stories that everybody should. It's a proud argument to have for them both representing H-Town.
Yeah, 2912. I think this also depends on how dominant each player was. Dream was dominant, won a Finals MVP. How often has Altuve been the best player on the field for the Astros in the World Series? trying to think back. Like, he got the Astros to the World Series in 17.
Springer won it in 17, right?
Right, but Altuve had the big ALCS.
He did.
And then that was whenever Verlander was like, I literally love Jose Altuve.
Yep.
But Springer won the World Series MVP in 17. The Astros won it in 22.
Who won it in who was the MVP in 22?
That's right, Pena.
Oh, that's right, Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, I blanked like Lance Berkman blanked.
Well, he just didn't know
on Jeremy Pena's name. He just didn't know his name.
And I think you have to give credit to Altuve too, even though they don't win some of these World Series. You know, we've played the highlights now, you know, in the show open and stuff like that. But in 2019, you got to give him credit for that.
Basketball
still
is
has all
the
those
greatest
moments.
thing about
too.
both these guys, but in particular to your argument right there, Joe, is he never pulled a Harden. I mean, for the most part, and there was
He had a bad
two,
postseason
was it
2
2 years
years
ago
ago.
the postseason where he was like the ofer?
Yeah, no
but
home
then,
runs.
But didn't he kind of resurface in the World Series?
He was good in the World Series. No RBIs, no home runs.
Okay.
See, baseball's weird too, though. Like baseball, you go like it's an up and down sport. The other pitcher is really, really good. Basketball, like you're gonna play to your averages most nights.
Well,
you're gonna score 25 if you average 25.
Yeah, your
most
superstars
nights.
are supposed to still give you 20 plus and some other things.
Adrian Altuve over Keem. Sorry, not sorry. Argue with your mama. She'll probably just say whatever you want.
My guess is that I would say most people, Connor and Beard, like how this conversation started, if you're in my age bracket, which those two guys kind of are, they're going to lean Altuve.
You want Keem, though?
I know I want Akeem because he's a top 10 basketball player of all time. That also is a huge argument for this. That's why I said most people. I think most people under like 33.
How old are Connor and Beard?
Do you think he's top 10 all time?
I have him in my
in
top
the
10.
NBA.
I think
I
Dream
do.
is.
I have him in my top 10, but I'm incredibly biased.
Sure.
Go Cougs.
I'm just saying, like, overall, from a non-biased opinion, would most put him in the top 10? Look,
I think he's on
love
the
it.
cusp, but just outside.
Yeah, I think
Most
he's
people-
right. Top 12, probably.
Yeah, most people, like when you see like the ESPN list, they have him in the 12. Sorry to the older generation that can't really defend themselves, but like I don't view that.
That was some ageism there.
Yeah, I literally like
aggressive ageism.
But, like, none
yeah,
of
I'm
us
sorry,
saw
like, I just
Wilt
don't-
or Russell.
Yeah,
or,
but that's my point. Like, I value what Dream did because it's still my era of basketball a little bit versus what Wilt did. Like, I just don't view it the same way.
It's hard to say, though, that like Russell won, what 16, some ungodly amount of
Yeah, like
championships.
that to me shows that like there's a flaw in putting those guys on a different tier because how do you win that many championships?
Well, he did it against Wilt though. Like that was the
Yeah.
same time era.
Yeah, it's two players.
But that was like one guy.
Yeah.
The argument
I
is,
know.
The argument is always the rest of the league was like plumbers and electricians and had day jobs and smoked
Yeah.
cigarettes.
Yeah, which I always think is silly. I think it's a silly.
Well, that's like
argument.
when Mad Dog brings up Kuzi and compares Kuzi to some of the great point guards in the league. It was a different era. I'm not trying to take anything away from Bob Cousy, but it's a totally in so many ways. It's a different game, the way it's called, officiated, and played, and the athleticism of all the players.
Yeah, it's that's why it's resume versus like actual talent. Because I don't think Babe Ruth would be a very talented
Right.
baseball player today, but he has one of the top 3 greatest baseball resumes of all time. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. You're listening to the J Team today because it's Jose Altuve Day, so we renamed our show in honor of Jose Altuve. We feel it's disrespectful to be called the Killer Bees on Jose Altuve Day, so we changed it to the J Team for a day only. Let's make the Houston Texans great again. Let's make mock drafts great again, and I'm taking a lot of heat for my latest mock. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back to the J Team.
Back to the wall. Altuve makes the moment again.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We are the J Team today. The new mayor guy in Houston. I'm just going to let that be. I was going to say something inappropriate there. The new mayor guy in Houston, he announced this Jose Altuve Day. Second month of the year, 7th day of the second month, 2-7 day. Jose Altuve wears 2-7. Sounds like a big production, right? Yeah. Well, why were the Killer Bees talking about it yesterday to lead off our show? Huh? 713-780-3776. Let's make mock drafts great again. So I've been doing these fake mocks, right? These spoof mocks. I told you, all our listeners, that it's an Easter egg for all of you.
So
and
you got a quarterback today?
Yeah, I did. Thank you for interrupting me there, Blanker. I'm kidding. Anyway, so yeah, I drafted Bo Nix at number 23 today because this is the reason why. I've been telling all of our listeners to pay attention. It's an Easter egg for all of you. And let's see how ridiculous and serious all of these people take these mock drafts. They're mock drafts. They're not real. And all of you are losing your mind about these mock drafts. So yesterday I put one out there and they're like, oh, you're fired. So I sent a message today is what I did. I drafted Bo Nix with the number 23 pick, and people were arguing with me, and of course I argued back. Why wouldn't I? Telling me like what an idiot I am. This guy from overseas. What? Why is there a quarterback? Are we going to Edelman him? I said you need a good backup these days, and I'm worried about Stroud playing in all these extracurricular games, which is true. He's playing in the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game. I don't like that.
I hate it.
I'm not a fan of that. So a lot of people with gifts saying that I'm an idiot. This guy, Fulquan, dude, are you looking for hate mail? Why would you post this? I said best available, which he was. He was the best available player on my board. I'm the best available guy. He goes, Stroud is not Rosen. We don't need to take the best quarterback available. I said, I don't know, man. He's doing all these extracurricular activities. I'm worried. And this guy's like, well, it's not like that serious competition, more like light cardio. A lot of people put pictures of that H-Town critic guy, which there was like 4 of those. So like it's silly. It's crazy to me how serious these people take it. How serious, and most people understood that it was a joke. Like I didn't get ratioed. I got more likes than comments, which is always important in the Twitterverse. But yeah, let's just keep that as an Easter egg with the listeners. When you see something ridiculous as a mock draft coming from me, let's just have fun with the commenters that are underneath it. Nice little Easter egg for the listeners. All right, Eric Edholm is the mock draft today. NFL.com. I'm a big fan of Eric Edholm. We used to have him back on the Yahoo Sports Radio days.
Did too.
He's been on the Killer Bees a couple of times. Really good. I like him a lot around the draft. Make note of that, Joe, in case you wanted to cold call somebody. He has the Bears going with Caleb Williams. I still think the Commanders are going to trade up there. But the Commanders, number 2, they go Drake May. Jaden Daniels, number 3. Kind of the norm, what we're seeing lately. That's kind of been the trend. Marvin Harrison at number 4 to Arizona. Nothing out of the unusual there. Brock Bowers to the Chargers at 5. Malik Neighbors to the Giants at 6. Joe Control Alt Delete, number 7 to the Titans. Dallas Turner, number 8 to the Falcons. Roma Dunze, number 9 to the Bears, which that would be fun. And then Talise Fuaga, say it with conviction, number 10 to the New York Jets. So that's his top 10. Quarterbacks along the way to the Houston Texans pick at number 23. He has J.J. McCarthy going number 19 to the Rams. That would be interesting. It would have Stafford for maybe another year or two. If they're drafting McCarthy there, they probably don't think a whole lot of Stetson Bennett, which I think he's in rehab anyways. And then no other quarterbacks until the Texans are on the clock. He has the Texans going with Nate Wiggins, the corner from Clemson. If Nate Wiggins is the pick at number 23, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm okay with it from the standpoint of, 1, it's defense. 2, as the discussion was that we had the other day with a corner being taken there, it probably tells you that the writing's on the wall that they didn't or weren't planning on bringing back Stevie Nelson, and that they're going to replace him with a guy that's going to be – now, is he the right corner there based on availability and everything else? Because we had Kool-Aid there. We've had we had the kid from Iowa in the discussion. To me, it just tells you that you have to put your trust in Nick Caserio in terms of the talent evaluation. But it tells me that they're going defense. They're replacing Stevie Nelson. It's a cheaper option. And if they believe with their talent evaluation they got the right guy, then I'm totally fine with them going corner there.
There was a Steven Nelson was on some podcast today, or I heard it today. He's probably long ago, or at least in the last couple of days. He was talking a little bit about like the contract stuff that he and Caserio got into, and it sounds like Steven Nelson wants to maximize his earnings in his NFL life. I think that Steven Nelson's gone. I don't think he's going to be a Houston Texan anymore. So I'd be totally fine with Nate Wiggins, the corner from Clemson. Lance Zierlein says that he's a year-one starter. Cool. He's long, 6'2", 185, so he gives you a little bit of length there. So that's something that intrigues me. If he's the pick at number 23, I would not be upset with that at all. If you move along and you look at the next 3 picks, and then we draft from these 4 guys, Amarius Mims is the next pick, the offense tackle from Georgia. Cooper Dejan, the defensive back is from Iowa. Is that how we say his name? I don't even know. Dejan. I didn't think of Dejan Giroux. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced. I've never seen him play football. I don't watch Iowa football. Keon Coleman is the pick after that. So you have the choice between Wiggins, Mims, Dejan, Keon Coleman, the receiver from Florida State. Who are you picking here?
Yeah, I think it comes down to me between the 2 corners. And I think that regardless of which one that they choose, as long as they're going to do what's best for this team, which is, and again, a lot depends on, and Grenard, Stevie Nelson, as the 2 biggest defensive issues you might have based on free agency. And of course, I think right after that would be Rankins in the defensive line, the interior defensive line. But if it tells you that they're going to work on Grenard or not, and that Stevie Nelson is definitely gone, and if the podcast gives us any extra hints, I'm taking one of the 2 corners. I'm not going to tell you that there's a clear-cut difference maker for me that I can say one over the other. As long as from the talent evaluation side of it, they get the guy that they wanted, then I feel good with it, because I think that you need another young corner for the long haul that's going to play opposite of Stingley.
I'm anti-receiver in the first round. Like I've made that declaration. Like doing these practices enough. I have corner ahead of receiver. I have defensive end ahead of receiver. I have defensive tackle ahead of receiver. I'll take an interior offensive lineman over a receiver. I want a receiver in this draft. I don't want it to be in the first round. Like, I think you have enough juice with Nico Tank and then wide receiver 3 as opposed to drafting first-round receiver when you have all of these other needs. So I'm anti-receiver, I've learned. I've learned that about myself. It's good to learn about yourself as you get older and older. I'm going to go Nate Wiggins here, too. Like, Nate Wiggins, I want corner. And I think that Wiggins is better than Dejan. And I think the reason that I'm saying it like he's a black guy. He's not a black guy. I'm going to go with Wiggins out of Clemson. Like, I trust Clemson corners more than I trust Iowa corners. And if you want to read some racist stereotypes in that, feel free.
I mean, Iowa's been known as a staunch defensive program. They have to because their offense is 0.
I think he's actually going to be really good.
Yeah, I think he's a good player.
I like Wiggins here a little bit more because of what Lance says about him, and I also like the size element. Like, Wiggins is a couple inches taller on Dejan, so give me Wiggins here. Lance calls Wiggins a day 1 starter. He says Dejan's eventually going to be a starter, so give me the guy I can plug and play day 1.
Yeah, I like Wiggins here too. Maybe part of it's because it seems like he is consensus number 2 cornerback in the draft. Like, it seems like with like Dejan and with Kool-Aid, they're both, some of them are falling out of the first round. Like, Kool-Aid's not in this first round mock draft from Eric Edholm. Dejan is not in Lance's.
Who's the number 1 corner?
This Quinion Mitchell kid from Toledo.
Yeah, he
seems to be like, after the Senior Bowl, like it seems pretty clear cut right now that like he's the number 1 guy.
If he's there at 23, I'm running to the board.
For sure. I just don't know if he will be.
There's a good chance he's not. The Alabama corner number 1 is the one that
Armstead
I think
or whatever.
Terry on Armstead.
Yeah, so I guess Wiggins is number 3.
I could see him being the top corner too. I think it'll be between him and the Toledo guy. So, like, I was doing that mock draft stuff the other day. He fell to 23, which is not going to happen. It's unrealistic.
So like the PFF site, I feel like that's still kind of algorithm based, where it feels like people are not really picking up on him because he's from Toledo. Because I think that's how their website works. Is like the higher people take him when they do mock drafts, it's moving people up their boards. So
I think you can sort by both.
Yeah, I'm not sure that like he is elevated in some of those yet in those mocks, but he's clearly number 1. But I would be good with Wiggins here.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Wiggins. I'm surprised you're not going receiver here, Joe.
Well, can I ask you about that too? Because I was going to ask about the receivers in general, but because of the fact that, look, I like Keon Coleman just simply because of the fact that he's got great size, but he's not a burner. Do you feel like that because Nico can go deep, that you don't need another burner? But if you're going to go with a first-round wide receiver, wouldn't you at least think that no matter how big they are, you like a DK Metcalf, you need to have a guy that's speedy no matter how big he is.
I mean, I love Keon Coleman. Like, it is hard for me to not want to take him.
They sort by rank, by the way.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah.
Part of it for me is that like what seems clear through the Senior Bowl and then like the early stuff is this is a super deep wide receiver class again. And like I know who I want. I know who my draft crush is, and I know who I want the Texans to take in the second or third round, and it's Brendan Rice. Like
I want the Corley kid from Western Kentucky.
I like him too. And then there's
the South Carolina Jet.
Like there's a ton of depth. Like I mean Roman Wilson, he's in Lance's mock in the end of the first round. But like I love him out of Michigan. But like Brendan Rice is who I'm kind of
a lot of run lately.
Yeah, there's a lot of good talent in this class. So that's why I think you don't need to take a wide receiver in the first anymore. I'm now officially team no take wide receiver.
I also want speed.
That's why I asked. Yeah,
I want speed. Like I think that this is an offense where you want fast, quick, twitchy guys. Like I think you're trying to do what San Francisco does, and like look at San Francisco. Like Ayuk. Like I know he's bigger, but that dude's incredibly athletic and fast. Debo's not that tall. Like he's strong, he's thick, but incredibly fast, incredibly quick, incredibly twitchy. And with the way that they run their offense, like a lot of crossing routes, you have all these sophisticated routes. You're trying to get these guys on jet sweeps. Like I value with this offense speed, quickness, agility more than size. And I think the Texans have showed you that. I think they've proven to you that that's something that they want too. Yeah, they have Nico Collins, but they inherited Nico Collins. Who did they trade up and draft last year? Tank Dell, the smallest receiver in the NFL. So I think they've told us the type of receivers that they value. 713-780-ESPN. And yeah, you want versatility. You want a combination of it all. I get that. 713-780-3776. Joe makes faces today. Why is Joe make faces on a Why the Face Wednesday today? It is the J Team on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The J team today. We're not the Killer Bees on a Jose Altuve day. It's disrespectful to Altuve. They don't belong on the same tier. I'm making a face joke because 3283 said, should they let Grenard walk for Josh Allen? If there wasn't a salary cap, I'm all for that. I think Josh Allen's a better football player than John Grenard. They don't have as much cap space as you think. Like, if they're signing Josh Allen, goodbye cap space, goodbye holes. All right, Joe, why are you making faces today?
Do you want to start with an arrest, a radio station, or drugs?
I think your radio station might be stealing my car wreck of the day.
It'll be both.
Let's go with, Blankers, you call it.
Arrest, drugs, or radio?
Let's go arrest.
All right. This morning, a couple hours ago, so I guess not this morning, I saw this tweet get retweeted on my timeline. It said it was a Las Vegas Police Department. It said, we are responding to reports of an individual scaling a building near the 200 block of Sands Avenue. Please avoid the area due to emergency vehicles responding. And then the video started coming out of some guy. He climbed the Sphere in Las Vegas.
He was successful?
He was on the very top of the building.
That's a heck of a climb.
He climbed like the side of the Sphere.
Like, is there seams on that thing?
That's what I don't know if there's like a ladder, but I'm watching this person from KTNV in Vegas, this video they put out, and this guy's literally climbing the side of it.
Like, because normally when you see these people that are dumbasses and scale buildings, there's balconies and there's different variances and where the brick sticks out and all these things that they can get traction to. The Sphere, leading up to its name, obviously, I don't know how the hell he's getting tracked. What, he's got like suction cup shoes?
Yeah, apparently like that he had a hard time getting down too. He's been arrested since, but yeah, tough.
Those screens must be able to
like move out a little bit,
or maybe they just have somewhere you can put your feet.
Yeah, like there's enough of a grip.
Maybe seams or that we can't see from a distance, but that up close.
Yeah, they're like stacked a little bit, so like there's somewhere to put your foot in your hands each time.
It's funny looking at this video. It looks like a man walking on the moon.
I know it does. Because like they turned it off once he's at the top. There's nothing on the Sphere, so it literally looks like the moon. Yes.
It looks like the.
Maybe this is how they faked the moon landing.
That's what I was thinking. Like maybe the Sphere has been around forever, and that Neil Armstrong really wasn't on the moon. He was just on the Sphere,
and they just moved it.
Because it does look like he's climbing the moon. Do we know anything about this guy?
No, just that he's been arrested. That's all that's been out since.
Says he's
There's definitely seams that you can you look the closer they got with the camera that you could see how it'd be possible to get your foot. In those.
Apparently, the guy had a GoPro on his head. I just YouTubed it.
Oh, so it's on
from
YouTube of him climbing it?
You got the video from him?
I don't think he's posted the video.
That'd be pretty badass.
I would like to see that.
I would too.
I can't believe he climbed this, man.
I know.
Like, that's an impressive climb. This guy's an athlete.
A dumb athlete, but an athlete.
Is he dumb? Got a lot of attention.
He got arrested.
They're like suction cups whenever you look at it. It's almost like a ladder. This is not what is it, OSHA? This is not OSHA compliant.
No, probably not.
Anything happens in Vegas, I guess. All right, what's the next one?
Calvin Johnson admits to smoking weed before games at the end of his career.
Calvin Johnson of the Lions?
Yep. So he's a little baked at the end of his career. He said when he gave up, basically.
Is there another Calvin Johnson?
I think there's – I want to say that there was, but I don't know.
I don't know of another Calvin Johnson. This is everything that happened. Did you ever watch that show Playmakers on ESPN that had one season because the NFL said enough of this?
Great show.
Yeah.
It was like the most reality television we've ever seen.
That's why they canceled it.
I think it was more real than Hard Knocks.
That's why they canceled it. Like, because it was too real. Like, whoever was telling them stuff was giving them real stories, and they were going, oh, like, we don't want this to be this public. That this is going on in all of the locker rooms.
It's like everything that's happened on that show. Now, the drug of choice was a little bit more extreme. I think it was cocaine.
Yeah, I think
on
so
the Playmakers,
too.
and this is weed. But would it surprise you?
No.
We've heard this from a lot of different players.
He's not the first player.
But do you think anybody's ever played with cocaine?
I don't think cocaine.
Yes.
I think
it's happened.
I think weed has been, well, maybe it has. I think for the most part, weed has been more like medicinary. Is that the term for it? Where they felt like with all of it was a way for them to kind of relieve some of the pain that they were feeling. A lot of guys have highlighted that's why they smoked weed and wanted it legalized.
Yeah. I mean, Doc Ellis threw a perfect game on LSD.
He did.
I totally believe a football player has done some stuff while they play.
100%.
Joe, was Fergie Jenkins
I don't know.
on something when he threw the no-no?
I don't remember.
I want to say that I read something about that possibly.
I feel like that might be Doc.
Okay.
And last one here.
Were you talking about Fergie, the Black Eyed Peas?
From the Cubs?
Oh, not Black Eyed Peas.
Last one here. I've done a lot of
Did she play
stupid
in the
things,
NFL?
guys.
No.
Okay? I've done a lot of stupid things on this show.
Yeah.
I will not deny that.
Yeah.
I've said frogs aren't animals.
Yeah.
I wasn't on that.
I didn't let you guys know about fire alarms. There's a lot of dumb things I've done, okay?
Yeah.
I've never booked the white Randy Moss on accident.
I saw that.
You've never booked the wrong
Moss
Randy Moss.
promoting, by the way, Al. Do you know?
It's something having to do with horse racing.
Really?
He's very into horse racing.
Are you sure this is the
Yeah.
not
This
the
is
other Randy Moss?
the wide receiver, not Randy.
Is there another Randy
Yes.
Moss?
There's a
There's an announcer, Randy Moss,
who is into horse
who's
racing.
into horse racing.
Please tell me that's fake.
That would be
so awesome.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
So the producer from Boomer and Geo at WFAN in New York, he booked the wrong Randy Moss. And they thought, and apparently one of the guys is a Vikings fan. So he brought his Vikings jersey to the studio that they're at. He brought a picture that he took with Randy Moss to have him get it autographed by Randy Moss. But the producer booked the wrong Randy Moss.
Oh, they let him have it too. I mean, this was a pretty long segment. Yeah, this was pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to live it
That
down.
was it was brutal.
I like the part where he was like, well, we talked about what we were going to talk about. He said pro football, and he used to be on NFL Network. And it's like, yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
He was a reporter. on
And
NFL
Randy
Network.
Moss was never on the NFL Network also.
Yeah. I saw people putting like quote tweeting and saying he got mossed.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
The poor white Randy Moss though. Like, I'm sure he has to deal with this his entire life.
Yes.
Like, I'm Randy Moss, and he shows up. You're not Randy Moss. Yeah, I'm Randy Moss. I'm just not that Randy Moss. Like, he actually got booked, and then they had to call and be like, "Hey, we're not going to use you because you're not the right Randy Moss."
That came up too, I believe, in the conversation.
Yeah, they
was
discussed
he's
if they were going to cancel it.
You have to cancel it.
He still knows the NFL.
He doesn't really have.
Do you
a
save
name,
credibility
doesn't
by
have any-
still having Randy Moss on?
I mean,
think-
since
I think you
since
cancel.
you're doing like it on video and
you
it went
will.
viral, like at this point, like you cancel it because everyone knows the story.
Or you just continue
The bit. Yeah,
There's
you have
no
him
one
on.
a bit, but you just can and you talk to him about his experiences where he's been confused with the real Randy Moss.
Yeah.
But I'm not interested in Randy Moss's takes on the Super Bowl.
If it was a different week, I think I would feel different. Like if it wasn't Super Bowl week.
Maybe if it was Kentucky Derby week and that's about it.
Yeah.
One of the Triple Crown races and that's about it. Do you have any horse betting plays? Everybody's saying Lawrence Taylor did some cocaine while he played, and the Cowboys in the early 90s did some cocaine while
I
they
think
played.
there's several people that you could throw out there as potentials.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't really want to get sued.
Be my guest.
No, I think that there was a receiver that played college ball in Texas that had a lot of issues that might have.
Is it Roy Williams?
Nope.
Oh. Which one?
Slosh Borden.
I've never heard of her.
Okay.
Have you? Have you heard of that person?
Kind of
Are
going
you
with your
talking about the wide
rhyming?
receiver that played at Oklahoma State?
I believe.
Where did Josh Gordon play football?
There you
Because
go.
that's not
Everywhere.
Texas.
Everywhere.
I was going to say Baylor.
He was at Baylor for a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he was on campus at U of H for like a week.
Was he really?
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah, I think so. Are you?
Well, I'm thinking
the
of
Oklahoma
Justin
State guy's Blackman.
Yep.
Yeah.
Justin Blackman. He went what? He went third, top 5, something like
Yeah,
that.
he was
At least in the top 10.
Such a bust.
That was boom to huge
Such
bust.
a bust.
Yes.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Willa-Bits. You never know what you're going to get with the Willa-Bits. We got a Willa-Bit coming up next. It's the J-Team on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, tell you about MyBookie. Big weekend, a big chance for you to cash in. Only place that I recommend that you do that, mybookie.ag. They take care of you in so many ways, and they're doing it yet again. And we know with the big game this weekend, we know with NBA and college hoops, NHL, hockey, soccer, golf, you name it, you can probably bet on it at MyBookie. But they're always taking care of you, and that's awesome. Because one of the ways they take care of you is even when there's not games going on, if you want to get your gambling on, you can get to mybookie.ag, live dealers standing by. You can do the blackjack. You can do the roulette. You can do the poker. all right there for you online. And oh, by the way, they're doing it again with the match bonuses. You can put in our promo code BET975 because you're a loyal listener to the show, and you can cash in. Whenever they ask you for a promo code, if you put BET975 in, you can feel the benefits financially. Because right now they're doing it again from $50 to $1,000. If you put money into your account or set up an account and put money in, from $50 to $1,000, they're going to double it instantly. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances to win. It's absolutely fantastic, and you get that because you listen to us and you bet with them at mybookie.ag. Been in business for over a decade. That means your money's safe, and they're going to take care of you. That's why I encourage you all to get your account set up or reload it right now. Mybookie.ag, use the promo code BET975. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag. Use that promo code BET975.
It's the Killer Bee.
Buzzkill Branham. That's the will of bit today. I have to deal with all these people tweeting. This guy said, I guess Branham needs a little extra income today. Nice bait, little guy. That's not very nice. Coleridge DeGoat on Twitter.
Little guy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm farming engagements. You got to water the roots. Side hustle's a side hustle. All right, Buzzkill Branham. Which one do I want to go with first? I'll go C.J. Stroud playing in the NBA celebrity game. I saw so many people celebrating this. Oh, yes, we get to watch more C.J. Stroud. I crave C.J. Stroud content. It's fantastic. I don't like him playing in these games, and I hope that when Nick Caserio extends him, and I bet you they do, I bet you they stop letting him play pickup basketball.
I sure hope so. I mean, you think about this, and yeah, I know that Myles Garrett played a couple years ago and had some dunks and was trying to show out a little bit. I want to say that Terrell Owens has played, DK Metcalf's played. There's just too much to lose just to kind of get your basketball fix on and show people that you used to be able to play basketball too. This is your career. This is your sport. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I know that the Jeff Kent thing will always come up too about the fact that it's in their contracts. There's certain things you're not supposed to do, and he tried to hide the fact that he was on a motorized dirt bike and that's how he broke his wrist or his forearm. Yeah, I feel very bad about this. I have a bad feeling. I hate it.
No, I don't like it at all. And a lot of people were celebrating it. I don't understand why you're celebrating it.
I don't understand.
I don't want him to have fun. I don't want him to do extracurricular activities. I don't want him to have room for activities. I want him to focus solely on Houston Texan football. I don't want him to have fun. I don't want him to do anything that excites him. I want his 100% focus to only have things that are going to benefit the Houston Texans.
Yeah, maybe I'd feel a little bit better if there wasn't a future opponent on the other team.
I know.
Next year, you play the Dallas Cowboys. What if C.J. Stroud is going to the paint and Micah Parsons says, screw these rules.
Yeah.
I'm taking C.J. out.
Bountygate.
Bountygate
all over again. I did like that Meta World Peace is on C.J. Stroud's team, though.
That makes me feel a
because
little
if
bit
there's
better.
going to be a table leg that goes through somebody's chest, I think it's going to be on the other team. So that makes me happy.
I just hope Meta knows enough about the NFL and CJ and knows enough that he wants to protect him.
Maybe not. Like Meta's probably going to play to win. He
Had
might
some
go in the
experience with
stands.
Meta and great dude, but he can be out there sometimes.
Oh, you know Meta?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, it was probably Ron back then, right? Did you ever meet?
He was Ron
Meta?
Artest. Oh yeah.
But
Plenty
did
of
you
times.
meet him after the name change?
No, met him as Ron.
Yeah, I was wondering if you knew him as Meta.
People didn't realize that he was the Golden Gloves champion in New York growing up. That kind of leads you to believe, besides the malice at the palace and all the fighting and the other extracurriculars, dude can defend himself, and he is strong. Like, if you slapped him on the back, it was like slapping a brick wall.
Yeah, I bet. He's a beast. He's a strong son of a gun. All right, the next thing that I want to buzzkill is everything about the Houston Rockets. It's my turn to be a hater. Just give me a random Rocket. We can go through all of them. And I'm going to give you something that I despise about them.
Boban.
That I dislike their game. He sucks. He does not. He's awful at basketball.
He sucks. But
he does, what do you mean he doesn't suck?
he
barely
actually, for
plays.
a big guy, he has touch. He just can't run up and down the floor.
Is he a good NBA basketball player?
He's on a roster.
You are kidding me right now.
He's on a roster.
Joel Blank right now is saying that Boban
I
is
didn't say he was
good
a good NBA
basketball player.
He's on an NBA roster, though. That's saying something.
Sure, he's on an NBA roster, but he stinks at NBA basketball.
I think
he's
if they played half
poor
court, he'd
NBA
be
basketball player. He would get rebounds, and I don't even know of that. Like, get him out defending on the perimeter, game over.
Well, that's the thing.
He's not a good NBA basketball player. So there's Boban.
Okay. Alpi Şengün.
Alpi Şengün cries about every single call that he does not get, and he begs Ime Udoka to challenge every single one of them.
True.
He wants him to challenge every single call. And they're like, you can tell that Ime Udoka is starting to get fed up with it because he's like, no. Like, he's starting to tell, he's like, stop it. And if I were in Ime Udoka's shoes, I'd be, dude, stop, shut up. Like, we're not challenging every single no call that you don't get. And most of the time, Alpi, sorry, you're wrong.
Well, the
You're
easy
wrong.
answer would have been defense. I like that answer better because I agree with
He cries about every single call.
Fred VanVleet.
Fred VanVleet is slow tempo, and he's eating up minutes of a point guard I'd rather have get them.
But you're paying him $44 million a year.
I know, but who would you rather play 35 minutes a game from here on out? Amin Thompson or Fred VanVleet?
The objective winning?
Not really.
Okay, well then I'd play him.
Not really.
Yeah.
Like I'm. It's more about, I guess, finding your peak. Like eventually, and maybe like 35 minutes is still too much for a man. Like I get all that, but I like watching Amin play more than I like watching Fred VanVleet play. And I'll concede that Fred VanVleet right now is a better basketball player than Amin Thompson.
Jalen Green.
He paints his nails black, and his 3-point shooting is awful.
Okay.
His 3-point shooting is really, really bad. And I don't care if people paint their nails really, but it kind of I notice it. And if I notice it, I'm like, if you're painting your nails black, why aren't you working on your 3-point shot?
You appreciate the side hustle.
I like capitalism.
He has an endorsement deal with a nail company.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
You know what I'd rather him be doing than painting his nails black? Working on his 3-point shot is what I'd rather him be doing than painting his nails black.
Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks is an offensive liability that shoots too much.
Liability?
Yeah, I think he's an offensive liability. I think he takes shots that aren't good ones, and I think it brings down the offensive efficiency of the Rockets.
Jabari.
Like, why is Dylan Brooks getting shots over Jabari? Like, give me a Jabari turnaround 12-footer than a Dylan Brooks crashing at the rim and heaving up a prayer.
I think he's not a bad 3-point shooter.
He's fine there. I wish, I want him to be more 3-and-D, rare slash. But if it's borderline bad shot, do not take it.
He does like to
He
just
takes too many
throw it up
shots.
on the glass when he gets contact inside.
Yeah. Jabari doesn't average 10 rebounds a game. That guy should be averaging 10 rebounds a game. I'm sorry. I like Jabari's skill set. I really do. I think Jabari can be a unicorn in the NBA. Like, I don't think there's many guys who can average 18 and 10 and shoot 40% from three, which I think Jabari's capable of doing. But he should be averaging 10 rebounds a game. I think he needs to get a little tougher, and he needs to assert his dominance on the glass.
I told you one thing I don't like is when he's a 7-footer with a guard on him, please don't settle for a fadeaway.
He does a lot of fadeaways. Like, I just want to see some turnaround jumpers. Stop fading.
Cam
Whitmore,
Mm-hmm.
every first or second step, half the time when he's returning to defense is a walking step. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
50% of the time, probably more than 50% of the time, whenever he goes from an offensive player to a defensive player, his first 2 to 3 steps are walking steps, and it annoys me.
A lot of James Harden in
and
there.
he shoots a lot. He's a chucker.
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt he is that.
He's a chucker. Last one. Give me one more.
Jeff Green.
Jeff Green is a veteran that's playing too many minutes on a young team, and he is below average NBA player. That was pretty nice on Jeff Green. I wasn't
He's
too
below
hard on him.
average still. He still makes his threes.
He's
still
not playing well recently.
It's basically like his how much of a dosage you get in a Jeff Green. If it's just like in short
too many
dosages, he
minutes.
can be effective.
Yeah, I think they need to upgrade over Jeff Green if they want to be serious. One more on No More Rockets, but Victor. You see Victor go viral the other day? He chopped somebody up. I think
I did. And he hit a 3, right?
Was it Jared Allen?
Maybe.
I think it might have been Jared Allen, but he crossed him
And he
over a
stepped
couple
back and hit a
times.
three?
He step back 3. He's 7'4". Why are you chopping somebody up? Just rise and fire. Just shoot the ball. You can shoot over anybody.
But if it's Jared Allen, it's at least a center contest, which is a bigger guy.
He created
But
that much space.
I'm telling
for
you.
a step back 3. Like,
I
just
don't-
shoot the ball.
I don't think he can.
Just shoot the ball.
What do you mean?
It's too like if Victor was short, I don't think he could get a shot off. It comes too much from his chest and up.
You think he shot puts it?
Like I think it's
Well,
a
I don't
little
know.
like if he
Let's go look
was
at
short,
Victor's
I just feel
shoot.
like it would get blocked all the time. So that's why I don't think he
I
can
haven't really
just, like,
watched him that much
rise up.
with the Spurs, but last year I saw him rise up, like turn, square his shoulders in the corner and drop a 3, and I went, woo, baby, he got that ball high, he got his elbow in, he extended the hand in the cookie jar, and he had nothing but net. I was like, he's got some good shooting ability.
Yeah, I just don't. It's not.
That's highlight analysis there.
It's just not. It's not.
I think he has shooting potential. I don't think
He's
he's
got
a good
good touch.
shooter.
I think his jumper. I think he's got good touch on his jumper. I think he's got good touch around the basket. Now
I think he's got feel and
doesn't-
touch, yeah.
It doesn't hurt the fact that he's got a wingspan where he can dunk it from outside the lane.
I think he'll become a good shooter, a 3-point shooter. I think he'll become a good
See, I-
3-point
yeah.
shooter. I don't think he's there yet.
I think he's way better than Giannis.
Can
Like,
you-
He's going to have
Oh,
the
for
touch
sure.
that Giannis is never going to have.
But does he have the athleticism and like brute force of Giannis? I don't know if he'll get
The
that.
biggest thing is, can he put weight on?
Yeah, he's really talented. He's super talented. He's definitely a unicorn. Is there a place, and you can help me out here, Hive, if y'all don't know, 713-780-3776. Is there a place where you can see the analytics on a shooter, catch and shoot versus off the dribble? I was searching that for Victor, and I couldn't find it.
Not that I know.
Because I would really be curious on because Victor's a 30% 3-point shooter.
Let me text Daryl.
That's
I'll get
not
back to you.
great. Like that's for a rookie. That's 7.5. Like whatever. That's fine. But 30% is not a good 3-point shooter. We crushed Jalen Green for being a little bit north of 30%. So I'm curious what his catch and shoot numbers look like versus off the dribble numbers. I'm kind of curious about that.
Because you know
with
who
Jalen
always
Green,
gets
too.
analyzed about that is Harden. Harden, this year for the first time in his career, is being forced to be a catch-and-shoot 3-point shooter. And a lot of people doubt that he can do it consistently because all he's ever done is exactly what Joe said that Wemby did, that he's got to break people down and do the step back or the side step in order to really get in rhythm to shoot his 3.
Yeah, I'd be curious if any of you know where I can find those numbers. I'd be very interested in that. 713-780-3776. Also, when we return, Jim Crane is not cheap. I'm tired of this. What he is, though, and what he has shown you that what he is. That's next. It's the J Team today, not the Killer Bees, in honor of Jose Altuve on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Jose Altuve makes the moment. He has signed a 5-year extension with the Astros, where the Killer Bees tipped off yesterday when we were the only show in town that was talking Jose Altuve contract extension. Anyways, $125 million, $15 million of it up front. He makes $30 million in the first 3 years of the deal, then $10 million in the final 2 years. Doesn't affect the competitive balance payroll, but it does give Crane a little bit of financial freedom in those final 2 years. He can have cash on hand, which maybe he can do something with that. Which, speaking of Jim Crane, by the way, somebody texted in, if we're the Hive, who is the queen? Well, that's the queen bee, Joe George. Joe George is the queen bee. We probably don't say that enough. We do need to be more clear and describe our queen bee, our fearless leader, our assistant to the regional manager, Joe. What's your middle name, Joe? Joe
Buford?
Steven.
Steven. I would have never guessed that.
With a PH.
Okay, I would have guessed that.
Stefan.
They say Stevens with the V are better looking than Stevens with the PH. No, I'm serious.
Who says that?
I've read that online. I've read that on the internet.
Well, it's not my first name. So.
Which, I mean, maybe it's not true in this case.
Well, I mean, I think that applies to first names. I don't know how it applies to middle names.
I don't remember if it said first or middle.
I assume it's first.
So that's a good counterpoint.
Thank you.
I'm not going to look it up. But Jim Crane signing off on this deal. We hear all the time, well, Jim Crane's cheap. Jim Crane's sitting on his wallet. Jim Crane's not opening it up. We disagree with that. Like Hader, Abreu, spend silly money on Rafael Montero. Now, we've had players that have left in this city, Correa, Springer, Garrett Cole. So we've seen a fair share of movement. We've seen a fair share of Crane spending money. We've seen it this offseason with Hader and with Altuve. We've seen a fair share of Crane letting people leave. Stanek, Maton, Neris, and then all the previous ones that we mentioned. But he's not cheap. Jim Crane is financially responsible. He's what every good financial consultant would tell you to be. Don't foolishly spend money. Now, if you're rich and wealthy and you want to spend a little bit, well, spend it wisely. That's what Jim Crane does. Jim Crane spends it wisely.
Could you throw Verlander to the mix? Did he let him walk and then he actually spent to get him back by giving up assets?
But he's paying half of the salary.
That too.
Like, I think it's right around half of the salary. So I think that Jim Crane has wisely spent his money. Now, we might look back at this Altuve deal and be, well, he's never, he wasn't a $125 million player for 5 years. But he's the biggest legend this franchise has ever seen. You have to bite the bullet there.
Yeah. That's a little, and that's just its own special set of circumstances because of who he is and who he's been for the entire length of his career here. But when you look at it too, people just want something to complain about. People want something to be able to bitch about because of the fact that I already, saw people saying, well, why did you spend the money on a relief pitcher when you got Hader? Why didn't you go get a superstar bat? Well, superstar bats just don't grow on trees. And, based on it's his money, he can spend it however he wants to spend it. But the bottom line is he spent it. I had questions. I never called him cheap, but I was just, I
think you said you didn't open up his wallet.
I don't know that I was more so than anything else. I wanted him to do something. All they did was get a backup catcher, and I was waiting. I figured they were going to do something, but I got tired of waiting when. Not if, but when, and then people started throwing in, all over the place. Does he not want to? Does he not want to go over the tax? Does he not want to do any of these things? The bottom line is, hey, he gets all the credit in the world because we were wondering if he was ever going to go over and get into the tax. He went way over.
Yeah, he'd done it once with Greinke, but didn't have to pay on it. Crane was asked about that, this little Q&A with Jerome Solomon, or the media. Maybe, I don't know who he did the interview with, but I read it in Jerome's piece. I don't know where they got that from, the idea of him being cheap. We try to make good decisions when the time comes. I think most of them have been good decisions. Springer was. Correa was. Cole, the jury's still out, but Cole's still in the middle of a huge, massive contract. He says you always try to keep a little powder dry. I've never heard that phrase.
I was trying to figure that one out myself. I've never heard it either.
Little powder dry. What does little powder dry mean? I guess it means keep a little bit like in the tank.
Keep one in the chamber?
Maybe that's what it means.
I feel like it's a different way to say that.
It's Jim Crane, a gun activist.
Was the powder and referred to like talc and baby powder, or was it referred to gunpowder?
So this Google says keep your powder dry means to be ready to take action. The powder originally referred to gunpowder.
Okay, there you go.
So there you go. There's Jim Crane, an old white guy.
I mean, the reference makes sense.
In the gun. Was it a Colt 45?
I hope so.
You love hearing it. I mean, there was some great quotes to basically set the record straight on a lot from Jim Crane's mouth, which was a lot of people were waiting to hear from. But look, no matter how the entire offseason has started and gone, I don't think anybody could have said in their wildest dreams by the point we got to right now today, getting ready for pitchers and catchers to report and get ready for spring training, that Jim Crane would have gone out and paid the most ever for a relief pitcher and added another big name and a big arm to a team that is still competitive chasing a World Series.
713-780-ESPN. Crane said we'll have a payroll over the competitive balance tax this year. People said we would never do it. I never said we would never do it. I said we would do it at the right time when we think the circumstances warranted that. We've got the revenue to do it. Look, you're not going to be able to sign them all, but we've made some big signings, and we'll continue to balance that with the guys coming up. The objective there is to put a winning product out there every single year and be in contention, and we've been pretty consistent with that. Crane's not cheap. Crane's financially responsible. And then he had the big quote that everybody was freaking out about, which he has said this before, if you were listening. Crane said, while I'm here, the window will never close, which reassuring. That's what you want an owner to say. Not the first time he said it, though.
That's what everybody should want to hear, love to hear, and just believe in him now, if they didn't before. That is what his objective is going to be, to keep winning, because that's what you want every owner to say, that a lot of them will have reservations or never want to say.
5657 says dry powder is also a stock market reference to your bankroll that's not invested in anything yet. Could be you're waiting on the market to move a certain direction. I guess that also applies here because you're saving a little bit in reserves, ready to have it go.
Yeah, less fun, though.
Less fun than the gun reference.
Yeah, for sure.
He was definitely making a reference to the Houston baseball history, and he was talking about the powder being dry, in my opinion, a Colt 45. I think that's what Jim Crane was talking about. One other thing that I want to make a point with Crane here, has Crane ever really lied about anything? Because Crane has talked about whenever he came in here, he tore everything down to the studs, and part of that was Luno too, like saving money, putting it in the minor leagues, putting it in developing, and then he started to spin whenever the roster got a lot better. Crane has said before, like, while I'm here, the window will never close. Crane has said before that he's willing to go to the competitive balance tax. One thing that I've learned about Crane, and I'm sure it's not 100% accurate, there's probably going to be a Hive member that checks me on this, I've never really caught Crane in a lie. I've never caught Crane saying something that didn't come to fruition.
I think that's probably fair. I'm trying to think when all these negotiations were coming up, or because a lot of times he's smart. But look, he's a very, very, very savvy businessman that's been successful.
And he doesn't talk a lot.
And when he does, he's never going to overcommit in a quote. I mean, he's going to speak in somewhat generalities, like he did with the Bregman comments about we're going to make Alex an offer.
Make Correa an offer.
Right. If he says they're going to make him an offer, they're going to make him an offer. And at the end of the day, if the only reason why he makes him an offer is so that he can say, hey, look, we gave him an offer. We gave him our best offer. He and his agent thought they could get more elsewhere, and that's what they decided to do. We wish him the best. He covers his butt. He doesn't say too much. And when he speaks, I think he's calculated in some of the things that he says.
Yeah, like yesterday was so calculated. Like, he doesn't take that interview unless he knows what's about to be announced. He does not give just Jerome Solomon like just this interview and talk about Altuve the way he does, because the quotes when we first read them yesterday, it was eye popping. It's like, okay, this is a totally different tone than how our show started with what the Astros are going to be, and then literally an hour later, Altuve had signed his deal. So like, it was a cold, calculated move that he was like, yeah, I'll talk about how great Altuve is going to be here and that we want to sign him, because he's literally about to sign the papers.
I think that.
And
I think he's truthful. I think he's honest.
And I don't think anybody was thinking that because Altuve Day was going to be, and I'm sure that was in the works too at a certain point. And someone either tipped him off, or internally they said, "Hey, let's correlate all this at the same time." You brought it up. Very, very astute observation. But yeah, I think that he's a very calculated businessman, and he doesn't ever say too much. Like Dana Brown, can be accused a lot of times of saying too much. He was the anti-click, but Jim Crane is a savvy guy in everything that he does.
Yeah, I mean, the Killer Bees might have been tipped off on Jose Altuve signing an extension yesterday. 713-780-3776. Go out to the HRP listener line. Robbie, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Robbie?
Say, how y'all doing today?
Wonderful.
Okay, my question to y'all is, do you think that there will be a clause off in there to where they can't have people in the WBC, World Baseball Classic, that are coming up because of the injuries and what they could have done last year if the people wouldn't have played in the WBC?
I don't think that they're going to do anything like that. I think that I'm sure there's a lot of people that are going to make a case. Obviously the Mets are going to could make a case if they wanted to. I just don't think, because the players are so passionate. It's like representing your team in the Olympics. Mark Cuban's had issue in the past about the Olympics and how that affects and the potential for injuries go up when guys play in the Olympics. But they're never going to make it an official clause, put it in writing, and look that way, whether it's representing your country or the players representing their country. I just can't see where they're going to do something.
I can see it with a pitcher. I can see it 100% with a pitcher. It wouldn't surprise me if that is a clause at some point in somebody's contract. Like the Astros told Fromber, we don't want you pitching in the WBC. Then they told him they didn't want him pitching starting the All-Star game. And then Fromber got mad and pitched awfully the second half of the season.
Yeah, I also think there's a pretty reasonable chance that Jose Altuve will play in the next World Baseball Classic, because if Minute Maid wins the bid that they just put in to host the 2026 World Baseball Classic, Jose Altuve is going to want to play in it.
Yeah, I don't mind a position player.
And they're
going
to want him in it.
Like, he's going to be playing spring training anyways.
Exactly.
Like, pitching, I don't like. Like, hitters, you want to ramp up and you want to get them close to game action. Spring training is more about easing them to opening day.
It is very much so.
As opposed to pitching like these high-stress innings. I have no problem with offensive players
I just don't think they're going to put it right.
I have problems with pitchers playing. I mean, if you spend $400 million on a guy, like I bet you now Shohei Ohtani had everybody over the barrel, so the Dodgers couldn't put this in his contract because everybody wanted him and he had other offers that were very similar. Like, I bet you if you asked the Dodgers ownership, do you want Shohei pitching in the WBC, yes or no, they would be like, absolutely not. Of course
there's a big difference, though. There's a big difference between, I think that they will even verbalize that to player in private, but I don't think that they're ever going to put it in writing and basically tell someone who wants to represent their country that you can't.
I think it could. Like if Framber Valdez, like, hey, we're not gonna. We'll pay you $30 million a year, but you can't pitch in the WBC. I could certainly. I think it's feasible. I think it's plausible.
I think that it's definitely something that quietly and internally in baseball organizations, there's an issue, because even if they didn't have like a season-ending injury, look at Ryan Presley. He got ramped up really earlier than he would, and he got tired, and he had some issues in the early part of the season because I think his arm had a little too much on it too quickly.
713-780-ESPN. We'll continue this conversation on the other side. Also, I think there's a Dana Brown observation from the Jose Altuve extension as well. Also, I saw this question on Reddit the other day. James Click or Dana Brown? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs, and members of the Cougar 100 for the 8th year in a row. You've seen the HRP signage at the U of H games. They're building off the Beltway. And business owners, let HRP help you. Whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, HRP can help in any or all of these areas. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small, doesn't matter how big. HRP completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little off your plate, HRP will find a way to help. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You'll love that, but you'll also love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you and they know your business needs. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to the J Team.
Unbelievable! Altuve!
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I don't know about you, but I think this is some of Andrew Carlson's best work. I think it's some of the best things he's ever done at this station.
Solid.
It's
quick turnaround.
Really, really good. He's Blank, I'm Branham. No, I'm sorry. He's Joel, I'm Jeremy. Joe behind the glass. It is the J Team, not the Killer Bees today. It's Jose Altuve Day, and we don't want to disrespect Jose Altuve by calling our show the Killer Bees on a inferior tier to Jose Altuve. 713-780-3776. We'll get to the Dana Brown angle in a moment, but let's go out to the HRP listener line. Paul, you're in the hive of the Bees. What's going on, Paul?
Hey, of course we all love Altuve, but this is definitely an anti-analytics signing. And there's just no doubt about what the Astros' direction is now and what got the Astros to where they were. The sustained period of dominance was doing things like signing the Latin pitchers that they got that were, over or undervalued because they were overaged for prospects. They also signed guys like Cole, or signed or traded for guys like Cole, Peacock, McHugh, Davinsky, Morton, Presley, even Verlander. They really gave up nothing to get him. Montero, Maton, Harris, Stanek. They gave up nothing to get any of those guys, and they made every single one of them better. The Astros are not doing that right now. They're becoming a lot more like the Mets of 2023 than the Astros of 2016. Again, I'm not against signing Hader or Altuve, right? They're great players, but this is not sustainable.
But do you think that this is the backbreaker? This is the big deal? This isn't like 8-10 years. This isn't $300 million. This is wrapping up the most legendary player who's still playing at a very high level, mind you. This is wrapping him up, but not making a bunch of dumb deals like the Yankees do, like the Mets have done, to your reference point.
Appreciate the call, Paul.
Is he gone?
Think so. To his point, I can argue Paul's side. You can make the case it's been back-to-back years because he did it with we don't like the offseason last year of Abreu, Montero. Am I missing a third name? Brantley.
Because he sat out for three-quarters of the season.
That one made a little bit more sense because it was a one-year deal, but yes, Brantley, because he didn't play any games. You didn't get great return on investment. A lot of non-Astro fans that will view the game as a third party that don't have a dog in the fight didn't love the Verlander trade because they gave up two really high prospects for an aging starter. Now, Paul's not going to get a whole lot of love on Jose Altuve Day with that point, but I see where he's coming from. And he's saying, look, he would have re-signed Hader, he would have re-signed Jose Altuve, but his point is that it's not sustainable, which I agree with Paul. Like I said this yesterday, you can make the case that 5 years, 150, because I think that's what he would have gotten on the open market. In this case, it's 5 years, 125, and he helped you out with the money and the years and when it's $30 million and when it's $10 million. So he helped you out on that front. Not that it matters against the competitive balance tax. But Paul's point, I think, is right. You can't have these back-to-back off seasons for the next 7 years and expect to be a really good baseball team. How you have sustained success and how we saw the golden era of the Astros built was through the draft, was with under-the-radar international signings, with these shrewd free agent pickups that didn't cost a whole lot. You could throw James Click into the conversation. Look at the Miles Straw trade today. You might have won that trade even if you don't include Yainer Diaz. You might have won that trade because Phil Maton was a productive middle reliever for you, and Miles Straw was a defensive-minded, light-hitting center fielder for Cleveland that might be below a major league starting average in center field. And then on top of that, you have maybe one of the better offensive catchers in the next 5 to 7 years. I don't disagree with Paul that these last two off seasons are not sustainable. Now, I would have bit the bullet on Altuve, and Paul said he would have done the same thing. Paul's point's more going forward. You can't build this team around free agent acquisitions, and to that I agree.
Well, you can't do it for 7 years, like you said, either. You're right. You can't continually do this year after year after year. First thing is we didn't have a general manager last year when these moves were made because this was your owner and Jeff Bagwell and maybe a couple of other guys in a room and decided to do some things that a lot of savvy general managers would not have done. So I think that's one thing. I think that when you look at it, you have to look at it from the perspective of, yeah, you're right. But they didn't do things like the Mets do when they make them for 8-10 years, make them these long mega deals for all these different guys. And across the board.
Who do they give 8 years still to?
Lindor was one of the big deals they did. Lindor was a massive deal.
That was before like the huge spending of this past season. But yeah, Lindor
but
was
Lindor was a
one.
big deal, and they were paying massive deals with Scherzer.
Those were short-term,
and DeGrom.
They didn't pay DeGrom.
Marte.
Starling Marte, I think, was probably 4 years. Yeah, because he's kind of older.
I'm trying to think.
Starling Marte.
But they spent a ton of money.
They spent a ton of money, but I don't think a lot of it was long term. And Lindor was before they went on their crazy spending.
But like my issue is like where I think Paul's argument is like very flawed is that you're assuming that everything the Astros have been doing is not going to replicate the same success. Like you are using Christian Javier and talking about the international signings as like, well, they're not doing that. Well, they are doing that. Less than 40 days ago, they signed 9 international players. We don't know what Bryce Matthews is going to be. We don't know. Yes, they traded Drew Gilbert, but like if Dana Brown is right about Bryce Matthews, you have your eventual third base shortstop replacement for Alex Bregman. So it's still too early in the process to say that they're not doing the same things because the biggest difference is that you're not losing 100 games every single year to get the number 1 pick. And that's the thing, too, is like the organization has to philosophically change because you're not the Astros that got you Bregman and all these guys. Like you have to build differently and still find a way to be successful.
Yeah, at a certain point, do you feel like to your point, Joe, like the transition becomes – like if you build through the draft in the NBA, but at a certain point when Daryl Morey takes over and realizes your team is highly competitive, the draft picks don't mean hardly anything, and it's all based on how you matriculate through free agency and how savvy you still have to be savvy with your spending, but there's a way where you kind of turn the page.
Well, I mean, the reason why the Dodgers are one of the top organizations in baseball is because, even though they don't have the World Series wins that the Astros do, and the one they have is fraudulent, they have one of the top prospect systems in all of baseball, and they're picking in the last 4, 5, 6 picks of the draft every single year. So, you still have to Paul's point, you still have to be analytical, and Dana Brown still has to be a good GM. Like these guys have to hit because I agree it's not long-term sustainable, but it doesn't mean that the Astros are not taking the steps they have in the past to keep it up that way.
To his point on the analytical thing, though, is like when you're analytical, you're probably not shopping at the top of the market with free agents, especially in their 30s, because they're not going to live up to the life of the contract.
That's fair.
And it's more about spreading out the money and finding the gems, finding the Brad Peacocks, finding the Charlie Mortons.
Yeah.
So that's where, I think he's coming into play with the analytics thing of it. And he didn't say not to sign Jose Altuve or Josh Hader. He's saying it's not sustainable, and this isn't something that you can continue doing for years and years and years, which I agree. And to me, it comes down to your philosophy of building a baseball organization and how do you sustain winning at Major League Baseball. I don't think that you sustain winning in Major League Baseball through free agency, and that's why he threw the Mets comparison out there. I think that you sustain winning in Major League Baseball by building through the system. And like you pointed out, the Dodgers, Joe, and what the Dodgers will do a lot of times is they'll take from that minor league system that's always very good, and they're not drafting very high. They can just evaluate talent, develop it, and then have these really good prospects in their system. A lot of times those minor leaguers aren't even getting to the big league team, but they're using that to reinforce their big league team, like the Glasnow trade. They traded for Mookie Betts. So sometimes whenever you build the system, the players never even make it to your big club. You're just using those as pieces to get even bigger fish. Fishes, plural.
And that's what the Astros did for so long. Because the difference is that because of the sign stealing scandal, because you've made so many trades, those prospects just don't exist.
And I think that's Paul's point, though.
Yeah.
That's Paul's point.
But that's not necessarily, but they will exist again. Like if Dana Brown is the GM we want him to be and think he can be
it's not a certain. It's not a guarantee.
No, it's not.
You hope.
Yeah, you have to hope
again.
He's a talent evaluator and that you do have those pieces again. It probably would be for the best of the organization if Bryce Matthews never plays for this team. Because he's traded for someone like you guys are talking about.
It's also like where you are as a franchise. If you're still currently window open and your thought process is window open for
Jim
the foreseeable
Crane said
future.
it's going to be open forever when he's here.
And that's not realistic, right? And at a certain point,
Why
you're
not?
going to because I think to Paul's point too, because at a certain point you can't pay everybody. And guys are going to walk. And if you don't have the assets, it's going to be tougher to kind of reload. But you still can reload through still making savvy trades and or acquisitions. You just don't have the kind of nucleus that you built through high draft picks and through building up your farm system when you were losing 100 games a year for 3 straight years.
The Yankees haven't had a losing season since 1995. And yes, big payroll, all of that, but the Yankees have actually gotten a little bit cheaper over the last decade or so. The Tampa Bay Rays, who have one of the worst payrolls in all of baseball. Since 2008, they've had 2 losing seasons, and both of those years, 3 losing seasons. 2 of them, they were 80 and 82. So, like, you can sustain winning. You can always be a winning team if you're continuously reloading the minor league system and developing player after player after player. When was the last time the Dodgers had a losing season? I bet you it's been a while, too.
I can't recall off the top of my head, but I'm just saying, like, and it's like where you're trying to get to. At a certain point, yeah, you can win. You might have a winning season and not make the playoffs and not compete to be a World Series caliber team. And at a certain point, most franchises figure out that there's a time to press the reset button because they don't want to continue to try to pay everybody.
But you don't have to pay in order to continue to win. Tampa Bay proves that. They don't pay ever. They don't let players even enter their free agent year before they trade them, and they've been a model of winning. And the Astros have a luxury that Tampa Bay does not have, and that they have an owner who's willing to spend up to the competitive balance tax. So you could get, well, the Yankees have a high payroll. The Dodgers have a high payroll. Well, Tampa doesn't. Tampa doesn't. They're winning every single year, and you have some huge advantages over Tampa as an organization.
I just think that when you look at like the model, the scale, or what they're trying to do, there's based on where you are, where they came from, they did it the right way, and that's the way you have to do it when you're at rock bottom. You have to just get as much young talent as you can. Then at a certain point, you start using that young talent, as you guys mentioned, like assets to go get the kind of guys on the major league level that fortify and enhance what you've already built up. But I think there's going to come a time, because of your farm system being depleted and because of the fact that you can't consistently play Altuve, Bregman, Tucker, Fromber, and everybody to expect that you could pay all those guys, that whether you say you're calling it a reset button or not, you're going to take several steps back, and it's going to take a while to probably get it back.
I don't think you have to pay to win. Like that's, I think, the biggest difference in like our argument here, because look at the teams in baseball. I think it's easier to sustain winning in baseball because you have like your bigger payroll teams that are willing to go out and sign a bridge free agent to fill the gap between a prospect and another prospect. Like the Yankees have won forever. Yankees haven't had a losing season this millennium. Tampa's had 3. 2 of those years they were 80 and 82. The Dodgers haven't had a losing season since 2010. So that's what, almost a decade and a half. The Cardinals have had 2 losing seasons since 2000. So, like, winning organizations figure out ways to win. And the Cardinals aren't like, I know that they've spent some money, but they're not this mega super high payroll team like the Dodgers or the Yankees. If you have a good organization and you make good organizational decisions and you build through the system and you're continuously having prospect after prospect after prospect, and all these teams do, and they were winning, so they weren't drafting high in the first round. That's how you sustain winning, not paying guys.
I just think that it's tough to say L.A. and New York when they...
Okay, Tampa and St. Louis then.
Right. I was going to say, I can hear your argument about Tampa and St. Louis. L.A. and New York, there's just no cap for them. They just keep
Tampa
spending
and
and spending.
St. Louis,
okay, I get it. All right, fine. Then, yes, that I understand that it can be done. But I think that a lot of different organizations and ownership plays a big role in it, too, in terms of how they have their different levels.
The Astros owner say he wants to win forever. But, I mean, if you're going to point out ownership, point out what the owner said yesterday, that the window is forever going to be open.
I'm saying depending on who the owner is, what market you're in, what you're trying to do, and also...
Okay, well, let's address those. What do you think of the Astros owner?
Jeremy, I know you love this kind of stuff.
You're bringing up points, and you're not letting me go into, like, actual
I let you go all the
of it.
time on everything, man.
You said that the Astros... We're talking about the Astros here. You're pointing to ownership being critical in winning. You're pointing to the market being critical in winning. So let's discuss the owner. Do you think the owner has a desire to win in Houston?
There's different ways to do this, but at a certain point, all organizations are going to press the reset button.
That's not true.
I think it is.
I just gave
Unless
you 4
you're the
examples.
Dodgers. Okay. But the Cardinals have had 2 stinkers recently, and then it's your definition of winning. It's like, how far do you think you're going to go? Because a lot of things, the fan base thinks that they're going to compete for World Series every year. You can compete for the division. You can complete for a playoff spot. You can have a winning record, but that doesn't mean you're going to have the same level of winning and the same level of achievements. And so at a certain point, the reset button will have to be hit.
Disagree on that, but let's discuss ownership and let's discuss market. Do you think the Astros have an owner who is dedicated to winning?
I do.
Do you think that the Houston market is capable of sustaining a top 7 payroll in Major League Baseball year in, year out?
Yes.
That's a recipe for continuing to win if you can develop young players.
Right, but they haven't. develop those young players.
The Astros haven't?
No, not recently because their farm system's depleted
Yair
and they're giving and they're
Diaz,
trading
Ron
away guys.
Alvarez,
Right,
Jeremy
those are
Pena,
trades. I get it.
Hunter Brown.
Okay, Jeremy. Great.
713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line 713-780-3776. The 48th annual Houston Fishing Show is coming to the George R. Brown Convention Center from February 14th through Saturday the 18th. It's everything for the fishermen, all the new rods, reels, and lures, and there will also be continuous clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and freshwater fishing. If you love to fish or just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 48th annual Fishing Show. Check out HoustonFishing.com. Caller number 5 wins a pair of tickets, 713-780-3776. Caller number 5 going to the 48th annual Houston Fishing Show. I got to make that Dana Brown point. Dana Brown, I think, is critical in this Altuve extension, too. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back to the J Team.
Hit number 4 for Jose Altuve, and he hits for the cycle.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Great work, AC. We are the J Team today. It is Jose Altuve Day. So we're not going to be called the Killer Bees on Jose Altuve Day. It's disrespectful to Jose Altuve. Jasper says, hey, guy, it's Jose Day. Let's not argue. LOL. That'd be boring. That'd be super boring. 713-780-ESPN. He's Joel. I am Jeremy. Not Blanken Branham. This fella says, does Tampa really compete for a World Series year after year after year after year? Sure, every couple years, but year after year. They've competed for 2 World Series since 2008, and they've done it with one of the smallest payrolls in all of baseball, and they've been in the postseason for 5 straight years. baseball playoffs are a crapshoot. You get hot, win a World Series. How many teams in Major League Baseball have been to 2 World Series since 2008? Like, I think that list is pretty short. Pretty short. Have the Cubs done it, Joe? Been to 2 World Series? No, they haven't done it. Milwaukee, have the Brewers done it?
Oh, God, no.
Like every mid-market team in all of baseball. And the Rays are like bottom 3, bottom 5 payroll every single year. Yet they've been to the World Series twice since 2008. I think the Cardinals are the best example to the Astros because you're right. Like the Yankees have a payroll that the Astros shouldn't be competing with, although they kind of are. The Dodgers are going to pay Shohei Ohtani and get all this deferred money like they're in a class by themselves, it seems like, this offseason. I think the Cardinals are the best model that the Astros can have. And if you go like since 2000, where they've had 2 losing seasons since 2000, they've been in the playoffs almost every single year since 2000. And look at the way that they've turned over their teams. They went from the Edmonds to the Pujols to the Contreras. They've spent a little bit money along the way with like the Arenados. And yeah, they had a bad year last year. Let's see how they bounce back. I think that St. Louis is the best comp for like a sustained winning organization that the Astros can kind of model from. And it's kind of ironic that they hired Jeff Luhnow from the Cardinals.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, everybody's different. The ownership drives the train, right? And a lot of owners aren't going to be willing to kind of do the kind of things. No one can be the Yankees. I mean, they're taking on contracts like Stanton. They're taking on these big, massive contracts, still going out and signing the Garrett Coles and just completely just, spending at will. And the Dodgers do the same thing. And I don't. That's not what Jim Crane's going to do, and it's not feasible for a team here in Houston. But I don't question Jim Crane's want to win, and it's tough because at a certain point, like my experiences are that there was building through the draft over and over again and trying to stockpile draft picks, and it's different in basketball. You're right, but at a certain point, you turn a corner. And the winning starts to become more consistent, but then is that winning enough? Like you have to chase the chip. And in order to chase the chip, then you completely shift gears and go, I'm done with anything to develop youth and I'm done with developing young talent. I'm going to go for it. And that means that I'm probably going to have to face the fact that we hope we have a good long run, but at a certain point, we're going to have to shift gears again and realize we're probably going to lose or at least come back down a couple notches before we can get back up there again because we aren't going to have young talent we're building.
I think Crane has showed you that adjustment, though. Like he said yesterday, while I'm here, the window will never close. Like that's great to see, it's great to hear, but it shows you an owner that is willing to has desire to win always. And he also said we'll have a payroll over the competitive balance tax this year. People said we would never do it. I never said we would never do it. I said we'd do it at the right time when we think the circumstances warranted that. We've got the revenues to do it. Your owner is telling you that he's not going anywhere.
Okay. That's fine, but because your farm system is less than, your farm system is depleted, and it ain't getting any substantially better anytime soon.
Yeah, I disagree with that. Like, I think that it just did. Like, it's your first rounder in a little while. You hired Dana Brown with the intention that he's a really good drafter. So, like, I think that they've actually turned some attention to being able to develop within their own again.
You traded 2 of your top prospects to get Verlander back, and you had penalties and otherwise where your system was completely depleted, and one draft isn't going to turn that around. So now, and you're not going to be drafting very high, obviously, with what they did a year ago again. So it is going to be extremely challenging. And at a certain point, that could deter you, as well as you're going to pay, but you're not going to overpay. So then at a certain point, how do you, if you're going to have to dabble in free agency to replace these guys, then how much are you willing to spend, and how good are you going to be if you don't get the same kind of player?
Third in payroll.
That's where, like, I think, like, the Cardinals is the right model to look at because while, like, there's moments when they don't have a prospect to fill a gap, they will go into free agency and address that player in free agency. But they don't go the Yankees and Dodgers route. They don't give out a 10-year deal to fix a 2-year problem. They find a 2-3-year player to come in until they can find their next Jeremy Pena guy that fills that gap for them. And that's what the Astros need to do. Like if Bregman walks, they need to find a third baseman to either wait until Bryce Matthews or another prospect is ready, or in 3 years you just bring in the next guy. Like you just keep finding, you don't go over the top expenses, but you just find a way to keep good players constantly on your team. That to me is a very fair ask of an organization.
Harley on the YouTube, ESPN Houston on YouTube, when the farm's dry, you have to spin to get. I think it's what you just described, Joe, Stephen, George. I think you just described that. Like, and the Cardinals do that too. Like Arenado's probably the biggest one that they gave. They gave him an 8-year deal. Other than when they pay their own because they've paid
But
their
they're
own.
not even
times.
paying for that whole contract. Remember?
I was gonna say because that
Like,
was a
it's not
trade,
the
right?
same. Yeah, the Rockies are still paying part of that.
Oh, that was
contract.
the Rockies' original contract.
Yeah, so
I'd
like,
forgotten about that.
So it's not even like they're paying him like the Yankees.
So you got him on a discount.
Yeah, Goldschmidt's really their big ticket deal.
That's a great trade for Arenado and getting that on a discount.
But what did they get? I don't remember what they gave up. How big the package was because they were willing to take on, I think, a good portion of the salary.
Yeah, I think it was a bunch of guys that like most of these trades never pan
Like
out.
a Verlander type of deal.
Yeah.
Harley says when the farm's dry, you have to spend to get. Is that what Crane's doing right now? Like,
I think so.
You don't have that minor league arm, you get Hader. Last year, you don't have a minor league first baseman ready to take over. You sign Abreu. Like 3 years seems like a lot for Abreu, but 3 years for a free agent's pretty short-term deal. So it's kind of the bridge. Re-signing Montero, you don't quite have somebody ready to take over for that spot. You sign Montero to 3 years. And what's weird about this too is like those deals are pretty short-term, but we're critical of the yearly salary. But nothing with those yearly salaries has impacted what Jim Crane's willing to do. Like Jim Crane, even with the high salary of Abreu, the high salary of Montero, what did he do this offseason? He went out and signed the best reliever on the market.
Yeah, I think that this is the beginning of the process to see how they're going to replace because they're going to have more and more guys they have to replace. So you have to be creative. I think to Joe's point, it's about the creativity that goes with it because you can't. I just don't believe that this farm system is going to reinvent itself overnight and it's going to be rejuvenated. Yeah, you've got a few pieces and you hope they pan out, but at the same time, you've got to be creative. And I don't know how long the creativity will last in keeping them at this highest of levels that they're at. And I don't think the fans should be disappointed if there is a time when they have to step back a little bit.
I do think, like to Joel's point, like this is the most challenging window to do this because while you've had the lack of draft picks, you have Bregman, Tucker, Fromber all coming up. You have aging guys, like Abreu. Like you have a lot of gaps to fill a lot more quickly than you would like.
You do have a pretty good young foundation, though.
You do.
You have
for
Yiner.
Sure.
You have Pena. Altuve's here for the foreseeable future, but he's not young. Depending on what you think of Chas McCormick, Tucker's about to leave. And then on the pitching staff, you have, Hunter Brown. What does he materialize into? Javier's locked up for a good amount of time, although Javier didn't pitch well in the second half of last season. And then Abreu. Like, he's not going anywhere either. Tyler and Conroe, the Astros are trying to avoid taking a step back by spending in free agency to bridge the gap until prospects are ready. Someone asking, what would you feel if the Astros did what the Rays do and trade these guys before they become free agents when they're contenders? I would applaud it.
I think we've all said that we were like pro-trade Bregman at one point this offseason.
I would applaud it. Like trade Correa before that final year. It sounds awkward. It sounds difficult for a contender to do, but do it and then sign the best free agent you can for a year to 2 years. I think the Braves kind of did that with their shortstop. What is it, Arcia? Like they thought that Grissom was going to be that guy, but they signed Arcia, and Arcia was an all-star this past year. He was supposed to bridge the gap, and he was so good they ended up trading Grissom to Boston for Chris Sale.
Plus, they let what's-his-name go to the Cubs because they didn't want to pay him.
Yeah, Dansby.
Yeah, Dansby Swanson.
Yeah, Dansby.
Yep.
I think the Braves are the best organization in baseball right now. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Time for our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for our car wreck of the day? It's next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, the big game coming up this weekend. Are you entertaining some people, having them over to the house? You're going to watch the game together? Well, you can't just have them sit there and just hang out and watch the game. You got to put some food on the table. You got to get some appetizers and some other things. If you want everything to taste great and even better, go get some Daisy Dips. It's really painless. All you got to do is go to the grocery store, go to the dairy aisle, get a couple of tubs of the dips. You get the French onion, you get the ranch. You put them out there with whatever you're serving, and it's going to make everything better. From just the standard bags of chips to the veggie dips to if you're going a little bit more all out, you're serving some wings, you're serving some pizza. Hey, there's ranch there. There's French onion dip. It makes everything taste better. No matter how good or bad the game is going to be, you're going to be a winner if you serve those Daisy Dips. Go to your grocery store. No pain, no making the dip. Just go there, grab some, and serve them up on the big game day, and you're going to be happy you did.
He's Joel. I'm Jeremy. Joe behind the glass. This is the final segment of the J Team for 365 days. Not until next Jose Altuve.
It is
Day.
366.
Right, but I think it would be the 365 days that's to surpass for us to again reach February 7th, 2025.
Fair point.
Yeah. I think.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that math is always tricky to me. Anyways, it is the J Team today because Jose Altuve Day. We don't want to disrespect Jose Altuve by calling ourselves the Killer Bees. I said that Jose Altuve is in a tier by himself. Somebody called me a bad word on Twitter just now.
For that?
Yeah. Way to be a bad word.
Wow.
Way to be a bad word, cool guy. Because I said that Altuve is better than Bagwell and Biggio. Man, some people are just, they care about their sports a lot. All right, what are we nominating for the car wreck of the day?
I'm trying to think. You guys you guys might have some. I can't think of any right now.
Ocho,
That's
everybody.
not funny. I just can't. Some days I have them, some days I don't.
You just do them every day.
I know. I normally have them.
Ocho, he says that everybody that says that the Hakeem Olajuwon's not the greatest center of all time, period. Ocho's been tweeting, he's been texting us like every 3 minutes all these Hakeem Olajuwon points on why he's the greatest center of all time. So Ocho's nominating anybody who thinks that the greatest center of all time is not Hakeem Olajuwon.
I mean, it's your metrics too. Like, how are you judging it? I mean, you look at Shaq has multiple. I mean, how many rings does Shaq have?
A lot.
Yeah, and I mean, if that's one of your metrics, because a lot of people think Robert Horry should be in the Hall of Fame because he has a ton of rings.
I'll nominate anyone who has that take.
Oh my God,
because that take sucks.
And even Rudy in his Hall of Fame speech said Robert Horry belongs in the Hall of Fame. I'm like, how?
Such a bad take.
He averaged like what 7, 8, 9 points a game.
I get he has a lot of rings. Great glue guy.
Does that mean Steve Kerr gets in?
Good interview, but like, come on.
Yeah, that drives me nuts too.
Yeah, he didn't belong there. I'm going to nominate Ron Darling. I don't know where he said this, but Ron Darling, whenever he was making but Ron Darling said that Altuve has changed his swing ever since he moved into Minute Maid.
He's a piece of work if you listen to any of his games on the air. Like, he just doesn't care anymore. He just throws stuff on the wall almost every night doing Mets games. And doesn't even, he doesn't fact check it. He just throws it out there.
Man.
That's pretty bad.
That is rough. What do you got, Joe?
I got to nominate the producer from WFAN who booked the wrong Randy Moss. I know it happened the other day. We just finally got to it today. It's terrible. You can't do it. Can't do that.
It's a pretty good one, too. Yeah.
It's an easy mistake to make.
What's the worst you've ever done in booking somebody, Joe? Can you remember anything?
This isn't fair.
No, I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying.
I feel like I'm going to have to.
What?
I texted a dead guy. I didn't know he was dead. And his wife texted me back saying he passed away 2 years before.
That's rough. Who was it?
You should see the reaction behind you right now.
Some random beat reporter. I just didn't know who he was.
Man, you're really respecting him after life.
I was just told to get a guest. When I worked on the network, I used to have to get 3-4 guests a day, so I was just always texting people. I was just going through the list of Lakers or Clippers or something reporters, and I just texted someone.
It happens.
Yeah,
I mean, it happens
tough.
Responding to a tweet with a smart-ass guy that likes to bring up old football players, and I happened to suggest one that also had passed away.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great, Bob.
Not great. I'm going to nominate Dre for losing every argument he's ever had with me. Congratulations, Dr. Dre. You've been nominated. We'll see if it wins, though.
Is he in the chat?
I might not have the votes. Yeah, I think you told him to get there.
I have not told him anything.
Oh, he just got there.
I didn't see him all day in the chat.
I love Dre. Jay and I went to a baseball game once. He ate 2 hot dogs in front of me, which I thought was really weird for a first date. I ate a hot dog, too. I think I bought him a
I'm going to nominate Michael Lombardi. He ditched us last week.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. It's a great call. Today. You mentioned this pre-show, yeah.
I love you, Paul, but step down.
I think Paul deserves to take the L on that car wreck, having that guy on.
Well, Paul doesn't necessarily know the history with us, but that's pretty bad. Michael Lombardi blows us off and then does Paul's show.
Joseph G's nominating me for not letting blank get a single word in about baseball. I was just challenging him on his points that he brought up. That's all that I was doing.
It's fine.
That's all that I was doing. Any other nominees?
Nope, I think that's all I got.
Someone wants to nominate.
Could we nominate the Rockets defense last night in the third quarter?
Of course we can.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that was awful.
Oso wants to nominate Big 12 basketball rest, but I can't do that.
I will nominate them.
I can't.
I will
and
too.
so
I
will
watched
the
that.
athletic director at Baylor.
He
He
got
did it
fined
last week.
$25K.
Yeah, I watched that, and I would nominate them as well. And I loved every bit of what Kelvin Sampson did, and I think they had it coming to him.
Yeah, I loved the ejection. That was awesome.
It was great.
I was a little worried there at first, though, when I knew that there was 4 free throws in the ball. And I'm like, please don't let this be the turning point where with no Kelvin on the sidelines, it gets interesting.
It worked the other way. I mean, they built it up to 30. It
yeah.
fired up the crowd. That was the loudest that had got there last night. It was in a very loud arena. But he had the back of his players. Yeah, I love what Kelvin said after the game. Like, the reporters were trying to bait him on
he's like,
getting the official. How much are you paying him my fine if I sound off on the official?
It's a great response.
I'm not paying a thing. I wouldn't pay a thing. All right, what's winning our car wreck of the day here?
That's a tough one. There's some good ones today.
You know what? Just because it was so poor, I kind of want to lean the Rockets defense.
Oh,
I like we're gonna have so many nights to be able to choose the Rockets.
So
defense.
I'm choosing Michael Lombardi.
Oh,
yeah. I'm gonna go with the producer on a national show that didn't do enough homework.
Fair.
I'm on Blanker's side of this. I'm going the producer. Do we know the producer's name? No. It doesn't matter.
He is
what
a
the
character.
producer's name
he's
is.
part of the show, right?
Yeah.
Boomer and Gio was the show. The producer on Boomer Gio. We don't need to know his name if you don't know who the right Randy Moss is. All right, that does it for us. I'm out tomorrow. Barry Laminack in for me. Everybody rejoice. The usual suspects tomorrow broadcasting live from the Decoy and Spring Branch. Swing on by, say hello. Make sure you're listening in. Thanks to Joe for doing all the hard work. He's Joel. I'm Jeremy. And goodbye one final time from the J Team. We're back to being the Killer Bees tomorrow. Joe George of the Bullpen coming up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome into the bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George here with you until 7 o'clock alongside Abigail, who's been with me most nights this week. We got a bunch of stuff to get into. Michael Connor will join the show coming up at 6:30. He was once upon a time an Astros insider when we previously worked together. So we're going to talk about Jose Altuve's new deal. That's pretty much what we're going to talk about the entire show today. So how do you guys feel? 713-780-3776 is your way into the show, and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, and the YouTube channel, just look for ESPN Houston. We are live there as well going forward. But, Jose Altuve, the news broke yesterday when I was on with Joel during the Killer Bees. We spent the whole first 45 minutes of yesterday's show talking about Altuve's contract, why it hasn't been done, where we're at, like what is just next for this team, for this player, and what it means long term. And then we got Jerome Solomon had an interview with Jim Crane, which was published in the Chronicle, and the tone of the interview was definitely one of, hey, this thing's getting done. And then, I don't know, maybe we all should have just thought about this, that today was February 7th, 2/7. I guess, I don't know, I never would have thought about it, but they had the whole plaque ready to make it Jose Altuve Day, February 7th of every single year. So that to me is was my first sign when I saw that this morning. Okay, this thing's been done. Honestly, I'm not even sure that when Dana Brown at FanFest said they hadn't had any discussions about Jose Altuve's contract, if he wasn't just straight up lying to us. If he wasn't just lying and trying to make it seem like nothing was going to be done, so that way on February 7th, on 2/7, they could have this giant big thing, and for Jose Altuve, present him with, it's a Jose Altuve, all that stuff. So I don't know. I don't know what to think. What I do think is that it's an incredible deal for the Houston Astros. And, Paul from Westview called earlier into the Killer Bees and kind of brought up the point this is kind of anti-Astros for what they've done. And I totally get that. But my thing with Jose Altuve in this contract, I kind of referenced this yesterday with Joel, is he is in a different conversation than pretty much every single player in sports. There is not a player on the Texans now. It should have been J.J. Watt, but the franchise was just such a disaster that he didn't want to be here anymore. There's no one now or really recently on the Rockets that deserves this kind of treatment. The argument for sure, Hakeem Olajuwon would have been one. J.J. Watt would have been one. But this falls into what you have with Miguel Cabrera and Kobe Bryant are kind of the two examples that I use. That with Miguel Cabrera, you knew that he was going to be a Detroit Tiger for the rest of his career, that he was chasing 3,000 hits just like Jose Altuve will be doing, chasing 3,000 hits, and it would be a shame for him to be elsewhere. I think what's interesting, too, about this comparison and looking at Cabrera versus Altuve, the franchises were kind of similar at one point. You had all these elite players on your roster. If you think back to when they went to the World Series, I think they had 4 players in their rotation or on their roster that ended up winning Cy Youngs elsewhere. Verlander, Scherzer, Rick Porcello was one of them. I think there was one more even that there was great success from this Tigers team in the mid 2000s with Cabrera that I think they went to a World Series, or at least they had deep playoff success. And eventually, the problem is that they started trading all these guys and the franchise fell apart. They became the miserable Tigers that we have all seen over the last couple years in baseball. But they had Miguel Cabrera, not just to sell tickets, but it was what he meant to the franchise as a whole. It made sense for him to finish his career there. Kobe Bryant, an incredible player, one of the best basketball players of all time. For me, he's number 3. But when the Lakers signed him to his last contract, he was not going to be a good basketball player for the remainder of that deal. That was very obvious. It was clearly going down. The roster was littered with lottery picks. That's when you had D'Angelo Russell and Julius Randle and Brandon Ingram. They're on this roster with Kobe Bryant, in which they're not capable of winning basketball games. But the Lakers made the decision in that moment that they were going to keep Kobe a Laker, and they were going to overpay him for what his worth was. The Astros, they potentially did the same thing with Jose Altuve. Jim Crane's talking about winning consistently and trying to keep winning moving forward, and that the window's not going to close for this team. But if it does close at some point, I do think it's a very positive thing that Jose Altuve will be, as the Astros said on Twitter, an Astro for life. Like that does matter. That even if things go poorly, I think players like Altuve should be rewarded with lifetime contract deals. I'm all for you pay a player for what you think he's going to do. The Astros did not pay Josh Hader just for what he's done recently. They're paying Josh Hader because they expect him to create the best 7, 8, 9 in baseball by teaming up with Ryan Presley and with Brian Abreu. So like you expect him over the duration of Josh Hader's contract to be one of the best closers or best bullpen pitchers in all of the game. I don't think you're doing that with Jose Altuve. Part of the ways, like, I think that gets very clear, even the way the contract is structured, that the last 2 years of his deal will only be $10 million. So, like, that's almost even another sign of where, hey, we don't expect you, Jose, to be there and be at this level all the time. There was a press conference today, so let's hear some audio from that press conference today. First, we'll go to Dana Brown. Here is Dana Brown talking about Jose Altuve and being an Astro for life.
Jose Altuve is a special human being. Jose Altuve is the heartbeat of this organization. He's a franchise player. He's on pace to be in the Hall of Fame. He's a fan favorite. And without a doubt, he's the spark to our clubhouse, to our dugout, and he's an Astro for life. With that said, I want to announce a 5-year extension to his contract on top of 2024. And this commitment to him and his family will make them Astros for life. We are honored to have this man as one of our better players that we've ever seen in Houston. And congratulations to Jose Altuve for spending his entire career in Houston.
Okay. There's one part about this that I'm kind of fascinated by what Dana Brown just said there. And it goes with chasing 3,000, if that matters to Jose Altuve. It sure sounds like Jose Altuve has made it very clear he is not playing baseball in 2030. That when it is 2030 on the calendar, that he will not be on this team or any team. Just the way they're talking about Astro for life, I think it's clear in Jose Altuve's life plans that he is going to finish his career in baseball at the end of the 2029 season. So chasing 3,000 has to come in the next, couple seasons. Like there's not going to be that Miguel Cabrera push. Now, if he's really close, like if he's 10, 15 hits away, I could see that tone changing, but at least the way they're talking about it right now, it sure feels like there was a serious conversation about Jose Altuve, and let's make it this long. This is how long I'm going to play, and I'm going to retire an Astro at the end of the 2029 season. Here is Jose Altuve, also from the press conference today, talking about even the idea of leaving and why it was best case to stay here.
My wife and I have a lot of conversations about if we're going to go somewhere else, if we're going to stay here. And I think, the best case scenario was always here. I come back every day after the night game and I see my daughter sleeping. I can wake up the next day and take him to school. So that was kind of like the conversation where everything started, and we decided to stay here in Houston, that we will never move from here.
And look, and that's where that's another, it's like a big picture, small picture thing. Like with Jose Altuve is like he's not moving his family, and that does factor in. Like there are a lot of players, specifically in this city, which I've always kind of found interesting, that have left Houston and they still at this moment live here, even though they're no longer playing for a team in the city. But I think this is an incredible deal, not just for the Astros, but for Jose Altuve. Like he gets his money, that's obviously very well deserved. At the same time, he did the Houston Astros a huge favor by taking less than what I viewed and what multiple people have viewed the market value would have been if he hit free agency. The Yankees might have gone at $200 million just to spite the Astros, honestly. So I think this is fantastic. And at the end of the day, I think all that really matters, besides the fact that he will end his career here, is I do believe the Astros will win another World Series during the duration of this extension with Jose Altuve. They could win it this year. That'd be awesome. But I still think that after the 2024 season, there is one more World Series left in this team.
And I've always kind of had this philosophy about contracts. It's like, well, is it a bad deal if the last 2 years are good? Well, tell me what happened in the first 3 years of the deal. If they win a World Series and you guarantee to keep Jose Altuve here in 2026, honestly, like, I don't really care. Like, yes, it might hurt you down the road and make things more challenging, but you kept Jose Altuve in Houston, and if you win another World Series, it's always worth it. Even with trades, like, Drew Gilbert could go on and be a multiple-time All-Star. If the Houston Astros win a World Series with Justin Verlander on this team, I don't care. Like, I do not care if Drew Gilbert for the next 15 years is a great player. But if you win another World Series with Justin Verlander, hell, even get to another World Series with Justin Verlander on this roster, I'm all for that trade. So to me, winning is what matters the most. And if, things get bad on the end, that's fine. But one of the challenges with winning over the lifetime on this contract is there are some big name potential free agents on this roster. Fromber, Bregman, Tucker, and there'll be more. We talk about it next year. Who stays, who goes, and Dana Brown admits it costs money to win baseball games. That's next year on The Bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's The Bullpen, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Joe George here with you till 7 o'clock. We'll have Michael Connor joining us in about 14 minutes from now, get his take on what's going on with the Altuve contract, what it means for the Astros in the short term, the long term, as well as some of the other guys that are coming up in free agency over the next 2 seasons. So obviously the most pressing one here is Alex Bregman. Now, we know from Granado that Alex Bregman has bought and built a house in Arizona. We know that, Jim Crane, in his interview with Jerome Solomon yesterday in the Chronicle, he did say that, they will offer an extension to Alex Bregman. It is not a promise of an extension, but at least there will be an offer. Now, it might not be a good offer, at least according to Scott Boras and Alex Bregman, but one will at least exist. Now, that does scream like, hey, we tried our best, but like he's leaving us and going somewhere else for a lot more money. That's what it sounds like to me. I'll be honest. I'm okay with that. Like, I like Alex Bregman, the player. I think he's really good, but I do think that like if he gets to, $30 million, it's going to be pushing it for what his contract would be and for the quality of play. The other thing too about, I think, the conversation with this, and look, I'm going to be a little negative Nancy here about the Altuve stuff, and one of the things I want to one of the things I need to talk to Michael about is the one problem with Jose Altuve's contract that I think becomes an issue for this team, like when you look at Miguel Cabrera, is that at one point Miguel Cabrera could not play in the infield. He could not be a first baseman, and he was only a DH. The problem with the Houston Astros and Jose Altuve's contract is that if at some point Jose Altuve cannot play second base, what the hell are you doing with him? Because none of us want Yordan Alvarez in left field every single day. No one wants to see Yordan Alvarez out there all the time. And I think the logic in all of us would say at some point Yordan Alvarez will exclusively be a DH. So you can't have two players on your roster that can only be DH. Now, second base isn't like the most stressful position, I don't think, on a body and things like that. So hopefully you can avoid those issues for most of it, because hopefully Yordan Alvarez will be an Astro for all the time that Jose Altuve is. But it could be an issue at some point down the road. Not to be super negative about it, but it is one there. But could you have potentially three guys like Alex Bregman, Jose Altuve, and Yordan Alvarez who are getting up there in age, and they all need to be a DH? Like, it's just the one flaw, I think, in the positioning of this lineup and this roster in 5 years or 4 years with Jose Altuve, is if for some reason his body doesn't hold up, I think it just puts you in some potential tough situations that hopefully you can avoid, and hopefully Altuve can play second base forever, or Yordan can learn how to play first base or something like that. But like, it's just something that could come up down the road. I'm fine with Alex Bregman walking. Framber Valdez, I'm also good with it. Like, I'm on the record, like, just to me, someone that seems as, I feel like mentally weak is harsh, but it sure as hell seems like that when Dusty Baker did not let him start the All-Star game last year, that things unraveled. I know he threw a no-hitter the night that they acquired Justin Verlander, but it sure seems like everything after that was a total disaster. And I'm just not sure that's someone that like I would want to give Cy Young money to, that he on the field when he does pitch well, he so clearly deserves, but I'm just not sure that I want to be the team that gives him the contract. Now, the big one is in 2 years, it is Kyle Tucker. Like, Kyle Tucker to me can be the best baseball player on this team. He is like the definition of a five-tool player. He's good on the bases. He's great in the field. Like, he has a great bat. I know he's not as consistent as everyone would like him to be, but I would like Kyle Tucker to be here for a long-term contract. I would like to see Jim Crane do this once again and keep Kyle Tucker here and make him the exception of the rule to Correa and Springer and then Alex Bregman. Like, that to me is where Tucker's situation is much more similar to those guys than it was Jose Altuve's. But let's hear from Dana Brown. Dana Brown stated the obvious today also at the press conference, and he said it costs money to win baseball games.
No, I mean, I say it costs to be good. And so these players that we're bringing in, it's pretty special. You know, Hader's pretty special. And, of course, extending Altuve and having him in this organization, that's pretty special. And so when you want to keep the core group together and you want to continue to win, you know, you have to make these type of decisions. And, you know, we have the fan base to support us. You know, we have an owner in Jim Crane who's very dedicated to winning. And so we're going to do whatever we can do to keep this thing going.
And what I'm curious when they say that, like, there was a little discussion there at the end of the Killer Bees about, you know, like, how do you keep it going? Like, what does that look like? What model of the Astros is the most sustainable? Now, what they've done with Altuve and Hader, like I agree with like what Joel and Jeremy and the caller Paul earlier were saying, that it's not sustainable to consistently be giving out these contracts. But these contracts also are kind of unreasonable. Like paying Manny Machado like the Padres did, like they just gave him an 11-year deal for $435 million. It's going to pay him $35 million when he's 40 years old. That's not sustainable. Altuve is getting 10. Like that is sustainable. That's a great contract. You can go into free agency and find players that will take deals similar to that, where it's 3-4 years, 2-3-4 years, something like that, and where maybe on the back end it's a little bit cheaper. And I think that's fair to, where it's absolutely fair to pay someone up front with the expectation that they're going to be not good on the back end. Like that's all good with me. The other part of this, like when they talk about, building and keeping a winner, that we also talked about a lot on the Bees, was that Dana Brown has to be good at his job. Like the idea that the Astros window is going to stay open throughout this contract, while I like the core that they have more question marks than they have answers. If Fromber's walking, you have 5 question marks in your rotation. Like Justin Verlander is a question mark with, at his age, the velocity dip. Like who is he really going to be the next 2 years as an Astro? Who is Christian Javier? Like Christian Javier, is he the guy throwing no hitters in the World Series? Or is he the guy that, frankly, to me, looked a little bit overweight last year and really didn't pitch that well for most of the season? Who is Luis Garcia coming off the injury? I don't believe in Jose Urquidy as a long-term piece. Hunter Brown, could he be the next Justin Verlander? Could Keith Law, who said he'd be best served in the bullpen, be right about Hunter Brown's career? Like, those are the questions you have. And then there's this Lance McCullers guy who, like, I have no idea what he's going to be. But that's where, like, there's more. I just have more questions about this team, and where Dana Brown, like, if he wants to build and sustain being a winner, I think everyone's right. Where, like, you can't just keep handing out contracts, but you have to develop players. Like, you have to find answers. I'm curious if Dana Brown is speaking the truth about Spencer Arrighetti, that he does believe Spencer Arrighetti is a big time prospect for this team. That would be huge. Like that would be a massive win for this franchise if that Spencer Arrighetti comes up to the Astros this year, whether it's due to injury or moving to a 6-man rotation, or even early on the season, just wins a job in spring training, and he can come in and make an impact right away. That would be massive. Like, if you can, like, that's the thing about the Astros too. Like, when we talk about their window, I see the doomsday scenario that everyone sees, that, like, these guys aren't good, that Presley doesn't come back, that your bullpen's not really strong and young, it's a little bit older and inconsistent for the most part, and that you're not going to replace most of these guys when they hit free agency. But I see on the positive side too, that if at least some of these guys hit, you're going to be good. 9339, so I'm assuming this is about the Astros as a whole. Last 2 years, offense has been garbage. It hasn't been great. I mean, look, even when the year when they won the World Series, to this texter's point, I tend to agree. Like, it was not this great offense that led them to a World Series, but you have the pieces still. You have Kyle Tucker. You have Yordan Alvarez. I do expect Yainer Diaz to be a big-time offensive weapon for this team. Chas McCormick, can he be what he was last year and just take a slight step back? Yeah. They've also removed their biggest excuse, which, like, I'm glad they did. I guess I'm curious to see if last year was all just nonsense and complaining, but, like, is there any chance the batter's eye actually affected the Astros as much as they complained about it? It's going to be fixed. We know that. They tried to fix it in the postseason. Didn't work. They couldn't hit at home. Like, could it actually fix this team this year? Maybe. Like, I agree the offense hasn't been good, but they have to find a way to figure out that, because it is a huge part of it. Like, while I like the pieces, I don't think the offense has been what you wanted it to be. And you have some gaping holes. You have Jose Abreu, who, like, he's another question mark for if they're going to win a World Series in the next 2 years. Like, who is that guy? Is he first half of the year Jose Abreu and the back injury was real and the second half of the season was much better? We'll see. I kind of lean that way, to be honest, just looking at the Astros season as we get closer. Not that he's going to be, I know, fraudulent MVP. You can't call it a fraudulent World Series for the Dodgers and not address Jose Abreu's MVP about 2020. But like he still can be a very good player. 9339 also said Houston only went to the World Series once before Altuve. He has been here for all the others. Win or lose, no complaining, no scandals. Class. Many players could learn from him. Agreed. One other thing about Jose Altuve before we go to break and have Michael Connor join us. The Hall of Fame stuff. I do think Jose Altuve will get into the Hall of Fame. You know, we were even discussing it there on the Bees about like would the writers keep him out the first year and then let him in the second year. I'm gonna be honest. I lean no to that. While like Beltran's numbers have gone up from year 1 to year 2, so it seems like they're ignoring the sign stealing scandal with him. I don't think they will with Jose Altuve. I hope I'm wrong, but I do think Jose Altuve is going to be closer to like Wagner in terms of waiting to get into the Hall of Fame than he will be Ken Griffey Jr. getting into in the first year. Like I just think it's going to be a lot harder, and I think a lot of these writers are going to hold more against the Astros, and specifically the way people in the front office treated the media. Like I think the Evan Drellick stuff, as dumb as it sounds, the fact that they tried to get him fired from the Houston Chronicle, I think that's going to matter, and Jose Altuve will potentially be the poster child to hold him out of the Hall of Fame because of that. All right, it is the bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll revisit some of this stuff next with Michael Connor, co-host of Connor and Beard, here on the bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Deep inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios, there is a bullpen, and in that bullpen is the brilliant mind of Joe George. Call him now and challenge him in a battle of wits.
The bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George here with you until 7 o'clock. Tomorrow from 12 to 6, maybe 12 to 7, we'll be live at the Decoy. We are figuring that out right now. So if you want to hang out with Barry Laminack and Jerome Solomon, that possibly will be happening from 6 to 7 tomorrow because Barry Laminack will be filling in for Jeremy Branham. But at 12, at 2, when the Decoy opens, you can go hang out at the Decoy with this guy, Michael Connor. Michael, will you buy people beer tomorrow? You can say no. It's okay.
Yeah, no. When's the 15th?
Next week.
Yeah, so that's a no.
Well, we will be there next week on the 15th too, so you might be careful about how you choose your words here.
Well, maybe next week on the 15th I'll buy somebody a beer. How about that?
I think that's fair. First person to come up to you next week when we're at the Decoy and say Josh Beard is fat gets a free beer from Michael.
Why are you gonna go do Josh like that?
Well, I was gonna have him come up to you and say I love gingers, but I felt like I would put the hate towards Josh instead of you in this moment. But
you're just trying to create chaos on the show. I see what you're doing.
That's what I do. I create chaos. All right. So Jose Altuve signed his new deal. I was on the air yesterday with Joel when it happened. We had that article with Jim Crane, the interview he did with Jerome Solomon before, came out like an hour and a half before the deal got reported and by the Astros and multiple people. How surprised were you yesterday, just going back to there, that this actually got done? What seems like this quickly, even though it also seems like it was well planned with today being 2-7 day and now Jose Altuve Day.
Yeah, they're definitely playing it close to the vest here and telling us all this crap that they weren't talking or whatever. And then they just magically popped it down on 2-7. That was not planned one bit. But I guess I was more surprised that it got done before spring training. I just figured it'd be at spring training, like most of these things that get done, like the last time that they did it with them. You do it there, you have the big press conference in West Palm Beach, and then, yeah, that's the way you do it. But I'm glad it happened, obviously. Let's get it over with. Now let's start that. Who can you get to sign a contract next, which is probably going to be nobody.
Yeah, let's go through that, because I just was doing that in the last segment, and I am at the point now where I'm expecting Bregman to walk. I do not want Fromber to be extended. I'm still hopeful that they will find a way to keep Kyle Tucker. So we'll start with Bregman. I know, Jim Crane, he made it clear there will at least be an extension offer. I think we all know what that means. It's more like a attaboy, we tried kind of a thing. Percentage out of 100. Alex Bregman is an Astro in 2025 for you is what?
I'll stick with his jersey number, 2%.
Whoa, that's low, Michael.
I mean, I just, like you said, look at even the history here with Altuve. There's a precedent set. The furthest Jim Crane has ever offered is 6 years. You go to Alex Bregman like they did with Carlos Correa and offer him 6 for, I forget what the highest number was on Correa when they did that, but I think it was around like $30 million. You offer him that, guess what Bregman's doing? He's saying no. He's saying, I appreciate the offer, but we're not doing that. I told you that story before. It was when we were at spring training last year, and he and I were talking about something away from everything and all the crazy money that was going around. And he mentioned the jersey patch we were talking about the jersey patch when they had the Occidental Petroleum on the sleeve, and he was mentioning like who could be the sponsor next year. I go, oh, you could pay for something with your new $300 million contract, and he just gave me that look of, that sly dog look, and then walked away. I was like, we know what he's looking for. He's looking for, I think the lowest, or there's like 5 guys or something at third base right now. They've got a contract of like $210 million minimum. He's looking for $250 at least. That's what I guarantee it takes.
Do you feel like there's anything to the Arizona stuff? Like, do you have like gut feel where he ends up? Is he a Diamondback? Is he spit in the face of the Astros and go to the Yankees? Like, any gut feel, way too early predictions on where Alex Bregman signs?
Since he's moved to Arizona, pick an Arizona spring training team. How about you? You've brought it up to me before. How about the Cubs?
Yeah,
Joe?
I think he's a Cub. I'll be honest. I 100% think he's gonna be a Cub. Even though, to be fair, as was pointed out to me yesterday by someone, they, like the Astros, have actually never completed a long-term deal with a Scott Boras client. That's why they're not going to get Cody Bellinger back. So maybe not. Like, maybe he won't be a Cub because that seems to be a huge problem for them.
Well, maybe not, but I just think that he'll find a team that. And this is the sad. Like, does he go? We were talking about this today. Does he go the Chris? Does he get stuck in like the Chris Bryant route? Like, is there a team out there that loves him? You know, the team that's not being talked about here possibly is a team that originally drafted him. What about Boston?
Yeah.
Boston's, probably looking to get back into it. He'd actually fit really well in that ballpark. He'd fit well with that mentality there in Boston. Like, I could see him being a Red Sox.
Yeah, I think Boston makes a lot of sense for him, honestly. Like, it just, they're such a weird franchise because, like, they talk a big game about, like, they say this, they've been saying the stuff that, like, Dana Brown and Jim Crane have been saying all offseason about winning and spending money, and then they don't do any of it. Like, they're operating like a small market baseball team. Framber Valdez. Okay, no, you go first.
No, I was just going to say, that, and I know you've got a third baseman and a shortstop right now. You could put Bregman at third base, I guess, and move Devers to first. It feels like it'd work.
Okay, so Framber Valdez, like I just don't believe that someone that has like kind of the track record that he does of not being able to keep it together and not being able to be super consistent, not because of physical issues, but more like head case issues, mentally weak issues. I don't want to give him a contract. Do you want them to sign Framber, or are you willing to let him walk because of what we've seen on the field?
No, I'd let him go. I think it'd be great if you were able to for a very team-friendly deal. Like, if you could get him for, honestly, if you get him for like 5 for $100, I'd do it. But I don't think like I'd ever extend past 100. I think that there's from everything I've heard some things in the past. There's maturity. There's still maturity issues away from the field that I think are even a bigger problem than the on the field stuff at times. Like, he's not perfect. And look, he's a human. We're all able to make mistakes and grow and whatever, and maybe he's fixing those things or whatnot. But I just don't think he's a guy that you invest in. The stuff wise, yeah. I mean, that's a ace. That's a horse. He's so dependable. I would always prefer to have him around because he's good when he's good. But I just don't think that you can invest in him unless he comes out this year and blows your doors off and shows you something different and, wins a Cy Young or something.
So if there's a 2% chance Bregman stays, is there a 30% chance that Kyle Tucker stays, or are we going back to his original number and saying 3%?
I'm going to say, I'll go to his number that he has now, 30%, because I just want to be optimistic. Like, I think we're seeing a little bit of a changing of the guard with Crane, clearly spending the money over the collective balance tax here and going big, and you've just signed another player. Like, I'm not going to do with the whole, like, it's time to buck the trend of I don't do big, long deals. I don't do long deals or whatever. You keep signing these guys that are in their 30s until they're basically 40. Altuve, Abreu, like, you can't keep signing. You've signed Yuli in the past, who's super old. Like,
yeah,
you can't sign old players and then be like, I don't want to give a 27-year-old a 10-year contract. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't. So I'm going to hold out some hope that he bucks a trend.
Yeah, that was like one of my issues with Tucker last year, when the idea of like, well, they don't give out 10-year contracts. Like, well, you just gave a 3-year contract to Jose Abreu, who's going to be really old by the time his contract ends. So, like, why wouldn't you have last offseason just tried to find a way to give Kyle Tucker a 8, 9, 10-year contract, and then he would have ended his career with the Astros at the same point that Jose Abreu did. Or Jose Abreu will. So, yeah, I think 30% is fair. Like, I think there is a reason to be more optimistic now than there was before this offseason, just because we're seeing Jim Crane, like, spend money in a way that we didn't really expect him to. Like, I don't think they'll just let Alex Bregman walk and run Wagner's kid out there at third base in 2025. Like, I expect them to, if Bregman walks, to find someone competent to play third base next year.
I hope you're right. I haven't looked enough at the market, but like, you can't. There's some immeasurable things that you're going to lose here, and that's what keeps happening with these guys when you keep letting them walk. And I don't think that you can keep. If you really, he has that quote, whatever that Mark Berman tweeted out, that the window's always open when I'm here or whatever. Like, that's true, but you're going to have to keep some of these guys around, and whether it's Bregman or Tucker. And I know that people are like, well, I mean, look, they could do both. Like, if Jim Crane just said bleep it, they could afford both. I don't think that he's going to say bleep it and do that, but, like, they realistically could. And they'd pay for it down the road. They'd pay for it big time when they stink again. But that, to me, I'm at that point where I'm like, it's okay, it's whatever, just do it. But if it is one or the other, Find a way to keep the Tucker one. You got to get it done this offseason because I think if you don't do it this offseason, you're not getting it done before next season.
No, I definitely agree. I think this is like the kind of their last chance to get it done. And the thing with I guess my only thing with the Crane quote about we'll always be in contention or whatever it was, we'll always be in win now mode. There are a lot of teams in baseball that have had great success over the last 15, 20 years where they're at least above 500. I think that's kind of what Jim Crane is saying, in my view, is that we're going to be competitive every single year going forward. We are never going to revert back to what it was to get all these players originally on the roster. Part of that definitely is Dana Brown and his ability to, draft players. Because if they can't draft players, then they have no shot to keep this window open.
No, you're absolutely right. Their farm system's terrible.
Yeah, it's so early. Do you think Dana Brown can be that guy that can help alleviate some of this Crane having to spend money all the time issues that this team will run into in the next couple of years?
Given his track record across baseball and drafts and organizations he's worked at, I'm going to give him some time to work, see what it looks like. I think that's a smart idea. Everybody says that, for the large part, they've got guys running the draft still. They've got a lot of guys that are still around even from the Luno days that are running things that are have worked up through the organization throughout the years. So. And they did trade away. The farm system doesn't look as great today because you could go back and say that was a mistake in the first place to let Verlander walk, even though you got him cheaper, but it cost you your two best prospects. We're having a different conversation on the farm system if you didn't have to get rid of those two guys last year. And you're talking easier to replace things. But I think that, Dana's got a chance to do it. Based off everybody, the way that they talk about him as an evaluator and the people that are running it, that they can figure it out.
Okay, I have one negative view of this Altuve deal. Do you have any besides the fact that he'll be old? One concern.
It's a lot of money, but not really. What's yours?
So my only concern is that if at some point he becomes Miguel Cabrera and Albert Pujols, where he can't play the field, I don't really understand how they're going to make this work in 2027 and 2028 with Yordan Alvarez, who also can't play the field.
Here's the issue with that comparison, right? Albert Pujols was probably 3 years older than he actually was and suffered from the worst plantar fasciitis ever and was fat. And then Miguel Cabrera was also fat. Do you really think Jose Altuve is going to blimp up at any point?
So you think it's a fat people problem is what you're saying? You're fat shaming.
I think it absolutely is a fat person problem. Look, Biggio played a competent second base at 40 years old. I'm not one bit concerned about Altuve not being able to play second base for the rest of his career.
All right, so what Michael Connor is telling everyone right here is that as long as Jose Altuve doesn't eat too much Whataburger, he's going to be fine, and my concern is a nothing burger.
He's got a personal chef. He's going to be fine. They're going to keep him in check.
It's funny. I forgot how fat both those guys were. You did make me feel better just now, so thank you, Michael. Michael will make you feel better tomorrow from 12 to 3.
Yeah, come on out and tell Josh he's fat, according to Joe.
No.
Joe said that.
That's next week. It's not this week. It's next week. If you go out to Decoy next week and say Josh is fat, Michael will buy you a beer. The first person only.
I hope Josh is listening right now.
He's probably not. He's not a good team player. He is sometimes.
That's okay.
All right, he is Michael Connor. You can find him on Twitter at @MConnorRadio, co-host of Connor and Beard. They'll be live at the Decoy tomorrow from 12 to 3. Michael, thank you as always, and we'll talk soon.
See you later.
Okay, he is Michael Connor. I am Joe George. You can find me on Twitter at Joe George Radio. Final segment of the bullpen is next.
Deep inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios, there is a bullpen, and in that bullpen is the brilliant mind of Joe George. Call him now and challenge him in a battle of wits.
All right, final segment of the bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thank you to Michael Connor for joining us again. There's a debate going on in the Twitch chat earlier about my tax advice. I didn't give tax advice. I just said the only reason why I'm getting money back on my taxes this year is because I have a child. And then some of these people are saying that I'm telling them to have kids so they can get more money back on their taxes. I do not encourage that. If it happens, good for you, but I don't encourage that. So I want to make that very clear. So tomorrow, during the Killer Bees, or right at the end of Connor and Beard, I can't remember exactly what time everything's going to shake out tomorrow because they've moved to the trade deadline a little bit. But tomorrow is the NBA trade deadline. Now, there's been like 3 or 4 or 5 trades that have happened today. Nothing big. Like, honestly, the biggest name that's been traded, it feels like so far, has been Steven Adams to the Rockets, but he obviously won't play this year for the team. But tomorrow's trade deadline day. And I'm trying to figure out, like, what's going to happen in the NBA. Honestly, this is one of those moments where I think we look back to what the trade deadline used to be in the NBA that, 4 or 5 years ago even. It was a lot more fun. We would see bigger names be moved. Honestly, at this point, I feel like the biggest name that's going to get traded tomorrow is like Bruce Brown. Like he might get traded again this season. I just do not expect tomorrow's deadline to be major. Like Zach LaVine could have been a big name. I don't think they're going to do that because, well, he's out for the season. DeMar DeRozan could be traded tomorrow. I don't think that's going to be one. Like, to me, it's just going to be a bunch of small moves. Like, the one name going into the year I was most curious about was going to be Kyrie Irving. The Lakers, like, very intelligently, and if I guess you could view it this way, I do, they basically gave D'Angelo Russell an overpaid contract that equaled exactly what Kyrie Irving was making this year, so that if they wanted to acquire Kyrie Irving at the deadline, they would have the contract they would be able to attach as an asset to send to Dallas to make a move. But I don't expect it to be a big deadline. And specifically, I don't expect it to be a massive, massive deadline for the Rockets in terms of players that are coming in. I do not think the Rockets are going to be going out tomorrow and acquiring players that are going to help them win now. I think that the Steven Adams trade was a clear sign that the Rockets know that this year is not win now. As Jeremy and I discussed on Monday when Jeremy was hanging out for the extra hour, it feels like that report, that suggestion that Ime Udoka wants to speed up the process might be a little off. And like the more I've thought about it and then post Steven Adams trade, I feel like that coupled with the Jalen Green trade rumors, and my belief is that it's more of a signal to the league that he will be available this offseason. I think that's what that quote is really, or not quote, but that rumor is really about. That the Rockets this coming offseason are going to hit the gas pedal and try to speed up their reboot. Going back to that introductory press conference for Udoka where, Tillman Fertitta was talking about these phases of Rockets basketball and going into phase 2 of getting back to the playoffs and building that winning culture. I think you could argue they're kind of already in phase 2, the way that Tillman broke it down, that this season's about learning to win again. They've been losers for the last couple years. Even when that last year where James Harden started the season here, like they're just a loser going nowhere franchise. They had a coach who did not develop players. This team did not care about winning. They cared about empty stats, and that's pretty much it. Like they didn't put effort on defense. They're at a point now where like they're building towards something. They're building towards being relevant, to being a main topic of conversation. So I don't think they're going to be trading and bringing in guys that are going to accelerate that process right now. I think that's going to be the offseason. With all that being said, I do think the Rockets will, I would guess, make at least 2 trades tomorrow. I would say 3. I do not expect Holiday and Jeff Green to be members of the Houston Rockets by the time the Killer Bees starts tomorrow. I think those are 2 veteran players that will be looked at by contenders that they can bring in cheap deals. You're talking probably second-round picks, getting some return of seconds that you gave up for Steven Adams. That's the kind of deal that we're talking about here. The biggest name that I would look at is Jae'Sean Tate. Jayshawn Tate is the one player that I think you can get a little bit more of a return from. It's not necessarily a first-round pick. It's not, it's a more